What the Nine Nether Prison Monument did to the Nine Nether realm was something Long Yu had never heard of before. Even if he asked other people, he would definitely not get any answers. This is because the Nine Nether Prison Monument is not something of this world. Its core part, Long Yu, has not been able to detect it until now. Many of the abilities of the Nine Nether Prison Monument are not clear to even gods, not to mention Dragon Yu. Therefore, Long Yu did not tell anyone else about this situation. He was alone, paying extremely careful attention to the corner where the Nine Nether world was absorbed and then remelted. While everyone else was watching the Nine Nether dragon break the world barrier, Long Yu's focus had quietly changed. What, exactly is this? Long Yu watched helplessly as all the power in the entire Nine Nether realm was completely integrated by the Nine Nether Hell Monument, and then reforged and smelted into a pitch-black ball of power. Perhaps, this thing can be called the Nine Nether Sphere. It is a pitch-black sphere, the size of a planet. It is filled with extremely rich, Nine Nether divine power. It is completely dark and does not even reveal a trace of light. If Long Yu hadn't been able to clearly feel its existence through the perception of the small world, he wouldn't have been able to detect it with the naked eye. Even the perception of spiritual consciousness can be almost completely blocked. Only a little bit of the Joyo divine inscriptions can be felt by nearby creatures. Long Yu gave it a try. According to the strength of his spiritual sense that was blessed with the light of balance, he could at most feel the faint breath emanating from the Nine Nether ball within a range of 1 mile. The aura was as weak as Long Yu flicking his fingers and condensing a bunch of miniature Nine Nether divine inscriptions from his fingertips. If he didn't examine it very carefully, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. What exactly is this thing? Long Yu felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. No matter who he was, he would always be a little afraid of the unknown, and Long Yu was naturally the same. He was a little afraid that this thing would cause damage to his little world or have some bad influence. However, soon, he felt that his idea became a reality. Under the subsequent power infusion from the Nine Nether Prison Monument, the Nine Nether Ball actually began to produce a power that Long Yu was extremely familiar with, that is, the power aura of innate supernatural powers. This Nine Nether Ball is gradually evolving into the fruit of innate magical power. No, it is not that the Nine Nether Ball is gradually evolving, but that it itself contains the remaining power of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor's 7 innate magical powers, and now it is just stimulating these powers. At this moment, the power of the fruits of these innate magical powers began to be connected with Long Yu's small world, just like Long Yu's other 7 innate magical powers. This situation gave Long Yu an ominous premonition. Could this thing become his 8th magical power? When this thought flashed through Long Yu's mind, he was immediately confused. Could this Nine Nether Prison Monument really have such a terrifying ability? The 8th supernatural power? It's scary, just thinking about it. Long Yuka has never heard of anyone with 8 magical powers. Not only him, but even a strong person in the godlike realm has never heard of it. Any cultivator who reaches the secret realm of magical powers can only give birth to 7 fruits of innate magical powers. This is an iron rule in the world of natural cultivation, and no one can violate it. No matter it is a human race, a demon race, a human race, or any other alien race, they cannot escape from this law. The fruits of the 7 innate magical powers are the greatest gifts from God to practitioners. However, now, under the strange power of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu's body gradually gave birth to the 8th fruit of innate magical power. Long Yu could hardly believe his eyes, but no matter what he thought, this was the fact that it was actually happening in front of him. The pure black ball of Joyo was gradually connected with the small world of his Dantian. Together, it is no different from the fruits of his other 7 magical powers. The 8th magical power. Long Yu's face became stiff. He didn't know whether this situation was good or bad for him, nor did he know what kind of nerve the Nine Nether Prison Monument had, which allowed him to smelt the entire 9 nether realm into the 8th magical power. However, if this 8th magical power is really useful, it seems that this function is quite incredible. It's a pity that there is no way to verify it now. Long Yu thought in his heart. He doesn't plan to share this kind of thing with anyone for the time being, because it won't do him any good if others know it. If he can go back from this ancient alien ruins, the first thing he has to do is to figure out the effect of the 8th magical power, and did the appearance of this thing have any side effects on him? At this moment, Long Yu had no chance to test this thing. When his inner world finally stabilized, he once again focused his attention on the outside world. At this time, the body of the 9 nether dragon controlled by Ji Tao was still trying to break through the space barrier and create a time and space tunnel. An hour has passed since she started bombarding the barrier. Within this hour, the 9 nether realm transformed into the 9 nether world and Long Yu's small world, becoming his 8th magical power, and the space barrier has also been destroyed. It's half destroyed. Even if an ordinary godlike expert wants to blast through the space barrier and create a spacetime tunnel, it is impossible for him to spend such a short time. It can be seen that the power in the body of the 9 nether dragon is stronger than that of ordinary godlike people. Or even more than dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Xiaobai watched from the side and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. This level of power, even if he is a 6th level master and close to the peak of the master secret realm, is simply unimaginable, let alone Shuelua and Hongying. At this moment, the 9 nether dragons were constantly bombarding the space barrier. Even Xiaobai and others had already felt the unusual aura coming from the 4 directions around them. It was a distant sense of oppression, a feeling that a storm was coming, which made each of them feel a little dull inside, and gradually it became difficult to breathe. If even they felt it, let alone Ji Tao, who was bombarding the space barrier from the outside world. Sure enough, soon, Long Yu received Ji Tao's spiritual message, those 4 forces are very close. I can't even feel what those forces are, but I can be sure that they are all aimed at me. If I can't resist it, you must leave me alone. I'll see what happens. Long Yu did not agree to the other party, but just sent out his spiritual thoughts in a deep voice. If there was a chance, he would not give up on the other party. Even if he had to fight with his own life, Long Yu would not dare to do so. This was how he had rescued the Void Nether Dragon Blade from the hands of alien gods before. When Ji Tao heard Long Yu's words, she didn't know if she would be moved, but even if she was, now was not the time to be moved. Just when everyone was under increasing pressure and could no longer bear it, they finally saw 4 pillars of light rolling over from the yellow sand in the distant horizon. Those 4 pillars of light were completely shining with golden light. Even in the golden sandstorm sky, they looked extremely dazzling, as if they were the source of all power in the world, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The golden beam of light seemed to come from the far end of the sky, condensing the power of the golden element along the way, and then continued to grow on the way, and the aura became more and more solid and thick, rolling in the golden yellow sand clouds. This thing is just like my crazy fighting power. When added layer by layer, its power has no limit. Long Yu gritted his teeth and suddenly saw the power of these 4 beams of light. At the beginning, these 4 light pillars may not have been so powerful, but these 4 light pillars appeared in 4 different corners of the entire ancient alien ruins. At the beginning, the golden beam of light must be easily broken. As it absorbs the power of the golden element along the way, it will become stronger and more terrifying. Even a tyrannical being like the Dragon of 9 Netherworlds would not be able to rush to the 4 corners of the ancient alien ruins in a short period of time and destroy all 4 light pillars. Therefore, even if you know how powerful this thing is, you can only break 2 of the light beams at most. In this way, the other 2 light beams will travel a longer distance to attack the target, and they will become more powerful. Using this kind of magic circle method to deal with the peak target powerhouse, the existence of the multi-wing clan is indeed quite powerful. At this moment, even the body of the nine nether dragon seems to be unable to bear it. Jidao is now in the body of Joyo dragon, and she knows the strength of the body and the strength of the four light beams best. Even she has no confidence to withstand these four light beams. It can be seen that the intensity of these four light beams has exceeded the ordinary. The existence of godlike beings has even reached hundreds of times the power of ordinary godlike beings. Be prepared for the impact. Jitao's spiritual thoughts were transmitted back to Long Yu, and then he heard the nine nether dragon roar angrily, and layers of revelation level 9 nether divine barriers were continuously superimposed around Long Yu and others. Now around Long Yu and others, only the core of the temple, including the gate and the illusion of white light, were all shrouded by at least 10 layers of 9 nether divine barriers. This was Jitao doing his best to protect them. As for Jidao itself, the remnant soul has been integrated into the heart of Mo Chen. According to Long Yu, as long as the remnant soul survives in the heart of Mo Chen, even if the entire body of the 9 nether dragon is destroyed, it will still be intact. There is a chance of survival. The remnant soul of Jitao entered the heart of Ma Chen, and then prepared to face the impact of the 4 golden light pillars. When the 4 golden light pillars came from the sky, they drove the yellow sandstorm condensed by the power of the golden system along the way. The next moment, the entire ancient alien ruin center was like the end of the world, shaking. The power of heaven and earth exploded. In just an instant, a terrifying shockwave surged towards the surroundings. Before the shockwave arrived, the aura and coercion had already descended on Long Yu and others, causing them to suffer a tremor in their souls almost at the same time. Fainted and lost consciousness. In the ancient alien ruins of the Multi-Wing clan, a terrifying explosion swept through the entire place. The body of the 9 nether dragon, which was the center of the explosion, was completely destroyed and vaporized in that instant, leaving only the heart of the demon dust still beating in place. Under such a violent impact, the heart of demonic dust was slightly damaged and looked a little embarrassed, but it was not seriously damaged, and it was regenerating at an extremely terrifying speed. Not far below the heart of demonic dust, the originally more than 10 layers of the 9 nether divine barrier were reduced to only 2 layers after the detonation shock wave, and all other 9 nether divine barriers were completely destroyed. However, fortunately, 2 layers of defensive barriers persisted in the end, protecting Long Yu, Xiao Bai, and others inside from being injured, and also protecting the core of the multi-winged clan's temple from suffering any damage. However, Long Yu, Xiao Bai, Hong Ying, and Shui Luo were immediately knocked unconscious by the impact. It seemed that they would not be able to wake up in a short time. The 4 of them fell sideways at the entrance to the core of the temple. Under the defensive barrier of Xuanhuan, there is no life-threatening danger for the time being. Just when they were all unconscious, a big battle was about to happen. As the heart of demonic dust continued to regenerate the body of the 9 nether dragon, a giant stone statue of the multi-winged clan appeared from the horizon in the distance. The aura of the stone statue was even more powerful than anything anyone had seen before. Divine illusion. It can be seen that the multi-winged stone statue is at least at the godlike level. As for what level it is among the gods, no one can know. Feeling the appearance of the 9 nether dragon, the stone statue finally woke up. Among the ancient alien relics of the entire multi-wing clan, there is probably only one such peak-level stone statue. At this moment, the stone statue appeared to deal with the 9 nether dragon. The 4 golden light pillars just now were just appetizers. The exit, is on this stone statue. The remnant soul of the girl Jidao was hiding in the heart of Ma Chen at this moment. With the rapid regeneration of Ma Chen's heart, she also felt the approach of a burst of space power, which came from the body of the stone statue. As long as the stone statue can be defeated, the exit from the ancient alien ruins will appear. Although I don't know where I am after I go out, I guess it is not far from the territory of the demon clan. After all, although the ancient alien ruins are vast, they are not very vast or boundless. And if this stone statue cannot be defeated, then the body of the nine nether dragon may be shattered here, and the heart of the demon dust may be sealed again, or even destroyed. No matter what, Jitao must suppress this stone statue. The heart of the demon dust beat rapidly, and the energy of the nine netherworld spread around. The body of the dragon of the nine netherworld recovered at an extremely fast speed. The body, tail, claws, head, each part of the dragon began to recover. The peak magic dust martial arts secrets are so terrifying. In a short period of time, Machen Heart has completely restored the body of the nine nether dragon. At the beginning, this heart of magic dust was sealed by hundreds of thousands of floating islands for too long, so when it was just released from the seal, the regeneration speed was not so fast. However, now, in just a few breaths, the entire body of the nine nether dragon has completely recovered, as if it had not suffered any damage at all. On the contrary, after being bombarded by the 4 golden light pillars in the surrounding space, the shock wave spread out, destroying everything that existed. The entire void of the nearby ancient alien ruins became a piece of golden power. Haunting area of chaos. After the nine nether dragon's physical body was regenerated, the stone statue of the multi-winged clan arrived in front of them. Their terrifying powers were unleashed, and the earth-shattering battle began. Under such circumstances, Jidao was afraid that it would affect Long Yu and others not far away, so he was distracted for a while and sent the core of the temple where Long Yu and others were directly away towards the distance. At the same time, 10 more layers were superimposed. The multi-layered defense barrier of 9 nether divines ensures their safety. Soon, the core of the temple, which contained the unconscious Xiaobai, Long Yu, and others, disappeared into the surrounding golden Taichu power and disappeared. When Long Yu woke up, no one knew how much time had passed. When he woke up, he found that Xiaobai and others were waiting for him, and were discussing something with Xuelua and Hongying. As for concubine Yu, it seemed that she still had not come out of the Taichu Golden Pond. You are all higher in cultivation than me, and you really woke up before me. Long Yu's heart trembled and he quickly asked, "How is the situation now?" As he asked, he looked around, only to find that outside the more than 10 layers of Jiuyo divine defense barrier, there was a chaotic storm of the golden power of the beginning, and he could not see the figure of the 9 nether dragon at all. I don't know. I have been drifting with the core of the temple since I woke up, and I dare not leave these defensive barriers. Xiaobai said in a solemn tone, "Now I'm afraid we have to wait here forever. At least with our own strength, we will never be able to leave this place rashly. Following the crowd is not the way I want to live." Xuelui sighed and looked around with a sad look. There was a storm of yellow sand. Although they did not need to be afraid of such a storm of yellow sand, no one knew whether there was anything in the yellow sand. Dangerous stuff. Everyone still remembers that before falling into coma, the 9 nether dragon was hit by 4 golden beams from the sky. The force and pressure of the shock wave alone stunned them all, not to mention the 9 nether dragon who was facing those 4 golden beams. The dragon. Now, no one can feel the aura of the 9 nether dragon, and they have no way of knowing what the specific situation is. Could he have been killed by those 4 beams of light? Xiaobai grinned. Don't talk nonsense. Hongying glared at him and looked away, but there was a look of worry that could not be concealed in her eyes. Of course, what she was worried about was not the body of the 9 nether dragon, but the remnant soul of the girl Jitao. In any case, she and Jitao are also friends with whom they can talk a lot. I received her spiritual thoughts. At this time, Long Yu's expression changed slightly, and he received the news from Jitao, but this news had probably been sent for a long time, and it was only when he woke up that he finally learned about it. Of course, Long Yu couldn't guess the specifics. The only news he heard from Jitao was that now the entire ancient alien race ruins have been cleaned up, and there are no dangers, magic circles, or multi-winged stone statues. Except for the yellow sandstorm formed by the power of the golden element, the only thing left is the core of the temple where they are. Everything else in the ancient alien ruins was completely destroyed in the war. Nothing remained, including the yellow sand palace, the godlike illusion array, etc. The final result of the battle between the 9 nether dragon controlled by Jitao and the multi-winged stone statue of the peak god level was that the 9 nether dragon finally sealed the multi-winged stone statue, but it was unable to seal it. It was completely shattered. The stone statue of the multi-winged clan that appeared at the end turned out to be a super powerful person on the same level as the 9 nether dragon's physical body. Of course, if you want to compare with Joyo Dragon Emperor, it should still be incomparable. After all, the strength that Joyo Dragon can exert with just the physical body controlled by Jitao is probably less than 1/3 of Joyo Dragon Emperor's own strength. This is shocking enough. At least Long Yu and others never expected that such a powerful stone statue would appear in the ancient ruins of the multi-wing clan. The final result turned out to be Jitao controlling the body of the 9 nether dragon and sealing the stone statue of the multi-winged clan, unable to destroy it. The spiritual thought from Jitao told us to wake up and rush towards the center of the alien ruins. She left us a breath mark so that we can track the past. Inside the stone statue of the multi-winged clan, there is the exit of this ancient ruins. Long Yu said to everyone. It's so, then let's rush over and have a look. Hong Ying said worriedly. We had no problem in the past, but what about the core of this temple? Shuelua glanced at the core entrance of the temple, behind him and the white illusionary light in the middle of the door. Behind the white light of the door was the Taichu Golden Pond. The protection of Taichu Golden Pond is still very good. After all, it is the best place for the talents of the descendants of the Duoying clan to practice. The strength of the building is top-notch. It can be seen that the area of Taichu Golden Pool is not large. After the core of the entire temple is separated, it looks like a building standing behind everyone. Due to the special nature of the core of the temple, no one can integrate it into their own small worlds, not even Xiao Bai. As for the reason, no one knows. We can only go over and take a look first. Everyone looked at each other, nodded to each other, and finally decided that Long Yu would run over first to explore the way. This is no problem for Long Yu. Anyway, there are no other dangers except the yellow sandstorm, so the Void Dragon Blade can definitely travel at will in this ancient alien ruins. Jitao didn't have to deceive Long Yu and others in this regard, so everyone still trusted him. Soon, Long Yu was ready. He took out the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and then let Xiaoshu pass directly through the Joyo Divine Defense Barrier outside, disappearing into the surrounding yellow sandstorm of the golden power of Taichu. The Joyo Divine Defense Barrier constructed by Jitao using the body of the 9 nether dragon could only defend against external attacks, but could not prevent them from leaving. Therefore, Long Yu left without any obstruction. After leaving this protection, Long Yu went into the yellow sandstorm outside, and he felt a faint aura, which was the aura of Joyo Divine Text left by Jitao. This breath guided Long Yu towards the center of the entire ancient alien ruins. Otherwise, they would have been unconscious for so long and would not be able to tell the direction. Xiaoshu traveled through space and quickly reached hundreds of miles away. It seemed that while everyone was unconscious, the core of the temple was pushed outward and floated a long, long distance. After walking so far, Long Yu's heart moved and he made a plan. He tried the 8th magical power in his body, which was the black ball of the 9 netherworld. Although it was temporarily stable and there was nothing special about it, Long Yu didn't know what effect it had. So at this time, Long Yu took advantage of the Void Nether Dragon Blade to travel outside, and ran into the small world of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, and then found a group of Ice God Clan aliens. Originally, he wanted to ask Si Qingfeng to find an opponent with similar strength to him from the White Feather Monster Clan, but then he thought about it. As the 8th magical power, this 9 Nether Ball is really weird. What if there is something special? It would be very bad if the White Feather Demon clan's sparring partner is killed. Thinking of this, Long Yu first found a dozen aliens from the Ice God clan to test the effect first. It's just a pity that the hundreds of billions of ice gods in Long Yu's small world are at the level of 3-star emperors and 4-star emperors at most. They are of no use to Long Yu in training his strength. However, he can experiment and see what the 9 nether ball is like. What effect does it have? Soon, Long Yu pulled 10 ice gods to stand in line in the void of the small world of the 9 nether prison monument, starting with the first one. Long Yu raised his hand directly, and the 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed in his hand, and then a dark sphere appeared from his hand. When the sphere appeared, Long Yu felt a sense of strange aura coming from it. Just let me see what you can do for me. Long Yu thought in his mind and threw the dark sphere directly towards the first ice god. When the 9 nether ball had not yet touched the ice god, Long Yu released his control over the ice god. After all, this was also an ice god at the level of a 2-star emperor, so as soon as he was released from control, he turned around as fast as he could and tried to escape. However, it is a pity that Long Yu's move of 9 nether balls actually emitted a burst of sticky winding power that could slow down the target's movements. With Long Yu's current mastery of the secret realm, he used this move against the 2-star emperor's ice god tribe. The sticky winding power emanating from the 9 nether ball made it completely unable to move, as if it was being trapped. Spider silk and cobwebs were completely entangled. Not only was his movement restrained, but the power within his body was also entangled. At this moment, even if the ice god tried to self-destruct, he was completely unable to do so. As for using the space divine words to escape, Long Yu didn't know if opponents of the same realm as him could do it. Anyway, the ice god in front of him couldn't do it. His whole body's strength was entangled and sealed and could not be used. So, the space divine words, naturally, there is no way to use it. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu saw the 9 nether balls continuously shrouding the opponent. The extremely terrifying tearing force actually tore the Ice God clan's entire body into ice slag, and was then absorbed into the 9 nether balls. In a short period of time, the entire Ice God clan was completely torn into pieces by the 9 netherworld ball and then absorbed. Not even the dregs were left. At this moment, Long Yu felt some changes taking place in his small world. The 8th fruit of magical power, the 9 nether ball, seems to have strengthened a little bit after absorbing the ice god. Although it is not much, Long Yu can be sure that this is not an illusion. Now the balanced control practiced by Long Yu has reached the 9th level peak, so he can clearly detect the changes in his innate magical power. Although this change may only be 1 part in a trillion, it is still within his range of perception. However, Long Yu was not able to sense how much the specific changes had been enhanced. After all, this ice god was not strong, and its strength was still too weak compared to Long Yu. If this 9 nether ball can swallow other people's power and become stronger, wouldn't it be invincible? Long Yu was a little shocked. This discovery made him eager to start the next action. Since one ice god couldn't let him notice how much the 9 nether ball had been strengthened, he would try to swallow 10 heads. Anyway, there are hundreds of billions of ice gods in his small world. However, when he continued to use the 9 nether ball to crush and devour the second ice god, he found that this time the 9 nether ball only entangled the opponent and imprisoned the opponent's actions with the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions. It did not crush and devour the opponent. Does it mean that it still takes time to digest the power of the 9 nether ball to devour the opponent? Long Yu's face was a little stiff. This guess made him a little confused, but in this case, there was nothing he could do. He played with the 9 nether ball at will, and soon discovered that the 9 nether ball could actually entangle many people at the same time, but in this way, after the Joyo divine inscriptions were dispersed, the intensity of entangling a single target was weakened a lot. After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be a magical power to control, but I haven't figured out the devouring effect yet. Long Yu thought in his mind, since he couldn't figure it out yet, he should leave it alone. The void dragon blade outside was almost reaching its destination. The entire ancient ruins of the Duoying clan are probably thousands of miles in radius. At this moment, Long Yu has traveled thousands of miles along the wisp of Jiuyo's divine aura left by Jitao. As Jitao said, there has been no other existence along the way. Except for the yellow sandstorm condensed by the power of the beginning of the metal system, there is nothing in the entire ancient ruins. It is completely normal for a battle between two powerful men who are almost at the pinnacle level of a god to have such consequences. This is also the case in Long Yu's imagination, but when he actually sees it, he is still inevitably shocked by such a scene. From a distance, Long Yu finally felt two powerful forces coming from the front through balanced control. These two forces brought an endless sense of oppression, but they did not give Long Yu the feeling of threat. This made Long Yu know that the body of the Nine Nether Dragon controlled by Jitao might have really sealed the godlike stone statue of the Multi-Wing clan, and the consequence was that the body of the Nine Nether Dragon could not escape. Once Jitao leaves, the godlike stone statues of the Many-Wing clan will escape the ban and cause damage to the entire ancient alien ruins. Jitao spent a lot of effort to finally ban him and open the space magic circle mechanism on his body, which was equivalent to opening an exit to the outside world for Long Yu and others. When the void dragon blade got closer and closer, Long Yu saw a giant stone statue covered with wings from a distance, looming in the yellow sandstorm, and there was a black dragon circling around the whole body of the giant stone statue. Exuding the aura of the Nine Nether divine inscriptions, it is the physical body of the Nine Nether Dragon controlled by Jitao. In the yellow sandstorm, the figures of two behemoths were looming. Even if Long Yu arrived, they did not cause any reaction from the two behemoths. Even though he was so close, Jitao did not convey any more spiritual thoughts to Long Yu. This gave Long Yu a bad feeling in his heart, and he quickly asked Xiaoshu to come closer and want to check it out. Soon, the void dragon blade showed a blue stream of light, breaking through the yellow sandstorm, and came to the two behemoths. At this time, Long Yu discovered that the body of the Nine Nether Dragon entrenched on the stone statue of the multi-winged human god had its eyes tightly closed, as if it had fallen into a dormant state. Could it be that the consumption was too great, so Jitao fell into a deep sleep? Long Yu frowned slightly, thinking in his mind, but no matter how he guessed, it was a fact that Jitao was in an unconscious state now. And it was also a fact that the multi-winged stone statue of the humanoid god was also motionless. As soon as Long Yu raised his head, he saw a space vortex, concentrated among the pairs of wings of the multi-winged godlike stone statue, and protected by those pairs of wings. From the space vortex, Long Yu could feel some familiar atmosphere. It must be the exit to the outside world, but he didn't know where it led. Really, there's no movement. Long Yu looked at the body of the Nine Nether Dragon at close range and the entangled unsealed stone statue of the multi-winged god, feeling rather desolate. Even though he is such a powerful being, when he encounters an equally powerful opponent, he still inevitably ends up like an ordinary person. Is there anyone truly invincible in this world? There was some emotion in Long Yu's heart, but he also understood that now was not the time to express emotion. Let's go back and tell them the situation here first. As for Jitao, although he should have fallen into a deep sleep for the time being, his residual soul consciousness should still exist. I just don't know how long it will take for him to wake up. Long Yu thought for a moment and didn't stay here for long. Instead, he turned around and headed back to where he came from. Because he knew that if he rashly passed through the space vortex and left here, he would probably encounter some unexpected things. For example, if you say you can't come back if you go out, or if you say you encounter any special dangers if you go out, etc., all these considerations made Long Yu have to be cautious and decided to go back and explain the situation to others first. Go back the way you came. Halfway through the journey, Long Yu returned to his own little world and tried the 9 Netherworld ball. As expected, it seemed that because the Ice God tribe had been digested, now the 9 netherworld ball had once again swallowed up a head of ice. Protoss, and once again increased its power a little bit. This power seems insignificant, but if it can continue to improve like this, you can imagine that the future of this 8th magical power will be absolutely brilliant. Of course, Long Yu still has a lot of doubts about it and is always wary of it. After all, the idea of the 8th magical power is strange enough. If he doesn't keep some caution, something will happen when the time comes. An accident may lead to regrets. It didn't take long for Long Yu to return to the core of the temple that was still drifting. He met up with Xiaobai, Shuelua, and Hongying, and then discussed countermeasures. After confirming that what Jitao said was true, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but now it seems difficult for everyone to make a choice, because they have no way to control the temple core to go to the exit together, let alone move the temple core brought out of here. Concubine Yu hasn't come out yet, so we don't have to wait for her. How about we go out through that exit and see where it is? Xiaobai glanced at everyone, and then suggested in a deep voice, although it is an exit from the multi-winged stone statue, the connected space vortex should not be far from the territory of the demon clan. It is better for us to go out and detect it first. I think so too. If there is any unpredictable danger, even if Concubine Yu is here, it won't be able to solve it. Shueluo nodded, and if Concubine Yu can solve it, then it won't be able to threaten us in a short time. That's good, let's go. Xiaobai agreed with Shueluo's words, and then left the core of the temple, with a smile. Hongying thought for a moment and left a jade slip in place. This was of course for Concubine Yu. If Concubine Yu came out of the Taichu Golden Pool during this period, she would know the situation of others and make decisions. Decide next. After Hongying kept the jade slips, she followed everyone and left the core of the temple. The 4 of them arrived at the nether dragon blade of the void together and kept walking through the yellow sandstorm formed by the power of the golden beginning. After an hour, they came to the place where the 9 nether dragon fought with the multi-winged godlike stone statue. The 2 behemoths were in a stalemate, and neither side could move. The 9 nether dragon's body could no longer receive the spiritual message from the remnant soul of the girl Jitao, and she didn't know what was going on. Okay, now, get out. Everyone glanced at the space vortex protected by the huge pairs of wings of the multi-winged clan godlike stone statue, then looked at each other, nodded, and made up their minds. Under the control of Long Yu, the void nether dragon blade flew towards the space whirlpool. The closer it got, the more powerful the momentum of the 9 nether dragon and the godlike stone statue could be felt. Unfortunately, both of them were now controlled by each other. He is restrained and unable to make any moves. It is as if both of them have become real stone statues and will last forever. The void ghost dragon blade turned into a blue stream of light, and soon flew to the side of the multi-winged clan godlike stone statue, and then flew into the space vortex. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The moment to decide the final fate of their trip had finally arrived. In the space vortex, the primordial power of the water system in it is not chaotic. Instead, it operates in an orderly manner, connecting a certain area of the outside world. After the void dragon blade flew into it, the blue stream of light suddenly disappeared, disappearing from the entire ancient alien ruins. When they reappeared, what was displayed in front of Long Yu and Xiaobai was an endless dark and void space, with nothing in front, back, left, right, up and down in all directions. Where is this place? Hongying frowned slightly. I have the time and space mark of the blood falling star on my body, but I can't feel it. This shows that this place is already too far away from the blood falling star. As for the specific distance, I don't know. Well, to be honest, I even have teleportation coordinates that set time and space marks for many battlefield fortresses on the alien battlefield, but I can't feel any of them now. Xiaobai's face was a little tangled. He jumped out from the inner space of the void dragon blade, and then floated and sensed in this void space. Long Yu also came out of the void dragon blade, and then blessed Xiaobai with the light of balance. Unfortunately, even so, Xiaobai did not feel the presence of anything around him. Not only does nothing exist, there is even no energy in this void. There is no aura of heaven and earth, no power of creation, nothing. If there is anything else that exists in this void, the only thing left is the space vortex where everyone came out. The space vortex was not too big. It appeared as a light blue vortex of water-based primordial power. It floated quietly behind everyone, and was particularly conspicuous in the endless black space. Anyway, we should be safe here for the time being. As for what to do next, let's wait until Concubine Yu comes out. She has more knowledge than us, and she might be able to recognize what this place is like. Place. Xiaobai sighed and said. If this place is relatively close to the territory of the demon race and the human race, the ancient alien relics of the multi-wing clan can be used as a back garden. Shueluo said with an optimistic smile, there is the core of the temple inside. We can enter it at any time to understand the power of the beginning of the metal system. From now on, this thing belongs to us. Even if we want to develop a big force, it is not a bad idea. That's a good point, but the key is to ensure which race this void belongs to. I don't want my back garden to be in the territory of a foreign race. Xiaobai said with a twitching corner of his mouth. It was useless for everyone to say these words now. Long Yu took the time to gather the 18-9 nether hunters, and then let the 18-9 nether hunters scatter around. Maybe they could find something. Then, everyone returned to the void nether dragon blade, and Xiaoshu led the four of them through the space vortex when they came out, and returned to the ancient alien ruins of the multi-wing clan. Soon everyone returned to the ancient alien ruins, and found the core location of the temple again. Now everyone's plan is to wait for Concubine Yu to come out before making any plans, so at this stage all they can do is practice on the spot. As for Long Yu, the same is true. He doesn't want to challenge his illusion now and go in to understand the Taichu of the metal element. Power. Because he didn't expect that he would turn into Concubine Yu and come out, and other people would be waiting for him. There is no end to the waiting. Long Yu plans to comprehend the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions first. If nothing else, for Long Yu, the cost-effectiveness of comprehending the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions is better than his understanding of the power of the Taichu of the gold system. Much higher. After all, the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions evolved from the absolute beginning power of the metal system, and is a source of power that surpasses the absolute beginning power of the metal system several times. As for understanding, Long Yu doesn't need to worry at all. He only needs to enter the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, which is right next door to Long Yu's small world. After returning to the core of the temple, everyone began to practice on their own. Hong Ying continued to sprint towards the martial arts realm of the second-level master. No one knew what Xiaobai did. Shuelua went to enter the illusion of white light. He did not want to enter the Taichu golden pool, but just to understand himself and be with himself. Go fight, become familiar with various martial arts and magical powers, and improve your combat effectiveness. Long Yu ran to the 9 Nether Prison Monument by himself, and continued to absorb the sticky 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions in the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Nearly a month passed quickly. At the beginning, Concubine Yu said she would practice in the Taichu Golden Pool for a month, but now that 1 month is up, she should be out soon. Long Yu's practice for nearly a month has produced remarkable results. He originally understood about 10% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts, but now he has understood 20%. When converted into basic strength, it has basically doubled again. Long Yu could feel that the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions were churning in his body. If he continued to absorb it, it might have some counter effects, so he stopped. It seems that this revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions cannot continue to be absorbed and comprehended. Long Yu shook his head and felt a pity, but now he has comprehended 20% of the revelation level 9 nether divine texts, which has greatly improved his strength, and has once again enhanced his ability to leapfrog challenges. Long Yu came out of the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument and saw that Hong Ying had indeed achieved a breakthrough and entered the realm of the second-level master. The overall strength had improved even more than Long Yu had improved in this month. Xiaobai and Xuelua also came here to reunite, waiting for Concubine Yu to appear. If there are no surprises, it should be out at this time. Concubine Yu's speed in comprehending the power of the beginning of the metal system should not be slow, at least it will definitely be faster than Long Yu's comprehension of the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. I don't know. How many % of the golden power of Taichu has she comprehended? Long Yu was a little curious. If there wasn't such a thing as Taichu Golden Pool, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend the power of Taichu in the gold system. Even a strong person in the godlike realm would have to spend a long time to do it. But with Taichu Golden Pool, everything becomes very simple. The figure of Concubine Yu finally appeared, which everyone had been waiting for. A slim and alluring figure with an air of immortality gradually appeared from the white light at the core of the temple. It was Concubine Yu who walked from the golden pool of Taichu. Come out. I feel like something big is happening outside, but I don't know what happened. As soon as Concubine Yu came out, she asked with some embarrassment, this Taichu Golden Pond could not let me out within less than a month after entering it. I really didn't expect it. After hearing what she said, everyone felt relieved. I told you, with all the commotion outside, how could you not know that there are access restrictions in the Taichu Golden Pond? Xiaobai said in a deep voice, but our current situation, I don't know whether it is good or bad. Concubine Yu, please come out and take a look and see if you know where we are. This is the purpose of everyone waiting for Concubine Yu to come out, but to be honest, everyone does not have high expectations for whether Concubine Yu can see what is outside. After all, it was a completely empty expanse of void, with a radius of countless millions of miles. Concubine Yu followed everyone to the ruins of the ancient alien race. As soon as she arrived in this void space, Concubine Yu felt a familiar feeling. Isn't this place the same as the void galaxy she had visited by accident before? Immediately afterwards, Concubine Yu called out Diao Fei and Si Yuanbai, who had been in her little world. These two people were members of the Ghost Shadow Club of the Jiuyou clan and had been following Concubine Yu. Now that I came out, I was surprised when I saw the surrounding situation. Why are we back here again? This place should be a void galaxy, but I don't know if it is the place we have been to before. Since there is no aura of heaven and earth or any energy breath around, it must be a void galaxy. Concubine Yu turned around and glanced at the space vortex connected to the ancient alien ruins, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. There is no such space vortex in the void galaxy we have visited before. We have traveled almost all of it. Diao Fei and Si Yuanbai said in a deep voice. Maybe it's another one, but I don't know where it is. However, since that's the case, then the idea of using the ancient alien ruins of the Multi-Wing clan as a back garden can be realized. Concubine Yu smiled and said optimistically, there should be other miracle fragments in this void galaxy. We will find the miracle fragments, and then use these miracle fragments to leave this void galaxy. Yes, the miraculous fragment is the key to this void galaxy. Without the miraculous fragment, no one can come to this void galaxy. In other words, we are basically completely safe. Si Yuanbai turned to Long Yu and said with a smile. There is a question. Since there are different void galaxies, then there will also be miracle fragments in other void galaxies, right? Other people's miracle fragments can also be used to travel through our void galaxy? Long Yu frowned slightly and said. If we can collect 7 miracle fragments, maybe we don't have to think about this problem. We previously explored the Void Galaxy and found 3 miracle fragments, but we found 7 places similar to the formation eyes. Concubine Yu shook her head and said, the placement of these 7 formation eyes can be seen as a defensive barrier. It should require 7 miracle fragments to activate. Now we can spread out and choose one each. Look for the miracle fragments, the more of them the better. What does the miracle fragment look like? Long Yu's heart moved, and he asked. So. Concubine Yu raised her hand and took out something like a piece of paper from the small world. Mysterious lines were carved on the paper. However, this was not a real piece of paper, and she did not know what material it was made of. It gave people a kind of a timeless feeling. The strange thing is that when this piece of paper appeared in front of everyone was completely unable to detect it through spiritual perception. From this point of view, it would be very difficult to find this thing in the endless void. However, Long Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled, then I have found one. What? Everyone looked up at him in disbelief. Xiaobai reacted quickly, snapped his fingers, and said haha, it seems that those Joyo hunters you just sent out are on their terms, not bad, not bad. Well, let the 9 nether hunters bring this thing back now. Long Yu nodded and said. In this case, let's search separately. We should not encounter any danger. We just need to be careful at all times. Well, it will take about a month to search the entire Void Galaxy. If the 7 of us here search together, just 4 days is enough. Concubine Yu glanced at everyone and said. Si Qingfeng and Si Tianlei can also help, and they are trustworthy. Long Yu shook his head and raised his hand to call out the 2 white feathered demon clan members. 9 people are searching together. Except for Shi Qingfeng and Long Yu, whose cultivation levels are slightly lower and may be slower to find, everyone else can search quickly. Moreover, Long Yu can also use the 9 nether hunters to search together, and others have similar clone methods. In this way, it takes a total of 3 days to search almost all of this Void Galaxy. Everyone quickly started to take action. In addition to looking for the piece of paper-like miraculous fragment, they also needed to look for the 7 places similar to the formation eyes mentioned by Concubine Yu. Everyone searched with extra effort, because this might become their base camp in the future. Protected by a defensive barrier inspired by the miraculous fragments, not even godlike experts could get in. At the core are the ancient alien relics of the multi-winged clan. Among them, the Taichu golden pool in the core of the temple is the foundation of their development. For a force, it is absolutely the same as the core. Even if a powerful being breaks through the defensive barrier built by the miracle fragments, in the ancient alien ruins, everyone still has the body of the 9 nether dragon as the last weapon. Although Jitao is now suppressing the multi-winged god stone statues in the ancient alien ruins, if something unexpected happens, it should be okay for Jitao to leave those god stone statues alone. In this way, the body of the 9 nether dragon can be controlled by Jidao, leaving the ancient alien ruins and coming to this Void Galaxy. In this way, as long as the specific location of this Void Galaxy is not too weird, then this place almost belongs to Long Yu and others. It is not an exaggeration to call it the back garden. Speaking of which, such things are not uncommon. I heard that there are a few such Void Galaxies in the territory of the demon and human races, but they have all been occupied by certain forces, such as the headquarters of the Alliance of Sufferers. It is located in a Void Galaxy. Xiaobai shook his head and said, unfortunately, it is too difficult for outsiders to get this kind of information. I have only heard a little bit about it. If we can really get this Void Galaxy now, we will be very lucky. Cooperating with Taichu Golden Pool, we might be able to really stir up a force, and in that case, we will have no shortage of cultivation resources. The news will be released directly at that time. We have the Taichu Golden Pool. Outsiders who want to enter the Taichu Golden Pool need to pay a sufficient price. Xuelua's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Isn't that the wealth is rolling in, and you can get countless cultivation resources just by waiting? Stop having sweet dreams, let's find the miracle fragments first. Hong Ying snorted, then followed Long Yu and left around. Everyone spread out to look for the fragments of the miracle, and they moved very quickly together. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period, except for the fact that Long Yu relied on the 9 nether hunters to find a miraculous fragment at the beginning, he never gained anything. This thing purely depends on luck. Everyone is responsible for spreading out in one direction. It just so happens that Long Yu only has that one. A miracle fragment. 3 days later, everyone gathered near the space vortex of the ancient alien ruins. After a brief exchange, everyone was happy. There are actually as many as 9 miraculous fragments in this void galaxy, and on average everyone has found one. Moreover, the total number of places that everyone found that resembled formation eyes totaled 12. Adding in the 3 miraculous fragments that Concubine you had obtained before, the number turned out to be just right. The strength of the defensive barrier condensed by the 12 formation eyes is definitely much stronger than the defensive barrier of 7 formation eyes, even several times stronger. Once activated, this place is truly impregnable. Unless it is a character holding these 12 miraculous fragments, it is impossible for anyone else to pass through such a defensive barrier. Now we have found enough miracle fragments, and even the positions of the 12 formation eyes, but we still need to figure out the specific location outside the void galaxy. If it is surrounded by alien territories, then the situation will be different. It's too bad for us to stay here for a long time. Concubine you said. Yes, Concubine you, didn't you say that you had found a void galaxy before, between the realms of the human race and the demon race? Xuelua nodded, excitement flashing in his eyes. If the location of this place is not good, we will find a way to return to the human race and monster race, go to the void galaxy you have been to, activate the defensive barrier and use it as a base camp alright. In that case, these ancient alien relics cannot be taken away. Others took a look at the space vortex of ancient alien ruins. Let's talk about it then. Let's leave here together first, and then see where this void galaxy is in the big world. Concubine you shook her head, not thinking too much about other things, but focused on figuring out the current situation. Everyone was convinced and gathered together to head towards the edge of the void galaxy. After the previous 3 days of exploration, they had figured out the situation in the entire void galaxy. This place basically has a radius of 1 trillion miles, which is quite a large territory. You must know that the Joyo realm has a radius of 100 billion miles. This void galaxy is 10 times longer than the Joyo realm. And since most of these places are spherical spaces, if converted to volume, the volume of the void galaxy is 1,000 times that of the 9 nether realm. This place is completely enough for everyone to use as a base for development. The main reason is that the existence of Taichu Golden Pool makes everyone reluctant to leave. There is such a gold mine. Although everyone has not made any agreement, in fact, they have already made plans to continue to develop here and then share the benefits equally. No one is stupid enough to sell Taichu Golden Pool, not to mention that before selling, one must first find out the location of the void galaxy. The nether dragon blade of the void kept flashing, activating the power of the water element to travel through space. It took more than a day to reach the nearest edge of the void galaxy. Then, everyone used the miracle fragments in their hands to open the outermost barrier of the void galaxy, and stepped out of the void galaxy for the first time. In a quiet void, in an extremely inconspicuous small place, a small group of people suddenly appeared, without any living being noticing their existence. This is none other than Long Yu, Concubine Yu, and others. After collecting all the miracle fragments, they left the void galaxy together and came to the big world, wanting to find out where exactly the void galaxy was located. In this void, without any obstacles, after long Yu blessed concubine Yu with the light of balance, she was able to use concubine Yu's spiritual sense to detect situations within millions of miles. This detection range can be said to be very far, but in the big world, such a range is still not worth mentioning. How's it going? Does anyone feel the breath of the time and space mark? Concubine Yu turned to the side and asked everyone. Xiaobai, Xuelua, Hongying, and Zixianlei all have many time and space marks on their bodies, and they can be directly transported back to a specific location through the time and space marks. For example, Hongying has the time and space marks of the Blood Falling Star, the Blood Demon Galaxy, and the Battle Patrol Fortress. As long as he feels the time and space mark breath, he can be teleported directly there immediately. However, everyone's answers disappointed concubine Yu, because even if Xiaobai, Xuelua, Hongying, and Zixianlei were all put together, no one could feel the breath of any time and space mark. Concubine Yu herself came from the human territory and has stored the time and space imprints of many places in the human territory. The previous time, as soon as she came out of the Void Galaxy, she felt the space-time imprint of one of the human territories and teleported there. But this time, no one in the crowd felt anything. In other words, the place where everyone is now is at least one area away from the territory of the human race and the demon race. It is very likely that it is deep into the alien battlefield, and it is more likely to be in the territory of other alien races. This made them immediately afraid to move casually. In the Void Galaxy, it is normal that the breath of the time and space mark cannot be transmitted in. But now that we have left the Void Galaxy and are surrounded by the big world, and we still cannot feel the breath of the time and space mark, it can only be a matter of distance. It seems that our position is still difficult to determine. What should we do now? Everyone found it very difficult, so they turned their attention to concubine Yu, hoping that concubine Yu would make a decision. Of course concubine Yu didn't know what to do, but one thing was certain, that was, she absolutely couldn't run around in such an unknown place. Otherwise, if you encounter some strong aliens or people from the Alien Patrol Corps recklessly, then their existence will be invisible and you will face a huge crisis. If you want to develop, it's best to develop secretly without letting anyone notice. This means that even from the human race and the demon race, they'd better hide it. Then, it becomes a bit difficult to know where this place is. If you want to discover others, you have to risk being discovered by others. It's really difficult. Xiaobai sighed with emotion. Even though there are people like Yu Fei who are at the peak of the 7th level dominator, and there are also strong 6th level dominators like Xiaobai, but if they encounter any alien patrols, they still don't have an overwhelming advantage. At least, the other party will definitely have time to contact the alien headquarters and tell the alien headquarters about the matter here. In that case, everyone will be completely uneasy. In 3 months, Hongying and I are going to a seminary. Senior concubine Yu, is it worth going to a seminary like that? Long Yu suddenly frowned and asked concubine Yu. In the seminary, some of the experience is good, and there are quite abundant training resources. If nothing else, it can be regarded as the best training organization among the human race and the demon race. Concubine Yu said truthfully, if we can go back, it would be better for you and Hongying to experience it. Now it seems that the only way to leave here is to awaken the remnant soul of Jitao Girl and let Joyo, the dragon body has opened a space-time tunnel. The method of opening the space-time tunnel is relatively simple. As long as you know the spatial imprint information of the destination in the big world, you can directly break through the world barrier by condensing tyrannical power and build a space-time tunnel connecting the two places. As for the space imprint information in the territory of the human race and the monster race, there are still many time and space imprints on everyone's body, which can be obtained easily. Then, only with enough strength, can one break through the world's barriers and build a time and space tunnel. This can only be achieved by a godlike person. Now if everyone wants to do this, they can only rely on the body of the 9 nether dragon. But now the body of the 9 nether dragon is suppressing the stone statue of the multi-winged clan. If you leave and the stone statue is unsealed, I don't know what the consequences will be. Long Yu sighed. The key point is that the space vortex that came from the ancient alien ruins to this void galaxy is still on the body of the stone statue. No one knows what the consequences will be if the stone statue is allowed to rise. Then let's practice here first. We have training resources anyway. This time we got a lot of heavenly crystal level creations from the ancient alien ruins, which is enough for us people to practice for 2 or 3 months. Shueluo said in a solemn voice, as for Long Yu and my sister, if the time comes and they want to go to the seminary, we can think of another way. Maybe things will turn around. That's right, time can't be wasted. Everyone should practice. You can also take a dip in the Taichu Golden Pond. It will definitely improve your strength. Concubine Yu smiled and nodded, but we can't just keep practicing like this. Immediately after Concubine Yu's suggestion, everyone began to release some debris to build a detection array on the periphery of the entire void galaxy, such as some alchemy materials, weapon refining materials, etc. On these materials, Concubine Yu took the lead and secretly constructed some detection arrays, and then threw these materials out of the void galaxy in an irregular manner. This type of material does not have any racial identification. Even if it is obtained by an alien race, the alien race will not be able to tell who released it. As for the detection arrays, ordinary practitioners cannot discover it. Of course, if there are alien gods appearing, they can find those detection arrays, but it is impossible to follow the detection arrays to track the void galaxy where everyone is. At this time, Long Yu's Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram came into play again. He activated the Dragon Blood Sacred Wind Diagram to directly remove all the key information for deduction from these materials. Presumably, when the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was still alive, he often used this method to erase traces. It was really a very useful way to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. Many materials were floating outside in an irregular manner. There were 10 items in total. Compared to the vast world, they were completely inconspicuous. However, if there were more of them, if the same force discovered these materials, they might still be able to figure out something, so 10 pieces of materials flying out and being detected at the same time would be enough for everyone for the time being. As long as they can get any information, it will be of great help to their current situation. After doing all this, they did not take more risks outside the void galaxy, but relied on the miracle fragments to return directly to the void galaxy. Then, everyone began to occupy the mountain as king. Now that they had the miracle fragments and found 12 magic circle eyes, they would be really sorry if they didn't occupy this place. The best aspect of such a void galaxy is that it is empty, everything is in a state of nothingness, and there is no chaotic power. This is very important for the development of a force. Because if there are other things or forces here, it is very likely that there will be detection arrays, time and space marks left by other forces or races, etc. During the development process, there will be many safety risks. Developing power in the void galaxy is equivalent to having no worries, and no one has been to this place for an unknown period of time, and no one has discovered it. As long as they are careful, no one may be able to get in even if they develop here for hundreds of years. Long Yu and Hongying, plus Xiaobai, Shuelua and Yu Fei, can be said to be the elders of this powerful organization. However, there are a total of 12 miraculous fragments, and of course it is impossible for just the 5 of them to take them. What's more, if they want to develop a force, it's impossible for the 5 of them to do it. Therefore, Diao Fei, Si Yuanbai, Shi Tianlei, and Shi Qingfeng came to help, and each of them took a miracle fragment. There were still 3 pieces left, so everyone did not let anyone else come out. Instead, they gave them directly to Xiaobai, Shuelua and Yu Fei. After all, the three of them had the highest martial arts cultivation and the highest combat power among them. One person would take it. 2 miracle fragments mean having 2 voices in the power organization they are about to establish. Although no one said it clearly, some rules and regulations of the power organization that will be born next have been constructed by everyone, and everything is based on stability, security, and development. As for the candidates who make up the force, there is no need to say more. Everyone can choose to cultivate some from their own small worlds. There is never a shortage of creatures. They only need to go to their respective small worlds to select some who have the ability. Just young juniors who are talented enough to practice. After everyone discussed and decided, Diao Fei and Si Yuanbai led those who were originally members of the Jiuyou clan's Ghost Shadow Division, a total of hundreds of strong men who were at least mid-level masters, to form a patrol corps. The strong men of the Ghost Department have very strong movement speed and hiding ability, so letting them patrol is the best choice. Si Qingfeng and Si Tianlei decided to take the entire Baiyu Demon clan's 100,000 tribes to leave Longyu's small world and come to the outside world to survive. Although there is nothing in the Void Galaxy for the time being, and the living conditions and environment for cultivation are much worse than those in Longyu's small world, now that they have a stable base, it is very simple for them to develop a living place. The world of cultivation is cruel, but also free. For example, if Concubine Yu, Long Yu, Xiao Bai, and others do not want to return to the human race or demon race area, there is no problem in staying in this void galaxy, and they can even develop a force easily. The only ties are the relatives and friends everyone knew before. Concubine Yu had left the Jiuyou clan, so naturally she had few relatives and friends. Xuelua, on the other hand, was a little worried and talking about the Xuelua Legion originally on the Xuelua Star. The members of those legions were all his subordinates, and he didn't know what the situation was now. 3 months, almost 3 months. If I haven't gone back for more than 3 months, there will definitely be some changes on the Bloodfall Star. The Demon Clan Battlefield Legion may make adjustments to the Bloodfall Legion. Xuelua said to everyone in a deep voice, so I have to go back within 3 months, and I happen to be with Longyu and my sister. They go back to the seminary to train and practice, while I go back to settle everything. If you want to go back, you have to see if you can wake up Zhidao. You can't just go back if you want to. Honging curled her lips and said. Yeah, but we can only look at it then. Xuelua nodded in confusion. Now of course they can't try to wake Jitao in advance, otherwise if something unexpected happens, there may be problems with the ancient alien ruins. At least in the past 3 months, everyone can develop and practice steadily for a period of time, which will also be a very important period of time for Longyu. Concubine Yu had obtained many heavenly crystal-level creations from the ancient alien ruins before, and now she finally had time to distribute them to everyone. Longyu alone had obtained 3 heavenly crystal-level creations, all of which were 3rd-grade heavenly crystals, worth 15 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds. The value of the creations received by others was almost the same. After all, it was originally supposed to be divided among 11 people, but now, there are only 5 of them left. After obtaining these creations, Longyu did not directly absorb the creative power. Instead, he continued to return to the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument to comprehend the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions. He has too many things to do, but too little time. Comprehension of the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Texts is currently the best way to improve his strength, so he must spend his time on this first. As for the absorption of the power of creation, at this stage, he has just entered the secret realm of domination, so it would be better to familiarize himself with the power he currently possesses. When Longyu entered the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument and understood the Enlightenment Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, Concubine Yu also came in together. For Concubine Yu, there are not many places where she can improve now, at least in the realm of martial arts. There has been some progress. Then, all that is left is to fully comprehend the apocalyptic 9 nether divine texts. Therefore, Long Yu and Concubine Yu sat together in the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument, absorbing the viscous revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, and could see each other as soon as they opened their eyes. After all, I still got the opportunity to enter the 9 nether hell monument and understand the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. It's a pity that I never imagined that this would be the case. Concubine Yu said with a smile to Long Yu, with a hint of emotion in her eyes. Isn't this a good situation? Except that it's difficult to go back and I don't know where exactly this place is now. Everything is pretty good. Long Yu nodded and said with the same smile. Let's see if we can find anything through the detection array on the materials we released. In a few days, those materials should be able to travel hundreds of billions of miles. Concubine Yu was quite looking forward to this. Not just her, Long Yu also wanted to know what was around this void galaxy. The entire galaxy in the void has a radius of 1 trillion miles. If there were other things around, based on the distance ratio, they would have to fly at least several trillion miles away before they could encounter them. Otherwise, this void galaxy might have been discovered by others long ago. There must be an extremely vast void space, and the void galaxy in it has been hidden until now. The materials used to construct the detection array are not fast. After all, they must give the surrounding creatures a sense of natural drifting. There cannot be any artificial signs to make those creatures suspicious. Every day, the detection materials can spread out to the periphery for a distance of about 40 to 50 billion miles. Even if 3 months have passed, they have only flown 40,000 to 50,000 miles. The distance to the void galaxy is not particularly far away. For everyone, they teleport through space almost every day, flying a distance of 300 to 400 billion miles, including Long Yu, who can also do this by relying on the Void Dragon Blade. But of course those detection materials cannot be so fast, because it is impossible for them to move forward through teleportation. In that case, other creatures or races will know that someone is manipulating these detection materials once they find out, which is not a good thing for everyone. Matter. The detection materials were afraid that there would be no news in a short period of time, so Long Yu practiced with peace of mind, absorbing and comprehending the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, and Concubine Yu did the same. Others have their own things to do. For example, Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng led 100,000 tribes of the White Feather Demon clan to leave Long Yu's small world and find a vast space in a secluded place in the Void Galaxy. In this space, 100,000 tribes of the White Feather Monster clan worked together and soon built a White Feather Fairy City. The entire White Feather Fairy City covers an extremely vast area and can accommodate at least tens of millions of living beings. This is the White Feather Demon clan preparing for the future. It seems that they are preparing to expand. Like thunder from the sky, like the breeze, the father and son each hold a miraculous fragment and can freely enter and leave this void galaxy, but they will definitely not leave here if there is no need. No one would make fun of their own lives, but Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng were trusted by Long Yu. Concubine Yu and Xiaobai had also been in contact with them and knew that the father and son were reliable, so they became friends. Produce miracle fragments. After settling down, everyone's goal is to develop. People from the White Feather Monster clan, such as Tianlei and Qingfeng, have not had a stable development environment for a long time. Since the chaos of the White Feather Monster clan, they have been precarious and fearful. Now they finally, once you have your own territory, it's still a territory that no one will disturb. The natural power of the White Feather Monster clan is also the power of the prime origin of the metal element, so for the White Feather Monster clan, the core of the temple is an excellent place for training. Shi Tianlei selected 5 junior geniuses from the clan, including Shi Qingfeng, and prepared to go to the core of the temple to undergo the test of the white light illusion space. If they pass, they can directly enter Taichu Golden Pool and get an excellent opportunity to experience. The results of the test came out quickly. Except for Shi Qingfeng, the other 4 geniuses were all defeated in front of their phantom clones and failed to successfully enter the Taichu Golden Pool. This result has surprised many people. It seems that if you want to enter Taichu Golden Pool, the conditions are still quite high. At least the challenge of the illusion clone is very difficult. However, although the 4 white-feathered demon clan geniuses failed, they also gained a lot of valuable experience, allowing them to realize another side of themselves. Sometimes, they forget their own abilities, but when they challenge their mirror image in the illusion, the other party uses these abilities skillfully, reminding them which methods are most effective in a specific situation. The development of the White Feather Monster clan is on the right track. On the other side, there were members of the Ghost Shadow Club led by Diao Fei and Xuanhuan Bai. There were more than 100 people in the Ghost Shadow Department who followed Concubine Yu all the way. Even outside the White Feather Star, they followed Concubine Yu to kill hundreds of the masters of the 4 major demon cultivating races, including the White Feather Demon Clan and the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. The strong man in the secret realm. There is no doubt that the more than 100 people in the Ghost Shadow Division are very powerful in combat. At least they are all in the martial arts realm of the mid-level masters. The rest are also high-level masters. Even Diao Fei and Xuanhuan Bai are far away from the realm of the great masters. Not far away. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, the Ghost Shadow Club may not be too strong. Even if they fight against Long Yu alone, they may not be Long Yu's opponents. Once upon a time, Diao Fei and Xuanhuan Bai were existences that Long Yu could only look up to in front of Long Yu, but now that Long Yu has stepped into the lower-level masters, it is not a big problem to challenge the 2 of them by leapfrogging. However, the power of these strong men of the Ghost Shadow Club is reflected in their powerful concealment ability. Even if compared with the balanced control of Long Yu, the method of Heart Shadow Nirvana is not inferior in concealment ability. In addition, the members of the Ghost Shadow Department have all practiced the 10,000 Ghosts Purgatory formation together, and even the Great Master will be completely trapped. This shows that in actual battles, the role that the Ghost Shadow Department can play is it is far beyond their martial arts realm. After arriving in this void galaxy and settling down, the more than 100 people in the Ghost Shadow Department also began to practice. In addition to the usual 36 people per shift to patrol the entire void galaxy, others also began to practice. Raise your realm. The most important thing is the core of the temple. As long as the people of the Ghost Shadow Club want to, they can go to the core of the temple to participate in the illusion test. Surprisingly, the proportion of members of the Ghost Shadow Club who pass this test is much higher than that of the White Feather Monster clan. Basically half as much. In other words, if 10 people take part in the illusion test, at least 5 of them will be able to pass and successfully enter the Taichu Golden Pool. For such a situation, everyone is also very clear about the reason. The people of the Ghost Shadow Department have experienced too many battles and are familiar with their various methods. They are not like the young geniuses of the White Feather Monster clan who have not experienced anything. Strong winds and waves. Although the 100,000 tribes of the White Feather Demon clan were driven out of the White Feather Star, the younger generation was not allowed to participate in any battles. They were just fleeing from the beginning to the end. Therefore, the so-called life and death combat experience is almost equivalent to none. The hundreds of people in the Ghost Shadow Department have a huge advantage compared to others, that is, they are members of the Joyo clan, and they all have the Joyo Dragon seal on their bodies. There is a 9 nether dragon seal on everyone's chest, allowing them to completely absorb the power of the elixirs they take and the things they create. This ability is consistent with Long Yu's before. According to Concubine Yu, only a few people in the Joyo clan know how to condense the 9 nether dragon seal. Originally, these people from the Ghost Shadow Department did not have the 9 Nether Dragon seal, but after these people followed her, then the 9 Nether Dragon seal was engraved on the chests of these people. This kind of ability is something that even godlike experts cannot achieve. Even some godlike experts themselves cannot fully absorb the power of pills. This can only be said to be one of the heaven-defying abilities inherited by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. It can be seen that the strength level of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor is definitely beyond that of the current stage of human and demon godlike experts. With the 9 Nether Dragon seal, everyone in the Ghost Shadow Club will be able to improve their martial arts realm at least twice as fast. In the recent past, many people have stepped into the realm of upper-level masters from mid-level masters, and their strength has improved significantly. The Bayou Demon Clan's 100,000 tribe has a large population base and will soon become the backbone of everyone's influence. However, among them, there are only more than 10 or 20 powerful people who dominate the secret realm. For the time being, the overall combat strength is still not comparable to the hundreds of people in the Ghost Shadow Department. Moreover, as time goes by, the Ghost Shadow Department may improve much faster than the White Feather Monster Clan. In any case, these two forces, the White Feather Demon Clan and the Ghost Shadow Tribe, are important components of the Void Galaxy in the future. As for the small worlds of Xiaobai, Xuelua, Yufei, and others, there are no powerful forces worth calling out. In the small world of everyone, basically the strongest people are only at the level of 3 or 4-star emperors. Compared with before, it's a situation in Jiuyou realm. Anyone who has the potential to be promoted to the secret realm of domination will be sent out in advance. This will be much beneficial to the other person's cultivation and can also be regarded as giving the other person a better future. Of course, this is not absolute. In the small worlds of Concubine and Xiaobai, there are some strong men who dominate the secret realm. They still refuse to come out and choose to die of old age in the small world. This is their own choice, and those who make this choice, if they are asked to come out of the Void Galaxy now, it is impossible for them to be willing to come out. I would like to bring my Emperor's Legion over, but in that case, it will be difficult to explain to the Demon Clan's Battlefield Legion. Alas! We can only take one step at a time. Xuelua felt a little regretful. There was no pressure on Xiaobai. He had always been a loner and had extraordinary survivability. He had been in and out of foreign battlefields 7 times and successfully survived. He didn't have any worries behind him. He was completely an independent person. He met Xuelua when he was traveling around, so he was invited here this time. He didn't expect to end up in such a void galaxy. Xiaobai and Xuelua each have 2 miracle fragments. In fact, one for each of them is enough, but for the time being, they don't have anyone to entrust them to, so they will take it themselves for the time being. As for Xiaobai's small world, there are no powerful beings. For Xiaobai, his small world is entirely used to enhance his own strength. He is reluctant to transfer all the creatures in the small world to the Void Galaxy. Come in. Therefore, within the entire Void Galaxy, at this stage, there are only people plus the White Feather Demon Clan and the Ghost Shadow Tribe, and it is still relatively simple and quiet. In particular, the scope of this place is extremely broad. Since it is called the Void Galaxy, it is really as wide as a galaxy. Compared with the scope of the Blood Demon Galaxy and the Iron Wall Galaxy, it is not much smaller. The most leisurely and stress-free among the people is Xiaobai. This white-haired young man from the human race is constantly wandering in the Void Galaxy, absorbing the creations of the Sky Crystal level. It is very comfortable, and the martial arts realm is also moving towards the 7th stage. The realm of the Great Master is rapidly approaching, and I am afraid that I will soon be able to break through and enter the same realm as Concubine. Everyone is practicing, whether it is improving their martial arts realm or comprehending martial arts, magical powers, and divine inscriptions. they are all working hard to enhance their own strength. Long Yu's understanding of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts is getting deeper and deeper, but his comprehension speed is getting slower and slower. This is also a normal phenomenon. After all, if he wants to fully understand the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts, it's definitely not simple. The further you get to the later stages, the slower you want to understand. When Long Yu first started, he could comprehend 10% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts in 1 month, but now, it might take him 2 months to comprehend 10% more of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts. This is because Long Yu directly skipped the power of the beginning of the metal system. For example, Concubine Yu, who was right next to him and comprehending with him, understood much faster than him, because Concubine Yu had comprehended a lot of the power of the Taichu of the metal element in the previous month, which led to her comprehending the revelation. The speed of Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions has also been improved. Therefore, although Long Yu had comprehended some more Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts than Concubine Yu before, in 3 months, the level of Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts comprehended by both parties would probably become about the same, and Long Yu would be Concubine Yu catches up. In this situation, Long Yu was certainly a little confused, but he also knew that he couldn't be anxious. Anyway, there is still a lot of time to practice, so there is no need to rush. Compared with Concubine Yu, the biggest gap between him and Concubine Yu is not in the speed of comprehending the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts, but in the realm of martial arts. In terms of cultivation, the gap between the two sides can be said to be worlds apart. If they really wanted to fight, Concubine Yu could crush Long Yu with one finger. After all, the opponent's basic strength is many times stronger than Long Yu. I think it would be much easier to teach Long Yu a lesson than a father beating his son. This is why Long Yu now has a lot of special methods and super auxiliary abilities, so he can always stay with strong people who are beyond his level of martial arts. When his martial arts realm improves, he will be able to truly demonstrate his combat effectiveness in such a team. 2 months later, Long Yu finally understood 30% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts, and the progress was still faster than that of Concubine Yu. At this time, the detection materials they sent out finally began to return some useful information. In the first direction, the detection material encountered a foreign patrol team. It did not attract much attention from the other party, but it was directly destroyed by the other party. Those detection arrays that detect materials directly transmit the pictures to Concubine Yu, so when things happened one after another, Concubine Yu called everyone together and explained the situation. I haven't seen that alien patrol team before, and it's just a little picture of the ultra-long-distance detection array. I can't show the picture, I can only describe it a little. As Concubine Yu spoke, she looked at Xiao Bai. The form of the alien race is not solid. Each individual is a pool of gray liquid. There are many bubbles in the liquid. These bubbles should control the survival and cultivation of these alien individuals and other aspects. Aspects of perception. Xiao Bai, have you ever seen this kind of alien race? How big are you? Xiao Bai was originally carefree, but now when he heard what Concubine Yu said, he immediately calmed down and asked a question with a dark expression on his face. When they saw Xiao Bai's face, everyone subconsciously thought, is it possible that this alien race is an extremely difficult race? It's about the size of our fist. It looks inconspicuous, but its individual strength is definitely not weak. Concubine Yu described it in a deep voice. Although they are small in size, my detection material was completely destroyed in one move. Those who want to do this must at least be among the human race and the demon race. You have to reach the level of mastery of the secret realm. In other words, any individual in the alien patrol team dominates the secret realm? Xiao Bai's face changed again. According to what you said, the gray liquid alien race the size of a fist is probably the Xinshui tribe. I have seen it in the jade slips that record alien information, but there is not much description. The record says, the territory of the Xuanhuan tribe is hundreds of miles away from the human race and the monster tribe, and is also separated by 2 outer god tribe territories. Doesn't this mean it's bad? When everyone heard this, their faces suddenly darkened. If the Void Galaxy is really near the territory of the Xuanhuan tribe, it is a very dangerous position and is definitely an extremely bad situation for everyone. This means that the Void Galaxy is at least 100 domains away from the human or demon territory. This is definitely an insurmountable distance. The entire territory of the human race is roughly the size of 10 areas in a radius, and the territory of the demon race is similar. If one was of Concubine Yu's level and wanted to use her own power to teleport through space, it would take at least a year to pass through a region. You must know that a region is a long distance of 1 billion miles. Previously, Long Yu and Hong Ying traveled from the Iron Wall Galaxy to the Third Outer Domain Galaxy. The total distance was less than 2 domains in total. It was only half of the Monster Clan territory. They still relied on the time and space-marked teleportation array to be able to travel in a short time. It will arrive within a certain time, otherwise it will take at least a few years. In fact, each galaxy is not particularly vast, but the endless void between each galaxy is extremely far away. Without the time and space-marked teleportation array, the time it takes to fly across is at least calculated in months. For example, Concubine Yu spent several months flying all the way from the human race territory to the Qiming Galaxy and Baiyu Star of the demon race. It was definitely not something that could be easily achieved. No one expected that this void galaxy would be so far away from the borders of the human race and the demon race. 100 domains, that is to say, this place is completely far away from the territory of human race and demon race, and goes deep into the deep space world surrounded by alien races. After listening to Xiaobai's words, everyone who got the news looked unhappy. But what made them even more unhappy was what happened later. Concubine Yu glanced at everyone and said calmly, "How can a Xuanhuan tribe scare you like this? What I need to tell you is that in addition to the Xuanhuan tribe, the detection materials I released have received pictures of at least 3 alien races. Now let me introduce the other 2 alien races. The first one should be the Xuanhuan tribe that Xiaobai mentioned. They are fist-sized gray liquid aliens with many blisters in their bodies, which are the basis for their cultivation and survival. The second alien race is very huge, like a mountain peak, 100 feet high. Each individual is made of silver stone. I don't know what kind of stone it is. It looks heavy on the surface, but it is actually very flexible. I found at the same time, my detection materials flew hundreds of miles away, directly destroying the detection materials. As Concubine Yu said these words, the expressions of everyone present changed again. Another alien race that I have never seen before. Xiaobai stretched out at the side, curled his lips, and said, "This is the Silverstone clan." According to the classics, the Silverstone clan's physical defense is very powerful, and the strength of each individual is far superior to that of the human race, monster race, and martial arts of the same realm. Xiao, compared with the Yuan clan, who have a metallic physique, they can easily overwhelm the Yuan clan. Okay, Silverstone tribe, Xuanhuan tribe, and other ghost alien tribes? Let's name them all. Shueluo's face darkened, and he asked Concubine Yu directly. There is also one that everyone is familiar with, the Soul Clan. Concubine Yu said softly, "Of course, the Soul Clan is very difficult to deal with, at least for us. But compared to the Silverstone clan and the Xuanhuan clan, the Soul Clan's territory is adjacent to the Monster Clan's territory, and there is a gap in between. It's just a foreign race battlefield." In this way, the Soul race is indeed the most familiar race among the several alien races around us. Damn it, it's actually the Soul Clan. Shuelua's face turned even darker. He had led the Emperor's Legion to fight on the foreign battlefield for a long time, and of course he knew how difficult the soul race was to deal with. Long Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that this void galaxy was actually near the territory of the Soul Clan. Are there any other alien races? Hong Ying asked from the side. No, just these three. It can be seen that the area we are in is probably at the junction of the territories of these three races. But the strange thing is that these three races should not be at war with each other. There are no aliens in this situation. The battlefield is so fierce over there. Concubine Yu shook her head and said. Maybe it's just a temporary truce. After all, the situation in this deep space world is too complicated. Each race's territory is surrounded by other races. It must be very difficult to fight on multiple fronts. When both sides are in a tight war situation, a temporary truce is necessary. Years are also normal. Xiao Bai said in a deep voice, the alien races you discovered, Concubine Yu, should be sent by these three races to patrol this area. Generally speaking, they will not find us. In the case of a truce, they will be more, it's best to restrain yourself. I just don't know how long these alien races have been at peace with each other. The longer the truce is, the better it is for us, because it means that their patrols have become a daily time-killing thing, and we don't have to be so nervous about alien attacks. Shui Luo nodded and said. At least the situation seems stable now, but if we develop in the future, do we really want to stay in such a dangerous place? Shi Tianlei was a little tangled. The leader of the White Feather Demon clan now leads a team of 100,000 White Feather Demon clan members, so he has an extremely heavy sense of responsibility and must consider his clan members in everything he does. Even if we want to go back, can you give up the Taichu golden pool in the core of the temple? Concubine Yu glanced at Shi Tianlei with a half-smile. Not bad, Dad. Shi Qingfeng patted his father on the shoulder. I think this place is good. Taichu golden pool has made me understand the power of Taichu in the metal system a lot. If I continue like this, I will be able to fully understand it in a year at most. For me, the clan has been greatly improved. In a short period of time, those alien races will definitely not notice us. Moreover, we have discussed safety issues in advance. There is a defensive barrier composed of miracle fragments, and the body of the Nine Nether Dragon controlled by Jitao is here. Even if we encounter any danger then, we will definitely be able to escape in time. Long Yu nodded and said. He has never been a person who is afraid of anything, but now that he encounters something like this, it actually arouses Long Yu's competitive spirit. So what if he is surrounded by foreigners? He, like Long Yu, can survive. Moreover, now that Long Yu has experienced the ancient alien ruins of the Multi-Wing clan, he clearly knows that in the big world, the human race and the demon race are basically isolated in a corner, with poor resources and weak strength. Although he himself is a human race, he still has to admit this fact. Even the best genius training organization, the God of Class, rarely produces even one God of Class every 100 years. Compared with the more than 100 God of Class coffins they saw in the temple of the Many-Wing clan, the gap is far behind. It's just too big. Therefore, Long Yu yearns for the deeper world to explore and discover. Now, this void galaxy is an opportunity for him. Hong Ying, Yu Fei, and Xiao Bai also have the same idea as him. In other words, most people will have this idea after experiencing the ancient alien ruins. It's just that Shi Tianlei is older and has stayed in the realm of humans and demons for too long. He has never thought of leaving the realms of humans and demons, so he can't accept this fact now. Our biggest inconvenience now is that we still can't easily travel between the Void Galaxy and the Monster Clan territory. We can only rely on the body of the Nine Nether Dragon. But even we are not 100% sure that this method is feasible. Concubine Yu glanced at Shi Tianlei. Even if it is possible, it is not often possible to open the time and space tunnel to go back, so after a while, Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Xuanhuan will go back. If you want to go back, just follow along, but the miraculous fragments must be given to us for safekeeping first. I see. Shi Tianlei nodded solemnly. He was still a little frightened by the environment surrounded by foreigners. The most important thing was that there were still tribesmen here. Although Shi Tianlei has experienced the hardships of being marginalized and oppressed by the core of the White Feather Monster clan, and even being expelled from the White Feather Monster clan, he is still a monster clan after all. He has never dealt with too many aliens, and has never killed any aliens. Therefore, his impression of aliens has always been based on the rumored horror. Even though he followed Long Yu and experienced a lot, he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. He had only heard about it, which of course did not leave a deep impression on him. In this void galaxy, all we can do is hide and develop ourselves. No matter which alien race attracts the attention, I'm afraid this void galaxy will not be preserved. Long Yu said, even if we evacuate through the time and space tunnel, it is very likely that the human race and the demon clan will be implicated. Now it seems that the Soul Clan's territory is probably more than 100 areas in a radius, which is wider than the human race and the demon clan's territory. 10 times. I don't think anything good will happen if we introduce the Soul Clan into the territory of the demon clan. Yes, we just have to be careful, but in the legend of the Void Galaxy, it is a void space related to gods, and there are fragments of miracles. Concubine Yu smiled and comforted, you don't need to be too nervous. As long as we don't leave this void galaxy, it will be difficult for the outside world to discover the existence of this void galaxy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a long time without aliens discovering and occupying this place. This was a good thing to say, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. To put it simply, let's treat this place as our secret back garden. It has cultivation resources like the Taichu Golden Pool, but the back garden is relatively far away and it is difficult to return to the demon clan territory. That's fine. Xiao Bai said easily, even though he knew that there were foreign races around him, he still didn't have much psychological burden, which showed that his mentality was still quite good. I didn't expect to arrive in the deep space world like this. I'm not ready yet, Xuanhuan scratched his head, and there was still some excitement in his eyes. The deep space world is a term used in the territory of the demon race and the human race, but few people say this word because it is too far away from everyone. The deep space world is a large world space that is extremely far away from the territory of the human race and the demon race. The members of the demon race and the human race also roughly know that it must be surrounded by alien races, but they do not know the details. There are still people who have visited the places around 100 domains, such as the Shinshui tribe, the Silverstone tribe, etc., and left corresponding records. But in more distant places, even the jade slips and classics recorded there no longer exist. The records about foreign races that Xiao Bai has seen include hundreds of different races, but those are all the foreign races around the borders of the human race and the demon race, and this is only within the scope of 100 domains. Who knows how vast the deep space world is? No one knows. The Alliance of Sufferers, this organization seems to be the only connection between the two races of humans and demons and the deep space world. However, for a long time recently, no members of the Alliance of Sufferers have been seen coming to the territories of humans and demons. While Long Yu was thinking, he contacted the suffering alchemist who was imprisoned until death in the small world of Jiuyo Dragon Emperor. If his strength could reach the level of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, he would be able to travel around in the deep space world surrounded by alien races, right? There must have never been such a figure among the human race and the demon race. But Long Yu is looking forward to this very much. Now that he has come to this world, what if he doesn't try to reach the top? After listening to what Concubine Yu said, everyone felt a little confused, but deep down in their hearts, they were also faintly excited. The deep space world. Even the powerful gods of the human race and the demon race are not so easy to come, let alone other people. In other words, among the human race and the demon race, they are definitely very few who can get there. Stabilized in the deep space world. In any case, the Void Galaxy was still a relatively safe place, so they didn't panic too much. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to prepare to wake Jitao. Because 3 months is almost here, Long Yu and Hong Ying will return to the Demon Clan territory to join the seminary to participate in some experience. Then, Xueluo also had to go back and make arrangements for all the Emperor's Legion men on Xueluo Star. They should either disband and let them go back to the Blood Demon Galaxy, or follow him to the Void Galaxy. As for concubine Yu, she won't leave here. After all, she is the strongest among everyone, and she needs to stay and take charge of the Void Galaxy. Then, concubine Yu gave all the resources she had obtained from the ancient alien ruins, such as Taichu golden crystal and other weapon refining materials, as well as alien godlike corpses, etc., to Long Yu, and asked Long Yu and Hong Ying to go back and exchange them for cultivate resources, and then bring them to Void Galaxy when the time comes. Of course Long Yu has no objection to this, but it may take a long time to wait for them to come back. After all, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to complete the seminary-like experience. Xiaobai also plans to go back, because he does not have enough cultivation resources here. After returning, he plans to bring a large amount of cultivation resources and come to the Void Galaxy to practice quietly. At least he must first upgrade to the 7th level. Only the Master's cultivation level is enough. In this way, there are 4 people who want to go back: Long Yu, Hong Ying, Xueluo, and Xiaobai. In order to send them back, what everyone has to do now is to awaken the remnant soul of the girl Jitao. After awakening, it is likely that the god-like stone statue of the multi-winged clan will be unsealed and go on a rampage, but there is no way around it. Try it. Everyone can't stay in the Void Galaxy forever, and no matter what, they can't cut off their ties with the demons and humans. Although they have come to the deep space world to develop, they don't want the Void Galaxy to become an isolated island. The responsibility for awakening Jitao lies with Long Yu, because Jitao controls the body of Joyo Dragon Emperor and can directly communicate with Long Yu through spiritual thoughts, which is the most convenient way of communication. The others all left the ancient alien ruins in the Void Galaxy. Only Long Yu returned to the ancient alien ruins and hid in the core of the temple. After all, there were more than 10 layers of Joyo divine defense barriers outside the core of the temple. Even if the multi-winged godlike stone statue was unsealed and went crazy, there can also be security. There are still many people from the Ghost Shadow Department practicing in the core of the temple. I hope it won't disturb them. Long Yu thought to himself, then closed his eyes to rest, and began to send spiritual thoughts through the 9 nether ball towards the 9 nether dragon's body at the core entrance of the temple. When the 9 nether prison monument swallowed up the entire 9 nether realm and condensed it into the 9 nether ball, Long Yu no longer had the 9 nether mark. Instead, the 9 nether ball was still somewhat connected to the 9 nether dragon body. Jitao, wake up, I have something I can only ask of you. Please wake up. The spiritual thoughts over and over again were sent towards the body of the 9 nether dragon. At first, Long Yu did not receive any response, but as he sent out the spiritual thoughts over and over again, he seemed to receive a little bit of response. This is. Jitao's remnant soul seemed to be in a somewhat chaotic state. It sounded confused, as if he didn't quite understand his current situation. Long Yu sent out spiritual explanations over and over again. Hearing that Jitao's remnant soul became more and more awake, he slowly relaxed in his heart. He was really afraid that there would be no way to wake up Jitao, otherwise their plan to return to the demon territory would be ruined. Fortunately, Jitao was successfully awakened. Then, Long Yu told Jitao the situation he and others were facing now, which surprised Jitao. What? We actually arrived in the deep space world? Even though Jitao only has a remnant soul left, he lived in the realm of the demon clan thousands of years ago and is a member of the Thunder Fire Demon clan, so he still has infinite fear of the deep space world. But seeing that Long Yu and others were determined to camp here safely, she couldn't say anything more. She could only tell Long Yu about her current state. It turns out that Jitao has now completely suppressed the godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan by relying on the body of the 9 nether dragon. Temporarily leaving it for a while will not cause the godlike stone statue to be unsealed. However, this kind of suppression requires her to continue to maintain it. Simply put, the body of the dragon of 9 nethers can leave here almost once every 3 months, but it must return within 3 days. Suppress the multi-winged stone statue, otherwise the stone statue will be unsealed and wreak havoc in the ancient alien ruins again. It's nice to have 3 days free every 3 months. It makes me feel at ease. After hearing these words, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but it's still hard work for you. Is it really impossible to completely destroy this stone statue? I can't do it, at least I can't do it. Even if I control the body of the 9 nether dragon, I still feel a little bit behind. Jidao said a little frustrated. Well, you are free when suppressing the multi-winged stone statue anyway. Why don't you understand this ancient god's forbidden technique, the 4-phase killing prison? This is something that the 9 nether dragon emperor failed to understand before. You can try it. If it happens, it will definitely be able to destroy this multi-winged stone statue. Long Yu's heart moved and he handed the ancient god's forbidden technique to the other party. Now for Long Yu, Jitao is definitely one of the people he can trust, because the other party is willing to stay and suppress the multi-winged stone statue for them, so they have lost their freedom. How could Long Yu not trust someone who could do this? Jitao heard the words and received the ancient god's forbidden technique, the 4-phase killing hell training method, and was a little surprised. For her, she never thought that someone would take her to heart and use such a powerful move. Let her practice and understand. You know, she had never heard of the name of the ancient god's forbidden technique thousands of years ago, but now with just a glance, she knew that the level of the 4 phases of killing prison was definitely much higher than some of the top-notch martial arts of the endless level. This made her feel a little nervous. The days of suppressing the multi-winged stone statues here were really boring. It only took 3 months to get 3 days of freedom. Moreover, even if she was freed, she would still have to spend time opening a time and space tunnel for everyone. She didn't know how much time it would take yet, but it would take at least a day or 2. Originally, such a day must be boring to death, but now that she has the 4-phase killing prison, she has enough things to do. This alone will take her a long, long time to understand. You must know that this is the forbidden art of the ancient gods that even the 9 nether dragon emperor has not been able to understand. Jitao's cultivation and understanding is definitely not something that happens overnight, or even a year or 2. In that case, now I can leave here and open the space-time tunnel for you. Where do you need to be positioned? Jitao asked Long Yu's spiritual thoughts. We have the time and space mark of the blood falling star. We can just go back to the blood falling star. Long Yu passed on his spiritual thoughts. Good. Jitao agreed and then prepared to leave this ancient alien ruins. With the 9 nether dragon body, peak godlike cultivation and physical strength, he is definitely one of the strongest beings in this world. At least he can be tyrannical among the outer gods, but no one can do anything to him. Now, under the control of Jitao, the body of the 9 nether dragon came out of the ancient alien ruins and soared in the void galaxy. Everyone looked on and were quite pleased with this. Fortunately, I can rest for 3 days every 3 months, otherwise I don't know what kind of trouble the multi-winged god stone statue would cause in the ancient alien ruins. Shuelua said happily. You should be thankful that you still have a chance to go back, and you can come back in the future. Xiaobai interjected at the side and said that it was quite good. Being able to return to the territory of the demon clan would be the best news for them. According to Jitao, if a time and space tunnel can be opened every 3 months, then this will be the best news for them. This is the time interval between them being able to travel back and forth between the demon clan territory and the void galaxy. This interval is not too long, so it is an acceptable time for everyone, and they are grateful to Jitao for this. Everyone knows that Jitao needs to suppress the multi-winged clan stone statues for 3 consecutive months, and during the 3 days of rest, he has to build a time and space tunnel for them. Others would probably feel resentful. Fortunately, Jitao had been wandering in the tomb of the Thunder Fire Demon Saint for thousands of years, and had long since developed an extremely strong character. Her patience was beyond imagination. For her, it was good to have someone to chat with her now. It was much more interesting than the 1,000 years of wandering in the tomb of the demon saint. Immediately afterwards, with everyone watching, Jitao controlled the body of the 9 nether dragon and began to open up a time and space tunnel for everyone. The space-time tunnel can last for 3 days. Xiaobai, we should be able to finish it in 3 days, right? After 3 days, just continue to come back from the space-time tunnel. I will either be alone, or I will bring those from the Bloodfall Legion with me. Come with your men. Xuelua asked Xiaobai. 3 days, it should be enough to go to the Battlefield Legion to collect and exchange training resources, but we also need to pay attention to the fact that the time and space tunnel cannot be discovered by others. Xiaobai narrowed his eyes and said shrewdly, when the space-time tunnel appears in the third outer galaxy, the breath will definitely be able to spread to the distance. If others know about it, the existence of our void galaxy will be exposed. No one dares to ignore Xiaobai's concerns. If the aura of the space-time tunnel cannot be concealed, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. However, in this regard, Jitao conveyed a spiritual thought to Long Yu. Don't worry, with the power of the 9 nether dragon's physical body, you can completely open up the time and space tunnel without anyone noticing, and hide it for 3 days. Time does not give off any breath, so you can just go back and do your business. When Long Yu heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. He told everyone about it, and everyone sighed with emotion. The body of the 9 nether dragon is really powerful. The aura of the time and space tunnel is extremely strong, and even ordinary godlike experts cannot do it if they want to cover it up. Unexpectedly, when the Ice God clan wanted to sneak attack on the territory of the Demon clan before, in order to cover up the aura of the time and space tunnel, they had to send the vanguard first. The troops came over and set up an absolute ice formation at great sacrifice. Under the cover of the absolute ice formation, the Demon clan did not discover the space-time tunnel, otherwise it would be impossible to give the Ice God clan such a good sneak attack opportunity. Therefore, the power of the 9 nether dragon's physical body can directly block the breath of the space-time tunnel. This is extremely surprising to everyone, but it is also extremely convenient. The body of the 9 nether dragon, under the control of the remnant soul of Jitao, left the ancient alien ruins of the multi-wing clan and came to the void galaxy. Then he relied on the time and space mark of the Xuelua star, given by Xuelua, to begin to locate the area in the demon clan's territory. In the big world, if he wanted to construct a time and space tunnel, the farther the distance, the thicker the time and space barrier needed to be broken. Now this void galaxy is at least 100 realms away from the Bloodfall star of the third outer realm galaxy. If it were an ordinary godlike powerhouse, it would probably take more than 10 days or even half a month to break through such a thick space-time barrier and create space-time. Come to the corridor. But if you leave it to the 9 nether dragon, you don't need to spend so much time at all. It only takes 1 day, which is completely enough. Under everyone's concerned gaze, the body of the 9 nether dragon continuously condenses the power of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, and then uses this power to continuously bombard the space-time barrier that no one can see. Only by reaching a godlike existence can one be able to see the space-time barrier, so at this stage, even if concubine Yu is watching from the side, she cannot tell anything. However, during this day, everyone observed the body of the Dragon of Nine Netherworlds and felt Jitao's current power, and they had a deeper understanding of the power of the Dragon of Nine Netherworlds. Such a powerful Nine Nether Dragon, even the 10 concubines put together cannot be its opponent, and this is just relying on the physical strength of the Nine Nether Dragon. If it were the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor in its heyday, his strength would be even more tyrannical, even so tyrannical that no one could even imagine it. One day passed, and the space-time tunnel was finally opened up. The extremely thick space-time barrier was easily broken open by Jitao controlling the body of the Nine Nether Dragon, and then a space-time tunnel was created, directly connected to the nearby Bloodfall star. In the distant void. It's done. This space-time tunnel will remain open for 3 days. After 3 days, I will go back to suppress the godlike stone statues of the Multi-Wing clan. Therefore, those who want to leave and come back must come back within 3 days. Jitao said to Long Yu, then, every 3 months, I can open up a space-time tunnel at the same place for 3 days. At that time, if you want to travel back and forth between the Void Galaxy and the Monster Clan territory, you can take control of it yourself. Time. No problem, thank you very much. Long Yu was sincerely grateful to Jitao. After all, this kind of thing was not what the other party had to do. It seemed that Jitao could indeed be trusted. Why are you so polite? I have to thank you for taking me out of that tomb, otherwise I would have been exiled there forever. Jitao said happily, now that I control the body of the Nine Nether Dragon, it is not a bad thing for me. And if I have the ability in the future, I may be able to completely destroy the stone statue of the Multi-Winged clan, and I will have no worries. I can also try to travel around the big world. Of course, Long Yu would not stand in the way of Jitao's dream. To be honest, after 1,000 years of loneliness, Jitao now has almost no pursuits. The only pursuit is probably to go to the deep space world and go further. Let's take a look at what kind of world exists outside the borders of the human race and the demon race. Of course, all this is just a dream for her now, a dream that she dares not even think about. In addition to the multi-winged godlike stone statue that is restraining her, it is also because her body is now Joyo. Dragon. The Nine Nether Dragon is physically strong, but it is not invincible. Now it takes almost all of her energy to suppress a multi-winged godlike stone statue. It can be seen that there are definitely peak godlike powers like the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor among the alien races. Or, it's just that they don't know it yet and haven't seen it. Moreover, the most important thing is that the identity of the Nine Nether Dragon is indeed a bit sensitive. As a powerful existence that was killed by the gods a long time ago, the enemies of the Nine Nether Dragon must exist everywhere, such as the Outer God Clan and the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. Having snatched away all the sacred objects of the Outer God Clan, if the news of the Nine Nether Dragon appeared now, the entire Outer God Clan would definitely be excited, and they would use all their strength to catch the Nine Nether Dragon. Therefore, for the time being, Jitao can only think about it. When the time and space tunnel appeared, it was time for everyone to leave. A total of 4 people left, Xiaobai, Shuelua, Hongying and Long Yu. The others did not have much to worry about in the Monster Clan territory. Shi Qingfeng and Si Tianlei, the White Feather Monster Clan, have no regard for the Monster Clan territory. Even if they go back, where can they go? The White Feather Star of Qiming Galaxy, where the White Feather Monster Clan is located, has long abandoned their tribe of 100,000 people. Even if they are allowed to go back, it is impossible for them to go back. Now they can be said to be completely separated from the original White Feather Monster Clan. By the way, when I go back this time, I will inform the Holy Emperor and others about what is going on here. If they want to come over, they can come together and we can develop and build together. Long Yu said to Concubine Yu and others. Everyone knows that what Long Yu is talking about is the group of people who came out of the world of Shenwu, including the Holy Emperor, Feng Yin Zi Chen, etc., who are now undergoing battlefield legion training on the Bloodfall Star, and their strength should increase at the same rate. Quite fast. Everyone has no opinion on this. If you want to build the Void Galaxy, of course, the more people, the better. Of course, the people referred to here are of course, the higher the talent in cultivation, the better. Like the ordinary creatures in the small world of people, firstly they cannot be trusted, and secondly, their talents are not enough, so there is no need to pull them out to participate in the construction of the Void Galaxy. After saying this, Long Yu and the others flew towards the spacetime tunnel. In the sight of Concubine Yu and others, the four of them quickly entered the time and space tunnel and disappeared from the Void Galaxy. The body of the Nine Nether Dragon was entrenched at the entrance of the time and space tunnel. It was indeed covering up all the atmosphere of the spacetime corridor. If they hadn't known about it, they wouldn't have noticed that there was a spacetime tunnel here, and even Concubine Yu couldn't feel it. This is the level of strength of a peak godlike person. Even a being like Concubine Yu can only fall behind. In the corridor of time and space. This is the second time Long Yu has entered the time and space tunnel. The previous time, he was asked to smelt the Void Nether Dragon blade into the absolute beginning divine grade, and made great contributions to the demon clan. This time, he left the deep space world and returned to the territory of the demon clan to join the seminary for training. Different circumstances made Long Yu's state of mind completely different when he also entered the time and space tunnel. There should be no fierce battles in this spacetime corridor, and there will be no Taichu furnace. It's a pity for Long Yu. If there is still the Taichu furnace, it would be a good opportunity for improvement. Unfortunately, the emergence of the Taichu furnace requires the energy gathering generated by the self-destruction of at least tens of thousands of emperors and masters to be born. This level of power it is impossible for a powerful godlike person to create one on his own initiative. Therefore, the appearance of the Taichu furnace is indeed extremely rare. Among the entire demon clan, there is only one godlike strongman who has encountered the Taichu furnace so far. Not counting those strong men hiding in the dark, Long Yu is the second one who has encountered the Taichu furnace. Those who have arrived at the Forge of the Beginning. After I go back, I will first summon the Emperor's army on Bloodfall Star to see how they will choose, whether to return to Bloodfall Star or follow me to fight. Of course, I will not tell them where I am going for the time being. I won't consider taking them with me until they decide. Xuelua said. I will go directly to the Battlefield Legion to exchange for some training resources. Long Yu, Hongying, you two come with me. You have a lot of alien godlike bones on your body, which are too valuable. If you go by yourself, what if something unexpected happens? All right. Xiaobai smiled and said, of course, with so many high-value things, if you want to exchange for enough training resources, you can only go to the Battlefield Legion headquarters of the Third Outer Galaxy. It takes a long time to go back and forth, and you have to rely on your first-class Medal of Honor can save time to the greatest extent. Good. Long Yu nodded, thinking that this first-class Medal of Honor would finally come in handy. The four people walked through the time and space corridor, and soon arrived at the other end of the time and space corridor. Their tense mood for a long time became a little relaxed at this moment, but they still did not dare to be careless. In this world, any accident is likely to happen, not to mention the existence of such a high-end spacetime tunnel. It is not impossible to encounter an accident when leaving the exit. In a nervous mood, the four of them stepped out of the time and space tunnel. In the Demon Clan territory, we are finally back alive. After stepping out of the space-time tunnel, he took a quick look and Xueluo immediately recognized the surrounding environment. It was indeed the void near Xueluo Star, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the territory of the Demon Clan, all four of them breathed a sigh of relief. After taking a look behind him, the entire exit of the space-time tunnel turned out to be like a dark void. It was not as colorful as what Long Yu had seen before. It seemed that the physical power of the Nine-Nether Dragon, controlled by Ji Tao, was indeed powerful enough to hide time and space. The degree of the corridor's breadth. This made them completely relieved, and they were each ready to do their own thing. I'll go gather my brothers first, you can do whatever you want. Xuanhuan chuckled, then moved his figure and disappeared in front of the three people. He actually activated the Space Divine script and teleported away. I do understand that he is so anxious. After all, he hasn't come back for 3 months. I don't know what has become of his Emperor's Legion. If he doesn't come back, I'm afraid the battlefield army will disband his Emperor's Legion. Xiao Bai said with a smile. Well, let him go. We also need to go back to Bloodfall Star first to see if all my friends are there and leave them a message. Long Yu and Hong Ying looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then said to Xiao Bai. Then I'll go with you. Xiao Bai stretched out and said with a faint smile, I need to wait for your first-class Medal of Honor. I can directly activate the time and space-marked teleportation array, so that I can rush to the Battlefield Legion headquarters of the Third Outer Galaxy as soon as possible. If there is no first-class Medal of Honor, even a Legion commander like Xuanhuan will have to wait for the time and space mark to be opened. Although the waiting time will be shortened a lot, you still need to wait after all. In that case, it would take at least 1 day to go to the Battlefield Legion headquarters in the Third Outer Galaxy, and a round trip would take 2 days. When the time comes to return here, the space-time corridor may have disappeared long ago, and I can only wait 3 months before going back. Xiao Bai didn't want to wait that long. So he planned to stay by Long Yu's side, so that if he had a first-class Medal of Honor, he would not need to wait to directly trigger the time and space-marked transmission, and could reach the Legion headquarters of the Third Outer Galaxy in 3 hours at most. Naturally, Long Yu doesn't care. With Xiao Bai by his side, he can be treated as a free bodyguard. If anything happens, Xiao Bai will never sit idly by. You must know that this guy is a strong master of the 6th level. The master's peak cultivation level as a 7th stage master is not far away, and safety issues can definitely be guaranteed with Xiao Bai by his side. After Xuanhuan left, the remaining 3 people set off separately, riding in the Void Dragon Blade. Xiao Xiu led them towards the Xuanhuan star not far away and teleported there quickly. The speed of traveling through the void is very fast, thousands of miles in an instant, and the falling blood star within the field of vision will arrive in an instant. Soon, the 3 of them stopped in Tianya City on the Bloody Star, and came directly to the place where everyone in Shenwu World lived. Here was a continuous courtyard. The environment was usually quite quiet, but today it seemed a little noisy. Don't know what's going on. The 3 of them, Long Yu, did not immediately appear from the Void Dragon Blade. Instead, they sat in it, allowing Xiao Su to turn into a stream of blue light, and quietly descended on the connected courtyards to observe the situation. However, when he saw it, there was a group of people making trouble here. This made Long Yu frown slightly and thought to himself that it had only been 3 months and Xuanhuan hadn't come back for 3 months. Could it be that Xuanhuan star had already started? Chaos? Yo, it's rare for someone to cause trouble in the outer galaxy. This situation is rare. Brother Long, are these your friends? They seem to have pretty good talents. Xiao Bai squinted his eyes, observed the situation in the courtyard, and then said. At this moment, Long Yu glanced around and saw everyone in the courtyard with angry faces, arguing with the group of people who had come to cause trouble. Not everyone is here, but many familiar people are here. Feng Yusen, Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei are the 3 heroes of the Feng family. There are only 3 people in the entire Feng family who have come to the outer galaxy for training. Everyone else is still in the Shenwu world and Longyu's small world. In addition to these 3 people, there were also Sunset Wu, Yan Huanma and others, a total of more than 10 people. However, facing the more than 30 people who came to cause trouble, they were somewhat powerless. The most important thing is that even Sunset Wu, who has the highest level of cultivation among the people, is only at the level of a 6-star emperor at this moment, but among the people who come to cause trouble, there are 3 strong men who dominate the secret realm. Even though there are only 2 low-ranking masters and 1 middle-ranking master, it is still difficult for Sunset Dance and the others to resist from the front. After listening for a while, Long Yu figured it out. It turned out that these people were members of the Legion from a planet next to Xuelua Star. Because Xuelua had not returned for 3 months, and there were people who reported to the Legion on the battlefield, after hearing the news of the death of Xuelua and others in the ancient alien ruins, the battlefield army has issued a notice to disband the Emperor's army on Xuelua Star. This also resulted in some of the remaining resources on the Bloodfall Star being distributed to some of the surrounding Emperor legions. This was decided by the people on the Battlefield Legion. Because of this, many members of the Battlefield Legions from the neighboring planet followed their respective legion commanders to the Bloodfall Star to divide their territories. In the courtyard where Sunset Dance and others are now, the cultivation array is quite high-end, and the geographical location is vast and the environment is quiet, so it is favored by the more than 30 people in front of them, and they want to forcefully occupy it and become their own base. I didn't expect that the superiors had already issued an order. Logically speaking, this is unlikely. It can only be said that someone reported the death of Xueluo, making the people above believe that Xueluo is dead. Xiaobai squinted his eyes, and after he understood the situation, he began to think about the cause of this abnormal situation, and soon found the answer, so, it can only be done by those people who were with us. In the beginning, we want to escape from the alien ruins, aren't there a few people who are running at the front? And they also blow up the exit. Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing, I have known these 2 people before, and they should not do such a thing, so. It's most likely these 2 guys, Li Lei and Maruhun. The reason why Li Lei and Maruhun were invited by Xuelua to explore the alien ruins together is because their planet is near the Xuelua Star. In this way, if the news of Xuelua's death is reported, they can come and share the blood. This kind of thing has happened many times before regarding the cultivation resources on Luoxing. The most important thing is that no one can have any opinions on dying in the ruins of ancient alien races. Xiaobai shook his head as he spoke, obviously not expecting that Li Lei and Maruhun were such people. When he said this, Long Yu narrowed his eyes. He observed the 30 people in front of him, and sure enough he found that they were from the same demon cultivator race as Li Lei, and they were all members of the Thunder Lizard Monster clan. Li Lei is a strong man from the Thunder Lizard Monster clan. The Emperor Legion he leads is of course from the Thunder Lizard Monster clan, just like Xueluo leads people from the Blood Monster clan. This discovery made Long Yu feel a little disgusted with that Li Lei. He was too lazy to explore who blew up the exit of the ancient alien ruins at that time, but now the other party is still pushing forward, wanting to occupy the Blood Falling Star and bully the original people on Falling Star. Anyone who encounters such behavior will definitely be extremely angry. We don't have much time, let's just take action and finish them off. Long Yu said to Hongying and Xiaobai. Don't think of me as your thug. With these 30 guys, you alone can take care of everything in an instant. Xiaobai, however, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was not interested in helping Long Yu fight. But what he said is not wrong. There is 1 mid-level master, 2 lower-level masters, and the others are all 5-star emperors to 7-star emperors. Although they are a relatively powerful team in the Thunder Lizard Monster Clan Emperor army, they encountered Long Yu has absolutely no ability to resist. Long Yu didn't have much time to play with these people, so as soon as he figured out the situation, he jumped out of the Void Dragon Blade and appeared in front of everyone in the courtyard. As soon as they saw Long Yu's figure, Xiang Wu and the others were stunned for a moment, and then a surprised joy appeared in their eyes. There was no doubt that they did not expect that Long Yu would appear in front of them at this time. Of course, the most important thing is that they did not expect that Long Yu was still alive. You must know the news that came back 3 months ago, saying that the entrance to the ancient alien ruins collapsed, and Shui Luo, Yu Fei, Long Yu, Hong Ying and others were all dead inside. This news has made Xiangwu and the others sad until now, but they didn't expect that now they suddenly saw Long Yu appear, which made them all a little confused, wondering if they were hallucinating. But what happened next made them realize that this was not an illusion. Long Yu is indeed still alive, and his strength seems to have improved a lot again. Who is this guy? As soon as they saw Long Yu appear, Xiangwu and the others' expressions changed greatly, which made the more than 30 emperors and masters of the Thunder Lizard Monster clan feel a little strange. The lower ruler of the human race, boy, things here have nothing to do with you. If you want to meddle in other people's business, you'd better think more carefully about your own power. The leader of the Thunder Lizard Median Master said in a deep voice, "We brothers have taken a fancy to this courtyard. Anyway, we are all members of the Battlefield Legion. We will contribute to the Battlefield Legion everywhere. Since Shuelua is dead, it's impossible for the resources on Bloodfall Star to be wasted like this." What he said is high-sounding, but it also makes sense. They are all members of the Battlefield Legion, and they are the same everywhere. In this case, you should go back to where you came from. Let me tell you, Shuelua is not dead, and he has returned. Long Yu walked over and said calmly to the more than 30 Thunder Lizard monsters, his eyes always focused on the leader of the middle-ranking master. This faint look and the words he said caused the expressions of all the 30 or so Thunder Lizard Monster clan members to change. Is Shueluo dead? This is not good news for them. The more than 30 people from the Thunder Lizard Monster clan were a little flustered when they heard what Long Yu said. After all, if Shuelua hadn't died, they wouldn't have gotten these benefits today. Who are you? Why did the human race come to our demon clan's territory to cause trouble? Although our two races coexist peacefully and cooperate with each other, there are some things that you, the human race, cannot control. The middle leader of the Thunder Lizard Monster clan had a look on his face and said directly, extremely fiercely, "I live here too, do you think I can take care of it?" But Long Yu found it a bit funny and said lightly, "Anyway, Shuelua has come back, and this is not a place where you can run wild." After saying these words, Long Yu felt that it was completely useless to talk so much nonsense. The other party would definitely not retreat like this unless the other party believed that Shuelua had returned. As for Long Yu, instead of trying so hard to make the other party believe that Shuelua has returned, it is better to be more straightforward and speak directly with his strength. Now Long Yu's time is very precious. Some things must be resolved within 3 days, and then everyone who wants to go to the Void Galaxy can get on the road. Therefore, there was no time for Long Yu to waste. Even in the outer galaxy, strength always speaks. The stronger the strength, the more resources it can occupy. The middle leader of the Thunder Lizard Monster clan raised his lips, but unfortunately, Long Yu did not intend to give him a chance to finish his words. When Long Yu realized that it was impossible for him to use words to make the other party retreat, taking action had become a certainty, so it didn't matter when he would take action. The Realm of Absolute Sky. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was held in the hands of Long Yu, and then a realm of absolute space was constructed to prevent anyone on the other side from escaping. Immediately afterwards, the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions was condensed from Long Yu's hands, and he instantly displayed his first magical power, Jiuyo. Hand of Yu. At this moment, the 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed by Long Yu contained 30% of the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. The power was 2 or 3 times higher than before, and the hand of the 9 nethers appeared a few minutes faster. The other party was still talking wildly, but he didn't expect that Long Yu would dare to attack him directly. Before he could react for a moment, 5 white bone arms sprang out from the void and directly held the middle lord tightly. Oh shit! The middle ruler cursed angrily. Since Long Yu had taken action, he couldn't just sit back and wait for death. If you want to die, then I'll let you die. The power of the Thunder Divine text exploded. This middle master can become a captain-level figure of the Emperor's Legion. He must still have strength. At least this time it exploded, it actually shook away the 5 Jiuyo hands. But then, a blue stream of light flew into the field instantly. It was the Void Nether Dragon Blade. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void flew directly over, and then the power of the water element at the beginning gathered together to perform the method of burial in the void. The tyrannical power of the water system formed a whirlpool and rolled in, shrouding all the thunder lizard monsters in it, and the terrifying force pulled them in. What kind of method is this? It's actually the power of Tai Chu? The expression of the leader of the middle position among the thunder lizards changed drastically. He did not expect that Long Yu could actually use the power of Tai Chu. If he had known earlier, he would never have been able to fight against Long Yu. Isn't this seeking death? Bring them all in. The middle ruler shouted sharply, and raised his hand to use the power of the world to bring all the other 30 or so thunder lizard monsters into his own small world. Because he can be sure that it is absolutely impossible for his more than 30 subordinates to resist Long Yu's move of being buried in the void. And he himself mobilized the power to construct layers of thunder divine inscriptions, using all his strength to defend with all his strength. When the void burial was gathering and about to erupt, the middle ruler gritted his teeth. It was hard for him to guarantee whether he could survive, but no matter what, he couldn't admit defeat to Long Yu. Okay, Xiaoshu, stop. When Long Yu saw that the middle master gritted his teeth and turned into the body of a thunder lizard, he signaled to Xiaoshu to stop. It was obvious that the opponent was already weak, but he just refused to admit defeat because of his face. In this case, there is no need to kill them all, and Long Yu does not want to kill the members of the Battlefield Legion. In any case, the members of the Battlefield Legion are worthy of respect. At least they are brave on the alien battlefield. The void burial was withdrawn before it broke out, and the void dragon blade returned to Long Yu's side, but the ancient dragon skeleton tower was not put away, and the Jukong domain was still maintained. In the field, the middle leader of the Thunder Lizard Monster clan was covered in cold sweat. Only after seeing this did he recover and transform into a human form. Now, may I ask your surname? The middle-aged man transformed into the middle master turned his head with difficulty and opened his mouth to ask Long Yu. Dragon Royal. Long Yu replied truthfully, go quickly, Shui Luo is back with me, so you can tell the people in your legion this news, and tell your legion commander Li Lei to know. Long Yu, it's you. The middle ruler suddenly looked shocked. Of course he had heard of this name before. He was the great hero in the previous battle with the Ice God clan. This name had already spread throughout the 3 outer galaxies. If he had known that this was Long Yu, he would not have dared to attack Long Yu even if he was beaten to death. You must know that Long Yu is a hero with a first-class Medal of Honor. No matter what the reason is, to attack the owner of the first-class Medal of Honor is to ignore the majesty of the Battlefield Legion. Its nature is so serious that it can be considered to be against the entire Battlefield Legion. Thinking of this, the middle master almost shed tears and snot from his nose. What is he doing? I'll go right away and tell our leader. The middle master said quickly, and then bowed and saluted Long Yu, not only because of the first-class Medal of Honor, but also because Long Yu had the power to take his life away with just a move of void burial. It made him admire Long Yu. Well, walk slowly. Long Yu then put away the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then watched the opponent turn into a stream of light and fly away from the place in an instant. Then Long Yu turned around and walked towards Sunset Wu and others in the courtyard. Fortunately, these Thunder Lizard Yao warriors didn't waste much time, and Long Yu was in a good mood. "Brother Long Yu." Seeing Long Yu walking over, someone finally couldn't hold back the emotions in his heart and ran towards Long Yu's arms. It was the little girl Xiang Wu. Suddenly she threw herself into Long Yu's arms, with many tears shining in the corners of Xiang Wu's eyes. "I just said, how could our elder brother Long Yu die like this? Sure enough, those guys are all liars." Dragon Royal. The graceful and leisurely Yan Huanma also walked over and looked at Long Yu's face with joy. "Brother Long." The two brothers Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng ran over quickly, their eyes full of surprise. "Sure enough, Brother Long is really powerful. Every time he appears, he can always solve all the troubles. It happens to be just a small team from the Battlefield Legion. If their Legion commander was here, I would have to call for help." Long Yu chuckled and told the truth. Others, however, simply regarded this as his modesty. "Brother Long, where have you been during this time? We are all so worried about you, and my sister-in-law, she must be fine too, right? The wind and rain come with a smile, and this girl has grown up to have a simple and elegant charm. Her speech is as clear and mellow as an aureole, which is very comfortable to listen to." For Feng Yusen, of course the sister-in-law she refers to Hong Ying. This is something that everyone has already agreed on. "Everyone is fine, so don't worry. I'm coming back this time mainly because I have something to discuss with you." As Long Yu spoke, he waved to everyone to go into the courtyard. He took a look and saw that there were not many people in the courtyard now, only about a dozen, so he asked, "Isn't everyone else here?" "Most of the people have gone out to practice. Lele has gone to the Tianya City market to sell elixirs. How can everyone stay at home?" Feng Yusen covered her mouth and smiled softly. She was the happiest to see Long Yu return. At this moment, she seemed to be the most talkative among the people. Others are also very convinced of Feng Yusen's talents, and naturally listened to her words. Xiang Wu stood beside him and hugged Long Yu's arm without letting go. He looked very happy. This little girl completely worshipped Long Yu and regarded him as his big brother. Of course, this girl is not young at all. When we first met her, she was with Shi Hasong. She was still young at that time, but now she has grown into a tall and graceful girl. Most of the people's cultivation level is above that of the 3-star emperor, but none of them have reached the level of the 7-star emperor. This is the limit that they can improve in these days. Even though Sunset Dance has been inherited by the Death Messenger, it is only as good as a 6-star emperor, and there is still a long way to go before it can dominate the secret realm. However, this distance should be able to be crossed soon, because Long Yu has gained a lot from the ancient alien ruins this time, and will exchange enough training resources with Xiaobai back. When he arrived in the courtyard, Long Yu looked around and found that there were only 15 people there. They are Xiang Wu, Yan Huanma, Feng Yusen, Feng Xiaofei, and Feng Haofeng, plus some familiar people, but Long Yu doesn't remember them very well, such as the mother and daughter Chu Huang and Chu Xian. He was a member of the royal family of the Tang dynasty at that time. There are also 2 brothers, Ling Han and Ling Yue, as well as Yi Qin Xue, the senior sister of Impeller, and so on, a total of 15 people. To be honest, Long Yu didn't particularly trust these people. After all, he didn't have a very close relationship with some of them, so he couldn't tell them all now. He could only pick out some of them and asked everyone, "I found a person. It's a good place for development." Although the place is relatively remote, there is certainly no shortage of cultivation resources. If you are willing, you can go to that place with me, and you don't have to stay here anymore. Long Yu didn't say it was the Void Galaxy, he just said there was a place for development and invited everyone. Everyone didn't expect that Long Yu would ask them to leave as soon as he came back. They were all caught off guard. Sunset Wu shook Long Yu's arm. Brother Long Yu, I will go wherever you go, and I will stay in your little world from now on. Long Yu felt a little puzzled by what Sunset Dance said. How can you stay in my little world all the time? You will also have your own little world by then. If you stay in my little world all the time, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in your little world will slow down a lot. Long Yu shook his head, smiled and touched Sunset Dance's head, then raised his head and said to everyone, if you want to come, you can come to my little world first. Someone will take you to that place later. Someone is taking us? What about you, Brother Long? Feng Xiaofei asked, quickly. I'm going to go to the seminary. I don't know how long it will take to practice. In short, it's fine if you go there first. I can guarantee that you won't regret it. Long Yu said mysteriously. There is the core of the temple and the golden pool of Taichu in that place. Of course, everyone will not regret it. Moreover, if they go to the Void Galaxy, the cultivation resources will definitely be abundant enough, and there is no need to worry about dangers and other issues. For those who want to concentrate on practicing sprint, it is definitely a perfect place for those who cultivate themselves. In addition, Xuelua will also go to that place, so in the future, the name of this planet may no longer be Xuelua Star. Without anyone to protect it, there may be constant trouble in the future. Long Yu said truthfully, his words were somewhat threatening, but they were undoubtedly the truth. He himself also hoped that everyone would go to the Void Galaxy to practice cultivation. As for experience, everyone has experienced enough during this period. They have to conduct at least one Battlefield Legion mission every month, which is extremely dangerous. What everyone needs now is an opportunity to settle down. If they continue to stay on Bloodfall Star, they won't get such an opportunity for a long time. As for after settling once, if you want to come out to practice again, you can leave through the time and space corridor once every 3 months, come here to practice for 3 months, and then go back to settle. All in all, the cultivation environment of Void Galaxy is absolutely first class, and it is the quietest place to practice. Of course, no one present would object to these words. I believe Brother Long will naturally follow him. Feng Haofeng said solemnly, this person has always been stable, even he agreed to go, let alone others, even Chu Huang, Chu Xian, He Qin Xue and others, although they communicated very closely with Long Yu although they were young, they were still very convinced of Long Yu, and they all nodded and agreed to go together. Since everyone has agreed, let's not waste time. Let's find the others first and then leave a jade slip to let the remaining people know where we have gone. As Long Yu spoke, he asked Xiaobai in the small world to help and left a jade slip. If other people come back to this courtyard and can't find anyone, the same thing will happen when they see this jade slip. As for Long Yu asking Xiaobai to help make the jade slip, it's because only Xiaobai has this ability, so that this jade slip can be found among other people. Hidden from people. Only when someone with the dragon control small world appears will the jade slip appear. This method is just a small trick, but it is quite practical at this time. Anyone who comes out of Long Yu's small world will have a certain kind of special aura on their body. This kind of aura is usually difficult to identify, but Xiaobai has a way to find it and relies on this method to distinguish friends from enemies. If other people come to this courtyard, the jade slip will be invisible. Only when Long Yu's friends come here, the jade slip will appear and tell them some relevant things. Of course, Xiaobai would not stay in the jade slips with the news about the Void Galaxy. He just told the people who came back not to wander around. Long Yu would come back to find them in 3 days. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu received all 15 of Sunset Dance and the others into the small world, and then flew away from the courtyard towards the market in Tianya City. According to Xiangwu, Liao Lele, Qin Yashuang, and Zisu went to the Tianyaqing market to sell some elixirs that had been refined in recent days, and to buy some alchemy materials. The 3 women now have a very good relationship, and Liao Lei's alchemy skills have also been improved, but the remaining rainbow stone eggs were not used after all. The Baji blood pill and the Holy Soul heavenly pill are not that easy to complete. They are even much more difficult to refine than the demonic heavenly walking pill and the void walking pill. Although they are both heaven-defying elixirs, the 8 Extremes blood pill and the Holy Soul heavenly pill are special pills. They are not attribute pills like the demonic sky walking pill and the void walking pill, so the difficulty of refining them is naturally not at the same level. Everyone was not far from the Tianya City market. Long Yu flew there easily, and with the blessing of the light of balance, his spiritual senses spread out to detect the surroundings, and he immediately detected the location of the 3 girls Liao Lei. But what made Long Yu frown was that Liao Lei and the other 3 were actually experiencing trouble at this time. When did the people from Li Lei and Maru Hun start coming to Bloodfall Star? Long Yu asked Feng Yin Zi Chen and others in the small world, because the group of people who were looking for trouble for Liao Lei turned out to be from the same demon cultivating race as Marahun, the Ghost Bat Demon Clan. Are you talking about the people from the Thunder Lizard Demon Clan and the Ghost Bat Demon Clan? They must have been here for several days, but they only started coming to Tianya City today. After all, there are still many guards from the Blood Demon Clan in Tianya City. It's just that the higher-ups issued an order today, saying that the Bloodfall Legion will be disbanded, so. Feng Yin Zi Chen sighed and said. Now that Xuelua has returned, everything should be fine. At least those guys don't want to bully us. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and with a movement of his body, he instantly broke through the air and appeared in the Tianya City market below, arriving next to Liao Lei and others. At this moment, Liao Lei's face was red with anger. The 2 girls Qin Yashuang and Zissou beside her were also filled with indignation and looked very angry. However, the 3 of them were weak and unable to fight against the other party. The leader of the opponent was a young man from the Ghost Bat Monster clan who was in the middle realm of dominance. He came to the Blood Falling Star to get some experience. It happened that Marahun led a team to search the Blood Falling Star, so he followed him. After arriving at the Tianyaking market, when the young man saw Liao Lei and the others, he immediately had evil thoughts and wanted to include all 3 of them into the harem. Of course, the young master's favorite is Liao Lei, because Liao Lei is an extremely high-level alchemist, which is well known in the entire Tianya City market. Therefore, this young man from the Ghost Bat Demon Clan will not give up easily. Next to the young master, there is also a Battlefield Legion team of the Ghost Bat Demon tribe. There are 2 powerful masters protecting the young master. It seems that Maru Hun takes good care of this person. But this has no impact on Long Yu. Anyway, now that he is here, the other party can't do anything to Liao Lei and the others. Master Long. As soon as she saw Long Yu's figure, Qin Yashuang reacted quickly, her eyes filled with mist. She originally thought that Long Yu was dead, but she didn't expect that Long Yu would suddenly appear in front of her at this time and let her. I couldn't help but wonder if I was dreaming. I'm back. Everyone is fine. Come with me. Long Yu didn't have much to say about the 3 girls, Qin Yashuang, Liao Lei, and Zissou. Liao Lei definitely needed a stable environment if she wanted to make elixirs. As for Qin Yashuang and Zissou, they definitely followed Long Yu's words, no doubt about it. Therefore, Long Yu directly raised his hand and enveloped the 3 women in the power of the world. Of course, the 3 girls had immense trust in Long Yu, and without any resistance, they excitedly entered Long Yu's small world. This scene shocked the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon Clan in front of them. What the hell, someone actually robbed someone right in front of him. And those 3 girls are really willing to be included in the small world? Qin Yashuang's words Master Long contained too much emotion, which made it clear that the 3 girls knew Long Yu, but this did not stop the young master from wanting to possess Liao Lei. This kind of young master who came from the territory of the demon clan is used to being domineering and domineering. He has no rules or anything in his eyes and is completely lawless. Now that he has come to the third outer galaxy, he still can't change his problem, and he immediately becomes angry. You brat, you ruined my good deeds. Do you know who I am? The face of the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan darkened, and he scolded Long Yu, hand over those 3 women now, and I can forgive you, otherwise I will wait to die. I advise you not to be embarrassed, otherwise you will be the one waiting to die. Long Yu sent the 3 girls Liao Lele to the small world and felt relieved. He had no interest in this young man at all and wanted to leave immediately. But there was no way the other party would let him go like this. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Relying on the strength of his mid-level master, the young master of the Ghost Bat Monster tribe did not ask the bodyguards around him to help him. He raised his hand directly, and the space divine text exploded instantly, sealing Long Yu's entire body in a space barrier. This guy trapped Long Yu directly. It's a pity that this space barrier is nothing to Long Yu. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he stretched out a path of 9 netherworlds, completely disintegrating the space barrier almost instantly. This situation shocked the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan. His already dark face became even darker. He raised his hand and shouted, "Catch him!" This was said to the 2 bodyguards of the superior master beside him. It was Long Yu who broke his space blockade with his casual use of the 9 nether path, making him understand that Long Yu was not something he could deal with. Even though Long Yu is the lower master and he is the middle master, this young master also understands that the strength of some people cannot be judged purely based on their cultivation. Of course, the 2 bodyguards couldn't recognize Long Yu's identity. As soon as they heard the young master's words, they immediately took action, preparing to subdue Long Yu. The upper master dealt with the lower master, and it was still 2 against 1. Under normal circumstances, there would be absolutely no problem. It was a pity that these 2 guys encountered Long Yu now. Seeing that the other party was completely aggressive, Long Yu didn't leave in a hurry. Since he was shameless, what if he didn't collect some interest? Although the opponents were 2 high-ranking masters, Long Yu was not afraid at all. To be honest, with Long Yu's ordinary strength, the high-ranking masters were no match for him at all. Level-up challenges are a common occurrence for Long Yu. Even though these 2 upper-level masters are the elites of the battlefield legions, full of murderous intent and rich in combat experience, it is still impossible to suppress Long Yu. Are they really fighting? Who is this kid? He has just become a master and dares to fight against this young man from the Ghost Bat Demon tribe? I don't know him, but he seems to be from the courtyard. He must have something to do with the commander of the Bloodfall army. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the female alchemist. Isn't the leader of the Bloodfall army dead? Even if this kid wants to take action, now is really not the right time to take action. Wouldn't this be risking his own life? The people around him were pointing and talking. It could be heard that they still had a good impression of the leader of the Xuelua army, and they all felt a little sorry for Xuelua's death. As for the people from the Ghost Bat Demon clan in front of them, most of these people are also a little dissatisfied, because when the young master took the lead in coming to this market, he took advantage of many people and caused many people to suffer huge losses. Now that I see someone fighting against that young master, I feel very happy, but they are not optimistic about Long Yu, thinking that he will definitely not be able to defeat this young man from the Ghost Bat Demon clan. The most important thing is that the 2 bodyguards of the upper masters are not just freeloaders. They must be captains of the Emperor's Legion. They have extremely rich combat experience and are stronger than ordinary upper masters. As soon as the 2 upper-level masters took action, one of them was responsible for attacking and the other was responsible for intercepting. Obviously they didn't want Long Yu to escape, but what they didn't expect was that Long Yu didn't even think about escaping. One of them dodged directly to the entrance of the market, then raised his hand and the space barrier seal fell, covering the entire space near Long Yu, in order to prevent Long Yu from escaping. The other person launched an offensive towards Long Yu. The ghost bat monster tribe was born to be very proficient in the shadow attribute divine text. At this moment, when he raised his hand, a gray-black mist spread out. The fog of confusion. The man shouted sharply, obviously displaying his innate magical power, and it was a very powerful innate magical power. Under this gray-black mist, all opponents would become delirious and lethargic. It was an extremely powerful force. Psychic attack, magical powers. Unfortunately, his opponent was Long Yu. When the gray-black mist enveloped Long Yu, the purifying body immediately activated. The powerful power of this secret martial arts method directly purified all the gray-black mist that invaded Long Yu's body, so that Long Yu was not affected by these gray-black fogs. As long as you don't reach the realm of a great master, it's really a bit naive to use spiritual attack methods to deal with Long Yu. Since the opponent attacked him directly in broad daylight, Long Yu had no need to be merciful. He raised his hand and condensed 2 light blue space blades, cutting the air and killing. The holy spring of Duankong turned into 2 sharp blades, and instantly swept into the opponent's body. He directly found the place where the opponent's demon pill was, and was about to stab it and pierce it. However, the opponent was obviously very alert. At this moment, he suddenly transformed into a big black bat. His whole body suddenly turned into a burst of black mist and disappeared from the original place. He successfully avoided Long Yu's secret kill. Light of balance. The effect of Long Yu's balanced light has not stopped yet, and the intensity of spiritual perception is extremely high. He immediately found the opponent's position, not far to the left. Then, the Void Nether Dragon Blade did not need dragon control to control it, and directly stabbed the opponent with the method of space penetration. It broke through the air in an instant, and the power of the water system condensed a space blade, which easily cut off one of the opponent's wings. Pierce. After all, the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void is an Taichu divine item born from the Taichu furnace, and it is conscious. The Taichu divine item that has reached its peak with Long Yu, its power is no less than the ordinary Taichu divine item that has awakened to the 6th level. This time, the opponent was directly hit hard, and the opponent didn't even know where Long Yu launched the attack. Although it only pierced 1 wing, for the Ghost Bat Monster clan, wings are obviously extremely important. Just like the Blood Demon clan. This made the opponent suddenly furious. He, a high-ranking master, was stabbed by a mere low-ranking master. If this news spread, would he still have the nerve to join the battlefield? No matter what, he has to find his place, and the easiest way is to kill this kid. Thousands of bats are shocking. Immediately, countless bat shadows exploded from his body, causing his body to be completely hidden among these countless bat figures. This was actually an ancient martial arts move, and it was clearly his unique skill. Endless level martial arts are not so easy to obtain. For ordinary people, the best martial arts at the ancient level are definitely second to none. Once they are displayed, they will determine the outcome. Unfortunately, such a martial skill is still too weak to use against Long Yu. Fallen Dark Star. Long Yu has always been very aggressive with the opponent in the battle, using the most suitable cracking techniques. Now the opponent has countless bat shadows rushing towards him. Each bat shadow is not strong, and for Long Yu, neither what large-scale defensive measures are necessary. Relying on balanced control, Long Yu can clearly understand the movements of each opponent's bat shadow, and then condense the fallen dark stars. Each fallen dark star can accurately hit the most vulnerable part of a bat shadow, and then explode, completely destroying the opponent. Now with Long Yu's strength, he can condense thousands of fallen dark stars with every breath. No matter how many bat shadows he has, they are just like a gift to Long Yu. The explosions of the fallen dark stars continued to sound, and the countless bat shadows were helpless to capture Long Yu. However, at this time, the opponent's attacks came one after another. This time, it turned out to be an endless-level high-grade weapon. It was a pair of black double thorns, which cut through the void while Long Yu was dealing with the shadows of the bats, and stabbed towards Long Yu. Endless-level high-grade soldiers are already very powerful for ordinary people, and once they are lucky enough to burst into several times of power, their power is even more powerful than ordinary Taichu divine-grade weapons. Now, the opponent's pair of dark double thorns burst through the air, 7 times the explosive power, and the terrifying power generated made Long Yu feel irresistible. He actually exploded with 7 times the power. What kind of shitty luck does this guy have? Long Yu gritted his teeth and without any hesitation, he directly raised his hand to activate the celestial barrier of Mad War, released the haunting death energy, and covered his surface with a layer of death armor. Immediately afterwards, the pair of jet-black twin thorns directly broke through the outermost surrounding death energy, the power was slightly weakened, and they stabbed directly at the celestial barrier of the mad battle. In an instant, cracks appeared in the celestial barrier of the mad battle, and the double thorns continued to advance unabated, falling on the death armor, finally penetrating the death armor and piercing Long Yu's body. The sudden attack caught Long Yu off guard. Fortunately, he used defensive measures in time, which weakened the opponent's assassination power by at least half. Although the double black thorns broke through the dragon's defense and penetrated his body, they did not cause much damage. This injury only needed a moment of cultivation to be restored with the help of the demonic heart. Long Yu gritted his teeth and flashed away with the help of the Void Dragon Blade, 12-star prison. He waved his hand and released a second-grade divine formation. His whole body of divine power turned into 12 moon-shaped arches, instantly sealing the space where the opponent was, and then trapping the opponent inside. The second-grade divine formation is one of the best in the world. After being trapped by the 12 stars, it is not easy for the opponent to escape. You can hold on for at least 10 breaths. In 10 breaths, you have to explode and kill the other guy. Long Yu thought in his heart that his battles have always been full of order. Now, although there is another person watching the show not far away who is responsible for sealing the space, it will be bad if Long Yu uses his strength and the other party comes to help. So now Long Yu took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness and trapped one of them in the 12-star prison, and then dealt with the other one first. Huh? Do you want to target me? Another upper-level master, a middle-aged man from the Ghost Bat Demon tribe, had red eyes. Of course he saw Long Yu's actions and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. As he watched his companion stab Long Yu, he felt that the battle was almost stable. You must know that his fighting power was stronger than the other person. With 2 against 1, the superior master's chance of winning can be said to be 100%. The middle-aged Ghost Bat Demon clan with red eyes didn't pay much attention when he saw Long Yu trapping his companions, but directly took out a Blood Tower soldier. He was holding the Blood Tower soldier in his hands, and his whole body exuded a scarlet aura, causing those around him to shiver subconsciously. Even the young man from the Ghost Bat Demon tribe trembled a few times, but he was standing outside the space blockade and was extremely excited at this moment. Yes, that's it. Kill him quickly and get those 3 women to death. I'll bring it here. The rape of civilian girls, I didn't expect it to happen in the outer galaxies near the Battlefield Legion. It really opened my eyes. Are you still considered a member of the Battlefield Legion? The corners of Long Yu's lips curled up slightly, and he said calmly while walking towards the middle-aged Ghost Bat Demon clan with red eyes. What about us? We don't need you, a mere human being, to take care of us. The young member of the Ghost Bat Demon tribe with red eyes said disdainfully. The Blood Tower warrior in his hand suddenly grew in size. Countless blood-colored long whips extended from the Blood Tower warrior and blasted towards where Long Yu was. The Blood Tower whip was like a group of demons dancing wildly, and the bloody atmosphere enveloped the whole place, making many onlookers feel breathless. One can imagine the pressure that Long Yu is facing now. However, in the eyes of everyone, Long Yu was still smiling on the spot, with no intention of resisting these bloody whips. This situation surprised many people. They secretly wondered if this boy had given up resistance. It's unlikely when you think about it, but what's the point of standing still like this? But they soon found out. Because under the blows of those bloody long whips, the body of Dragon Yu was easily smashed into pieces, and was shattered into pieces in front of everyone. There is no doubt that it is just a mirror clone condensed by Long Yu. When the other party is not paying attention, Long Yu directly condenses the afterimage of the ancient time to deceive the other party. Then he turns into nothingness and approaches the other party directly. When the other party realized that what Long Yu had left behind was just a mirror clone, it was already too late to react. Long Yu's insidious method was one of the things he relied on to win by surprise. At this moment, Long Yu had quietly arrived behind the opponent, and then took out the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The ultimate warrior at the endless level, the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The next moment, Long Gupo's move was launched instantly. As soon as the opponent reacted, he was faced with such a cruel move from Long Yu, and a terrifying shock erupted from behind him. An explosion of 4 times the power. This was the most powerful dragon skeleton break that Long Yu had ever unleashed since he used the dragon skeleton ancient tower. It instantly destroyed the entire opponent's body, and the dragon skeleton ancient tower hit the ground of the entire market. On the ground, a huge deep hole was created. The shock wave rolled away, sending a large area of nearby onlookers flying. The space barrier set up by the superior master just now also completely collapsed under this blow. Professional methods such as the 9 Nether path were not needed. It can be broken. The entire market is in a mess. The first high-ranking master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan is still trapped in the 12-star prison. However, the 12-star prison was hit once by the shock wave of the ancient dragon skeleton tower and became somewhat shaky. Before the opponent could break out of the 12-star prison, under Long Yu's instructions, the void dragon blade had flown directly to the top of the 12-star prison, and the power of the water system's Taichu had directly condensed. Burial in the void. For those who dare to attack the outer galaxy, Long Yu will not have the slightest mercy. He will just kill those who can. It's okay if it was him this time. If it were someone else, he would be killed by this Ghost Bat Monster clan young master. If you get targeted, it will lead to a bad outcome for the rest of your life. Therefore, Long Yu has no mercy at all against such a guy. However, Long Yu didn't want to affect other people, so he activated the Dragon Bones ancient tower and created a layer of Jukong realm directly next to it, and then the void burial began to erupt. The Jukong realm should be able to offset most of the power of the void burial, right? Long Yu thought in his heart that he did not stay in the Juekong domain. In the Juekong domain, only the 12-star prison and the upper master of the Ghost Bat Monster tribe who was trapped in the 12-star prison were left. The next moment, the void burial, formed by the condensed power of the water element, burst out instantly. The terrifying impact once again made the entire market tremble. Everything in the Juekong domain was twisted into the void burial and was blasted into pieces. Crush. Including the 12-star prison, including the high-ranking master of the Ghost Bat Monster clan, they were all completely annihilated and obliterated in the void burial. Nothing was left. Even his small world mark was destroyed because of the material of the small world mark is not a solid material. Such a terrifying burst of power, if it broke out completely, would be enough to level the entire Tianya City market. Fortunately, Long Yu used the sky domain to isolate it from the outside world. Otherwise, the damage caused would be absolutely unimaginable. In this way, the 2 high-ranking masters of the Ghost Bat Demon clan were all dead in the hands of Long Yu. Without saying any nonsense, he came to the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan in a flash. As for you, you seem to be quite distinguished, so I'll just use you as a hostage. The corner of Long Yu's mouth slightly raised, and he grabbed it directly with Joyo's hand. He was also in the martial arts realm of the lower master. The young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan had no ability to resist Long Yu's offensive. His whole body was directly overwhelmed by Joyo. Sealed with hands. Then, Long Yu wrapped it up with the power of the world and sent it directly into his own small world. Long Yu didn't kill him because he thought that this guy's identity might be of some use. Judging from his arrogance, his status in the Ghost Bat Demon clan is probably not low. If he encounters Marahan from the Ghost Bat Demon clan, maybe you can use this young man's threat to get some benefits. The battle ended like this. For Long Yu, it was just two small characters. Although he had to use a lot of killer tricks to kill each other, overall it was not difficult. But for other people around, this situation is quite extraordinary. A young man who is just a low-ranking master actually killed two strong men from the battlefield legion of a higher-ranking master. This has to be said to be a miracle. The ordinary martial arts practitioners around are all battlefield legion mercenaries. They usually just do ordinary battlefield legion tasks. Where have I seen such a powerful person? At this moment, everyone was stunned by the powerful combat power displayed by Long Yu. No one expected that the final result of this battle would be like this. After everyone around them reacted, they began to applaud one by one. There is no doubt that what the Ghost Bat Monster clan young master did in this market, the matter has long made others unhappy. Unfortunately, there are no very powerful beings in this market, so there is no way to take action against the Ghost Bat Monster clan young master. What's more, even if there are strong men of the Great Overlord level here, they don't dare to take action at will. You must know that this is the Outer Galaxy, the base camp of the Battlefield Legion. As for the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon tribe, he is protected by two captain-level bodyguards from the Battlefield Legion. Who dares to confront the people from the Battlefield Legion? Only Long Yu can take action regardless of the opponent's identity. Little brother, although you are very powerful, you are in big trouble now. You killed someone from the Battlefield Legion. Get out of here quickly, otherwise you may lose your life. An old man came to Long Yu and persuaded Long Yu earnestly. It doesn't matter, old man, my name is Long Yu. Everyone in the Outer Galaxy must have heard of my name. It warmed Long Yu's heart to see that the other party cared so much about him, but since he had a first-class Medal of Honor, he didn't need to fear the identity of the other party's Battlefield Legion at all. Even if Marahan comes in person, Long Yu will not be in vain. You must know that Long Yu is going to the Godlike Academy when he comes back this time, and he has the support of a strong godlike person behind him. The most important thing is that the Battlefield Legion has always been a sacred place. Now when the Ghost Bat Demon clan allows this young man to come and practice, he still enjoys certain privileges. Even if this kind of thing goes to the top, it will have a negative impact on the entire Ghost Bat Demon clan. There is no benefit, and it will even cause the entire Ghost Bat Demon clan to suffer a blow. This kind of thing is expressly prohibited in the Battlefield Legion. It was only when Shuelua was dead that Marahan dared to let people from the clan fish in troubled waters and take advantage. It would do no good to Marahan at all if he was really stabbed. As long as the trouble doesn't get to the top, Long Yu now has Xiaobai by his side, and there is Blood, who can do anything to him. Now it's just that the opponent is not strong and Xiaobai is too lazy to take action. If there is really a 4th or 5th level master to deal with Long Yu, Xiaobai can directly make the opponent lose all combat power. As soon as Long Yu said his name, the old man's expression suddenly went blank. Even the ordinary martial arts cultivators who hang out in this market have definitely heard of this name. Isn't the most important key figure in the Ice God tribe's victory in this battle Long Yu? It is said that a young man from the human race who has not yet reached the level of mastering the secret realm actually held back 3 ice god gods in the battle of the ice god clan. As a result, the 3 ice god clan gods were killed by the demon clan gods. This led to the final victory of the entire ice god clan battle. The name Long Yu can be said to be a thunderous one to everyone present, especially since it is rumored that Long Yu's base camp in the outer galaxy is on the Blood Falling Star, and even hired by the battlefield legions stationed on the Blood Falling Star. The army is proud. Unfortunately, the news came back a while ago that Xue Luo and others died in the ancient alien ruins, including the hero Long Yu, so at this time, few people in the field would think of Long Yu's identity. In addition, the rumored Long Yu has not yet reached the secret realm of domination, but now Long Yu has become a dominator. However, of course, a genius's martial arts realm improves very quickly, especially after he has made great achievements and received rewards from many battlefield legions. It is normal for Long Yu to jump from the emperor level to a powerful person who dominates the secret realm. It's actually Long Yu. He's so strong. He's only in the realm of a lower-ranking master. He can actually kill 2 upper-ranking masters in a row. It's amazing. That's right, he is worthy of being the hero of our demon tribe. These guys from the Ghost Bat Demon tribe are really brave enough to dare to cause trouble with Long Yu. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Long Yu did not stay there for too long, but after catching the young man from the Ghost Bat Demon tribe, he took him directly away from the market. Everyone who should be picked up has also been picked up. Most of the other people who came out of Long Yu's small world are now in the process of training. Long Yu can't find them even if he wants to look for them. He can only wait for them to come back and see the jade slip. Wait in the courtyard. 3 days is enough for a general training mission. By then, Long Yu will definitely send Xiaobai back to Blood Falling Star, and then go to the seminary. Therefore, only when we come back can we bring more people to the Void Galaxy. After coming out of Tianya City Market, Long Yu asked the 3 girls Liao Lele what happened just now. Square root right angled at top novel. The result was as expected. The 3 girls originally set up a stall in the market to sell some elixirs they refined. Since Liao Lele was quite famous in the neighborhood, there were more people watching at the stall. It didn't take long to attract the young master from the Ghost Bat Demon tribe. He was attracted by the young master and threatened to snatch away the 3 girls Liao Lele and take them back. That is to say, Long Yu arrived in time, otherwise, the 3 Liao Lele girls might be in serious danger. Now the Bloodfall army is on the verge of disbanding, and the management of the market is not there, so no one will stand up to save them. It's not that you don't want to, it's that you can't do it. Forget about the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan, not everyone can afford to offend the 2 battlefield legion bodyguards of the superior master behind him. For the time being, Long Yu can only pick up these people. Everyone else is no longer on the Bloodfall Star, but is going to the alien battlefield to experience. We learned from Liao Lele, Xiang Wu, and others that the intensity of everyone's training is very high and they are not satisfied with the rigid requirement of once a month. In their free time, they will go out to practice and complete at least 10 trainings a month. Although these experiences are not very difficult, they will often encounter some alien races. After experiencing these experiences, everyone's combat capabilities are also constantly improving. The double improvement of strength and experience has caused everyone to grow rapidly, and the growth rate is not much slower than that of Long Yu. This situation made Long Yu quite pleased, and then he asked Liao Lele about the 2 other heaven-defying elixirs. It's almost done. The Holy Soul Heavenly Pill just acquired a key material a few days ago, and it will be refined in the next 2 days. The Baji Blood Pill will still take a long time. This kind of heaven-defying pill I haven't fully studied the refining techniques yet, so I don't dare to try them rashly. Liao Lele explained the situation to Long Yu. Well, then you can try refining the Holy Soul Heavenly Pill. It doesn't matter even if the refining fails, don't be stressed. Long Yu said with a smile. Now Long Yu and the others have a lot of cultivation resources. Just a Taichu golden pool is worth a fortune, so a heaven-defying elixir is not something too extraordinary. If the refining fails, Long Yu won't feel too distressed, but he is afraid that Liao Lele will feel pressured. In any case, Liao Lele has now reached the level of divine harmony with the Kuhai medicine cauldron, and can definitely be regarded as one of the few high-end alchemists in the territory of the human race and the demon race. There are not many alchemists who can refine the heaven-defying elixir in the territory of the human race and the demon race, not to mention that Liao Lele is now at the emperor level. If she waits for her to step into the dominion, she will be more confident in refining the heaven-defying elixir. It will be more secure. By then, Liao Lele will be a veritable master of alchemy. Now that we have alchemy, we still have the weapon refiner. Long Yu thought of this. Although everyone else had gone out to practice, the weapon refiner Wei Yuyan should still be in Tianya City. This guy still had to be called together. If you want to develop Void Galaxy, talents are indispensable. At least among the people Long Yu knows now, only Wei Yuyan knows how to refine endless-level warriors. So, Long Yu asked Hong Ying to come out of her little world, and the two of them went to find Wei Yuyan together. When they arrived at the courtyard where Wei Yuyan lived, they found that the place had been deserted for a long time. This old man, I'm afraid he heard that my brother and we were all dead, so he ran away. I don't know where he went. The red warbler was so angry that her teeth itched. No way, he wasn't from the same group as us, but I don't know when he left. Long Yu shook his head and squinted his eyes. Since Wei Yuyan was not here, he had to take a long-term approach to refining the weapons. The world was vast, and it was not easy to know where Wei Yuyan had gone. I'll try to use our Blood Demon tribe's martial arts secret method to deduce. If we can deduce where he is now, everything will be easy to explain. If not, it will be difficult for us to find Wei Yuyan, but we want to find an alchemist of his level. It's not difficult to tell the truth. Hong Ying said with a hum, and then began to use his methods. The Blood Demon clan's inherited martial arts secrets can enhance the power of deduction, and like the light of balance, it can be amplified to other people. Now, Hong Ying lets Xiaobai come out and enhances the power of deduction to Xiaobai, allowing Xiaobai to bai's deduction power suddenly became several times stronger. Xiaobai was originally a strong man close to the 7th level master. Now that his power of deduction was enhanced by the secret method, his ability and speed to deduce other people suddenly increased dramatically. Let me deduce it. The Wei Yuyan you mentioned may have thought that you were dead, so he didn't clean up the smell in the courtyard before leaving. It shouldn't be difficult to deduce. As Xiaobai spoke, he raised his hand to activate his deduction power. As his deduction power gathered, a picture gradually appeared in front of everyone, lying over the courtyard. In the center of the picture, it was the old man Wei Yuyan. Figure. I didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems that the other party is definitely still on the bloody star. Hey, who is the one next to the old man, if not Maruhan? Xiaobai looked at the picture and was quite surprised. Long Yu and Hong Ying took a look, and they were a little strange. Wei Yuyan actually came together with the Ghost Bat Demon clan's Maruhan, and was still on the Bloodfall star. As for the specific location, Xiaobai had to continue. Only through deduction can we know. But now, Xiaobai had deduced Wei Yuyan, and the other party must have noticed that someone was deducing him. The next deduction might not be too smooth, especially since Wei Yuyan still had Maruhan beside him. Of course, even in a head-on confrontation with Maruhan, Xiaobai is completely worthy, not to mention that now with the blessing of Hong Ying's secret method, he can compete with the opponent in terms of deduction power. At most, it only takes a little time. Sure enough, Maruhan helped him resist my deduction power, but the specific location is already clear. It is in this Tianya city. Moreover, it seems that Marahan just received a report from his subordinates and heard about the market. Things are going crazy. Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes and said, "That's best. If you have the guts, come and cause trouble for us. I just keep the young master from the ghost bat demon tribe as a hostage." Long Yu laughed. It seems that it is only a matter of time before the two sides meet. Long Yu and Hong Ying will stay here, waiting for each other's arrival. The young master of the ghost bat demon clan should still be very important. He is not afraid that Wanhan will not come. The three of them sat down in Wei Yuyan's original courtyard, drank tea, and after just one stick of incense, as expected, the divine power in the space near the courtyard continued to flicker, and a large group of demon cultivators from the ghost bat demon tribe directly fired. The courtyard was surrounded. They really think highly of us. They actually sent a team of 1,000 people to surround us. Marahan's method is pretty good. Xiao Bai clicked his tongue, and at a glance he saw Marahan headed by the 1,000-person team surrounding the courtyard. At this moment, Marahan had a look of surprise on his face, and at the same time, he was a little angry. They were surprised that Xiao Bai and the others were still alive, and the reason for their anger was of course, because Long Yu had caught the young master of their ghost bat demon tribe. Now Marahan is too lazy to get close to Xiao Bai. Anyway, Xiao Bai is Xuelua's friend, not as Marahan's friend. What's more, now that Marahan and Li Lei have come up with the idea of occupying Xuelua Star, he and Xuelua, the conflicts between them have long been difficult to reconcile. Therefore, there is no need to maintain grace and superficial politeness. There is no need at all. You are still alive, but since you are alive, shouldn't you celebrate? Why are you still causing trouble and attacking people from the Ghost Bat Demon clan? Marahan said in a cold tone, and his eyes glanced at Long Yu like sharp knives. Long Yu sat in the courtyard and drank tea leisurely. Whether we live or not is our business, and what you Ghost Bat Monster clan want to do is also your business. But if you Ghost Bat Monster clan offends us, then are we still sitting there waiting for death and not fighting back? If there is a misunderstanding, we can resolve it through negotiation. Let's do this. Let the people who captured our Ghost Bat Demon clan go free, and then give some of the things obtained from the alien ruins to our Ghost Bat Demon clan. We, the Ghost Bat Demon clan, retreat immediately, and I will never embarrass you and Xuelua. Marahan said calmly, but what he said made people laugh. Hey, are you thinking too beautifully? Xiao Bai laughed. Why should we share our things with you? In the ruins of the Duoying clan, you had already escaped first and blew up the exit. In the end, you wanted us to share our things with you? Is this a dream? Not bad. It's okay to give you people, but you also have to hand over our people. Long Yu continued on the side. Wei Yuyan is with you now, right? Give him to us, and I will return the young master to you. Otherwise, you will never see the young master again. Although he didn't know the identity of the young master, Long Yu was sure that he was definitely an important figure in the Ghost Bat Demon clan, so he was completely confident when he spoke. Wei Yuyan, this person is my friend of Marahan. You want me to hand him over to you? Please forgive me for not obeying. But believe me, if you attack our people, you will definitely regret it in the future, even if you are first class. Medal of Honor, our Ghost Bat Demon clan will not let you go easily. Marahan said solemnly. Then let's give it a try. Long Yu didn't take the opponent's threat seriously at all. Anyway, he would continue his training at the seminary. After that, he would return to the Void Galaxy to practice cultivation. What could the Ghost Bat Monster tribe do to him? Set up the formation and take action. Marahan didn't hesitate at all, and directly gave an order to the surrounding 1,000-person team to prepare for action. If this 1,000-person team took action, even though they were only at the Emperor level, even Xiao Bai might not be able to resist it. Not to mention, the opponent seems to be able to set up some kind of formation. Seeing that the other party actually took action directly, Xiao Bai, Long Yu, and Hong Ying were all a little surprised. They didn't expect this Marihan to be so bold. If he openly attacked the owner of the first-class Medal of Honor, it would be a provocation to the entire demon clan and human battlefield legions. If he didn't have some trump cards, this pill soul would never be so bold. Be careful, it seems that this ghost bat demon clan has some background. A look of interest appeared on Xiao Bai's face, but he was not panicked at all. He raised his hand, casually, and a faint light flashed from his side, and then enveloped him, Long Yu, and Hong Ying. The three people shrouded in this layer of faint light suddenly became indistinct, as if they had become illusory existences. Although they could still be seen, they seemed to be no longer in the same time and space as the people around them. The thousands-man army of the Ghost Bat Demon tribe led by Na Marihan didn't pay too much attention to this, and launched an offensive towards the center. Various attacking magical powers bombarded them through an amplifying magic circle they had set up. Originally, they thought that if 1,000 people joined forces and bombarded with the power of the amplification circle, even 1,000 people at the Emperor level would definitely be able to seriously injure Xiao Bai, who was in the 6th stage of the Great Master realm. However, the reality was beyond their expectations. They saw that all the attacking magical powers were continuously absorbed into the bodies of the three illusory people, and turned into the purest shadow divine power, and then were absorbed by a crystal ball in Xiao Bai's hand. Absorb it. This crystal ball is an endless-level weapon of Xiao Bai. Combined with his illusory magical power, it can create a very strong defensive effect. Even if thousands of people in front of him join forces to bombard him, they can't do anything to defeat him. This situation surprised both Long Yu and Hong Ying. They didn't expect Xiao Bai to be so powerful. Long Yu also saves the effort of releasing the 9 Nether Prison Monument. It seems that with Xiao Bai here, there is no need to release such a trump card as the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The first wave of attacks failed to work. Xiao Bai smiled faintly. "Oh, you are really weak. Is this the attitude you have when you come here to ask for people? Brother Long, you should act according to the situation. If it doesn't work, just kill that ghost. We've got to kill the boy from the Bat Demon tribe, and at worst, we'll have to fight to the death, haha." Marihan's face darkened at these words, and he raised his hand to stop his 1,000-man army from continuing to attack. He originally wanted to intimidate Long Yu and the others, but now he found that intimidation was useless because the opponent was really too strong. And now, Marihan used the alien puppet he had refined before in the ancient alien ruins. All of them are consumed, and if they really fight against Xiao Bai, they will definitely not be their match. Therefore, Marihan knew that winning was not feasible now. "You are too arrogant. Don't you know the identity of the being you tied up?" Marihan asked in a deep voice with a dark face. "Isn't he just a young man? What else can he be?" Xiao Bai clicked his tongue and said, "No matter how noble his status is to you Ghost Bat Monster clan, in my eyes, he is just a playboy. If you kill him, you will kill him. There is no loss to me at all." Hee hee. A sarcastic look appeared in Marihan's eyes. "You dare to kidnap people when you don't know anything? You should know that our demon clan has 7 senior gods, and one of them is the leader of the Skybat Demon clan. The Skybat Demon clan, it has been a long-standing practice for us to marry each other with my Ghost Bat Demon clan. The Skybat Monster clan." Hearing what Marihan said, Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes. He did know this, but is it possible that such an idiot young master actually got married to the Skybat Monster clan? No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out there is a godlike person behind him. Xiao Bai was thinking in his heart, but on the surface he was calm and indifferent to what the other party said. He stepped on the void and stepped forward, getting closer and closer to Marihan. Unknowingly, it seemed to separate Marahan from everyone else. Due to Xiaobai's special ancient nature, Marahan didn't realize this at all. When he realized it, he had completely fallen into the fantasy world created by Xiaobai. Xiaobai himself is particularly easy for people to ignore, and when he uses his methods, it is also difficult for people to predict and perceive. He has already taken action quietly, making it impossible for people to notice. Even Marahan was attacked without any warning at this moment. Mainly because Marahan told the story about the Sky Bat Monster clan, and thought he could suppress Xiaobai and the others, but he didn't expect that Xiaobai was not moved at all, and instead used methods against him. After trapping Marahan in the illusion, Xiaobai knew that there was no need to continue this battle, and the other party could not be his opponent at all. 3 times, 5 times, 5 times 2 times, Xiaobai used his method to directly drag Marahan into his own little world and completely control it. Then, Xiaobai's figure appeared alone from the illusion and returned to the courtyard of Wei Yuyan. Thousands of members of the Ghost Bat Demon Clan Emperor Legion were all stunned and confused. In just an instant, their leader Marahan has disappeared. What should they do? Even Long Yu and Hong Ying couldn't see through Xiaobai's methods. After this, they took a higher look at Xiaobai. Your legion commander has been subdued by me. You must know that Brother Long has just received the first-class Medal of Honor from the Battlefield Legion. He is an important figure in the human race and the demon race. If you don't get out of the way, even if the gods have arrived, will not forgive your crimes. Xiaobai stepped forward and said lightly at the same time. These words were still very intimidating after Marahan was controlled. At least the remaining 1,000-man army did not dare to make any more moves. They could only watch Xiaobai leading Long Yu and Hong Ying. People leave. Wei Yuyan is now in Marahan's small world. Since he has captured Marahan, there is no need to stay here and waste time. You must know that their time is very precious, especially Xiaobai. Within 3 days, it is necessary to go back and forth to the Legion headquarters and return to the Void Galaxy before the time and space tunnel disappears. The 3 of them quickly escaped from the encirclement of the Ghost Bat Monster Clan Legion. A deputy Legion commander who was in the realm of a 3rd-level master watched the 3 of them leave. His mouth trembled, but he did not say anything to stop them. Marahan was trapped by the opponent without knowing it. It was obvious that the opponent's strength was far beyond their imagination. Trying to stop Xiaobai and the others now was undoubtedly a fantasy. Soon, Xiaobai and the others broke away from the encirclement and walked towards the time and space mark teleportation array. However, at this moment, a burst of extremely strong pressure suddenly descended from the sky. This feeling made the faces of Xiaobai and the other 3 people change. Godlike strong man. The 3 of them have all seen powerful godlike people many times, so they can easily distinguish the coercive aura of powerful people at the godlike level. There is actually a godlike creature here. Is it coming for us? Xiaobai's face changed slightly. In this case, the arrival of a god can affect the entire situation. The key depends on the stance of that god. However, Xiaobai is not very worried. Even if it is a god, it is impossible to break the rules in the entire demon clan territory. Long Yu, with a first-class Medal of Honor, is absolutely untouchable. Brother Long, don't worry. Even if a god comes, it can't do anything to you. Don't listen to that pill soul's nonsense. Every god is not an ordinary person and cannot do anything selfish. Hong Ying saw Long Yu's expression changed and comforted him. Really? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked. Certainly. Hong Ying pursed her lips and smiled. Then I believe you and don't worry anymore. Long Yu smiled casually. Originally, he was really worried that the arrival of the godlike creature from the Sky Bat Demon clan might be detrimental to him, but since Hong Ying said it, he naturally believed it. After all, neither Hong Ying nor Xiaobai were worried about it. The two of them have spent countless times more time in the territory of the demon clan than Long Yu. Their understanding of the demon clan gods and the rules between them is naturally much better than that of Long Yu. Godlike pressure continued to fall. Above the sky, a pair of huge snow-white wings appeared in the clouds. The wings spread out and blew away the surrounding clouds. Immediately afterwards, what appeared under the wings was an extremely powerful middle-aged woman with an extremely solemn expression. She quickly swooped down under the clouds and arrived in front of Xiao Bai and others in an instant. He is indeed a god. Everyone was more certain of this when they saw each other with their own eyes. However, there are 7 godlike experts in the monster clan. Xiao Bai and Hong Ying have never seen this godlike expert from the Skybat monster clan. It's really infuriating. The middle-aged woman came on the clouds, folded a pair of snow-white wings, and then stepped over with a serious look. She didn't need to use her naked eyes to see, she already understood everything about the situation nearby. The spiritual perception of a strong godlike person is many times stronger than that of concubine Yu, who is blessed with the light of balance. The other party's words made Long Yu a little confused, and he didn't know what the other party was angry about. Could it be that they kidnapped the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan? But looking at the other person's face, it doesn't look like. The middle-aged woman came to Xiao Bai and Long Yu with a solemn expression. She just raised her hand, and the power of the world surged out and invaded the small worlds of Long Yu and Xiao Bai. Then, Marihan and the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan were both captured. This situation made Long Yu frown slightly. Could it be that the other party was here to save people? But soon Long Yu felt relieved, because after the other party captured Maru Han and young master, he immediately raised his hand and condensed a white sword light, directly smashing Wan Han's whole body. The engagement between the Sky Bat Demon clan and the Ghost Bat Demon clan is cancelled. Among the battlefield legions, the Ghost Bat Demon clan's tribe will be sent to the front line first. The words of the middle-aged female godlike creature directly made the thousands-man army of the Ghost Bat Demon clan not far away turn pale. This was really merciless. Even Long Yu was a little surprised. On this day, the god of the Bat Demon clan was really selfless and killed Marihan directly. It can even be said that Long Yu was a little shocked in his heart, because he had never seen anyone acting like this before. Even though there was talk of a marriage between the clan and the Ghost Bat Demon clan, there was no show of affection at all. This kind of iron-blooded, really amazing. If you just talk on the surface, then anyone can do it. But now, this kind of god directly crushes Marihan. Absolutely few people can do this. Are you surprised? The middle-aged woman of that type of god glanced at Long Yu and said calmly, if even the type of god among the demon clan acted for selfish interests and acted tyrannically, the territory between our human race and the demon clan would have been captured by the alien race long ago. The rules, it's a rule. No one, not even a god, can violate it. Everyone must remember that Marihan's move is a taboo. These words made Long Yu feel a little passionate in his heart. Sure enough, as Han Ying said, when a strong godlike person thinks about any problem, he considers it from the perspective of the demon clan as a whole. Because the 7 powerful gods are the guardian gods of the demon clan. If even the human gods did not abide by the rules and acted arbitrarily, just as the human gods of the Bat Demon clan said today, the territories of the human race and the demon clan would have been occupied by the aliens long ago, and the people of the human race and the demon clan would be like the survivors of the Bone clan, they can only be reduced to wandering refugees, or even be completely wiped out. The person you want is here. As the middle-aged woman said this, an old man was thrown out of the small world of the dead Marihan. It was Wei Yuyan who had mixed up with Marihan. But at this time, Hong Ying doesn't want this guy anymore. This old man is too restless. If he goes to the Void Galaxy and causes something, it will be a disaster for the entire Void Galaxy. Leave this guy to the seniors. The Red Warbler saw Wei Yuyan being thrown over and said to that kind of god. The corners of the middle-aged woman's mouth raised slightly, sure. Longi and Shambing told me about your deeds, and they were very good. My duty is not to guard the outer galaxy, but I am here to take you to the seminary. If anything happens, just let me go. Following these words, before Wei Yuyan had time to say anything, she was caught by the goddess with a white beam, and then thrown into her own little world. We have something else to do, we need to go to the Legion headquarters. Without waiting for Long Yu to answer, Xiaobai said first, because if Long Yu left with the other party, he would not be able to return to the blood-falling star within 2 days, and would have to wait 3 months before returning to the Void Galaxy. This is not what Xiaobai wants to see. He wants to go to the Void Galaxy to practice cultivation as soon as possible, and strive to break through to the realm of the 7th level master. In 2 days, we will return to Bloodfall Star. Seeing what Xiaobai said, Long Yu followed suit. He was not thinking about Xiaobai, he just wanted Sunset Dance and the others to return to the Void Galaxy as soon as possible. If they spent 3 months cultivating quietly, they could improve a lot. Level of strength. What's more, there is Taichu Golden Pool for them to understand. It will take at least a year to understand it. This is very important to everyone. If Taichu Jinqi can comprehend it, there is also a stone statue of the multi-winged clan in Longyu's small world, which contains some kind of revelation-level divine text derived from the power of Taichu in the gold system, which can be understood by at least 3 or 5 people. Whoever wants to understand it will be told at that time. Anyway, Taichu Golden Pool is a must for everyone. Of course, some people's attributes do not have the Taichu power of the metal system, so they are not suitable for the Taichu Golden Pool. However, there is no harm in understanding the Taichu power of the metal system for these people. Anyway, it can enhance them a lot. For these people, the key is to obtain a powerful martial skill to coordinate with the primordial power of the metal system. Otherwise, even if they understand the primordial power of the metal system, they do not have the means to coordinate it, and they will not be able to exert much power. In terms of martial arts, Long Yu plans to go to the Legion headquarters with Xiaobai this time, and use the Battlefield Legion's merits to exchange for a move. There should still be endless level martial arts in the Legion headquarters. When the time comes, choose one that can exert the power of the golden element. Enough. Of course, the number of endless level martial arts is not too much even at the Legion headquarters, so we can only talk about it at the Legion headquarters. Then I will wait here for 2 days and sort out the situation on the Bloodfall Star. That kind of godlike middle-aged woman nodded, but did not bother Long Yu and Hong Ying to follow her immediately, and decided to stay and settle the situation on the Bloodfall Star. This made Long Yu sigh in relief. It would not be a good thing for him if the Bloodfall Star remained in such chaos. If Chihua, Man Xian and others who were still training outside returned and something unexpected happened, the situation would not be good. Okay, please, Senior. Long Yu nodded. Marahun's small world and the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan were all taken away by the god. As for the 1,000-man army of the Ghost Bat Demon clan, they were also taken into the small world by the god. I'm afraid it was as she said. Send these people to the front line first. Doing whatever you want in the outer galaxy and acting tyrannically is something that is explicitly prohibited by the Battlefield Legion. Not only did the other party blatantly violate this, but they even attacked Long Yu, who had a first-class Medal of Honor. It had to be said that he was seeking death. Then we'll set off first. Xiaobai clasped his fists at that kind of god, then turned around and headed towards the space-time mark teleportation array. The godlike creature didn't pay attention and waved his hand to let them leave. The godlike name of the Sky Bat Monster clan is Fuhua. He guards the east of the monster clan's territory and protects more than 60 galaxies in the east of the entire monster clan's territory. Both the Sky Bat Monster Clan and the Ghost Bat Monster Clan belong to the Monster Clan. Ethnic forces in the east of the territory. After turning around and leaving, Xiaobai said to Long Yu and Hong Ying. Of course, Long Yu didn't know the detailed information about the gods. Hong Ying had not even reached the Great Master before, so she also didn't know much about similar information. Xiaobai knew it quite well, so he gave a brief introduction at this time. Then, the three of them came to the time and space mark teleportation array on the Bloodfall star. Long Yu directly showed his first-class Medal of Honor and asked to directly activate the time and space mark teleportation array. Of course, the teleportation array manager did not dare to neglect, and directly received the three people, and then opened the time and space mark teleportation array for the three of them. Bon voyage. On the way, the three of them also discussed what to do now that there is no weapon refiner in Void Galaxy. Whether it is an alchemist or a weapon refiner, they are crucial to a force. Now that Wei Yuyan can't be used, he has to find someone else. However, a suitable candidate is not so easy to find. If not, let's go to the Legion headquarters to recruit one. Red Warbler suggested. You don't know the character of the person you recruit. He might be even worse than Wei Yuyan. Long Yu shook his head. There are relatively powerful weapon refiners in my Blood Demon clan, but I don't dare to take them back to the Void Galaxy. Otherwise, the secret of the existence of the Void Galaxy will definitely be known to my father. Han Ying pursed her lips and chuckled. She didn't want the existence of Void Galaxy to be known to everyone, and those high-end weapon refiners in the Blood Demon clan all served the Blood Demon clan, and their loyalty was unquestionable. If you bring it to the Void Galaxy, it is guaranteed that the secret will be known to the leader of the Blood Demon clan. Although the leader of the Blood Demon clan is Hong Ying's father, Hong Ying doesn't want him to get involved. I do have a good candidate, but the old guy has a bit of a weird temper. If you can persuade me, it would be good to let him take charge of the Void Galaxy. Xiaobai touched his chin and kept looking at Long Yu's face. It's just what you said, Brother Long. Maybe you still have an appetite for that old guy. You can try it. But that old guy is in the human territory, not far away from here. It's far away. That's good. There's no rush in choosing the weapon refiner. If your old friend is suitable, we can pay him a visit when we have time. Long Yu squinted his eyes and was somewhat interested in the person Xiaobai was talking about. At least it is someone recommended by Xiaobai. Xiaobai himself is also in Void Galaxy, and he will definitely not do anything detrimental to Void Galaxy. Even if it takes some time, as long as he can invite the other party, it is still very suitable. That old guy has refined more than one of the best endless-level weapons. In terms of weapon refining, his skills can be said to be at the pinnacle. The only things that can arouse his interest are some divine relics, and the weapon refining materials are waiting. Xiaobai nodded and said, Then I will leave you a jade slip, which records the old guy's several residences in the human race, and I will write some recommendations. My face should be enough for him to see on your side. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, it depends on you. However, I suggest that it is better for you to go alone. The old guy likes peace and quiet. Of course, I can't figure out that guy's temperament. You can decide for yourself. Bar. Okay, thank you. Long Yu put away the jade slip, then nodded and said. After discussing this matter, everyone passed the last space-time marked teleportation array. In just 3 hours, they arrived from the Bloodfall star to the center of the entire outer galaxy, the planet where the headquarters of the Battlefield Legion is located. This is the main star of the Third Outer Galaxy, the most prosperous place, and the guardian of the Third Outer Galaxy, where the landslide is located. On weekdays, the Black Tiger God Mountain Bend would guard the Legion headquarters of the Third Outer Galaxy, but this time when he came, Long Yu didn't know if he could see him. It would be nice if we could meet each other. After all, we have some friendship with each other, and some things would be easier to talk about. We have brought out a lot of things this time. The black tiger from the landslide will definitely come out in person. Xiao Bai squinted his eyes and said, but there was no respect at all for the godlike shambing in his words, which made Long Yu quite embarrassed. However, Xiao Bai's character was like this, and Long Yu had gotten used to it along the way. The three of them walked all the way to the Legion headquarters of the Third Outer Galaxy. This was a planet several times larger than the Bloodfall star. It was surrounded by three sources of divine text, like three suns. As the Legion's headquarters, the third outer planet rotates, these three suns continue to circle above everyone's heads, over and over again. After walking out of the space-time imprint teleportation array on the third outer planet, Long Yu looked around and found that this was an extremely prosperous city. There were high-rise buildings in the city, and rivers were flowing between the high-rise buildings and pavilions of various styles. Cultivators of human race and demon race. Of course, on the main planet of the Third Outer Galaxy in the Monster Clan territory, the number of Monster Clan cultivators is definitely much greater than that of human cultivators. The moment he arrived at this third outer planet, Long Yu felt a very special aura, extremely solemn, and a sense of oppression descending from the sky, making people dare not move at all here. Xiao Bai had said before coming here that this was the aura of a powerful defensive array set up by several powerful gods of the demon race. Once an alien god or army attacked the third outer planet, this defensive array would at least can withstand a year. Not only on the third outer star, but also on the main stars of the first outer star and the second outer star, there are such defensive formations. This is the strongest barrier among the three outer stars. For foreigners, this is also an extremely difficult bone to crack. Previously, the Ice God clan wanted to use the space-time tunnel sneak attack to attack the outer galaxy. The biggest difficulty was to face these defensive formations, because year after year, the demon gods poured a lot of power into these defensive formations. Moreover, these powers can be continuously stored, making the defensive array stronger and stronger. Of course, this does not mean that this defensive formation is unbreakable. As long as the aliens find some special methods, such as directly killing the formation eyes, they can easily break through the defensive formation. The previous plan of the Ice God clan was like this. Unfortunately, due to Long Yu's obstruction, the Ice God clan's plan was stranded halfway and suffered heavy losses. Now, the Demon Clan and the Human Clan are planning to counterattack the Ice God clan. As for the specific situation, Long Yu cannot know. Let's go directly to the Battlefield Legion headquarters of the third outer planet. Xiao Bai said as he walked in front, leading Long Yu and honging towards the Legion headquarters. People were coming and going along the way, all of them were cultivators who needed some supplies for training in the third outer galaxy. The third outer star was the most prosperous place in the entire third outer galaxy. And on the streets, you can see some strong men wearing Battlefield Legion medals everywhere. These people are members of the Battlefield Legion, patrolling the streets, and each of them is at least a powerful being who dominates the secret realm level. The three of them walked forward without encountering any trouble, and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Battlefield Legion outside the city, which was certainly not in the city. On the contrary, the area of the Battlefield Legion headquarters is several times larger than that of the city just now. General Battlefield Legion mercenaries are basically not qualified to enter the Battlefield Legion headquarters and can only accept training tasks in mission areas outside the Battlefield Legion. If you want to enter the Battlefield Legion headquarters, you must be a member of the Battlefield Legion, or someone like Long Yu who has a Medal of Honor on his body, or some specially summoned cultivators. The entire Battlefield Legion headquarters is a spherical building, somewhat similar in shape to a battlefield fortress. From the outside, the entire building looks like a small planet falling on the third outer planet. Long Yu stood in front of the Battlefield Legion headquarters. He raised his head and could not see the top of the spherical building. It's spectacular. Even Hong Ying couldn't help but sigh. In the sky, two sun-like sources of divine writing illuminated the entire planet, and in front of them was a small planet, located on the plain ground. From the entrance of this small planet, people were constantly coming and going, all of them. Members of the Battlefield Legion came and went from the Legion headquarters. The mission area of other Battlefield Legion mercenaries is just outside the entrance of the planet, in a magnificent palace. This palace is very majestic, but compared with the small planet building of the Legion headquarters, it is still far behind. The three of Longyu bypassed the magnificent palace and walked directly towards the planet-shaped Legion headquarters. This is a first-class Medal of Honor. We have something to give to the Battlefield Legion. Take us to see the business manager of the Legion. Xiao Bai came to the entrance of the Legion headquarters and said directly to one of the hundreds of guards. There are hundreds of guards, all with the strength of the high-ranking masters. Each of them has experienced hundreds of battles. Longyu feels the endless chilling aura from them. These guards are definitely better than the two high-ranking masters of the Ghost Bat Monster clan that he dealt with before. Much more powerful. In fact, Longyu didn't have much chance of winning against any of these guards. As Xiaobai spoke up, Longyu showed his first-class Medal of Honor. When one of the guards saw it, his expression also changed slightly. They can become the guards at the entrance of the Legion headquarters. What kind of people have not seen them before? But when they saw the first-class Medal of Honor, their expressions changed. It can be imagined that this first-class Medal of Honor is indeed extremely rare, and even for a long time, these guards may not be able to see one. A first-class Medal of Honor. And seeing that Longyu was so young, how could they not know the shocking news in the Battlefield Legion? Is this the human race's Dragon Master, little brother Long? The guard's eyes lit up and he quickly came forward with a smile. There were too many people coming and going at the entrance of the Legion headquarters. The other guards did not move and were guarding other directions. Only one person came up to greet the three of Longyu, which showed their strict discipline. It's me. Longyu was not surprised that the other party could recognize him. On the contrary, the other party was considered an important figure in the Legion headquarters. If even he, Longyu, didn't know about it, it would be too inexplicable. It's not that Longyu is bragging, but the rarity of the first-class Medal of Honor can indeed make him a celebrity in the entire Demon Clan Battlefield Legion. Then just follow me. The other party did not expect that Longyu would come to the Legion headquarters, but he quickly reacted and led the three people into the Legion headquarters with a polite smile. The Legion headquarters is divided into many areas. Now Xiaobai asked the other party to take them there. Of course, it is only the trading area. They want to redeem the Battlefield Legion merits and use them to purchase materials and training resources. The amount is too huge, and only Legion headquarters can satisfy them. There are a total of 18 floors in the trading area, and each floor has a person in charge. These 18 floors are not a progressive relationship, but an equal relationship. In other words, the grades of things on each floor of the 18 floors are similar. It's just divided into different people for management. Xiaobai asked the other party to take them to see the business manager of the Legion headquarters, who was in charge of the general affairs of the 18th floor of the entire trading area. Just with the first-class Medal of Honor, the business manager must show up to receive them. As for the bones of those godlike aliens, of course it is impossible to make them public to ordinary people. The business manager of the Legion headquarters is almost the lowest level who can know such secrets. Hearing that a young talent who had received the first-class Medal of Honor was coming, the business manager of the Legion headquarters quickly came out to greet him. It was not that he had much respect for him, but he was just acquainted with people like Longyu. There are definitely only advantages and no disadvantages. What's more, since Longyu came to the Legion headquarters, he must have big business to do. Otherwise, how could Long Yu come all the way to the Legion headquarters? The business manager was a wood demon, and the young man he transformed into was very handsome. When he first came out and saw Long Yu, his eyes lit up. Haha, it is indeed Long Yu, little brother Long, you are the great hero of our demon clan, why do you have time to come to our Legion headquarters? The wood demon young man laughed, his attitude still very cheerful and sincere. You recognized me, but I still don't know what to call you. Long Yu smiled, and the other party treated him politely. Of course he would also respect the other party. There was nothing wrong with asking the other party's name first. I come from the Wood Demon clan, and my name is Ling Luo. You can just call me Xiao Luo. As the business manager of the Legion headquarters, the young Wood Demon is very decent in his words and deeds, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. After all, he has seen too many different kinds of characters. Even the god-like strongman, who usually cultivates quietly in the Legion headquarters, will summon him from time to time. Okay, Xiao Luo, come here, let me tell you something. This time we came to the Legion headquarters, we really have something amazing to give to the battlefield Legion. Xiaobai chuckled, stepped forward, patted Ling's shoulder, and said kindly. I can probably guess a little bit. Ling Luo didn't resist Xiaobai's enthusiasm. He still smiled gently and said, everyone, come with me. This is not the place to talk. The three of them followed each other and walked towards the 20th floor of the trading area. The 18 floors below the trading area are the trading area. Most of the transactions of Battlefield Legion members are carried out on the lower 18 floors. However, the trading area also has the 19th and 20th floors at the top. The 19th floor is the special items storage area. There are many intricate spaces in that place. Many treasures of the Battlefield Legions are stored in them and they are heavily guarded. The 20th floor is the daily workplace of Ling Luo and others. Very few people are qualified to come to the 20th floor. If they want to talk about something important, they must go to the 20th floor. Can you guess why we came? Hong Ying was quite surprised by Ling Luo's words and said as she followed. If I guess correctly, it should be the body of an alien god, right? Ling Luo asked, narrowing his eyes. Hong Ying was stunned by these words, and she was a little surprised that Ling Luo could guess it. Long Yu was not surprised by this, and chuckled, because Marahun and the others have already been here before, and the Battlefield Legion should have obtained the bones of several alien gods. Ling Luo smiled and nodded, not bad. Long Yu guessed it right away. After all, Maru Hun and Li Lei successfully left the ancient alien ruins, and they both obtained the bones of unknown alien gods. Things of this level can only be sold at the Legion headquarters. If the Battlefield Legions elsewhere are definitely not qualified to purchase this thing. Even in ordinary Battlefield Legion offices elsewhere, no one is qualified to know about things at this level. You must know that in the Legion headquarters, only people with the status of Wujiao Ling Luo are qualified to know about the corpses of these gods and aliens. For the entire Yao clan, this is a secret. Since the other party has guessed it, there is no need for Long Yu and the others to show off. Xiaobai kept his arms around Ling Ling's shoulders and said with a smile, but let me tell you in advance, the number of alien godlike corpse bones we got this time is dozens of times that of Marahun and the others before they gave it to you. Do you want it? Be mentally prepared. These words made the wood demon's scattered body tremble, and his face gradually became serious. Well, just follow me, and we'll talk about it when we get inside. On the 20th floor of the trading area of the Battlefield Legion headquarters, no one else will come to disturb. Those who can come here are the senior staff of the Legion headquarters, and they are all qualified to know about things like alien godlike bones. Anyway, even if Long Yu and the others sold all the bones of the alien gods to the wood demons, he would still have to ask other people to handle the storage, etc. These people, the senior staff on the 20th floor, have all gone through strict procedures. trained professionals. Soon the group of people arrived in a room on the 20th floor. Xiao Bai had been intimately communicating with Ling Lu, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Once in the room where there was no one else, Ling Luo let go and said what she had to say. You are all not outsiders, and Brother Long is a major contributor to this battle with the Ice God clan, so I won't beat around the bush. Wood Demon Ling Luo smiled and said, previously, our Legion headquarters received a total of 4 corpses of alien gods. Although they are all incomplete, they still have great research value, so the price we gave is still very high. Can you tell me who gave it to you? Xiao Bai sighed. More than 10 of us entered the ancient alien ruins together, but in the end only a few of us were able to come out alive. Marihun and Li Lei also came to Zuluoxing to cause trouble, so that we didn't even know what happened. Who else made it out alive? In addition to Marihun and Li Lei, there are also 2 people, Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing, who have come out alive. Speaking of which, these 2 are still at our Legion headquarters and have not left. You can meet with them later. Noodle. Ling Luo didn't hide anything. He smiled and said, they will be very happy when they hear the news that you are still alive. These 2 are different from the 2 guys, Marihun Li Lei. Oh? It seems you already know what Marihun and Li Lei have done? Long Yu was a little surprised. The Legion headquarters can receive news from the entire monster clan territory at any time. What's more, even Master Fu Hua was involved in the news caused by Marihun this time. Naturally, we knew about it immediately. Ling Luo smiled and said, in the 3rd outer galaxy, you can attack the demon clan's own people. This pill soul can really do it. However, this matter is in the past now. Let's talk about business. Everyone, in total, how many divine corpse bones were brought out from the ancient alien ruins? Long Yu still understands the principle that rare things are valuable, but now he doesn't need to be petty with the other party, as long as both parties are open and honest. Therefore, Long Yu told the truth directly. There are nearly 100 god-like corpse bones, which are just as incomplete as the ones they brought before. Most of them are from the multi-winged clan. They obtained a total of nearly 100 godlike corpses from the Duoying clan. In addition, Yu Fei, Xiao Bai, Shuelua, Long Yu, and Han Ying, a total of 5 people each obtained unknown alien godlike bones. These things are not of much use to them, but for the Legion headquarters, it is an excellent opportunity to understand other alien races. This kind of opportunity may not be encountered in hundreds of years. As soon as Ling Luo heard the number reported by Long Yu, his smiling face suddenly stiffened. Even though he was mentally prepared, he didn't expect that Long Yu could actually produce hundreds of alien gods. So many bones. This is definitely a huge asset that the Legion headquarters is about to obtain. If there is only one godlike corpse of an alien race, many research methods cannot be used, because some will destroy these godlike bones, which will cause many inconveniences and limitations in research. But if the multi-winged clan has nearly 100 godlike corpses, they can often conduct experiments as much as they want to figure out the body structure, power components, etc. of this alien race. With such a large number, the Legion headquarters' research on alien gods will be much smoother, more convenient, and much faster. It is definitely an extremely precious treasure. Therefore, even the scattered wood demons are a little confused about how to deal with so many alien godlike corpses. It would be too difficult to calculate simply based on the merits of the battlefield legions. If there are so many. Wait a moment, everyone, I will notify Senior Shambing to come and deal with it. After all, Wujiao Ling Luo was a man who had seen the world. He was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and immediately treated this as an emergency and notified the Black Tiger God Shambing, who was sitting at the headquarters of the 3rd Outer Territory Star Legion. Because the amount was too large, Ling Luo himself couldn't make the decision. He had to hire a strong person like a god. Of course, there was another reason. That is, with such a large amount, if the wood demon loses himself, he may have to pay a big price. Given the merits of the battlefield legion, almost all the goods in the trading house will be emptied by Long Yu and the others. If Godlike is allowed to come over, maybe Godlike can directly give something to offset some of the merits of the battlefield legions, which would be a big help. The value of any alien godlike corpse is at least 1 billion battlefield legions. You know, the ordinary 7-star emperor, who works hard for a month to complete the training, can only get 1 or 2 million battlefield legion merits at most. If you want to accumulate 100 million battlefield legion merits, it will take 70 or 80 years, and that is if you do not consume any money during these 70 or 80 years. Now, Long Yu and the others have taken out nearly 100 bones of alien gods. It is conceivable that if they still use the merits of the battlefield legion to exchange for them like Marahun and the others, the legion headquarters will not be able to bear this amount. The Black Tiger God Mountain collapse should have rushed over immediately after receiving the news, without even a little delay. After just a few breaths, a familiar figure appeared in the room and came in front of everyone, accompanied by a majestic aura. Haha, it feels good to hear the news that you are still alive, Long Yu, you did not disappoint us. Shanbing laughed and teleported directly into the room. His unshaven figure looked extremely burly. He glanced at everyone and nodded, not bad, not bad. This time you have made great contributions to our monster clan. It's a pity that the Medal of Honor at most, it's only at the level of first class. It seems like I should discuss with other gods about whether to tinker with a special Medal of Honor, hee. Of course this was a joke, the traditional rules of the demon clan would not change just because of Long Yu. However, it can also be seen from this how much Shanbing attaches importance to and appreciates Long Yu. There is no doubt that Long Yu previously held back 3 alien gods and allowed them to win a great victory against the Ice God clan. Now he has brought in a close friend. Hundreds of alien godlike corpses can be regarded as an absolute great contributor to the entire demon clan and human alliance. Of course, Long Yu should still be humble, so he shook his head and said with a smile, I can't take the lead in this matter. These alien godlike bones were obtained by everyone's joint efforts, and a lot of sacrifices were made during the process, including the sheep. Since only Marahun and the 4 of them came out, Yang Lao, who left together at that time, must have been trapped in the ancient alien ruins. No matter what the situation was at the time, he was definitely dead now anyway. Even if he wasn't dead at the time, he still wouldn't be able to escape the shockwave of the subsequent battle between the 9 nether dragons' body and the multi-winged clan's godlike stone statue. As soon as Mr. Yang died, their trip to the ancient alien ruins was really a big sacrifice. However, for the monster race and the human race alliance, this sacrifice was definitely worth it, and it could even be said to be very cost-effective. By sacrificing a few great masters, you can obtain nearly 100 alien god-like bones. Needless to say, this is a cost-effective ratio. Anyway, everyone made it out alive, so let's talk about the price. Shanbing smiled heartily, and it would not make people feel embarrassed when talking about this kind of thing. Both parties got what they needed. If Long Yu handed the things to him directly, he would be a little unhappy, which would make him feel owed the favor of Long Yu. How could a god be willing to owe someone else a favor? So giving the price is a must. Of course, it is impossible for Long Yu to give in to this thing, because there is a lot of waste in the Void Galaxy and there are too many things needed. If Long Yu doesn't take a lot of money from the Legion headquarters, it is impossible to get it. The Void Galaxy developed. So when it comes to the price issue, everyone has put their minds on it and is ready to have a serious discussion. Shanbing, as one of the 7 demon clan gods, would certainly not try to take advantage of Long Yu and the others. Previously, the flashy god even killed Marahun directly. It can be seen that the gods must not behave in the same way as ordinary people. Treat. Soon, Landslide gave the three of them a total of 10 options. The three of them could choose 5 of these options as the reward for submitting the alien godlike bones this time. It can be said that every option given by Xuanhuan is extremely precious to ordinary practitioners, and even in the eyes of Long Yu and Xiao Bai, it seems that they must be chosen. However, Landslide also made it clear that they could only choose 5 of these 10 options as compensation. Xuanhuan left them some time to think. During this time, Long Yu took out all the corpses of the godlike aliens from the small world and handed them over to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan led the people to identify them with the wood demon Ling Luo. In the room, only Long Yu, Hong Ying and Xiao Bai were left, facing the 10 options given by Shansheng. Among these 10 options, except for battlefield legionary merits, almost everything is included, including all the resources needed by cultivators in this world. In fact, there are many things that Long Yu has never seen or heard of, and there are also many things that he knows but has never seen in the outside world, such as the forbidden arts of ancient gods. Among the 10 options, the one that surprised Long Yu the most was the ancient god's forbidden technique. This is the last option provided by Xuanhuan. It can be seen that in Xuanhuan's heart, this ancient god forbidden technique is also extremely precious. However, this ancient god forbidden technique is just a fragment and can only be practiced to the top of it. 3 moves. Even so, no one can deny the value of this fragment of the ancient god's forbidden technique. Jiuyo Dragon Emperor possesses the ancient god's forbidden technique and the 4-phase hell-killing cultivation method. This is considered normal. After all, Jiuyo Dragon Emperor is the closest existence to a god in the world, and is the pinnacle of the godlike level. For Xuanhuan, this ancient god's forbidden technique is already beyond the scope of what he can obtain. Specifically, this thing is definitely not obtained by Xuanhuan. Got it at some point. If Long Yu chooses this option, Xuanhuan will give a rubbing of the ancient god's forbidden technique. This rubbing was drawn and recorded by Xuanhuan himself after he mastered the ancient god's forbidden technique in 3 moves. It also includes some my experience in practicing this ancient divine forbidden technique. Compared with the 4-phase killing prison, the 3 moves of the ancient god's forbidden technique are definitely much easier to practice. This is very attractive to Long Yu, and the same is naturally true for Xiao Bai and Hong Ying. The most critical resources for cultivation are the aura of heaven and earth and the power of creation. Among them, we don't particularly need the aura of heaven and earth, but the power of creation must be selected, so the first option can be determined. Xiao Bai said first, and then pointed to the first option, given by Xuanhuan. The first option is to obtain a considerable number of created objects. Specifically, it is 1,000 heavenly crystal level created objects, 10,000 earth seal level created objects, and 100,000 xuanyu level created objects. Things. All these creations added together are equivalent to 2 billion points of Battlefield Legion merit. For this Battlefield Legion headquarters, so many creations are the maximum amount they can take out. If more are taken out, it will affect the normal operation of the Battlefield Legion in the entire Third Outer Galaxy. At least it will have some impact. It will also have a certain impact on the entire Third Outer Galaxy market. You must know that before, Long Yu held back 3 alien gods and became a major contributor in the entire Ice God clan battle, but he only received 5 million Battlefield Legion merit points. One can imagine how abundant resources they now receive. Yes, creation is indispensable. Let's decide on the first option first. Hong Ying and Long Yu both nodded in agreement. Creation is the most important cultivation resource above the Emperor level. It is impossible not to choose. There are 4 options next. The collection of alchemy materials and the collection of weapon refining materials. Although I don't know how many materials there are in them, they are still indispensable for the development of our void galaxy. In addition, the collection of elixirs and the collection of soldiers, I don't think it's very important. In comparison, it's better to choose materials. Xiaobai continued his analysis. These 4 collections are 4 of the options given by Shanbing. The specific number of them was not stated. However, just by looking at the 1,000 sky crystal level creations, one knows that the items in these 4 collections are definitely not. There will be less. Then what Xiaobai said makes sense. There is no need for finished elixirs and soldiers. Anyway, their alchemy master is Liao Lele. High-level elixirs can be refined by Liao Lele, and ordinary elixirs can be refined by many people. As long as they have the materials, it can also allow them to practice their alchemy skills, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The same is true for combat soldiers. Anyway, everyone in the Void Galaxy will not encounter any battles at this stage, so the demand for finished combat soldiers is not particularly large. As long as Long Yujiang invites Xiaobai's weird friend over, the materials will be used at that time. It's not too late to refine soldiers. Even if that novice friend doesn't want to come over, the Void Galaxy will eventually need a weapon refiner. Anyway, we'll talk about it later, and it's useless to think about it too much now. In this way, the 3 options have been determined: the object of creation, the collection of alchemy materials, and the collection of weapon refining materials. With the remaining 2 options, everyone is a little confused and doesn't know which one to choose. Among them, there is even a galaxy that is divided into territories for Longyu and others. Of course, they will definitely not accept such an option. Even if they don't have the Void Galaxy as their territory, they can't choose a galaxy. You must know that without enough strength, a galaxy will never be able to manage it. Although the demon clan's territory is generally peaceful, there will still be many troublemakers after all. Not to mention, it is said that if Longyu now has enemies everywhere and has his own territory in the territory of the demon clan, his life will definitely not be peaceful. After much deliberation, everyone still put the 4th choice on the ancient god's forbidden technique. The temptation of this ancient god's forbidden technique is really too great, and since it is an ancient god's forbidden technique that Shanbing can learn, then they should be similar. That's right. As long as you learn the ancient god's forbidden technique, your strength will at least increase several times, which is not a joke, especially for a guy like Xiaobai, who has almost reached the peak before being a god. It is not that easy to become a god, so if you want to improve your strength, you can only consider this aspect, and the same situation applies to concubine Yu. Of course, when everyone chooses options, it is impossible to completely benefit the ordinary practitioners in the Void Galaxy. In addition to the overall strength of everyone, the most important thing is the peak combat power among them. If something unexpected happens in the future, peak combat power will be the deciding factor. Even if the overall strength is improved, the ultimate goal is to serve the peak combat power. After all, if the overall training environment becomes better, the faster everyone practices, the easier it will be to give birth to some genius cultivators and step into the ranks of peak combat power. Whether it is the whole or the individual, it is a factor that cannot be ignored in the development of power. Only when the whole becomes stronger can more and stronger individuals emerge. After making 4 choices, the last choice became even more confusing. Because, in addition to options like a galaxy, there are 2 options that make them waver. One of them is endless level martial arts, and the other is the method of cultivating the divine formation. Among them, there are 12 kinds of endless level martial arts, 6 kinds of human race endless level martial arts, and 6 kinds of demon race endless level martial arts, all of which are mid-grade and low-grade. Although they are not as powerful as the endless level high-grade martial arts such as the Crazy Battle Celestial Body, they are still effective against for Void Galaxy. It will also become a group of extremely valuable resources. These 12 martial arts are extremely valuable in the Battlefield Legion. It is even difficult to redeem them with the merits of the Battlefield Legion. Redemption requires qualifications. For example, Long Yu's first-class Medal of Honor can be redeemed for endless-level martial arts. Qualifications. In the entire Battlefield Legion, there are only a few records of endless-level martial arts. These 12 martial arts can be said to be a very important part of all the endless-level martial arts in the Battlefield Legion. Another option is the Divine Formation, which includes 3 first-grade Divine Formations, 15 second-grade Divine Formations, and 200 ways to practice third-grade Divine Formations. This set of cultivation methods of the Divine Formation can be said to be a Divine Formation that encompasses various attributes. It is self-evidently important to the development of a force. Why do I feel that the options given to us by this landslide are very confusing? Xiaobai scratched his head and said in confusion, of these 10 options, many options are obviously prepared for big forces, but now both me and Brother Long are obviously just individuals. Could it be said that this landslide speculation we want to form a force, so you give us these options to choose from? No matter what, our choice will not change. Don't worry about endless-level martial arts. I have a way to get them here, and they may be better than these 12 martial arts. It's just more difficult to practice. No. It's just too suitable for ordinary practitioners. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said, I think it is better for us to choose these Divine Formation cultivation methods, which are more suitable for the development of the entire Void Galaxy. I can see that you have practiced an endless level of high-grade body refining martial arts. Even a strong godlike person may not be able to learn this level of martial arts. Xiaobai glanced at Long Yu and said with a smile, since you have the channel to obtain endless level martial arts, there is no need for us to choose martial arts. Let's just make sure it is these Divine Formations. Yes, even if Shanbing sees that we want to form a force, he will not stop us. Honging nodded and said, the godlike strong man always considers the problem from the perspective of the entire race. As long as our forces can contribute to the alliance between the monster race and the human race, he has no reason to hinder us, but will strongly support us, not to mention that our base camp is in the Void Galaxy. If it truly develops, it can definitely become a very important strategic location for the human race and monster race. Then our choice is determined. These 5 options can bring our overall power to a higher level. Xiaobai nodded, and the 3 finally determined the final 5 options. Apart from handing over nearly 100 alien godlike corpses, Long Yu and the others did not take out anything else, including materials such as the Taichu golden crystal, and the huge stone statue of the multi-winged clan, from which we can gain some kind of enlightenment. Super divine power. However, just these alien godlike bones gave Shanbing the 5 options mentioned above, so there was no need for Long Yu to take out the other things, so he had better keep them for himself. Soon Shanbing and the others came back for inspection. Although it was for inspection, it was not because Shanbing didn't trust Long Yu, but because they wanted to see the quality of this batch of goods. Yes, there are a total of 97 alien godlike corpses, including 5 unknown alien godlike corpses, and 92 godlike corpses from the multi-winged clan. Shanbing laughed and returned to the room, while Wood Demon Ling Luo followed Shanbing with a smile, holding a jade slip in his hand, which recorded a list of certain things. It should be a procedure for both parties to exchange. So, have you considered which 5 options you want to choose? Shanbing came over and asked everyone with a smile. Well, I've thought about it, these are the 5. Xiaobai recorded the choice he made in a jade slip and handed it to the other party. After the landslide ended, he took a focused look, and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. It seemed that he could see right away that Long Yu and the others wanted to form a force of their own. But this is not harmful to Shansheng. Of course, he will not stop Xiaobai, Long Yu and the others, so he doesn't say much. He just wants to know the next movements of Xiaobai, Long Yu and others. In short, although a person like Long Yu is not very high in martial arts, big things seem to happen wherever he goes, so Shanbing has to pay more attention to him. Okay, then prepare these things tomorrow and hand them over to you all. As for now, why don't you follow me to meet Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing? Xianbing smiled at everyone. It is indeed not that easy to prepare so many things at once. It is normal to spend a day. Fortunately, it is not too late to return to Bloodfall Star tomorrow. Well, let's go. Xiaobai nodded. Regarding Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing, no matter Xiaobai, Long Yu, or Hong Ying, of course they want to meet each other. After all, these two people should still be worth making friends with. At that time, the ones who blew up the exit of the ancient alien ruins were completely instigated by Maru Hun and Li Lei. Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing seemed to have stopped them, but they failed to succeed. This also made the two of them have been in a state of self-destruction recently. Among the responsibilities. Fortunately, now that they have received the news that Shui Luo and Long Yu are back alive, they should feel better, but they will probably still miss Concubine Yu. After all, Concubine Yu is the strongest person who entered the ancient alien ruins. If they fail to come out alive, that would be a pity for Thailand. Regarding the news about Concubine Yu, Long Yu and others did not disclose any information, and Xianbing did not ask about it. It seemed that they knew that Concubine Yu would not die so easily. Following the landslide, everyone quickly arrived at a rest hall in the headquarters of the Battlefield Legion. In this rest hall, only members of the Battlefield Legion can enter. The entire hall is like an elegant park, with pavilions, and so on. There are also people who specialize in tea-making services, and so on. Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing are now in the rest hall. Although it is the headquarters of the Legion, godlike strong men are still not common here. Xianbing walked in the front, attracting the attention of most people along the way. At the same time, people noticed the three people of Long Yu who followed Xianbing. Some people were surprised that the identity of Long Yu and others could actually follow Xianbing to the rest hall. But soon, someone recognized Long Yu's identity. It was Long Yu, a young human race who made great contributions in the Ice God clan's battle. And this quickly spread throughout the rest hall, making many people suddenly feel enlightened. No wonder he is qualified to follow Xianbing. It turns out that he is such a young genius. After all, he is a young genius who has received the first-class Medal of Honor. It's right in front. You go over and catch up on old times. I'll leave first. I have other things to deal with. The landslide god led Long Yu to an elegant corner of the rest hall, then pointed to a hot spring in front, turned and left with a smile. Remember to wait for Ling Luo in the trading hall tomorrow. He will take your things, it's all delivered to you. Okay, thank you, senior. Long Yu cupped his fists and saluted Xianbing, and then he disappeared instantly. But Xiaobai was already laughing loudly, and jumped into the hot spring in front with a pop, which shocked many people in the hot spring. But his jump made two of them widen their eyes. These two people are Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing. They have been staying at the Legion headquarters for a long time these days. Because they just handed over the bones of two unknown alien gods to the Legion headquarters, they have received a lot of training resources, and now they have improved. At the first level of martial arts, he has reached the level of a 6th-level master. This is the result of the two people who have been cultivating in secret for these days, but they feel guilty in their hearts during these days. After all, Long Yu, Concubine Yu and others are trapped in the ancient alien ruins. Long Yu and others came to the Legion headquarters too quickly. At this time, neither of them had heard the news that Xuelua had returned to integrate the Xuelua Legion, so when they saw Xiaobai, they were really shocked. However, the two of them reacted immediately after being startled, with ecstatic expressions on their faces, especially Boss Xiong. This person had a cheerful personality, and now he couldn't control himself. He laughed and rushed towards Xiaobai. Come over. Xiaobai, you are still alive, haha. Since you are still alive, others should be fine too, right? Boss Xiong laughed loudly and threw Xiaobai into the hot spring. Xiaobai was drowned by the hot spring before he could shout. Su Yuqing was polite and graceful. She did not look at Xiaobai. Instead, she raised her head and glanced aside. Although she was a man, she was also charming and charming. Of course, for Long Yu, this was a bit unbearable to look at. Su Yuqing saw Long Yu and Hong Ying standing next to the hot spring at a glance, with a look of understanding on her face. She reached the shore of the hot spring in a flash, and the snow-white robe was already draped on him. You too, when did you come out? Judging from your expressions, it seems that nothing happened to anyone. Su Yuqing asked gracefully. You guessed it right, we are all fine, but Marahun and Li Lei are in trouble. Long Yu nodded and chuckled. Marahun and Li Lei are causing trouble on the Bloodfall Star. Marahun has been eliminated by the flashy god. As for Li Lei, I'm afraid the end will not be much better. That's good, that's good. Su Yuqing was already open-minded, but now that she heard the confirmation from Long Yu, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her whole mood relaxed. The big stone that had been weighing on his heart for nearly 100 days finally fell away. From Long Yu's words, he knew that Yufei Shuelua and the others were all fine. Since they were all fine, the result was gratifying and worthy of celebration. It's a pity that Mr. Yang was held back by the godlike illusion array at the last moment and couldn't escape, alas. Su Yuqing was still a little worried when she thought about this. It's better to die in peace. It's better not to think so much. Let's go and have a drink together. If anything happens in the future, we should take care of each other. Boss Xiong hugged Xiaobai all over, laughed and got up from the hot spring. He put on his clothes in a flash. Now that he saw his old friend, neither Boss Xiong nor Su Yuqing were in the mood to continue soaking in the hot spring. I happen to have something to tell you, so let's go and find a place. As Xiaobai said this, he tried to break away from Boss Bear's bear hug. Unfortunately, Boss Bear's brute strength was too powerful. Now he had reached the same level as the 6th level master, so Xiaobai couldn't break away at all. Together, everyone found an elegant courtyard in the lounge, and then booked it, ready to have a drink and talk. No one would eavesdrop in this place, not to mention with Xiaobai's methods. It would be impossible for others to eavesdrop, unless the other party is a godlike existence. However, there is only one Shanxing in this place, and Shanxing is not so shameless as to eavesdrop on their conversation. We have found a pretty good place and are planning to form a force. We don't have much time now, so I can only make a long story short. I would like to ask if you two are willing to go there and develop together? After sitting down, Xiaobai explained the matter a little bit. Of course, he did not tell some details about the Void Galaxy. After all, if the other party is not ready to join, it is better not to know about it. Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing looked at each other, each feeling a little surprised. They didn't expect that Xiaobai would talk about this kind of thing as soon as they met. They were really not mentally prepared. They thought that Xiaobai and others would be like them, submitting the bones of alien gods and cultivating for a period of time, but they didn't. I thought of directly preparing to form a force. It is not that simple to form a force. It requires at least many leaders at the peak level, such as Concubine Yu, and the resources required are absolutely unimaginable. Even Concubine Yu and Xiaobai would find it difficult to get enough of them. Cultivation resources for power development, right? Long Yu did not stop Xiaobai. After all, he also wanted to bring these two people into the gang. From some of the words Shanbang and Ling Luo said before, it could be heard that the two people still have a strong friendship, but he did not have time to stop them in the first place. It's just Marahun and Lei Lei. In this case, if the overall strength of Void Galaxy can be improved, it would be very good for these two people to join, but I don't know if the other party is willing. After all, neither Boss Xiong nor Su Yuqing is a loner like Xiaobai, but like Shui Luo, they have an army of emperors under their control. They would definitely not agree to this offer directly. Su Yuqing first asked, "Where is the place you found? Is it far away?" This question was asked very well. He knew that before agreeing to Xiao Bai, the other party would definitely not tell him some details, so he just asked a vague general question so that he could make some assumptions. "I can only tell you that if you agree to go, you will only have a chance to come back once every 3 months. Xiao Bai squinted his eyes and said, "I'm counting the time. I have to go back tomorrow, otherwise I have to wait 3 months before I can go there again. What do you think? Anyway, Xuelua is planning to integrate the entire Xuelua army. Isn't that time? Once the whole thing is over, it will be disbanded directly. If you have this thought, come back to Bloodfall Star with us tomorrow and discuss it later." "Xuelua, when will he make a decision?" Ba Xiong also asked in a deep voice. It was a very important matter. Although he had well-developed limbs, his mind was by no means simple. It should be these 2 days, but that's not necessarily the case. We are working separately with him, and we don't know what his current situation is. But if you guys don't rush to make a decision in these 2 days, you can consider it slowly for 3 months. Xiao Bai said softly. What he said was a bit interesting. If the other party did not go to the Void Galaxy immediately, then his influence in the Void Galaxy would definitely be much smaller in the future. Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing could both understand the meaning behind the words. If they wanted to go, it would be best to make a decision in the next 2 days. Fortunately, Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing's Imperial Legion are now cultivating in their small world. Because they obtained the godlike bones of an unknown alien race, they have obtained a lot of training resources, which can completely make their Imperial Legion as a whole. The strength has been improved to a big level. It can even allow more than half of them to enter the Master's secret realm, allowing the Emperor's army to begin to transform into the Master's army. Of course, this transformation process takes a long time, maybe 3 months, maybe 1 or 2 years, but in any case, with sufficient cultivation resources, such a transformation will happen sooner or later. In this case, we will follow you back to Xuelua Star tomorrow to discuss it with Xuelua. Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing each nodded seriously and said, if they want to go to the Void Galaxy, it will not only affect Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing themselves, but also their clansmen, and they will also have to say hello to the battlefield legions. After all, Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing can be regarded as members of the Battlefield Legion, and the Emperor's Legion they command also belongs to the Battlefield Legion. It's easy to break away, but you still have to go through a set of procedures and pay some costs. The key is whether it is worth the price they pay if they quit the Battlefield Legion to join Xiao Bai Yufei to form a force. It is one thing that they value love and justice, but when faced with this choice, they still have to think carefully. Okay, let's drink first, and then we can gather together and go back to Xuelua Star tomorrow to find Xuelua. Xiao Bai chuckled softly and stopped talking about this matter. Before tomorrow, it's better to enjoy it with peace of mind. Long Yu and Hong Ying haven't relaxed for a long time. Taking advantage of the little time left in the day, they can also take a walk around the Legion headquarters. After drinking, the two left the planetary building where the Legion headquarters was located and went to other places on the third outer planet, including wilderness, plains, snow-capped mountains, oceans. There are many unique scenery on any planet. These scenery are difficult to see exactly the same anywhere. At Hong Ying's request, Long Yu spent a night with her to visit the third outer planet. The most unique thing about this planet is that there are 3 divine sources surrounding it, resulting in 2 suns overhead all day long, and the other sun is on the other side of the planet. The unique landscape made Long Yu feel a little emotional. Even though he can do such a scene in his own small world, are these sources of divine texts and planets in the big world created by someone else? In other words, these planets, sources of divine texts, galaxies, etc., are all completely formed naturally? If someone else created it, who created it? A legendary god? Gods, where are they now? In any case, now Long Yu can basically confirm that the gods exist in the world, but he doesn't know what state the gods are in. No one knows how many hardships one has to go through to become a god from a human being, but in short, the current Long Yu can only look up to even gods, let alone gods. The road to martial arts is long. Although Long Yu's current strength cannot be said to be weak, in fact, he has only taken a small step. After walking around the entire third outer planet, the two of them received Xiaobai's spiritual thoughts and asked them to return to the Legion headquarters, because the wood demon Luo had already prepared all the exchange items. When they returned, Xiaobai was already waiting for the two of them. This storage ring contains created objects. As mentioned before, 1,000 sky crystal level created objects, plus 10,000 earth seal level created objects, and 100,000 mysterious jade level created objects. The things created are sufficient for us. Xiaobai said directly to the two of them, these are the collection of alchemy materials, these are the collection of weapon refining materials. This storage ring contains more than 100 jade slips, which record the cultivation of various divine formations. The method, and the last simple jade slip, are the records of the 3 ancient gods' forbidden arts. Well, let's bring some of the creations for our daily practice. You can take the rest back to the Void Galaxy. Let's go back to Bloodfall Star first. Long Yu nodded and looked around. Where are Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing? They are waiting at the time and space marked teleportation array. We can just go there. Xiaobai said as he put away his things, and then led the two of them to prepare to leave the spherical building where the Legion headquarters was located. From a distance, I saw the wood demon standing at the entrance of the Legion headquarters, smiling and waving to them. This guy was gentle and elegant, always making people feel as comfortable as a spring breeze. This time the transaction is considered completed. Since Long Yu and Xiaobai are in a hurry, they have no time to say anything more to wood demon Ling Luo. After saying goodbye to each other, they must leave, otherwise they may not be able to catch up with the journey leading to the Void Galaxy. The time and space corridor has passed. 3 hours later, everyone returned to Bloodfall Star. Xiaobai, Long Yu, Hong Ying, plus Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing, a total of 5 people, returned to the place where the exploration of ancient alien ruins began. There were only 3 hours left before the time and space tunnel was finally closed. They needed to find Xuelua, and then let Xuelua explain some things clearly to Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing, and then go to the battlefield army to hand over. As for Long Yu and Hong Ying, they have nothing to do for the time being. They need to prepare and then find the godlike Fu Hua of the Sky Bat Demon clan, who will lead them to the godlike academy. They are not in a hurry about the seminary matters, so Long Yu and Hong Ying plan to follow Xiaobai and the others first and find Xuelua to discuss it. At least they want to know whether Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing have the intention to follow them to the Void Galaxy. 1 day has passed, and the situation on the Bloodfall Star has completely stabilized. Marahun was killed, and all the monsters of the Ghost Bat Monster clan have long since retreated. As for the Thunder Lizard Monster clan led by Li Lei, under the control of godlike Fu Hua, it would be impossible to cause any damage to the blood-falling star. Xuelua successfully regained control of Xuelua Star and gathered everyone in the Xuelua Emperor army together. Soon, Long Yu and others found Xueluo, who had just finished their work, in the City Lord's mansion in Tianya City. Haha, you are back. I just finished everything and am ready to go back there. When Xueluo saw everyone arriving at the City Lord's mansion, he stood up to greet them and said with a smile. When he saw Boss Xiong and Su Yuqing in the team, he didn't say the words Void Galaxy, but just said then sighed instead. We have already obtained the training resources. Xuelua, please talk to them about leaving the battlefield Legion. What they need to pay and what they will get when they go there. Our place is still relatively short of peak combat power for the time being. We need to be able to only people you trust can join. Xiaobai nodded and said to Xuelua, then stood aside and handed everything over to Xuelua, and also handed over the 5 exchanged items to Xuelua. Xiaobai did this, of course, to reassure Longyu and Hongying. After all, to Longyu and Hongying, he, Xiaobai, was an outsider and carried with him the training resources exchanged from the Legion headquarters, which was uneasy. This is also normal. If these resources are given to Xuelua, there will be no such worries. For Longyu and Hongying, Xuelua is completely their own, and there is no need to worry about others. So Xuelua didn't refuse. Anyway, he knew Xiaobai's character and had been friends with Xiaobai for a long time. It was indeed appropriate for him to keep these resources for the time being. When he took a look at the contents of these storage rings, his expression changed slightly. Apparently he didn't expect Longyu and the others to exchange so many things. Brother Xuelua, it's great that you're okay, haha. Come and tell me, what are the conditions required to lead the Emperor's Legion out of the battlefield? Since you have made the decision, I will follow you, haha. Ba Xiong is a real person. Before coming here, he was still a little hesitant, but now that he saw that Xuelua was ready to leave with the entire Emperor's army, he was relieved. About this, if you want to join, I can talk to you carefully. In short, don't worry too much about the procedures. Senior Godlike Flashy is currently in Bloodfall Star, and Longyu is here, so just tell her, it's okay to leave the procedures to others. If you want to leave, just take them with you. Xueluo smiled and said. Xueluo's words made both Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing somewhat relieved. After all, they are still worried that if they leave, it will have a bad impact on their own race, but now it seems that these are things that there is no need to worry about. Because Xuelua himself took the Blood Demon Clan's Emperor's army to that place, and he didn't worry about any bad impact it would have on the Blood Demon Clan. This made the two of them look at each other, and then they nodded and said solemnly, yes, let's join together. Since you can like it, the place must be good. Now that the decision has been made, the next thing is easy to say. Xiaobai and Xuelua talked about what happened on the Void Galaxy together. The biggest advantage of this place is that there is no conflict, you can practice quietly, and there is also a Taichu Golden Pond. The Violent Bear Monster Clan where Ba Xiong belongs to mainly comprehends the divine words of the Mad War attribute, while the Fox Fairy Monster Clan where Su Yuqing belongs has the Charm Divine Words, which are spiritual attributes of divine power and are the primordial power of the wood system. Derived divine power. Although neither of the two parties has anything to do with the Taichu power of the metal system, the Taichu Golden Pool is definitely of great use to them. Once they understand the Taichu power of the metal system, as long as they have fixed martial arts routines, they will definitely be able to perform at their best. Strong power. However, members of the Violent Bear Demon Clan and the Fox Fairy Demon Clan may need to stay in the Taichu Golden Pool for a relatively long period of time if they want to understand the power of the golden element. Once they understand it, they are also very tyrannical beings. The Void Galaxy is located hundreds of domains away from the human race and the demon race. It is located in an extremely remote place. It should be at the junction of the 3 alien territories of the Shinshui tribe, the Silver Stone tribe and the Soul tribe. Now these 3 major alien races are in a state of peace, near the Void Galaxy. I don't know if there are battlefields in other places. At this stage, it is impossible for Longyu and others to leave the Void Galaxy to explore the surroundings. The previous use of alchemy materials to attach the detection array and flying out for detection had already taken a great risk, and they could not do other things for the time being. Now that it is certain to pass, the forces in the Void Galaxy have increased by 2. The 4 major demon cultivator races are the White Feather Demon Clan, the Violent Bear Demon Clan, the Fox Fairy Demon Clan, and the Blood Demon Clan. Except for the White Feather Demon clan, which has more than 100,000 tribes, the other three major demon cultivator races are all in Emperor's Legion. Among them, each has about 10,000 people. However, the overall combat effectiveness of the White Feather Demon clan is definitely not as good as those of the three Emperor Legions. After all, there are many old, weak, sick, and disabled members of the White Feather Demon clan. The truly powerful combat effectiveness is not particularly large, and the individual combat effectiveness is compared to the members of the Emperor Legion. Definitely inferior. Now that it's settled, we can leave first. At that time, there are still 2 hours left, before the deadline of 3 days. Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, let's go. After Xue Luo finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. What about the Bloody Star? Long Yu asked from the side. Xuelua Xing will be renamed soon. There should be another emperor to lead it here, but don't worry, things like the trouble between Maru Hun and Li Lei before will never happen again. Xue Luo said with a smile. Oh, that's good. Long Yu nodded, then take them there together, so that everyone can improve their martial arts realm and combat effectiveness. After saying this, Long Yu made sunset dance. Feng Yusen, Feng Xiaofei, Feng Haofeng and others all called out from the small world, asking them to go to the Void Galaxy first. Xue Luo was quite familiar with these guys, so he didn't pay much attention to them. He raised his hand and brought them into the small world. Anyway, Long Yu would be back soon, so there was no need to worry or say goodbye. Okay, Brother Long, remember to find that friend of mine. Void Galaxy still lacks a top weapon refiner now. If we can invite him, our development speed in all aspects will be greatly improved. And that old guy, in the formation, he also has profound research attainments in law. Xiaobai patted Long Yu on the shoulder and smiled. I'll try my best. Long Yu could only say this. He heard from Xiaobai that the senior weapon refiner seemed to have a weird temper. It was not certain whether he could be called upon to move him. Of course, he would try his best, no matter what. If the other party puts forward any conditions, Long Yu will try his best to satisfy them. After joining the seminary, you can choose some experiences to do. Your freedom will not be restricted during this period, and you can do other things along the way. Xue Luo thought for a while and said to Long Yu, you can invite the senior weapon refiner or go to the human territory to find your father. Of course, this requires the power you accept to come along the way. Only human territory will do. Long Yu nodded. The next thing he had to do was these two things. In addition, he had to see what kind of experience he could receive after joining the seminary. Long Yu is still looking forward to the seminary. He wants to know how much improvement this place can bring to him. What's special about the experiences published among them? Everything will be revealed in the near future. Xuelua, Xiaobai, Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing brought the supplies exchanged from the Legion headquarters, the 10,000 members of the Emperor Legion under their respective command, Sunset Wu and other Long Yu people, and then leaving Bloodfall Star, we headed all the way to the hidden spacetime tunnel leading to the Void Galaxy. This Xuelua Star will be renamed in the future. After Xuelua leaves, other Emperor Legions will settle here and continue to serve the battlefield Legions. This is the fresh blood on the monster battlefield Legion, which needs to be replenished constantly. Otherwise, the fierce battle on the alien battlefield would have long ago caused the entire outer galaxy defense line to collapse. Long Yu and Hong Ying stayed in the City Lord's mansion in Tianya City, watching the four of them leave together. There was an almost empty City Lord's mansion left, and all the members of the Emperor's Legion where Xuelua was, were all killed by Xuelua. Take away. Over at the Battlefield Legion, someone should be coming to take over soon. I just believe that they don't know what the situation is now. Long Yu was a little worried. The group of Man Xian, Qihua, Bei Yuyao, Gu Yixiangu Wenshan and others should be practicing in the outer galaxy now, and they have not been seen yet. Until now, no one has come back to see the news about the jade slips left by Long Yu and the others, and Long Yu and Hong Ying cannot continue to wait. Anyway, the next time-space tunnel to the Void Galaxy will open in 3 months. Long Yu can wait 3 months for Monqin and the others to gather together, and then go there together. Now, the important thing is to let Man Xian and others know the situation after they return. Fortunately, the jade slips they left behind have written down a little bit of the situation. Although it is only a general situation, if Man Xian and others see it, they will definitely not go anywhere. He left indiscriminately, and must have stayed to wait to join the others. Let's go and find Senior Fuhua. Long Yu and Hong Ying looked at each other, nodded to each other and prepared to leave. But the two of them obviously thought too much. The flashy god of the Sky Bat Demon clan was always observing them. Seeing the 4 Xiaobais leaving, his figure immediately appeared in front of Long Yu and Hong Ying. No need to look for me, I'm here. The body of a middle-aged woman transformed by the flashy god of humanity broke through the void and appeared in front of the two of them. Then a smile appeared on her ordinary face. Are you all ready? The seminary of humanity is waiting for you. You can go, Senior. Long Yu was not surprised that the other party could suddenly appear. After all, the other party was at the godlike level. The entire situation on the Bloodfall Star was probably inseparable from the other party's perception. As for the matter of the Void Galaxy that was just discussed, regardless of whether the flashy god knows it or not, as long as it is a god, it is the same as the Black Tiger god. The problem is considered from the overall situation of the entire demon clan. Therefore, even if the flashy gods knew about the development of this kind of thing in the Void Galaxy, they would not have any objections and would not convey the news. The moment he saw the flashy godlike god kill Marahun directly, Long Yu's trust in the godlike person was planted in his heart. This kind of trust was not blind, but he could see the kind in the other person. The spirit and obsession of sacrificing everything for the sake of the race. It is this kind of spirit and obsession that allows the powerful godlike people to always stand at the pinnacle of the demon and human races, protecting the entire demon and human territories from being invaded by foreign races. Once there is no such spirit and obsession, the situation may change immediately. Every godlike creature is a valuable asset in the territory of the demon clan and the human clan. It is an indispensable part in fighting against foreign enemies, and each performs its own duties. The seminary has its headquarters, but it is not in the territory of the demon clan. Therefore, it is impossible for Shanxing to lead Long Yu and Hong Ying there. After all, Shanxing still needs to be stationed in the Third Outer Galaxy to prevent the Ice God clan's previous surprise attack. Therefore, the flashy god class was transferred from the territory of the Monster clan specifically to pick up Long Yu and Hong Ying. This shows how high the status of the class god in the territory of the Monster clan is. After all, it is between the Monster clan and the human race. Best hope. There are now a total of 14 gods in the human race and demon race, and more than 10 of them were born from the seminaries. It can be seen that the experience in such seminaries is definitely some skills, and they are worthy of the attention of the gods. I used to be a member of the Godlike Academy. It was more than 300 years ago that I stepped into the realm of godlike people and became a member of the Monster clan. I hope that in the future, there will be more people in the alliance of human race and Monster clan. More and more godlike experts will emerge, and even surpass us, sprinting towards the peak of godlike powers. The flashy god waved his hand and brought Long Yu and Hong Ying into his own little world, and then condensed the power of time and space in his hand. She sensed the breath of the time and space mark, and then her entire body flickered out of sight. All the way here, the flashy god of God has made time and space marks along the way, so he can directly and continuously teleport through the time and space marks to reach the place where the God is located as quickly as possible. This is a faster method than walking through the teleportation array after Long Yu has a first-class Medal of Honor, but the cost is too high and not something ordinary people can afford. The value of each space-time mark is equivalent to a mysterious jade-level creation. If it is not a particularly urgent moment, few people will use it. Only a godlike person can use time and space marks to travel long distances. Of course, if someone has as strong financial resources as Long Yu now, and has exchanged so much wealth for so many things at the Legion headquarters, it is normal to use time and space marks to travel. However, there are no such people in the entire territory of the human race and the monster race combined. How many? Where is the seminary? The god of Flashy didn't tell Long Yu and Hong Ying, he just brought the two of them into the small world, and then continuously transmitted them through time and space marks. Long Yu and Hong Ying in her small world had no way of knowing the situation outside, let alone the direction in which she was teleporting out. Among the humans and monsters, there are quite a few cultivators who have heard of the seminary, but not even one knows where the seminary is. Not a few people, but no one. Only those who are strong at the godlike level and those who came out of the godlike seminary know where the godlike seminary is. Other than that, no one will know where the godlike seminary is. This is a bit like Long Yu and their current void galaxy. If the reputation becomes famous in the future, many people will know about the existence of Void Galaxy, but those people will never know where Void Galaxy is. This made Long Yu have some speculations in his mind. Could it be that the headquarters of that kind of seminary is also outside the boundaries of the human race and the demon race? This possibility is certainly possible, and it's not small, but Long Yu doesn't know the specifics. He can only wait until they get there. Now that the flashy god is taking them to the seminary, they only need to follow the arrangements for all kinds of things. About 2 hours passed. Although Long Yu and Hong Ying were not aware of the specific situation in the outside world, they also felt that the flashy teleportation finally stopped and stopped using the time and space mark to teleport. This situation made the two of them secretly guess that the seminary had already arrived, or was about to arrive. As expected, the two didn't wait long before flashy spiritual thoughts came into their minds. You can come out now. The headquarters of the seminary has arrived. This is your first time here, so we need to pick you up. If you have experienced it before, each experienced cultivator will receive a teleportation mark, which will directly open a small space-time tunnel and teleport to this place. As this information was conveyed to Long Yu's mind, he and Hong Ying were released from the small world by the flashy god. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a vast black starry sky, and the starry sky a ring-shaped building in it. This ring-shaped building is surrounded by a light ball, and that light ball is the only light source in the entire dark starry sky. It is a strong source of power at a glance. Is this a quasi-seminary? Long Yu and Hong Ying opened their eyes, and kept looking at the light ball and the ring-shaped buildings around it. The ball of light was much larger than the blood-falling star. It looked like a sun from a distance, and it exuded an extremely warm aura. One can imagine how huge the overall area of the ring-shaped building surrounding that light ball is. That's a quasi-theological school. In the middle is the source of revelation level divine texts, which is impossible to find in ordinary places. The flashy god flew to their side and explained with a smile, practitioners who are qualified to come to the seminary have no need for ordinary sources of divine texts. I believe you are the same. But this revelation-level god, the source of literature, is definitely an extremely valuable asset to you. The source of apocalyptic divine texts. When Long Yu and Hong Ying heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. As Fu Hua said, the source of ordinary divine texts may be rare for other people, and they have to fight for the opportunity, but for Long Yu and Hong Ying, it is nothing at all. Among them, Hong Ying was born in the Blood Demon clan, and her father was also the leader of the Blood Demon clan. She had already comprehended the sources of many divine scripts in the Blood Demon galaxy and cultivated many kinds of powerful divine powers. As for Long Yu, he has now mastered a lot of apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, and the Void Nether Dragon Blade is completely filled with the power of the water element. For Long Yu, it is useless to understand the source of ordinary divine inscriptions. But the concept of the source of revelation-level divine texts is completely different. First of all, the apocalyptic divine text is an existence that surpasses the power of the 5 elements of the first beginning. It is the legendary ancient god who successfully derived the 5 elements of the first beginning to a stronger power. Needless to say, the strength of the power is definitely far beyond the power of the ordinary divine text, even it is much more powerful than the power of Tai Chu. Secondly, now Long Yu has comprehended the aura of some kind of water system's primordial power from that sun light ball. It can be seen that the source of this revelation-level divine text contains the revelation-level divine text derived from the water system's primordial power. This is indeed very useful for Long Yu. Currently, Long Yu has only come into contact with 2 types of revelation-level divine texts. One is the revelation-level 9 nether divine texts, and the second is a certain metal-based revelation-level god contained in the stone statue obtained from the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan. Arts. Both of these are derived from the power of the beginning of the metal system. They are very destructive, but the destructive power does not mean everything. The primordial power of water is the power to control time and space. If you master it, you can travel through time and space. If you are more accomplished in time and space than others, you can at least be invincible. What appears in front of Long Yu now is the source of the apocalyptic divine text derived from the power of the water system at the beginning. If you understand it, you will definitely be able to reach a higher level in terms of time and space power, and even surpass most other people in the human race and demon race. Of course, if Long Yu now wants to comprehend the revelation-level divine text, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. After all, he has not even comprehended the power of the water system at the beginning, let alone the higher-level revelation-level divine text derived from it. Long Yu was able to comprehend the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions because he obtained the 9 nether prison monument and the inheritance of the 9 nether dragon emperor. This was a big factor, and on the other hand, it was because of his own attributes. It is consistent with the power of the beginning of the metal system. It will certainly be easier to understand the power of the series of the power of the beginning of the metal system. Even so, he has only comprehended a mere 30% of the revelation-level 9 nether divine texts, which shows how difficult it is to comprehend the revelation-level divine texts. If he were to directly comprehend the apocalyptic divine text derived from the water system's primordial power, Long Yu would probably only be able to comprehend 10% of it in a year, and it would become more and more difficult the further he goes. This is still too difficult for me now. Maybe after I understand the power of the water element, I can try to practice and understand this revelation-level divine power. Long Yu shook his head and said with emotion. That's right. In fact, even us gods cannot fully comprehend the power of this revelation-level divine text. Generally, we can comprehend 50% of it, but after comprehending 50%, it is extremely difficult to go further. Tough, no one has been able to do it so far. Fu Hua shook his head with some pity, and at the same time looked at the sun like source of revelation-level divine text, with a touch of respect in his eyes. This source of divine writing was jointly discovered by our demon race and human race, so was it used to build a quasi-seminary? Hong Ying asked, curiously from the side. No, this source of divine text was taken back from the aliens by us. Speaking of this, the flashy words began to reveal some heaviness. It was a war thousands of years ago. It is still recorded on the monument of the seminary. It was an unprecedented battle of the strong. In order to fight for this source of divine writing, we, the demon race and the human race, paid a total of 8 godlike lives as a price. 8 godlike lives. Hearing Fu Hua's words, Long Yu and Hong Ying's expressions changed slightly. Was the war thousands of years ago so fierce? Just to fight for the source of the apocalyptic divine text? Of course, Long Yu knew the importance of the source of apocalyptic divine texts, so he was not too surprised that the godlike powerhouse tried to snatch it away. However, it seemed that the human race and the demon race actually won that battle. Something. You may not know that the current weak alliance between our human race and the demon race is entirely because other foreign races around us have united together to deal with us a while ago. Fu Hua shook his head and said, fortunately, the strong men of our 2 clans withstood the pressure and persisted until the incident broke out, and then we got a chance to survive. That one thing? Of course Long Yu didn't know the reason, but Hong Ying didn't know anything about it either. It can be seen that this kind of thing is an absolute secret in the territory of human race and monster race. It is only now that Long Yu and Hong Ying have entered the godlike academy that they have the qualifications to know this kind of thing. You must know that during their classes, the human race and the demon race are most likely to become one of the godlike geniuses in the future. That thing is something that very few of us humans and monsters know about, the arrival of gods. Fu Hua looked solemn. Of course, this is just what we heard, because this incident did not happen near the borders of our human race and demon race, but happened in several nearby foreign races' territories. This incident broke out and caused a stir. Those alien races are fighting against each other, probably to compete for some treasure, and this allows us humans and monsters to get time. Until now, those powerful alien races are in a state of fierce war. The gods are coming. When Long Yu and Hong Ying heard this, their expressions suddenly became heavy. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people are qualified to know. What's more, even godlike experts like Fu Hua have only heard some rumors and have not seen it with their own eyes. See. Regarding the arrival of the gods, even gods like Fu Hua are not clear about it. They have only vaguely received some information that is not sure whether it is true or not. Therefore, Fu Hua did not discuss this matter too much, but quickly took Long Yu and Hong Ying and flew towards the source of the apocalyptic divine text. The closer you get, the more powerful you can feel the power of the source of the divine text, which contains the aura of the primordial power of the water system. Its essence is the primordial power of the water system, but it has been derived and sublimated through the hands of the gods, and has become it is stronger than the ordinary water-type Taichu power. Surrounding the source of the apocalyptic divine text, there is a ring-shaped building. It doesn't look like much from a distance, but when you look closer, you can see how majestic the building is. The entire ring-shaped building is made of a kind of ice-white spar, forming a ring of ice crystals. Long Yu has never seen this kind of material before, but it must be an extremely strong thing, at least as good as the ice crystal ring. The building materials in the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan are of similar grade. After all, it is a quasi-seminary, which can be said to be the core of the development of the entire human race and monster race. Although Long Yu doesn't know where this is specifically, the various existences there are definitely not something that can be easily obtained from the outside world. When he really got closer to the ring-shaped building, Long Yu realized that the building was also very huge and not a small halo as seen from a distance. It's small, just compared to the source of the apocalyptic divine text. When Long Yu came closer, he found that he was just a small black dot in front of this ring-shaped building. The shape of the entire building was completely comparable to the scale of several battlefield fortresses. In such a large building, there are less than 100 seminary-like members in it? Hong Ying was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask. Yes, each of you will have a large space. In that space, basically all your cultivation needs can be met. During the waiting period of experience, you can concentrate on cultivation, comprehend strength, etc. in your own space. Fu Hua said with a smile, then raised her hand, and the power of the water element condensed in her hand, and then all three of them were covered in it. With the activation of the power of the water element, the three of them were teleported away from where they were. When they reappeared, they were already inside an ice-white building. This is the ring-shaped building. Long Yu and Han Ying subconsciously looked around and found that the surroundings were surrounded by ice-white crystal walls, forming a crystal passage that led to an unknown direction. The ice-white color was a bit dazzling, but it made the two of them feel some warmth. These ice-white crystals gradually exude a warm atmosphere. Follow me, and arrange your personal space first. As for the first batch of seminary-like experiences, they will arrive in 7 days. By then, you will be busy. Fu Hua smiled and walked quickly through the ice-white passage, just maintaining a speed that Long Yu and Han Ying could keep up with. The three people moved forward quickly, surrounded by ice-white crystals, and occasionally some special colors appeared. Those were certain decorative patterns in the passage. These decorative patterns seemed to be like green leaves, scattered all over the surrounding ice-white crystal walls, which made Long Yu feel a little strange. What are these green leaf patterns? Are they just for decoration? Long Yu asked, curiously. Wrong. Fu Hua shook his head. This section is where students in other seminaries live. Now we are just walking through the corridor. Around the corridor, other students live. These green leaves are one of the seminaries. Created by students. Of course, she didn't mean to do this. It's just that the power she controls is relatively active, so wherever she goes, the pattern and breath of green leaves will appear. You will get used to it after a while. After saying this, Fu Hua did not stay where he was, but continued to move forward with the two of them. After listening to the flashy explanation, Long Yu suddenly realized, but he was also a little surprised that there was such power in this world. There was no doubt that the ice-white wall corridor was extremely strong, but the power controlled by the woman could print the pattern directly on the ice-white wall. I don't know what kind of power that woman has. No one who can come to the seminary is mediocre, just like Long Yu and Han Ying. Needless to say, Long Yu himself, and Han Ying is the blood demon princess who is loved by thousands of people. His own cultivation talent is one of the best among the entire demon clan. Thinking about it this way, everyone else in the seminary will not be that simple. After advancing for about 10 miles, the green leaf patterns on the ice-white walls on both sides finally gradually became fewer and fewer, until they disappeared completely. It seemed that the woman had been staying in that section recently and had not left to go to other places. Long Yu didn't pay much attention to this matter, and quickly followed Fu Hua to a relatively secluded place. The place they passed just now had always made them feel the presence of other people. People should have passed by often, but now, the place they came to seemed extremely secluded and devoid of any human presence. This is the personal space prepared for you. These are 2 divine keys. When you come here and activate the divine keys, you can enter your own personal space. As Fu Hua spoke, he took out 2 keys condensed with divine power from his arms. The shapes of the 2 keys were very different. One of them was blood red and contained the power of blood divine power. Of course, it's for the aureole. The other one was pitch black, and was actually made by condensing the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions. It was obviously prepared for Long Yu. This surprised both Long Yu and Han Ying again. They didn't expect that the other party would even he understood all the powers clearly and used them to create divine keys. Except for themselves, no one else can open such a divine key, even if they get it. Therefore, everyone's personal space in the seminary is absolutely safe, and even gods cannot break into it by force. Long Yu and Han Ying each held their own divine keys, and then under Fu Hua's instructions, they directly urged their own power to be injected into them. The 2 divine keys lit up with blood red and jet black light respectively, and then the light shrouded the 2 of them, and then the 2 figures disappeared from the corridor. Long Yu's eyes lit up and he came to an extremely broad space. This space was not a place like a small world, but a space in the real world. He could still feel this. This vast space is surrounded by ice-white crystals, which is the main component of the entire seminary. It's a pity that I haven't seen any other students since I came here. But no matter what, it's better to get familiar with the environment here first. Long Yu thought to himself, looked around, and found that this space that belonged to him was absolutely empty. There was nothing in the hundreds of miles of space, it was just a square space surrounded by ice-white crystals. If there is anything, it is that in the center of this space surrounded by ice-white crystals, there are several light balls condensed by the power of the water system. Fuhua just introduced it a little bit. From this light ball, you can leave this space, and you can also get the cultivation resources you need from the light ball. How to arrange the entire space is completely up to the students. For example, the section of road they just passed was next to the personal space of the woman who controlled the power of green leaves. In her personal space, it was very likely that there were green leaves all over, a lush green scene. Everyone's personal space will develop into a completely different style in the end, which is related to the students' respective personalities and strength attributes. Long Yu thought for a moment, and since this place will always belong to him from now on, there is no need for him to be restrained. He should first make this place what he likes. Fuhua just said that this place will always belong to them from now on. Even if they die in the future, this place will not be taken back by the seminary, but will always be there. In this case, the shape of this space will still have a great impact on Long Yu. You must not move near the central light ball. After all, it is the core part of the entire space. But other than that, if you want to tinker with something in this space, it is completely in accordance with Long Yu's wishes. Some people like to enjoy, so they should install some enjoyment things in this space, such as hot springs, wine, pavilions, and so on. Some people like to practice hard, so they can build a martial arts arena or the like in this space. In their spare time, they can invite others to come here to fight with them, thereby improving their actual combat experience. Long Yu doesn't have any special hobbies. He just prefers peace and quiet. In such an empty space, he won't create anything special. He first went to the center of the water system, the Taibei power light ball, and then probed his spiritual thoughts into it. He wanted to see what cultivation resources he could get here. It turned out that the cultivation resources displayed in front of him were absolutely no less than what the Battlefield Legion had. After a casual search for the source of heavenly spirits, Long Yu discovered that there are many sources of high-level heavenly spirits. This thing can increase the regeneration speed of heaven and earth spiritual energy in his small world by 10 times. It is definitely a rare good thing. However, on the battlefield, legions and high-level sources of heavenly spirits are very few in number. In this kind of seminary, the source of heavenly spirit is an extremely common thing, and it is even divided into various attributes, so that the source of heavenly spirit is more consistent with the cultivator himself and exerts a stronger effect. To redeem these training resources, what is needed is none other than the merits of the Battlefield Legion, and the price is similar to that of the Battlefield Legion. Chapter 54, Change of Style. This made Long Yu breathe a sigh of relief. In terms of Battlefield Legion merits, he still had a lot left. The 5 million Legion merits issued previously had not been used yet, so he just wanted to pick them up now. Originally, Long Yu had a total of 5 million Battlefield Legion merit points, but in the past 3 months, 500,000 Battlefield Legion merit points were distributed every month, adding up to 6.5 million. This is the benefit from the first-class Medal of Honor. In the long run, it is still very cost-effective. On average, you can get 6 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service every year, which is equivalent to having a strong person of 5th or 6th level who is constantly giving Long Yu works part-time. However, just these 6.5 million points of Battlefield Legion merit are not enough if you want to exchange them for a good enough source of heavenly spirit. What Long Yu is interested in now is a gold-type source of heavenly spirit. In addition to increasing the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his own small world by 12 times, it can also continuously give birth to the power of the golden-type Taichu in his small world. These metal Taichu powers can be completely absorbed by Long Yu's small world. In this way, Long Yu will continue to comprehend the primordial power of the metal system on weekdays without spending additional time. This is the biggest benefit. Although the speed is not fast and he cannot fully comprehend the primordial power of the metal system with this, but there is no problem in understanding 30% of it within half a year. This made Long Yu fall in love with this source of heavenly spirit at a glance, but the price of this special source of high-level heavenly spirit was also extremely high, reaching 13 million Legion meritorious deeds. This is a bit difficult for Long Yu, because he has only reached half of this value. This place should also be able to exchange items for Legion merit. I'll look around to see if there's anything I can exchange for. Long Yu thought to himself, searched in his own little world, and soon found something, which was an ice crystal found in the remains of the Ice God tribe's godlike world. This ice crystal is called Ice Essence. It is something that can enhance the power of ice attributes and is extremely precious. Long Yu had absorbed the same space essence, which gave his 9 nether path magical power the special effect of corroding the power of space. This shows the high value of this essence. If you really want to do the math, the value of one piece of ice essence can be exchanged for several million Battlefield Legion meritorious services. If it reaches 6.5 million, it can be enough for Long Yu to exchange for that gold-type heavenly spirit. The source of it. Ice essence, when used into the fruit of innate magical powers with ice attributes, can at least enhance the power of this innate magical power by at least 2 or 3 times. If the attributes are consistent, the actual combat effectiveness of the cultivator will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Long Yu did not hesitate, and directly activated the 9 nether divine key in his hand, and then returned to the outside of his personal space to find the flashy god who had not left. Senior, wait a moment, I have a question to ask. Can I exchange this ice essence for Battlefield Legion merit? Long Yu took out the ice essence directly, and then asked the flashy god. Fu Hua seemed to have just met other people and was about to leave. He stopped when he heard Long Yu's words, nodded and smiled, of course, but I didn't expect you to have such good things as ice essence. Godlike in the academy, many students have mastered the innate, supernatural powers of ice. I suggest you put them up for auction when everyone gathers in 3 days. It would be better this way. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. Long Yu nodded. In this case, he was not in a hurry to exchange it. The price that could be sold at the auction would ultimately be higher than the direct exchange. Although he had a lot of things, he didn't want to waste it casually. Those who can enter the seminary must be the proud ones of heaven, and their martial arts talents are definitely good. If you imagine each of them as a dragon emperor, you will know that some people cannot lack the merits of the Battlefield Legion. Thinking this way, Long Yu is quite looking forward to the price this ice essence will fetch at auction in 3 days. Of course, he is also looking forward to meeting other people in the seminary. Being with strong people can inspire you to become stronger. As for the 3 days of waiting, it should be because other students have not returned yet. It is said that after each round of training in the seminary, there will be a holiday, which is the time for each student to move freely. Now, it is vacation time, which is a period of time before the next round of training starts. When all the students are gathered, the next round of training will start. Long Yu was not in a hurry. These 3 days were just enough time to tinker with his personal space. This place was very spacious, and he could tinker with it to his liking. Instead of disturbing Hong Ying, he returned to his personal space and began to build. The simplest way was to gather materials in his own small world, first create the things he wanted, and then transfer them directly into personal space. Long Yu didn't have any requirements for his personal space, but it didn't look good when it was so empty, so he randomly made some mountains and rivers and turned his personal space into a barren mountain. The light ball of the water element's Taichu power in the center is the core of personal space, and it was protected by a floating palace built by Long Yu. The floating palace is reinforced by Dragon Queen's first-class divine crystals. Now that he is a strong man who dominates the secret realm, he can smelt divine crystals by himself, but he does not have the time. The divine crystals he possesses were all collected some time ago. For example, on the alien battlefield, the Duoying clan still obtained a lot of divine crystals from the ancient alien ruins, but he didn't care about it at the time. After all, the value of these things was not very high compared to what he sees now. Unexpectedly, it is still useful now. Although it is not of much use, it can be reinforced a little bit. If it is not reinforced at all, Long Yu will not feel at ease. Of course, to be honest, it is basically impossible for any enemy to attack this place. When that time comes, the halls reinforced with divine crystals such as Long Yu will not be able to resist. After 3 days, Long Yu has been in his personal space, cultivating for a while, sorting out his future cultivation direction. During this period, he and Hongying did not meet. After all, she is a girl. Hongying should be feverishly decorating her personal space, but Long Yu has no such interest. The god of flashy lay has issued another notice. Today is the annual gathering day of the entire seminary. It is the only day on which all the students of the seminary will gather together. So within this day, the entire seminary can be said to be the most lively. Of course, there are only a few hundred people in total. If we really want to say it is lively, it is not lively at all. It is just the time when there are the most people. This is indeed the time. According to what Fu Hua said, there are only 4 new students in the seminary this year, including Long Yu and Hongying. They are not as many as the number of students who died during the training last year. This makes Long Yu feel a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that in a place like a seminary, the number of deaths could reach 5 every year. It seems that the training required by this kind of seminary is very difficult, otherwise it would not be possible for a genius like Hongying die in it. This also made Long Yu put away his usual relaxed attitude. At least the next experience must be treated with the most serious attitude. The difficulty of training in the seminary must be no less than that of the ancient ruins of the multi-winged clan. The more difficult the experience, the more the cultivator's strength will be improved after passing it. If you just practice quietly in comfortable days, your actual combat ability will not be improved. The environment for cultivation in the Void Galaxy is the best, but everyone cannot stay there all the time. After all, they have to find time to practice. This can be left to the future for the time being. At this stage, the martial arts level of many people is still too low, and the efficiency of training in the outer galaxy is also very low. If the cultivation level is improved a little, the benefits will be more. On the appointed day, Long Yu came out of his personal space and met Hongying first. Hongying happened to appear at this time, and Long Yu smiled and asked, "How is your personal space decorated? You want to know? Come in and see if you can find out." Hongying smiled mysteriously, came over and pulled Long Yu, and directly activated her bloody divine key, and then the space divine power sent the 2 of them to her personal space. When he opened his eyes, Long Yu was really shocked. This place was actually Hongying's personal space? In the past, Long Yu thought that Hongying had a more unrestrained personality and might not like things that ordinary little girls liked, but now it seems that he was wrong. What you see is a gently undulating plain. On the plain is a sea of colorful flowers, swaying in the breeze, showing waves of flowers, and bursts of refreshing fragrance. I remember that you shouldn't be someone who likes flowers. Long Yu held his chin and thought about this question seriously. He had heard Xuelua say during the chat before that Hong Ying had always been a cultivator. Otherwise, no matter how talented she was, she would not have been able to reach the age of 20. He has cultivated to the realm of a great master at a young age. This is simply an existence that defies heaven. Xuelua also said that Hong Ying's boudoir had nothing that ordinary girls liked since she was a child. They were all murderous warriors and the like. But when she got here, Hong Ying turned her personal space into a sea of flowers. Sometimes, we should change our style, right? Hong Ying pursed her lips and smiled. Do you like it? It's a bit feminine. Long Yuzhua said with a deadly smile. Do you want to die? Hong Ying suddenly became angry and pushed Long Yu down into the waves of the sea of flowers. The seminary finally welcomed another gathering of students. When Long Yu and Hong Ying came out of their personal space and arrived at the seminary hall, they found that there were already many people here. The entire seminary-like building is made of ice-white crystals, and of course this assembly hall is also. In this hall, there are already about 20 people, scattered here and there, chatting in twos and threes. Of course, most of them were alone, finding a corner to close their eyes and relax, at least a dozen of them. As soon as Long Yu and Hong Ying entered the hall, the eyes of these people focused on them. It was obvious that they saw two new faces and were a little curious about them. In fact, new people join the seminary every year, and these new people are certainly the focus of everyone. Because the goal of the seminary is to cultivate new strong godlike people, and many of the old students have exhausted their potential, but they still have not been able to step into the godlike world. It can even be said that even after joining the godlike class, in the seminary, the possibility of becoming a god is only 1%. Therefore, when the old students have little hope, they naturally turn their attention to the new students and have expectations for them. A second-level master, a lower-level master, these two guys. Isn't that kid Long Yu? The one who stole the show during the Ice God clan's battle. Indeed, that beauty must be the princess of the Blood Demon clan. Yes, she is quite beautiful. It's a pity that she already has a master. What a pity, haha. Everyone in the Quasi-Theological Academy immediately recognized the identities of Long Yu and Hong Ying. This is also normal. As members of the Quasi-Theological Academy, of course they are very familiar with the affairs of the alien battlefield. Although they did not participate in that battle, the name of Long Yu, a key figure in the important battle with the Ice God clan, still reached their ears. I heard that there are 4 newcomers in total this year, but I don't know who the other 2 are. Someone said this, with a hint of curiosity in his tone, which showed that the other 2 had not come to gather yet. Both of you, welcome to the seminary. My name is Qing Linyu. I have been at the seminary for 12 years. If you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can just ask me directly. At this time, a young man with long braids walked towards Long Yu and Hong Ying with a smile. This young man is wearing black tights, with a shiny forehead and long braids on the back of his head. Judging from his aura, he already looks like a 7th-level master. His strength should not be weaker than that of Concubine Yu. Of course, Long Yu would not ignore the other party when he greeted him in a friendly way. I am Long Yu, this is Hong Ying, hello, Senior King Lin Yu. Long Yu smiled slightly and introduced himself. Come with me, I will take you to meet our boss. Qing Linyu smiled and directly invited the 2 of them to follow him, which made them a little confused. Boss? You don't know yet. Seeing the confusion between the 2 people, Qing Linyu lowered his voice and said, our seminary is divided into 2 factions. The 2 factions compete with each other and also cooperate with each other. But in the final analysis, the most are confrontations with each other, and many things are required. We will fight to the death. Ahem, right now, our boss's faction has the upper hand for the time being. If you join, the benefits will be great. Seeing this braided young man in black tights saying this, Long Yu and Hong Ying were a little embarrassed. It turned out that this guy was here to pull people. However, Long Yu didn't expect that the seminary was divided into two factions, but it was normal to think about it, and it was the same everywhere. With factionalism, there can be some competition between the two parties, which can stimulate the personal growth of both parties. Sometimes, splitting into two factions is not necessarily a bad thing. Then go and have a look. Hong Ying squinted her eyes and said, since she just arrived now, she doesn't know anyone, so it doesn't matter if she meets the other party's so-called boss. Long Yu nodded in agreement, and then King Linyu led the two of them towards the center of the assembly hall. As soon as Long Yu and Hong Ying entered the assembly hall, they discovered that in the center of the hall, several people were gathering together. They seemed to be divided into two groups and were quietly confronting each other. Although neither party spoke, the whole scene seemed quite depressing. The leader of one party is a man, and the leader of the other party is a woman. The man has a graceful demeanor, wide sleeves, long hair, and eyes like swords. There is no doubt that he is in the martial arts realm of the 7th level master. The woman was wearing ice-white clothes and seemed to be integrated into the hall. There was an icy aura all over her body. Her eyes were as sharp as ice swords. Her skin was like snow, white and delicate, and her face was extremely beautiful. Both sides are in the realm of 7th level masters. From the momentum point of view, the man and the woman are completely evenly matched, and they are obviously stronger than King Linyu. They were both 7th level masters in the martial arts realm, but their strengths were also different. From this man and woman, Long Yu seemed to feel a little oppressive sense of godlike aura. These two people are probably not far from the godlike level. They are worthy of being the leaders of the two major factions of the godlike school. Long Yu thought in his heart and did not speak randomly. Qing Lingyu led the two people closer to the center and introduced the people in the center. This is Long Yu, the key figure in the Ice God clan's battle. This is Hong Ying, a genius from the Blood Demon clan. You too, this is our boss, Yu Feng. Qing Lingyu in turn introduced Long Yu and Hong Ying to that handsome man, the leader of one of the factions in the seminary. Although he was said to be the leader, in fact, the man named Yu Feng didn't have any heirs. Seeing Long Yu and Hong Ying walking over, he stood up and smiled at the two of them. Hello, welcome to the seminary. Starting today, you two will start training here. Of course, if you want to withdraw from the seminary, you can do so at any time. However, I don't think there is any place where the cultivation environment can comparable to a quasi-seminary. The elegant man Yu Feng said with a smile, glanced at Long Yu's whole body, and suddenly said, I have always been curious about what kind of person can persist under the hands of 3 alien gods for such a long time, and now I see it with my own eyes. When it comes to you, I understand. Understand what? Long Yu was a little surprised. What the other party said really made him feel a little itchy. Could it be that the other party could see something special that was different from ordinary people just by looking at him? Momentum. Yu Feng smiled and said, although you are only a low-ranking master, you don't have the slightest aura of being a weak person in you. Look now, even if you stay with so many of our great masters, you are not weak in the slightest. This is you don't underestimate your personal momentum. When you reach the realm of the great master, your momentum may be even stronger, maybe you can surpass all of us here. Good. The beautiful woman who had been sitting at the side glanced at Long Yu and smiled. In fact, a person's momentum and mentality are closely related. It shows that your mentality is very good. Of course, mentality cannot determine everything. Yes. There are people who firmly believe that they can step into the realm of gods, but in fact their momentum is not particularly strong, because they don't understand where they are gifted, and you seem to be different. I didn't expect you two to speak so highly of me. Long Yu smiled and shook his head. He did not refute or get carried away in any way. He knew very well where his confidence came from. The original inheritance of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor was now based on the Nine Nether Prison Monument as the small world. This is an innate condition that is much stronger than others. Even if he is a 7th level master, it is almost impossible to kill him now. As long as he hides in the Nine Nether Prison Monument, he will definitely be like a tortoise. No one can deal with him. Unless a godlike powerhouse takes action, all godlike powerhouses have some otherworldly methods after all. Even if Long Yu hides in the small world of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, it will be difficult to defend against the opponent. For example, the flashy god had captured Maru Hun and the young master of the Ghost Bat Demon clan directly from the small world of Long Yu before. This kind of method is absolutely impossible for cultivators at the Great Master level. What we said is true. Now, you can choose one of our two forces to join. When we experience it in the future, we can act together. Yu Feng smiled and said, "Let me introduce, my name is Yu Feng, and the person next to me is called Liu Shuang. In terms of martial arts, the two of us should be the most experienced in the seminary. If you don't understand anything, you can let us give you advice. After all, we can't bother senior godlike with everything." Yu Feng and Liu Shuang are the leaders of the two major factions of the seminary. Yu Feng is the graceful young man, and Liu Shuang is the cold beauty. Of course, in reality, Liu Shuang is not particularly cold, and treats others very decently. After Yu Feng finished speaking, Liu Shuang continued, "It doesn't matter who you choose. We are just competing, and everything is focused on improving our own strength. Speaking of which, Hanying, the power of your blood demon tribe has always been a bit weird, and the strange power aura in you seems to be stronger, and it happens to be somewhat similar to the power of another person in our faction. How about you join our faction?" Liu Shuang turned his head and looked at Hanying and said an invitation. Hanying was stunned when she heard this. She wanted to join the same faction as Long Yu. After all, it would be better for two people to take care of each other together. However, the power in her body was indeed strange. She had possessed the 6 wings of demonic blood as a divine product of the absolute beginning, but some of the power in the 6 wings of demonic blood did not belong to any kind of divine attribute, and she did not know what the power of the 5 elements of absolute beginning was derived from. Even the leader of the Blood Demon clan is confused about this issue. It should be related to the ancient bloodline of their Blood Demon clan, but there is no record of such a long time ago in the entire Blood Demon clan. If this part of the power can be improved, Hanying's strength will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Chapter 56, Twin Demon Clan. Since there is someone in the Liu Shuang faction whose power is similar to that of Hanying, it is indeed a better choice for Hanying to join there, which will be more beneficial to her future development. As for Long Yu, there seems to be no special requirements. If Hanying joins the Liu Shuang faction, then Long Yu should also join the Liu Shuang faction. Thinking of this, Long Yu said to Hanying, "I will go wherever you go." When Hanying heard this, she felt no pressure at all. She asked Liu Shuang, "I wonder where the senior whose power is somewhat similar to mine is?" "She hasn't arrived yet. I'll introduce her to you later." Liu Shuang smiled faintly and had nothing else to say. When Yu Feng saw this, he didn't say much. Although he admired Long Yu and wanted Long Yu to join his faction, since Long Yu had already made his choice, there was no point in saying anything more. There are 4 newcomers this year. Now that Long Yu and Hanying are with you, the other 2 will be mine. Yu Feng said calmly to Liu Shuang. There was not much communication between the two just now, and it didn't show anything. But when the two sides started talking, there was some tension. There seems to be a strong competitive relationship between Yu Feng and Liu Shuang. Liu Shuang glanced at Yu Feng, but her beautiful eyes showed no emotion. She couldn't tell what the relationship between her and Yu Feng was. After the two parties reached an agreement, they retreated. Long Yu and Hong Ying also stood next to Lu Shuang. Next to Lu Shuang was a girl wearing sky-blue clothes. She must have just arrived at the seminary, and she was only at the level of a third-level master. "Hello, my name is Yu Gu. I only came to the seminary last year. I can introduce you to everyone in our Liushuang faction later." The girl smiled sweetly. "Thank you very much." Long Yu nodded. Looking around, Long Yu found that the number of members of the Semitic seminary was almost the same as that of humans and demons. However, the strange thing was that the two major factions in the seminary were not divided according to race, which was a little strange. However, the human race and the demon race have been united for who knows how many years, so this situation is completely normal. The girl named Yu Ge first introduced a few people around Liushuang, so that Long Yu and Hong Ying had a little impression of them. Then, as people continued to enter the gathering hall, Yu Ge followed the two of them. Introduce. After all, I have been here for a year, and Yu Ge is still relatively familiar to most people. Even if some people only show up at the annual student gathering and go alone at other times, Yu Ge can still call them by name. After all, there are only about 90 people in the entire quasi-theological college. For practitioners who dominate the secret realm, it is quite easy to remember the names of more than 90 people. Soon, two people wearing black and white clothes walked into the assembly hall. A man and a woman, although they looked very calm, they were still quietly looking around. As soon as these two people appeared, Yu Ge paused immediately, then covered his mouth and chuckled. It seems that these two are the other two newcomers this year. They turn out to be twins from the Twin Demon clan. The boy was wearing black clothes, and the girl was wearing a white gauze dress. One black and one white, the two of them looked very matched, and there was no sense of being out of place at all. Twin monsters. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. When he was chatting with Hong Ying, he occasionally mentioned this race. This race is indeed an indispensable race in the current demon clan territory. Because, among the 7 powerful gods in the monster clan territory, one of them belongs to the twin monster clan. The characteristics of the twin monsters are very strange. They are born as a boy and a girl. The thoughts between the two can be completely connected. What the other is thinking can be known clearly and clearly in an instant. Such two people cooperate extremely sharply in battle. With the same strength, even 2 against 3 will not be any problem. This is where the Twin Demon clan is so powerful. And if the twin demons return to their demonic cultivator form, they will merge into one and become a twin-hearted bird. Their combat power is not strong, but their speed is extremely fast, and they have a strong understanding of the power of space divine texts. One of the 7 godlike strong men in the demon clan territory is a double-hearted bird, but it is a double-hearted bird that can no longer be transformed into a human form, because one of the 2-hearted birds has the heart was completely destroyed in a certain battle. It was after that battle that the 2-hearted bird finally broke through to the level of a god. Unfortunately, for her, the most important person in her life had left. The bird with 2 hearts has only 1 heart left, and no one will accompany her anymore. On the alien battlefield, the combat effectiveness of the Twin Demon clan is also an extremely important component. It is not strange for the younger generation of the Twin Demon clan to come to the seminary. The current cultivation level of this man and woman is not even as good as Dragon Yu. They are only at the level of a 4-star emperor. Both of them are, but it can be seen that they are still very young, probably only 15 or 16 years old. Interesting, this is the first time I've seen someone selected into a seminary at such a young age. Liushuang squinted her eyes at the side, obviously also quite interested in these 2 geniuses from the demon tribe, but it was a pity that she and Yu Feng had already made an agreement, and these 2 people were going to join Yu Feng. Among the factions. Qing Lingyu, a young man with long braids, quickly ran up. Just like when he had just greeted Long Yu and Hong Ying, he went to the twin monsters and started to fool. Soon, Qing Lingyu brought the pair of boys and girls to the center of the assembly hall and came to Yufeng. Yufeng stood up with a gentle smile and a graceful demeanor. He said a few words casually and introduced them to Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Liu Shuang. Then, he included the two people into the faction. When he learned Long Yu's identity, the young man in black couldn't help but look at Long Yu twice. It was obvious that he had also heard of Long Yu's deeds. When Long Yu held down the three alien gods, he was still at the level of an emperor, but he did such an earth-shattering thing that shocked the entire demon clan territory. This made the young man in black admire Long Yu for a long time. Looking at his eyes, it seemed that he wanted to run to Long Yu now, or join Lu Feng's faction with Long Yu. However, he still has a competitive spirit after all. He has been the strongest since he was a child, and he feels that he will definitely not be worse than Long Yu. Long Yu is so powerful only because he happened to encounter a good opportunity. Now in the quasi-seminary, we are at the same starting point, and I will surpass you. The young man in black looked at Long Yu, and a touch of spiritual thought came over him. This made Long Yu a little confused. He had done nothing, so a competitor came out of nowhere? Although competition is a good thing, Long Yu has never competed with anyone whose martial arts level is lower than his own. Such competition is meaningless to Long Yu, because he will definitely win. Even if the other party is a rare genius of the twin demon clan in 10,000 years, Long Yu will not give in at all. He has already become a master. These two little brats, with the cultivation level of a 4-star emperor, want to catch up with Long Yu. Which is basically impossible. No matter in terms of cultivation or combat effectiveness, Long Yu will not lose to his opponent. Of course, the other party is of the twin demon clan's bloodline. The two of them joining forces would be a bit powerful. If the other party also enters the secret realm of domination, the strength will not be weaker than the current Long Yu. Tianqing Ma, Tianqing Xue, from now on you will be members of my Yufeng faction. During the training process, you will definitely have conflicts with Long Yu. Then there will be plenty of opportunities for you to compete. Yufeng laughed out loud, seeing the competition between the twin demon youths and Long Yu. By this time, all the students in the entire seminary had basically arrived, and then the flashy god descended from the center of the field and announced that this year's seminary's power would officially begin tomorrow. All experiences will be posted in the assembly hall. Any experience can be accepted individually, as a group, or even competitively. Completing any experience can improve the merits of the Battlefield Legion. The training tasks issued by the seminary are much more difficult than those issued by the Battlefield Legion. After all, the training tasks issued by the Battlefield Legion are for ordinary Battlefield Legion mercenaries to do for ordinary livelihood. However, these training tasks in the seminary can only be completed by the elites of the entire human race and demon race, and they are also very dangerous and even have a high mortality rate. Tomorrow is the day when the seminary-like experience will be released. Long Yu glanced at the entire audience and found that most of the seminary students were quite excited and seemed to be looking forward to the upcoming experience. This feeling is understandable. After all, after completing the training, you can get a large number of Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds, which can be exchanged for what you need. In the seminary, the types of training resources that can be exchanged are much more than in the outside world, and the best quality is also better than the outside world. Just like the source of heavenly spirits, Long Yu can only exchange for high-level sources of heavenly spirits in the outside world, but here, he can exchange them for special sources of heavenly spirits with special effects, which are worth several times higher than those in the outside world. As for now, you can communicate with each other. If you have something you want to exchange or auction, you can also come on stage. In fact, the seminary is just a platform for everyone to exchange experiences. After the flashy god finished speaking, he stood in the center of the assembly hall and looked around. Long Yu's heart moved. Is this the auction session that the other party mentioned? It's almost time to take out the ice crystal now. However, since Long Yu just came to the seminary, he didn't want to be so arrogant, so he should wait for others to go up first. I have here a jade slip for cultivating endless level martial arts from the human race. If you want it, you can exchange it for the endless level martial arts from the demon race, or you can give enough battlefield legionary merits. Soon, a thin demon cultivator came on stage. This person was a 5th level master at first glance. He must have been in the seminary for a long time, and he seemed to be familiar with everything in the field. Chapter 57, The Auction Begins. The jade slips for practicing endless level martial arts are definitely of high value. You must know that even if the Dragon Queen uses so many godlike corpses of unknown alien races, one of the options that can be exchanged is only 12 endless level martial arts. Endless level martial arts, even low-grade ones, are very rare and cannot be obtained casually. The demon cultivator in front of you can obtain it, which shows that he has a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity is not available in similar seminaries. Everyone has it. Many people cast envious glances, but no one had the endless martial arts skills of the demon clan and could exchange them with him. However, someone made a bid based on their battlefield legionary merits, and the price soon exceeded 10 million. It seems that there are many rich people in seminaries. Not long after, the jade slip for cultivating endless level martial arts was sold for 12 million battlefield legion merits, which was almost equivalent to a special source of high-level heavenly spirits. Long Yu thought for a while and then walked up to the stage. He had ice essence for sale. This thing can enhance the power or effect of innate magical powers with ice attributes. It is very useful for ice attribute practitioners. It can even be said that the demand for this thing will never decrease, because a cultivator has 7 innate magical powers, and as long as he is an ice attribute cultivator, the 7 innate magical powers are basically the same. Properties of ice. In other words, if you take the extreme route, you will need 7 ice essences. With such a large number, it is impossible for the entire human race and demon race territory to produce so many in a year. So basically, it is basically impossible for the younger generation to collect 7 ice essences. Even if they have a status like Hanying, they cannot afford the price of so many ice essences. Even if it is really bought, such a large amount of capital outflow will cause great difficulties in the daily operation of the entire Blood Demon clan. Long Yu had just observed that in the entire seminary, there were only 5 or 6 practitioners who were born with ice attributes, including even the leader of the Liuxuan faction, the cold woman Liuxuan. Presumably, this ice essence should be able to sell a lot of battlefield legion meritorious deeds. When the time comes, Long Yu can exchange it for a special gold source of heavenly spirit. It is still very important to him. When Long Yu came on stage, he took out the ice essence without any nonsense, looked around and said, "The ice essence is for sale, and can be exchanged for the source of special heavenly spirits, or exchanged for the merits of the battlefield legion." Many people were still thinking, what good things can this kid get out of just joining a seminary? Looking at it now, everyone is a little shocked. Ice essence, this kind of thing is not so easy to get. Even in a seminary, after a year of many experiences, it would be good to be able to produce an essence item. Ice essence, fire essence, space essence. Wait, these things are very rare, but the demand is extremely huge. You know, Long Yu and Hanying explored the remains of half of the Ice God clan's small world of gods, and 4 of them were the fruits of innate magical powers. Only 2 of them have essence in them. Even the godlike experts can't get together, let alone the others. Their preciousness is definitely no less than the endless level martial arts. It seems from just now that the people in the seminary are rich, especially when there is competition, it should be enough to sell the ice essence to supplement Long Yu's shortcomings in exchange for the source of heavenly spirit. Understand? Sure enough, when the ice essence appeared, Long Yu found that many people at the scene were brightened, including the leader of the Liuoshuang faction, the beautiful woman Liuoshuang. Liuoshuang's whole body was filled with an icy aura. He must have been born with a physical attribute that was very consistent with the ice attribute divine text. Now that he saw the ice essence, he would naturally pay special attention to it. In addition, there are also new students who have joined the seminary like Long Yu, that is, the twin demon clan of one male and one female. The girl among them is also very compatible with the ice attribute divine text. At this moment, the desire for the ice essence was also revealed. Other seminary students with ice attributes and divine texts also showed similar expressions, but after taking a look at Lu Shuang, they could only sigh secretly, guessing that they might not be able to grab it. But regardless of whether he can get the gun or not, he has to give it a try after all, otherwise he will not be able to pass the test in his heart. As for the financial resources that are not as strong as Liu Shuang's, there is nothing he can do about it. The first person to speak out was not Lu Shuang, but a new student like Long Yu, the girl from the twin demon clan, Tian Qingxue. We have a special source of heavenly spirit here, but I don't know if the talisman meets your requirements. Tian Qingxue was moved as soon as she saw the ice essence. When she heard the conditions mentioned by Long Yu, she took out her own thing, which was a special source of heavenly spirit. This source of heavenly spirits has the same nature as the source of gold-type heavenly spirits that Long Yu searched for in the seminary, but it is of water-type nature. In other words, if this source of heavenly spirit is integrated into his own small world, Long Yu will be able to naturally and gradually comprehend the power of the beginning of the water system. In about half a year, he will be able to comprehend 30% of the power of the beginning of the water system. The power of the beginning of the water system and the power of the beginning of the metal system. These two attributes of the power of the beginning are the main direction of Long Yu's current cultivation. Among them, the metal system is the main one and the water system is the supplement. They are complementary and indispensable. Of course, Long Yu has not yet begun to practice and comprehend these two kinds of Taibei powers. What he has comprehended are only the divine powers derived from these two kinds of Taichu powers. Water element, gold element. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. It was really difficult to choose between these two sources of heavenly spirits. However, he thought about it carefully and found out that the effect of the water-type heavenly spirit source on him was definitely not as good as that of the gold-type heavenly spirit source. For the time being, the actions he was exposed to and participated in were all beings with extremely high martial arts realms, either great masters or gods, so the power of the golden element was not very useful. Because the gap between the two sides was too big, Long Yu's frontal combat effectiveness basically did nothing. But it will be different in the future. As long as Long Yu's martial arts level catches up, then for him, frontal combat effectiveness will be the most important. Now, with the Void Dragon Blade and powerful magical powers like the Book of Shadows, he doesn't need to worry too much about escaping or pursuing him. Even if he comprehends the primordial power of the water system, the improvement will not be very big, but the primordial power of the metal system is different. As long as he comprehends the primordial power of the metal system, the power of most of his methods will be greatly improved. Moreover, comprehending the power of the absolute beginning of the metal system will allow him to more easily comprehend the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, as well as the Revelation Level Divine Inscriptions in the stone statue obtained from the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan, which are also of the gold system. Derived from the power of Taichu. What Long Yu lacks now is completely frontal combat ability, so he thought about it and decided that it would be better to need a gold-type source of heavenly spirit. After all, only one source of heavenly spirit can be integrated into a small world, otherwise they will conflict with each other and the gain will outweigh the loss. The water element source of heavenly spirit doesn't have much effect on me. Long Yu thought for a moment and then replied to Qingxue that day. A look of disappointment naturally appeared on the girl's face, and then she said, then we only have 8 million battlefield legion merits. If no one else bids, we can accept this price. People from the Twin Demon clan basically talk about we instead of just I. When you first start communicating with them, everyone will feel a little uncomfortable. Long Yu accepted it naturally. 8 million battlefield legion meritorious service. Is there anyone else with a higher bid? 9 million. A young man in black, who had been standing alone on the edge of the assembly hall, made a bid. This man had no sense of presence, but he did not have the same characteristics as Xiao Bai, but he did not want others to notice. That's why this young man in black stood alone at the edge of the assembly hall, watching everything but not participating. The 7th stage master is really awesome. Long Yu glanced at the young man in black and found that he was a 7th level master. He secretly calculated that about 1/3 of the entire seminary was a strong 7th level master. These people are not all those who have joined the seminary for a long time. After all, the seminary only recruits students based on their talent and does not force their cultivation. Some people's talents are not revealed until they reach the realm of great masters, so it is normal for them to be recruited in the realm of great masters. There are even cases where some people have reached the 7th level of master realm before joining a seminary. Therefore, the cultivation level of the students in the seminary is basically uneven, but one thing is certain. The 7th level master of the seminary is definitely the pinnacle under the gods in the realm of human race and monster race. Existence is like concubine. After the young man in black, who was the 7th level master, made his bid, the others did not hesitate at all. After all, many people present had physical talents that matched the ice attribute and were in great demand for ice essence. With the ice essence, the power of their most important innate magical power can be increased 2 or 3 times at once. Such temptation is definitely worth their price. The young man in black offered 9 million, but Tian Qingxue, a new student of the Twin Demon clan, was a little disappointed because she could not achieve more battlefield legion achievements. Seeing the price soar to 11 million, Lu Shuang finally bid 12 million. This price is almost the same as the endless level martial arts just now, but for Lu Shuang, this price is obviously not the limit. In terms of value, the ice essence has its own merits compared with the endless level martial arts. The price also depends on whether it is suitable or not. If what Long Yu is offering now is the essence of power that doesn't fit with anyone present, then I'm afraid he won't even be able to sell it for 5 million. After Lu Shuang offered 12 million for battlefield legion merit, many people became quiet. Only the young man in black thought about it for a moment and raised the price to 13 million again. 13 million battlefield legion meritorious services. This price has exceeded the endless level martial arts just now. In the final analysis, there are too many people on the scene who are in need of ice essence. For example, like Liu Shuang, you can't get the ice essence if you want it on weekdays. Now that you see one, of course you want to get it no matter how much you pay. After all, this thing can directly increase the power of her innate supernatural powers by 2 or 3 times, and can even derive some special effects. Now she is already a 7th level master. Like concubine Yu, it is very difficult to improve. Every time don't want to miss an opportunity. Long Yu didn't know that Lu Shuang's 7 innate magical powers had already obtained several pieces of ice essence, but they were definitely not full, otherwise there would be no need to fight for them now. When the young man in black offered 13 million, Lu Shuang's eyebrows frowned slightly, and then she glanced at the young man in black. 14 million. Liu Shuang continued to bid. This price could be said to be definitely higher than the original price of ice essence. However, now that there is too much demand in the seminary and the quantity is too small, it is normal for the price to increase a bit. Although the seminary is divided into two major factions, it is obvious that the young man in black will not give in to Lu Xuan because of this, even if the young man in black is also a member of the Lu Xuan faction. There are some things that the students in the seminary will not give in to in any case. After all, everyone is a genius, and no one is convinced. The purpose of being divided into two factions is to have competition and promote the students' experience and efforts. Therefore, the young man in black raised his mouth slightly and glanced at Lu Xuan. 15 million, if you raise the price again, I will give up. It seems that the price of 15 million is the limit of the young man in black. I don't know if he only has these Battlefield Legion achievements, or if he doesn't want to pay a higher price to obtain the ice essence. Anyway, for Long Yu, the current situation is exactly what he wants. Originally, he wanted to sell the ice essence and redeem the Battlefield Legion meritorious service for the gold source of Heavenly Spirit, but he did not expect that the price of one piece of ice essence had already exceeded the gold source of Heavenly Spirit. Then I'm welcome, 16 million. Lu Xuan chuckled, feeling like she had won. $16 million to buy an ice essence was not a good deal, but this ice essence was of great significance to her. Because, as long as she gets this ice essence, all 7 of her innate magical powers will be amplified. This is the 7th ice essence she needs. After all, in the seminary for such a long time, Lu Xuan has almost brought all the aspects that he can improve to the top, almost to the point where there is no way to improve unless he steps into the realm of the god. That's why she urgently needs this ice essence. Once she gives up, she doesn't know how long it will take to meet the next one. Her previous 6 ice essences were from some extremely cold places in the Ice God clan's territory alone. The land, after countless lives and deaths, was finally obtained, and it took several years. It's not that easy to get more one now. Unfortunately, we haven't given up yet. Just when Lu Xuan thought he was sure of victory, a voice suddenly sounded from the side, but it was Qing Linyu, a braided young man from the Yufeng faction. Qing Linyu, wearing a black tights, stood up and said with a smile, "Since Tianqing Xue has joined our faction, he must give a little greeting gift. This ice essence looks good. 1,700 won, I helped her out." After Qing Linyu finished speaking, Long Yu was a little surprised. This guy turned out to be a rich man. 17 million, under normal circumstances, would be enough to buy 2 power essences, but now it was used to buy 1 ice essence, and he bought it for others. He was brave and courageous enough. When Qing Linyu said these words, not only Long Yu, but also others in the field, were a little surprised. Needless to say, Liu Xuan originally thought that she was sure of victory and no one would compete with her, but she didn't expect that King Linyu would pop up. Tianqing Xue and Tianqing Ma, a pair of new students from the demon tribe, were also shocked. They did not expect that anyone would be willing to buy them something. To be honest, it was really impossible for them to refuse this kind of thing, but of course they couldn't take advantage of others. At most, they could only return the Qinglin Jade after they had enough meritorious service on the battlefield. Therefore, Tianqing Xue and Tianqing Ma did not speak, but nodded gratefully to Qing Linyu. Ice essence is indeed very important to Tianqing Xue. Long Yu glanced at Tianqing Xue and understood what she was thinking. If someone was selling a shadow essence now, Long Yu would definitely want it. After all, it could enhance him too much. As long as there is hope, no one will give up. In this way, Long Yu is even happier, because both parties have the mentality of winning, and the price will definitely go up, which is definitely a good thing for him as a seller. In addition, Long Yu also thought that Tianqing Xue also had a water-type source of heavenly spirit. If the price was high enough, he might be able to take a look at this thing. When there was only one choice, Long Yu would of course choose the source of the heavenly spirit of the gold system, but when it was possible to get both, Long Yu still wanted to fight for it. The water-type heavenly spirit source, whether given to Hongying or reserved for others, is an extremely useful treasure. In terms of absolute value, it is higher than the gold-type heavenly spirit source, because more people need it. When the Qinglin Jade bid was made, Lu Shuang was obviously a little surprised, but she did not show any emotions such as anger. After all, it was an auction, and the one with the highest price got it. This was the rule. Even if she was the leader of the faction, she could not recklessly. Then, 18 million. Liu Shuang said calmly, from now on, this bidding is a bit of a competition between factions, and many people in the field are starting to feel tense. Brother King Linyu offered 17 million, and I will add another 2 million to give to the newcomers of our faction. It is still necessary to compete for this ice essence. Yu Feng said calmly on the side, with a calm smile on his face. Adding 2 million, the total price suddenly reached 19 million, which can be said to be an absolutely high price. Perhaps, Yu Feng and the others wanted to show others the financial resources of their Yu Feng faction and their ability to help new students. At least, this would make the newcomers feel a sense of belonging to their faction. Don't underestimate the sense of belonging. Once it is deeply rooted, it will be a great help to their Yu Feng faction in the future. Seeing the other party doing this, everyone on the Liu Shuang faction couldn't hold back, but unfortunately, the other party could share the Legion's meritorious service by helping newcomers, but Liu Shuang's side could not. Because Liu Shuang is the leader of the faction. If she wants to buy something, she can't ask other people in the faction to help pay for it, right? 20 million. Fortunately, Liu Shuang didn't even blink and continued to bid. She pursed her lips lightly with a faint smile, as if she wanted to see what the other party could do. I'll add another 2 million. From the Yu Feng faction, a burly middle-aged demon cultivator also stood up. He seemed to have a very bold and unrestrained character. He laughed and walked to the side of King Linyu and Yu Feng. He took out more, 2 million battlefield legionary merits raised the total price to 21 million. To be honest, Long Yu had never seen such an auction before, but he was secretly feeling very happy. With such a high price, it is best for the other party to compete more intensely, so that he can gain more and exchange for more rare cultivation resources. There are many training resources in the seminary that are not available outside. Even the headquarters of the Battlefield Legion has only a few resources. This is because the top resources of the entire Battlefield Legion serve the seminary. Godlike beings are the biggest asset for humans and demons to stand in this star field. As long as there is one more godlike creature, the advantages of humans and demons on the alien battlefield will be greatly expanded. Because of this, it is normal for resources to be concentrated in seminaries. 22 million. Liu Shuang's expression remained unchanged. She was determined to get this ice essence, unless it was beyond her ability. Fortunately, she still had many meritorious deeds on the battlefield, which was far from enough. To her limit. I'll add another 2 million for a total price of 23 million. On Yu Feng's side, another person spoke up and raised the price to a new height again. This scene made the newcomer of the Twin Demon clan look touched. Unexpectedly, just after entering this faction, so many people paid for them, which indeed gave them a lot of sense of belonging. Of course, they didn't want to take advantage, and they would definitely have to pay it back later, but no matter what, the scene like this really moved them. 24 million. Liu Shuang still looked unhurried. Although the price was more than double the price of the ice essence itself, it still failed to impress Liu Shuang. Long Yu glanced at Liu Shuang, and suddenly his heart moved. This Liu Shuang seems a little too treacherous, right? If I guessed correctly, she should be raising the price maliciously now, and I will be the one who makes the profit in the end. Long Yu suddenly thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it became that even at the current price, as long as the Yu Feng faction bought it in the end, the one who took advantage would be Long Yu, who was a member of the Liu Shuang faction. No one in the seminary is a fool. Long Yu took a look at Yu Feng's expression and saw that the guy also had an indifferent expression, so he knew that Yu Feng must have known about Lu Shuang's plan, but he did not stop it. Because this is also beneficial to the wind control faction. Such a fierce competition is just on the surface. In fact, everyone is very aware of the calculations of both sides. I am afraid that only the two newcomers to the Twin Demon clan have not seen the secret. Long Yu was quite emotional, but no matter what, he definitely took advantage of the competition between the two factions, and that was enough. However, it did make him look at Lu Shuang with admiration. This woman is definitely not simple. In other words, all the students in the seminary are not simple characters. Everyone's actions may seem unintentional, but in fact they are all planning for their own interests. The bidding continues. Soon, the ice essence that Long Yu took out was fetched at a high price of 26 million. When the Yufeng faction bid again and raised the price to 27 million, Lu Shuang felt the same. Then she pursed her lips lightly. 27 million, I can't afford a higher price, so I will give this ice essence to you. I hope Tian Qingxue can exert the power of this ice essence, don't bury it. I will. Tian Qingxue, a girl from the Twin Demon tribe, bit her lip and nodded. 27 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service is definitely not a small burden for her. Fortunately, they have always acted together as two people, regardless of each other. In total, one person only paid 13.5 million. That's it. According to the reward amounts for various experiences in the seminary, they can earn back this amount in about half a year to a year, which can be used to exchange for an ice essence. It is actually not bad, but they have so many Battlefield Legion achievements, a little unhappy after all. Now that we finally captured the ice essence, we still need to make some things clear. Tian Qingma, a young man from the Twin Demon clan, said in a deep voice, everyone, thank you for helping to bid, but we will not take advantage of these Battlefield Legion merits in vain. Once we earn so many Battlefield Legion merits, we can pay them back immediately. For you guys. King Linyu on the side chuckled, it's rare for you to have such thoughts, but it doesn't need to be like this. If you really want to pay it back, half of it will be enough. The price of this ice essence is somewhat higher than expected, so all of you, if we bear the burden, we people are still a little unjust, haha. This is quite true. If it were Tian Qingxue and the others from the Twin Demon clan, they might not be willing to exchange 27 million Battlefield Legion merits for a piece of ice essence, which means they are making fun of themselves. Therefore, it is more fair to ask the two members of the Twin Demon clan to pay half of it. The 17 million paid by Qinglin Jade and the 2 million each of the other 5 people paid. If half is deducted, it's nothing to each of them. After hearing this, Long Yu glanced at Qing Linyu. This young man in black tights with pigtails seemed to have some background. Otherwise, how could he casually get half of 17 million, which is 8.5 million? Going to bid for ice essence for newcomers? However, Long Yu didn't bother to delve into this kind of thing. It would be great if he could know. If he couldn't know, he wouldn't ask more to avoid getting into trouble. After all, it was something that had nothing to do with him. After the auction was completed, Long Yu directly obtained the 27 million Battlefield Legion merits traded from Yufeng faction, plus his own original 6.5 million, for a total of 3,350 100,000 legionary merits. This figure is definitely equivalent to a huge sum of money. Now that Long Yu can buy the source of the gold-type heavenly spirit, the rest will of course be left to Hongying. But there is one more thing that Long Yu has not forgotten. Tian Qingxue, you said you have a water-type source of heavenly spirit. Do you want to sell it? Long Yu glanced at the snow-white girl from the Twin Demon clan, and then asked. Not for sale, for personal use. Tian Qingxue glanced at Long Yu, but her tone was unfavorable. In her opinion, Long Yu was the culprit of this fierce bidding. If Long Yu hadn't come up with the ice essence, how could the two parties have matched the price? All right. Long Yu could see the dissatisfaction in the other party's heart, but he didn't care. If it were him, he would be a little dissatisfied, but in fact, Long Yu was completely innocent. He just put it up for auction. Who knew it would cause competition between the two major factions in the seminary and fetch such a high price? To be honest, at first Long Yu just wanted to fill the vacancy of redeeming the source of the heavenly spirit. Who knows? However, since the price was high, Long Yu was still in a good mood. As for whether Qingxue had any opinions about him that day, it was not within his scope of consideration. Since Tian Qingxue's water-type heavenly spirit source was not for sale, Long Yu didn't say much. He just stood back and stood with Han Ying, and then began to discuss what to exchange for something that could quickly improve his strength. The subsequent exchange and auction of items continued, with people constantly coming forward to bring out some good items for auction or specifying items for exchange, but nothing that was of great use to Long Yu and Han Ying ever appeared. Han Ying actually took a fancy to something in the seminary's exchange item list. The spirit-tonneling wine is something refined by alchemists. It is said that after drinking the spirit-tonneling wine, you will enter a wonderful state and speed up your ability to comprehend various powers. Han Ying said to Long Yu Chuan, generally speaking, this thing is relatively useless, because for ordinary people, there are rarely situations where there is too little time to comprehend. Most of them are after they have fully comprehended a kind of power. I haven't gotten another kind of power yet. But it's different for our seminary students. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded. Yes, most of the students in the seminary are geniuses, and they have many more opportunities to understand various powers than ordinary people. Things like the divine wine are just for such people. Prepared. Take Long Yu as an example. There are many kinds of power that he has not yet had time to comprehend. First, he has only comprehended 30% of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions now. It will take more time to comprehend it. If he concentrates on practicing, what he wants to do most is to fully understand the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. Comprehend. Second, the power of the Tai Chu of the metal system, which is the power in the golden pool of Tai Chu. If you understand the power of the Tai Chu of the metal system, you can speed up your understanding of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions and enhance the power of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. It can be said that it is the foundation of all divine texts in the metal system. Long Yu has not understood this at all, but soon he will exchange it for the source of the gold system's heavenly spirit. It is good to passively and continuously comprehend the power of the gold system's primordial energy. Third, the apocalyptic divine power that comes from the huge stone statue of the multi-wing clan. Long Yu doesn't know what that divine power is, but it is definitely derived from the power of the primeval gold system. If it can be understood, it will be absolutely powerful. Not bad either. Fourth, the power of the beginning of the water system. This is the power possessed by the Void Nether Dragon Blade, but Long Yu himself has not realized it. Because there is the Void Nether Dragon Blade, Long Yu is not in a hurry to understand this kind of power, but in the future there will be as time passes, he will eventually be able to fully comprehend the power of the water element. All in all, Long Yu still lacks a lot of time now. Things like Tongshan wine, which can increase the speed of comprehending power, really come in handy. It is a pity that spiritual wine is not a common thing. Even in quasi-theological colleges, the quantity is rare, and most people in quasi-theological colleges need something like spiritual wine. Long Yu believed that the two boys and girls from the Twin Demon clan who were younger than himself and Han Ying needed something like the spiritual wine more, so they might not be able to exchange much for it later. I saw it before. There are currently more than 10 bottles of theosophical wine in the seminary. The exchange condition for each bottle of theosophical wine is 4 million Battlefield Legion merits. Red Warbler said. So, the two little guys from the twin monster tribe can't exchange for the spiritual wine. They currently owe more than 13 million in Battlefield Legion meritorious services. How can they have any spare money to exchange for the spiritual wine? Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but soon he knew that he had guessed wrong, because he saw Tian Qingxue actually walked onto the stage, and then held a source of heavenly spirit in his hand, which was going to be auctioned. Does she want to auction the source of the water element's heavenly spirit? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. He also saw that when Qingxue walked to the stage that day, she glanced at him vaguely, which seemed to be a bit provocative. It's a pity that Long Yu doesn't care about her at all. What's more, each person only needs one of the source of heavenly spirits. I believe that most of the seminary students present already have their own heavenly spirits. Source of spirit. In other words, her water-type heavenly spirit source may not be able to fetch a high price. At most, it will only allow her to pay off the debt she just obtained from the ice essence. Of course, from this point of view, Tian Qingxue still made a profit today. After all, at the beginning, she wanted to directly exchange ice essence with Long Yu for the water source of heavenly spirit, but Long Yu did not agree. Now if the water source of heavenly spirit can be sold for 13.5 million, then Tian Qingxue's wish has been fulfilled. Long Yu paid a little attention to this auction and found that there were quite a few people bidding, but it was not too fierce. The price also increased to 12 million, and then stopped after the Battlefield Legion meritorious service. The main reason was that there was not much demand. It's pretty good if something can fetch such a price. Unlike something like ice essence, whether you are a newcomer or a veteran, as long as you have a suitable ice attribute, you will need a large amount of ice essence. This kind of auction seems to be very friendly to newcomers. Is it a common practice? Long Yu had a question in his mind and asked Yu Ge, the girl beside him. When Yu Ge heard Long Yu's question, she couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. How can there be such a convention? It just happens that you can come up with something useful to everyone. It's all fair competition, there is no convention. I see. Long Yu nodded. He thought Lu Shuang and the others did this on purpose to benefit the new students. But now it seemed that was not the case. In this case, he was relieved. With the auction of Tian Qingxue's water-type heavenly spirit source coming to an end, the gathering of the entire class of seminary students has almost come to an end. The experience of the class seminary will not be released today, so after the end, the most important thing is to give everyone a chance to communicate with each other. Chance. This opportunity is still very important to many old students. They are constantly training outside on weekdays, and they rarely have the opportunity to bump into each other. Now, they may benefit a lot from exchanging their cultivation experiences last year. But for Long Yu, it was meaningless because he didn't know anyone. Now, at most, he could talk to Yu Ge and Lu Shuang. As for the people from the Yufeng faction, Long Yu is not too embarrassed to make friends with them now. After all, the factions are different, and the ice essence auction just now made many people from the Yufeng faction perform a lot of battlefield legionary feats. Maybe the other party had some opinions about Long Yu, just like Qingxue that day. Therefore, after the entire mobilization was completed, Long Yu and Hong Ying planned to go back. The experience will not be released here until tomorrow. Hong Ying and I will go back first. Before Long Yu left, he still said hello to Yu Ge and Lu Shuang. Hearing this, Lu Shuang smiled and shook his head, and made a suggestion. Why don't you meet that senior first? The power in her body is similar to that of Hong Ying, and does not belong to any of the 8 divine attributes. Now that she is here, it will not be so easy to see her in the future. Yeah, that's fine. Long Yu just remembered this and nodded. After all, this was a very important thing to Hong Ying. If she could figure out what the power in her body actually belonged to, it might give her an enlightenment and help her move forward in the martial arts. Take a big step. Under the leadership of Lu Shuang, a girl wearing a black and white skirt soon walked over. This surprised Long Yu and Hong Ying. This was actually a girl. Even Lu Shuang seemed to call her senior. This is the senior I told you about. We all call her Yao Yao. She came to the seminary earlier than I did. Liu Shuang smiled slightly and introduced Long Yu and Hong Ying. Yao Yao, they are this year's new students. Can you feel the special power in Hong Ying's body? Lu Shuang turned to the girl in the black and white dress and asked. A girl in a black and white dress, named Yao Yao, walked over with a vague smile on her face. It was hard to tell what she was thinking in her heart. She was a human cultivator, but the aura on her body was indeed. It's a somewhat unique place. The divine attributes are divided into 8 attributes: light, shadow, ice, fire, life, space, mad battle, and elements. However, the power in this medicine really does not belong to any of these 8 attributes. Even more completely than Hong Ying's internal power, it is separated from these 8 attributes. As soon as Long Yu saw the girl Yao Yao in the black and white skirt, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Of course I can feel it, but the power is not very strong. The girl Yao Yao, who is in the realm of 7th level master, looked Hong Ying up and down and said calmly, people from the Blood Demon clan have some special power in their blood, but it is generally difficult to activate it. I didn't expect that this person could activate it. A lot, and if her bloodline can be fully awakened, that special power will inspire even more. Awakening of bloodline? Hong Ying had heard of this term in her clan before, but even her father, the leader of the Blood Demon clan, didn't know what it was about. So now that she heard this word, her eyes lit up and she must be very interested. If this Yao Yao really knows something about bloodline awakening, then Hong Ying must seize this opportunity. Yes, the bloodline is awakened. This kind of bloodline is not only found in the demon clan, but also in some human races. It's just that the blood inheritance of the human race and the demon clan are different. Yao Yao nodded, my bloodline has been awakened. If you want to awaken your own bloodline, you can come to me later and I will talk to you in detail. Okay, thank you, senior. Hong Ying nodded gratefully. She could see that the scent of the medicine in front of her was more powerful than her father's. Although the leader of the Blood Demon clan and the girl in the black and white dress, Yao Yao, are both in the martial arts realm of the 7th level master, if they fight each other, the leader of the Blood Demon clan will definitely not be Yao Yao's opponent. After all, Yao Yao is a member of the Godlike Academy, just like Concubine Yu is completely invincible as long as she doesn't encounter the godlike person when she goes to the outside world. Speaking of which, Long Yu still didn't know why Concubine Yu left the seminary, so he took this opportunity to ask, I wonder if you all know Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu must have practiced for a long time in the seminary of Lay Seminary. Liu Shuang and Yao Yao have both been in seminary of the seminary for many years, so they must have heard of Concubine Yu. Of course I know. Hearing this, Lu Shuang's voice deepened and she said that Nizi's talent was amazing to us all back then. It's a pity that as a saint of the Jiuyou clan, she couldn't practice in the seminary for too long. She only had 3 years in the academy left. It turns out to be the reason for identity. Long Yu felt a little regretful. If Concubine Yu had been in this kind of seminary, she might be closer to the godlike level now, right? When she returned to the Jiuyou clan and became a saint of the Jiuyou clan, Concubine Yu had to give up a lot. No wonder she hated that identity so much. Although the matter between Long Yu and Jiuyou realm was the trigger for Concubine Yu to break away from the Jiuyou clan, it was definitely not the root cause. As a saint of the Jiuyou clan, the conflict between Concubine Yu and the Jiuyou clan was already very deep. I heard that Concubine Yu took the initiative to leave the Jiuyou clan because of you, Long Yu, and no longer wanted to be the saint of the Jiuyou clan. I just don't know where she is now. Yao Yao's eyes lit up. When Concubine Yu was in the academy, she and I had a very happy conversation. She can be regarded as one of the most speculative friends. Long Yu didn't expect that Yao Yao had such a relationship with concubine Yu, but obviously, things about Void Galaxy couldn't be talked about. Long Yu could only smile and said, she must be cultivating in a place in the Demon Clan territory now. I'm not particularly sure. If I see her next time, I can say hello to her for you. That's not necessary. If there is a chance next time, I will compete with her again to see who has made greater progress over the years. Yao Yao shook his head and said calmly. Long Yu had nothing to say next. Then, you should go back first. Remember to buy the Tongshan liquor. I will wait for Senior Yao Yao to come with you. I really want to ask you some questions. Hong Ying said to Long Yu. Long Yu nodded, well, I'll leave first. Seniors, please say goodbye. After saying that, Long Yu went back by himself. He had to rush back and buy all the things he needed to buy. Soon Long Yu returned to his personal space, and then went to the water system's Taichu power light ball in the middle of a barren mountain to check. Now he has 33.5 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, and there are too many things that can be redeemed, but he doesn't need other things now. He has a goal when he comes back to redeem this time. First of all, of course, the gold-type Heavenly Spirit source, which requires a total of 13 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds to redeem. This is a big improvement for Long Yu, and will allow him to use it for a period of time in the future. Continue to understand the power of the beginning of the metal system. 13 million Battlefield Legionary merits are less than half of Long Yu's wealth, but if it were placed in the outside world, it would be impossible for the vast majority of 7th-level masters to have such rich wealth. It is difficult for a commander of the Imperial Army like Xuelua to have total assets of tens of millions. This is the advantage of joining a quasi-theological school. Of course, these Battlefield Legionary merits are not obtained for nothing. The training that each student in the seminary has completed in daily life has made a much greater contribution to the human race and the demon race than anyone else. As much as you contribute, you can get as many resources as you want. This has always been the case in the human race and the demon race. Some precious resources can only be obtained by paying. Of course, there are still many young masters in the territory of the demon and human races who can enjoy the benefits, but even for such people, the resources they can obtain are limited after all. This kind of person cannot get truly precious things no matter what. Even if there are some treasures such as the essence of power among the forces in his clan, it is impossible to give them to such a young master. It must be given to the strongest person in the clan. It is best to make the best use of the resources and obtain more resources for the entire racial force. The source of the gold-type Heavenly Spirit is in hand. There are still 20.5 million left in the Battlefield Legion's merits. I will exchange it for 5 bottles of divine wine, leaving just 500,000 for emergencies. Long Yu quickly made a decision. The Tongshan wine is the most important thing to him and Hong Ying now. With this thing, their strength will increase many times faster than before. 20 million can be exchanged for 5 a bottle of Tongshan wine is definitely a very cost-effective thing. Long Yu is not particularly clear about the specific effects of the spirit wine, but he roughly knows that after a practitioner drinks a bottle of spirit wine, he will enter a state of communication between heaven and earth. In this state, the speed at which a cultivator can comprehend various powers will increase by at least 10 times, or even 100 times. The specific amount of improvement depends on the cultivator himself. Not everyone will have the same effect after drinking the spirit wine. Long Yu quickly exchanged everything that needed to be exchanged. The source of the gold-type Heavenly Spirit, plus 5 bottles of divine wine, cost him a total of 33 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, which he would never have dared to think about before. But now Long Yu's net worth far exceeds this value, so there is nothing to feel sad about. A random godlike corpse of an unknown alien race is worth 10 times the merits of so many battlefield legions. Long Yu had previously handed over hundreds of godlike bones to the battlefield legions. The total value of the various training resources obtained far exceeds the merits of these legions, but it is a development resource for the entire Void Galaxy United Force, not Long Yu personally. Let's first integrate the source of the gold element into the small world. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then started to take action. The integration of the source of heavenly spirit is very fast. As for the divine wine, now is not the time to drink it. Tomorrow is the day when the experience begins. Long Yu must at least know what kind of experience mission he has received before he can arrange his training reasonably. Plan. After all, the effect of Tongshan wine does not last for a day or two, and its effects cannot be fully exerted in a short period of time. This thing is too precious. At least in the territory of the human race and monster race, there are absolutely very few alchemists who can refine it. Because of this thing is worth 4 million battlefield legion merits, which is equivalent to an ordinary 6th-7th level master. Dominated the total income for more than a year. Moreover, this divine wine is said to be extremely effective. Of course, Long Yu would not be willing to waste any of its effectiveness. The source of the heavenly spirit, the origin of the metal system. Long Yu was thinking in his heart as he took out the 9 nether prison monument, and then brought the source of the gold-type heavenly spirit with him into the small world in the 9 nether prison monument. The source of the gold-type heavenly spirit was a small golden ball of light. Long Yu held it in his hand and returned directly to the small world of the 9 nether prison monument. Then he mobilized the power of the world to turn this small golden ball of light. The ball is wrapped. Wrapped in the power of the world, the golden light of the source of the golden heavenly spirit continued to disperse, and then integrated into the entire small world, and began to transform Long Yu's entire small world. Long Yu could feel that the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of the world in his small world began to increase continuously, doubling, tripling, quadruple. While the regeneration speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to increase, Long Yu also felt that there was a kind of primordial power of the metal system that was constantly integrated into his small world, allowing him to finally begin to understand a little bit of the primordial power of the metal system. Although it is only a little bit, or even so small that it can be ignored, it is a beginning after all, a beginning for Long Yu to understand the power of the beginning of the gold system. After about 3 hours, Long Yu felt that his understanding of the primordial power of the metal system finally began to slowly increase. The source of the metal system's heavenly spirit was completely integrated into the small world and finally began to take full effect. Moreover, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Long Yu's small world suddenly increased 10 times compared with before, so that his spiritual energy of heaven and earth finally began to become abundant. In this way, as long as I save a few days, I can try to absorb the extra spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then upgrade the heart of demonic dust to the 3rd level. Long Yu thought to himself, quite satisfied with the effect of the source of the gold-type heavenly spirit. Now, the main people in his small world are the hundreds of billions of humans and demons in the Xinwu world. These are the creatures brought from the former 9 nether realm. In addition, there are 300,000 remaining Bone Clan survivors. Now that Long Yu's world has abundant spiritual energy, it doesn't matter if he gives some of it to the Bone Clan survivors, but the key is that Long Yu has to negotiate with the leader of the Bone Clan survivors, Jia Wufeng. The best thing is to be able to make the opponent hand over another jade slip with endless level martial arts. Anyway, Long Yu's strength is now much improved than before. Even if the 300,000 tribesmen of the Bone Clan survivors attack Long Yu together, Long Yu will all completely true. Among the remaining members of the Bone Clan, the strongest one is Jia Wufeng, who is only at the level of a 5-star emperor. Since there is no creation, it is impossible for them to be promoted. Therefore, Long Yu gives some spiritual energy of heaven and earth so that the descendants of the Bone Clan survivors can practice, which is of great significance to the Bone Clan survivors, but has little impact on Long Yu. Long Yu specially opened up a closed space in his own small world, and then gathered most of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was automatically restored in the small world into this closed space. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this closed space is enough for the daily cultivation needs of the hundreds of billions of cultivators in the Xinwu world. It is an extremely precious wealth for Long Yu. The biggest change is that his magic dust heart martial arts secret method can quickly reach the 6th level. As long as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not lacking, any martial arts secret method can quickly reach the 6th level. After getting it done, Long Yu left the enclosed space with satisfaction, then took the Void Dragon Blade and went to the prison where the Bone Clan survivors were found. When the other party is in his own little world, Long Yu can naturally find him easily and reach him in an instant. The survivors of the Bone Clan now live in a relatively remote corner of Long Yu's small world, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is only enough for their daily needs. If they want to practice with this, it is out of the question. If you save a little, you can use it to improve the cultivation of some younger generations, but it will never be possible for these bone race survivors to step into the level of dominating the secret realm. Once you reach the level of an emperor, it becomes extremely difficult to improve without creating something. The survivors of the Bone Clan have built many skeletal buildings in remote corners of this small world. These buildings are where they live and are their homes. When Long Yu arrived, he did not alert the other ordinary Bone Clan survivors, but went straight to Jing Wufang. My cultivation level has been improved and I can give you more benefits, but in exchange, I hope you can also come up with something useful to me. When Long Yu saw Jia Wufang, he said straight to the point, and then asked the Void Dragon Blade to convey it to the other party. After all, it is still difficult for different races to communicate. Especially the Bone Clan survivors, there is no such thing as a mouth. To Long Yu, the individuals of the Bone Clan survivors are just a bunch of thinking bones. Jun Wufang was closing his eyes to rest, thinking about the future of his Bone Clan survivors, when suddenly Long Yu appeared in front of him, catching him off guard. However, after listening to Long Yu's words, Yu Wufang also had some thoughts. What benefits can you provide us? Jia Wufang asked a question, which was conveyed to Long Yu by the Void Nether Dragon Blade. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth can allow you, younger generation, to practice without worries. In my little world, the growth rate of spiritual energy of heaven and earth has accelerated a lot, so I can provide it to you. However, if it is not a transaction between the two parties, I have no obligation to provide spiritual energy of heaven and earth to you. Long Yu said bluntly. What do you want? To be honest, what we Bone Clan survivors have that you need is nothing more than those jade slips of endless martial arts. If you want it, I can naturally give it to you, but you have to look at it. Are the benefits you provide us really useful? Jia Wufang is not easily deceived, at least it is impossible for him to directly take out the jade slips with endless level martial arts. In this case, one day later, I will let you taste the sweetness first. I will give you the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth first. In exchange, you need to provide a jade slip with endless martial arts skills. Long Yu said with a smile, of course, in the next month, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth I will provide you will be 10 times more than before. In other words, for every endless level martial arts jade slip, I can increase your input of heaven and earth spiritual energy tenfold, and if you need it, I can give you some more endless level martial arts. This is not difficult for Long Yu. Originally, the aura of heaven and earth consumed by the entire Bone Clan remnants of the Dragon Royal small world only accounted for less than 1% of the aura of heaven and earth condensed in the entire small world. Now even if it is 10 times more, for Long Yu, whose small world has been integrated into the source of the heavenly spirit, it is just a drop in the bucket and has basically no impact on him. However, the provision of 10 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has a completely different meaning to the Bone Clan survivors. For any race, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the foundation for development and survival, and the same is naturally true for the Bone Clan survivors. In their tribe, there is not even a single existence that dominates the secret realm. Without a small world, there is no birth of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now if they want to survive and develop, they can only rely on Long Yu. The deal proposed by Long Yu is precisely guessing the other party's psychology. In fact, this was also the case. Jia Wufeng was directly moved by Long Yu's trade negotiation. Because for them, there are still a lot of endless-level martial arts jade slips preserved. These martial arts were all cleared from the hands of the human race and the demon clan during the previous battles with the human race and the demon clan. Nothing useful. It can be said that such a transaction is extremely beneficial to both parties. They are using things that are of no use to them in exchange for something that is critical to them. But what Ji Wufeng is thinking about is the survival of the entire Bone Clan survivors. Do they want to survive or develop now? In Long Yu's small world, the jade slips with endless level martial arts are the prerequisite to ensure their survival. If all the endless level jade slips are given to Long Yu, will Long Yu still keep the remaining members of the bone race? After all, there are deep suspicions between different races. Jia Wufeng will never regard Long Yu as a kind person, otherwise the end of their Bone Clan survivors will not be far away. The pros and cons of this must be fully considered. If there is even a slight oversight, it will be the end of their race. Jing Wufeng thought about it for a long time. Long Yu didn't rush him, and just let him think about it. After half an hour, Junhua finally made up his mind. Okay, I agree to your conditions, and I also make a request. If you can't agree to my request, then this transaction will be forgotten. Ji Wufeng finally sent such a spiritual thought to Xiaoxiu, and then Long Yu knew about it. Tell me about it. Long Yu nodded, wanting to see what the other party wanted. At the right time, we will give you 5 jade slips, all of which record the endless martial arts of humans or monsters. In exchange, you need to let us leave your little world and develop freely. Ji Wufeng's spiritual thoughts came, and this request was originally expected by Long Yu. For a race, the most important thing is survival. If survival cannot be guaranteed, then everything else is empty. But in Long Yu's small world, they can only rely on the jade slips with endless martial arts skills to ensure their survival. Otherwise, they may be crushed to death by Long Yu at any time. After all, in Long Yu's small world, everything is controlled by Long Yu. That is to say, they have some special means to hide all the endless level martial arts jade slips. Otherwise, Long Yu himself doesn't know whether he will rob them by force. So it is normal for the Bone Clan survivors to want to leave Long Yu's small world and go to a relatively safe place. Only. Are you sure you can find a place where you can develop freely? Long Yu smiled and sent his spiritual thoughts back. There is such a place, but if I can find it, I will need such a place myself. Of course, when I find the second one, I will consider letting you leave and develop freely. Long Yu is not that stupid. Although the other party is only willing to hand over 1 jade slip with endless martial arts skills every year, as long as the other party is still there, Long Yu can always benefit from the other party. Once the other party leaves, although you can immediately get 5 jade slips with endless martial arts skills, in the long run, it will be a loss-making deal. Of course, on the surface, Long Yu cannot refuse the other party, otherwise, the other party may think that Long Yu wants to trap them in a small world, which would not be good. Therefore, if you agree first and then express that it is difficult to find the place that the other party requires, there is no problem in expressing it in this way. Ji Wufeng received Long Yu's spiritual thoughts and knew that what he expressed made sense. If there really is a place where the Bone Clan survivors can develop freely, it is not their turn to occupy it now. After all, the remaining strength of the Bone Clan survivors is too weak and they are vulnerable to any race. In fact, not to mention any race, even an individual who dominates the secret realm can wipe out the remaining 300,000 of their tribes. Since you think so, there's nothing we can do. Ji Wufeng quickly replied to Long Yu, 10 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is given in exchange for a jade slip of endless level martial arts. Our bone race agreed. When we see that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is sufficient tomorrow, we will hand over the jade slip with endless martial arts skills. Can. Long Yu nodded, then did not stay here, but turned and left. The two sides have basically reached an agreement, and Long Yu does not need to spend more time here. The greatest role of the entire Bone Clan remnant to Long Yu is those endless martial arts. For the time being, Long Yu doesn't know how many opponents he has, but Long Yu believes that as his strength increases, he can let the opponent use endless martial arts skills faster like today. Long Yu was very aware of He Wufeng's mood. The other party just wanted the entire Bone Clan to continue to grow, and rise, but before that, his biggest concern was safety. As long as Long Yu considers this aspect and proposes exchange conditions, it is basically impossible for the other party to refuse. Unless the other party has very few jade slips of endless level martial arts left, in that case, in order to ensure its own value and basic right to survival, the other party may give up the opportunity to develop itself. After Long Yu controlled his own little world, he entered the inner space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument to comprehend the apocalyptic Nine Nether divine texts for a period of time. Although it was only a short time, Long Yu didn't want to waste any time now. It wasn't until early the next morning that Long Yu came out of the Nine Nether Prison Monument and prepared to go to the assembly hall of the seminary to see what training tasks were released this time. As soon as he left his personal space, he saw the Red Warbler also coming out. Long Yu then went up to say hello and asked, "How is it? Did Yao Yao tell you anything about the method of awakening the special bloodline?" "Well, I told you a little bit, but after all, our special bloodlines are different, so she doesn't know the specific method. She just told me the process of awakening her special bloodline." Hong Ying nodded. Yao Yao is a nice person. Although she looks cold, she is actually very enthusiastic. Today's experience mission is released. Do you have any plans? I heard Yao Yao say that every time she is in the seminary, when training is released, students cannot see the specific content, only the execution area and recommended cultivation levels. Execution area and recommended cultivation level. Long Yu's heart moved, and then he said, "If this is the case, I want to find an experience mission to the human territory. There should be one, right? I want to find my father, Long Zitian, and then visit Xiaobai's place. A senior friend who is a weapon refiner. Well, if you're on your way, there's no problem. Anyway, let's go take a look first." Hong Ying smiled and took Long Yu's arm, and then the two of them walked towards the assembly hall together. On the day when the training mission is released, students from all seminaries will come together. Of course, some people come very early and even wait directly in the assembly hall. As soon as the training missions were released, some people accepted them and then sent them directly for training. Long Yu and Hong Ying were not in such a hurry, so when they arrived at the assembly hall, basically half of the seminary students had already received training and left. When Long Yu entered the assembly hall, many people's eyes were focused on him and Hong Ying, and one of them was Yu Ge from the Liuoshuang faction. Yu Ge is a new student who joined the seminary last year. She doesn't know many people in the seminary. She happened to get along with Hong Ying quite well this time, so she ran over in a hurry. "Hong Ying, what training tasks are you going to accept? We are at about the same level of martial arts, so why not go together?" Yu Ge said to Hong Ying with a smile and invitation. "Okay, what are these?" Hong Ying nodded, and then pointed to some light balls floating in the air in the assembly hall. She and Long Yu discovered them as soon as they entered. These are the seals of experience. There is a seal of experience in each ball of light. Touch these balls of light and you will know where the seal of experience will transport you. And this experience is more suitable. If you are a student of any cultivation level, if you are sure you want to accept this experience, you can touch the experience seal inside the light ball, and the experience seal will transport you to the execution area of the experience. Yugu explained it for a while before Long Yu and Hong Ying roughly understood. Then I'll go take a look first. Long Yu is not in a hurry. After all, his martial arts level is very low. In the entire seminary, there is no one with a lower level of martial arts than him, except for the twin demon boy and girl who are also new students like him. Therefore, if a seminary-like training mission for the lower-level master stage is released, others will definitely be too lazy to accept it. After all, the rewards are too small compared to other training missions. Long Yu doesn't care. What he mainly wants to do now is to familiarize himself with the experience of the seminary. As for rewards, he doesn't need a lot of them for the time being. You must know that Long Yu now has all the training resources that he should have, and he is not particularly urgent in need of other training resources to improve himself. So Long Yu flew to one of the seal of experience light balls with a relatively relaxed attitude, and then stretched out his hand to touch the light ball. This ball of light was about the size of a fist, floating in mid-air, emitting a soft white light. There were probably hundreds of such balls of light in the entire assembly hall. When Long Yu's hand touched the light ball of the seal of experience, a line of confidence was indeed transmitted to Long Yu's mind through the light ball. Experience execution area, outside the territory of the demon clan, within the territory of the alien Vulcan clan. Recommended cultivation level for the experience, level 4 Great Master, recommended number of people, 5 or more. Reward, 3 million Battlefield Legion contributions. After receiving this information, Long Yu found it a little difficult to deal with it. There is no general experience requirement in the introduction information of this experience. No one knows what exactly this experience requires them to do before officially accepting this experience. In any case, if you want to go to the territory of the alien Vulcan clan to do business, you cannot be too weak. Even an ordinary 7th level master will definitely encounter many unpredictable dangers when going to the territory of the Vulcan clan. Not to mention, the conditions for this training task for the seminarians are still the 4th level masters. It can be seen that the tasks in the seminary and the training tasks outside cannot be confused. If nothing else, just looking at the rewards is completely different. This is not good. I can't see the specific mission content. How do I choose the training mission? Long Yu frowned slightly. In fact, if it is a mission such as exploration, even if it is a 7-stage master level experience, Long Yu can handle it. However, if it is a combat training mission, then there is no way Long Yu can defeat the opponent of the master. Now that Long Yu can't see the content of the experience, he can only prepare for the worst. The strongest existence he can deal with is the upper-level dominator level, so the training tasks he accepts should be below the level of the upper-level dominator. Otherwise, Long Yu may not be able to complete the training mission. Chapter 63, Start Training. Long Yu changed to a seal of experience light ball and continued searching. He discovered that most of the training tasks recorded in the training seal light ball in the assembly hall require a cultivation level of 4 or 5 levels of Grand Master or above to be suitable for participation, and many of them are team tasks, with 3 or 5 people working together. Able to act. I found this mission to be a good one. The execution area is near the border of the human race's territory. It is recommended that there be 3 people and the strength of the 3-level master. At this time, Hong Ying sent news from the other side, which attracted the attention of both Long Yu and Yugu. Yugu was also looking for a suitable training mission before, but she couldn't complete it alone. In fact, it would be easy for Yugu to find someone to be with, but Lu Shuang gave her a task, which was to help Long Yu and Hong Ying a little bit, so she stayed and waited for Long Yu and Hong Ying to get together. Take action. Long Yu flew towards Hong Ying's location, touched the light ball of the experience seal, and found that, as Hong Ying said, this training mission was carried out near the border of the human race's territory, which happened to agree with Long Yu's location requirements. He wanted to find Long Zitian, by the way. It is said that Long Zitian is now a commander on the alien battlefield on the human side. If this is the case, Long Zitian has no reason not to return to Jiuyou realm to take away him and his mother Bei Yuyao. Unless there is some special reason. All in all, it's useless for Long Yu to make random guesses here. It's better to go there as soon as possible. As for the cultivation suggestion for this training mission, it is a third-level master, which is just right for Yu Ge, and for Hong Ying, with her current actual combat power, she is definitely qualified for this training. In the end, there is only one Dragon Yu left, who has just reached the lower level of the Dominator. However, even if it is a battle between strong men at the third level of the Great Dominator, his intervention can still play a decisive role. In this case, it is indeed more appropriate to accept this task. Yuka glanced at Long Yu with some suspicion. Your cultivation level is still far away from that of a third-level master. Are you sure there will be no danger in carrying out this training mission? You can rest assured. It's not like you don't know that he was able to hold off the gods of the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan for such a long time, and he also played a big role when he came with us to explore the alien ruins. Woolen cloth. Hong Ying said with a smile. Then I believe you. Yuga then stuck out his tongue and smiled at the two of them. His naughty look was quite cute. Then make sure you accept this training mission. Hong Ying nodded, then put her fair-skinned hand into the center of the light ball of the seal of experience, and touched the seal of experience in the light ball. As a result, the light ball on the outer layer of the seal of experience shattered, and the seal of experience was a small jade slip, which was held in Hong Ying's hand. The refining method of this seal of experience is extremely special. It is by no means an ordinary jade slip. It also seals a powerful water-based Taichu power. These powers of the water system can directly transport students participating in the training mission to the execution area, and can also bring the students back to the seminary from the execution area. This method of transmission is a method that transcends time and space imprints. It uses a principle similar to that of a time and space tunnel. Only strong men at the godlike level can come up with such a method. It takes a lot of effort to refine these seals of experience. This makes it easier for the students of the seminary to save time, use the least time to complete more experiences, and make greater contributions to the human race and the demon race. Each of the nearly 100 students in the Godlike Academy is an elite among the elites of humans and monsters. If they waste all their time on the road, their growth rate will definitely slow down. This is a situation that the godlike people do not want to see. When Hong Ying touched the seal of experience, she was finally able to understand the main content of this experience mission. Then, she told Yu Ge and Long Yu about the experience. Let us find an alien war criminal hidden on the border of the human race. That alien war criminal should be at the level of a 4th or 5th level master. Hong Ying said a little strangely, what does alien war criminal mean? Yu Ge, do you know? Yu Ge smiled when he heard the words, nodded and said, of course I know. In fact, our human race and demon race are not hostile to all alien races. There are also a few alien races who have a peaceful alliance with us. Of course, such alliances are most people will never know about the Dark Alliance, and even we don't know exactly which alien race has formed an alliance with us. As for this war criminal, he is a guy wanted by the alien race, and now he has fled to the border of our human race to hide. When Long Yu heard this, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship. Of course, the relationship between races is not just hostility. After all, when it comes to interests, there will be competition as well as cooperation. If cooperation is beneficial to both parties, then hostility will obviously not continue. This is the survival law of all races in the world. Finding war criminals and capturing them alive is the goal of this training mission. Such missions are relatively common. Yuga completed 3 or 4 training missions last year, one of which was also a mission to find war criminals. To be honest, the mission of finding war criminals is not very dangerous. The main reason is that it is too troublesome. After all, the mission target may not always be in that place. You have to keep exploring. Yuka frowned slightly and said, in addition, the mortality rate of the mission to find war criminals has always been 0, but the success rate is very low. Probably, 1 of every 2 war criminal missions will fail, because those who hide in alien war criminals are really hard to find. Our spiritual perception and deduction capabilities are pretty good. If the opponent is only at the cultivation level of a 4th or 5th level master, maybe we can still give it a try. The problem shouldn't be too big. Long Yu said while thinking, the key is that we still don't know what the war criminal looks like, what kind of alien race he is, and what kind of power he has. Don't worry about this. Although the jade slip of the Seal of Experience does not say this, the Seal of Experience has the aura of the alien war criminal attached to it. Yuka smiled and said, as long as you keep the Seal of Experience, you can get his aura at any time. With his aura, you can track him. This training mission should have been given to us by the Alien Alliance. Therefore, it is normal for the opponent to retain the aura of a war criminal on the training seal. Let's go there first. The failure rate of this mission is not low, so we should get serious early. Action is better. Yuka continued, signaling to Hong Ying to directly activate the water-based Taibei power transmission formation on the Seal of Experience. Of course, Hong Ying and Long Yu did not dare to neglect. Among them, Hong Ying held the jade slip of the Seal of Experience tightly in her hands, and used her own strength to activate the jade slip, finally stimulating a burst of water-based Taichu power. In the assembly hall, this scene has appeared many times. After accepting the training mission, the students were directly transported to the execution area of the training mission with the help of the training seal. At this moment, Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yugu were bathed in a burst of water-based primordial power. As that burst of water-based primordial power continued to condense, they were arranged and combined in a special way, and finally formed a small time and space tunnel. This small space-time tunnel can only accommodate up to 4 or 5 people passing through it at the same time. Then it will completely collapse and become a one-time space-time tunnel. This kind of space-time tunnel can only be understood and constructed by a godlike person. The time and space tunnel appeared in front of the 3 people, and then the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded to each other. Before entering the time and space tunnel, Long Yu activated the balance control and blessed each of the 3 with the light of balance. Their respective spiritual perception abilities are enhanced tenfold. Yuka felt the effect of the balanced light and couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. She was a little surprised by such a method. The spiritual perception was enhanced 10 times. Such an effect is really powerful. With such a magical skill, Yuka feels that he should be able to complete this experience of finding war criminals. After completion, he will have 3 million battlefield legions. If the 3 people share it equally, each of them will probably get 1 million battlefield legions. Meritorious service. The key is that if everything goes well, a training mission such as finding war criminals can be completed in 1 day. It can be said to be one of the most efficient training missions. Of course, the failure rate remains high because these alien war criminals often change places to escape. Now that Long Yu and others have teleported there, it is not certain where the alien war criminals are. Gone. The 3 of them were all blessed by the light of balance, and then stepped into the one-time space-time tunnel that appeared in front of them. Long Yu was already quite familiar with the experience of the space-time corridor. At this moment, without any hesitation, he continued to move forward after stepping into it. The entire space-time corridor is indeed relatively narrow, and can only accommodate 3 people moving forward at the same time, and behind the 3 people, the space-time corridor begins to collapse. After all, it is just a one-time space-time tunnel. It is impossible for gods to refine a time-space tunnel that is too reliable. Otherwise, if there are hundreds of experienced seals in the entire assembly hall, they may be enough to make someone, the godlike creature was completely out of control. This kind of space-time tunnel can only have the effect of allowing students from the seminary to go through it once, and it will collapse after that. If it is too late to move forward, it is normal to be involved in the space turbulence. Of course, it is impossible for geniuses who can come to a seminary to encounter such a thing. The time-space tunnel began to collapse from the back. The 3 people in front, Long Yu, Hong Ying and Yu Ge, moved forward at an extremely fast speed and soon reached the end of the time-space tunnel. The hundreds of miles in the space-time corridor are tens of millions of miles in the outside world. It is difficult to calculate how much distance they have traveled. Chapter 64 Qingluo Galaxy. Coming out of the space-time tunnel, Long Yu and the others came to a silent starry sky. According to the instructions of the Seal of Experience, this place was the place where the alien war criminal last appeared. The aura of the alien war criminal remained here, and was collected and integrated into the Seal of Experience. The Seal of Experience says that the last time the alien war criminal appeared here was half a month ago, and he must be far away from here now. Han Ying looked around, frowned slightly and said, "But it is definitely impossible for the alien war criminal to use the human race's time and space-marked teleportation array when he ran here, so even if it takes half a month, he won't be able to go very far. Let's deduce it first." "Try it." Long Yu nodded. In half a month, even if they can't go far, they can't still be within the range of their spiritual perception, and the other party can't stay in the same place. The martial arts secrets of the blood demon tribe that Hong Ying belongs to are to enhance the power of one's own deduction. If one reaches the peak of cultivation, there may be a status blessing method similar to the light of balance, just like the balanced control. Unfortunately, Hong Ying has not yet used it. He has reached the 9th level of cultivation. After all, the martial arts secrets after the 6th level require a huge amount of creative power. The creative things Hong Ying has obtained now are all used to improve her own martial arts realm. The cultivation level of the 2nd level master is still relatively weak. At least if you want to gain a firm foothold in this starry sky, the 2nd level master is not enough. The 7th level master is just the beginning. If it reaches the level of a 7th stage master, Hong Ying will start to make up for other aspects. As for being a god, it is still far behind. They are both 7th level masters, and their cultivation levels seem to be the same, but people like Yu Fei, Lu Shuang, and Yu Feng have much more powerful methods than other ordinary cultivators. Hong Ying has no time to improve the martial arts secrets for the time being, but for the time being, she has practiced the martial arts secrets to the 6th level, which is enough. The power of deduction continued to gather in her hands, and then the 6 wings of demon blood spread out behind her, further increasing the power of deduction she had gathered. Then, these powers of deduction, accompanied by the aura of the alien war criminals on the Seal of Experience, began to flow crazily in one direction, and landed on the alien war criminals who did not know where they were. Through the breath of alien war criminals, Hong Ying can deduce some information about the opponent. As for how much information can be deduced, it depends on how strong the other party's deduction power is. The power of deduction is a special power that is independent of the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu. No one knows what thing in the world can connect everything with the power of deduction. If the strength of both sides' deduction power is about the same, it will not be that easy to deduce the other party's information. However, fortunately, with the increase in martial arts secrets, Hong Ying's deduction power is certainly superior. However, although Hong Ying's deductive power is more powerful, it is not much more powerful. If you want to deduce the other party's information, it will take a lot of time to engage in a tug-of-war with the other party. Follow me. I know the approximate location. Although it's not particularly accurate, I can still take action first. About an hour later, Hong Ying finally opened her eyes, stopped deducing the alien war criminal, and showed a confident smile. Well, let's go. Yuko also smiled and nodded. She could feel how powerful the power of deduction that Hong Ying had unleashed just an hour ago. Although Hong Ying was one level lower than her in martial arts, the power of deduction she gathered was definitely much more powerful than hers. Yuka has also seen this situation before. Since everyone has different martial arts secrets, everyone is good at different things. Geniuses who can join a seminary, basically everyone has one or two special things that are far beyond ordinary people. Isn't this the case for Yugo? Now that Hong Ying had deduced the general location, the three of them immediately started taking action. This place is the border of the human race, close to the alien battlefield. The human territory is similar to the monster territory. Between the mainland and the alien battlefield, there is the outer galaxy, which serves as the last line of defense, connecting the alien battlefield to the mainland. The difference is that there are 3 outland galaxies in the demon clan's territory, while there are 4 outland galaxies in the human race's territory, and the defense line is longer than that on the demon clan's side. Of course, the defense difficulties faced by both sides are similar. In the outer galaxy close to the monster clan territory, there are many monster clan strongmen helping to guard it. It can be said that both sides are jointly guarding it. The aura of the alien war criminal was inferred to be pointing in the direction of the human race's second outer domain galaxy, but of course the distance was not that far. The current location of Long Yu and the others is a galaxy on the edge of the human race's territory, called the Qingluo Galaxy, which is guarded and managed by the Qingluo clan. The Qingluo clan is a human clan like the Jiuyou clan and the Lushang clan. Different from the division of the monster clan's territory, there is basically only one clan guarding and commanding each galaxy on the human clan. As for the demon clan, many galaxies are guarded by multiple demon clans. For example, in the Iron Wall Galaxy, there are 4 major demon clans. But no matter what, the strength of the leading forces of each galaxy is almost the same. If the Qingluo Galaxy and the Iron Wall Galaxy were to fight, it would be difficult to predict who would win and who would lose. The alien war criminal must be hiding in the Qingluo Galaxy, and it is impossible to go to the second outer galaxy. After all, as an alien war criminal, it is impossible for him to use the time and space-marked teleportation array on the human race. Since we have escaped here, we can only temporarily hide in the Qingluo Galaxy when it is difficult to go back. After all, only in the galaxy can we get some cultivation resources such as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, created objects, etc., and even it is said to be a survival resource. Even a strong person at the level of a great master must absorb some creative power every once in a while if he wants to maintain the normal operation of his own small world. Otherwise, once the small world collapses, his cultivation will be destroyed. In the Qingluo Galaxy, there are 6 large sources of divine writings, all of which contain the Qingluo divine writings. They are very powerful defensive divine writings, and are elemental divine writings, derived from the power of the Earth system Taichu. This galaxy is filled with such divine power everywhere. Although it is very thin, people can feel that this is not a void, but in a galaxy. In a void, the feeling of having something and not having anything is really different. In the Qingluo Galaxy, although nothing can be seen with the naked eye, feeling the thin power of the Qingluo divine text in the surrounding space also makes people feel at ease. Come in, everyone, let Xiaoshu lead us forward faster. Long Yu took out the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and then invited the two women to enter the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade. After all, the Void Nether Dragon Blade was completely filled with the power of the water system. If you use void travel, you can cross it in one go. A distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Moving forward in the galaxy, without any means of teleportation, it would be too difficult to find the next planet by flying alone. Long Yu and the others did not have this time to waste. When Yuka saw the Void Nether Dragon Blade, her eyes lit up. She didn't expect Long Yu to have such a weapon. Just from the breath, Yuka could feel the rich water-based Taichu power in this Void Dragon Blade, and this was obviously an Taichu Divine item, and it was an Taichu Divine item with self-awareness. Has this Supreme Beginning Divine grade been awakened to the 12th level by you? Yuka couldn't help but ask. You guess? Hong Ying chuckled, pulled Yuga, and ran into the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade. Long Yu is so young. I don't believe that he can awaken to the 12th level of the Taichu Divine grade. Hong Ying, you just awakened to the 9th level in time. Yuka looked extremely confused. This is a warrior that has been smelted by the Taichu furnace. Xiaoxiu, let's go. Long Yu did not hide this matter. Anyway, everyone is the most potential genius among the human race and the demon race. There is nothing to hide this kind of thing. Yuga was finally shocked when she heard the words Taichu furnace. She re-examined the young man in front of her and felt that her previous guesses about him were somewhat wrong. Yuga initially thought that it must be good luck that Long Yu was able to hold back the Ice God Clan's gods in the Ice God Clan's battle, but now it seems that this is not something that can only be achieved by good luck. Of course, Yuga has heard of the rumors about the Taichu furnace. It is said that it can only be condensed by building it with infinite power in the time and space tunnel. In other words, it needs the bones of countless living beings to be buried. Even beings at the godlike level cannot deliberately condense an absolute beginning furnace. So amazing. Yuka couldn't help but sigh, and admired Long Yu even more. Although Long Yu's current martial arts level is much lower than hers, now that he has come to a seminary, do he still need to worry about his martial arts level? The only thing you need to worry about is crossing the hurdle of becoming a god. There is no doubt that from now on, the possibility of Long Yu becoming a god is much higher than that of many people. After all, it is said that when Long Yu held back the alien god, he was only at the emperor level. That's all. When Long Yu becomes the 7th level master, he will be stronger than most others. This is unquestionable. Thinking of this, Yuga couldn't help it. She couldn't wait to see how Long Yu's fighting power was. I hope to find the alien war criminal soon, so that I can see Long Yu take action. I hope he won't disappoint me. Yuga thought to himself. The Nether Dragon Blade of the Void began to use the method of traveling through the void. It could cross hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant, travel through the void at high speed, and move towards the direction pointed by the red warbler. After probably crossing dozens of times in succession, the three of them finally felt the aura of a planet appearing in front of them. Let's go to that planet to rest for a while, and then move forward through the time and space mark teleportation. It will be faster that way. Anyway, I have a first-class Medal of Honor, so I don't need to wait for the time and space mark's transmission interval. After Long Yu said this, he let the Void Dragon Blade fly directly towards the planet. Chapter 65, Asking for Information. Of course, it is impossible for alien war criminals to hide on this planet by such a coincidence. The location of the alien war criminals detected by Hong Ying was further away than this planet, so they still had to use the spacetime imprint transmission array on this planet to continue moving forward. If there is a space mark that can be used, of course it should be used directly, which is much faster than the teleportation of the Void Dragon Blade. The Nether Dragon Blade of the Void quickly arrived at the outskirts of the planet. Sure enough, it encountered a defensive barrier like the one outside the White Feather Star. It was natural that there were people guarding the outside of the planet. Long Yu emerged from the Void Dragon Blade, and then showed the first-class Medal of Honor, and the Qingluo clan members who were guarding the planet let him go. No one dares to stop someone with a first-class Medal of Honor. The three of them quickly passed through the defensive barrier and arrived on the surface of the planet, landing in the middle of a relatively prosperous city. There are still a lot of people, Hong Ying. You can deduce the position again to see how far it is. I will walk around and ask about Long Zitian. Long Yu said to Hong Ying. Well, go ahead. Hong Ying nodded and prepared to continue to deduce the location of the alien war criminal. Although the deduction was very time-consuming, they had been moving forward for a while, so they still had to deduce it to prevent things from going wrong. After all, Hong Ying's deduction about the alien war criminal just now must have alerted the other party, and it is impossible not to take some action. It is best to deduce it from time to time, so that the other party can be confused and keep track of the other party's general movements at all times. The alien war criminal's deduction power is not weak. It will still take some effort to confront him with his deduction power. Yu Ge, please come with me and find an inn. Red Warbler said to Yu Ge. Yu Ge also nodded. It is best to concentrate on the deduction. Of course, there must be someone beside you to protect him. As for Long Yu going out to inquire about information, of course she does not need to accompany him. The two women went directly to find an inn nearby. Long Yu squinted his eyes, looked around on the central streets of the city, and then found a restaurant first. If he wants to find out information, of course he has to find some local people, so if he finds someone on the street, the other party may not know, but if he asks the restaurant owner, the other party will probably know about Long Zitian. After all, the same is true in the Monster Clan territory. In the galaxies that are relatively close to the outer galaxy, most people will know the names and related deeds of the commanders of the outer galaxy. If you want to find someone to inquire about something, there is no need to use your power to overwhelm others with a first-class Medal of Honor. Just give them some benefits. After all, the matter of Long Zitian should not be a secret in this area. Of course, it is also possible that Long Zitian is too low-key and ordinary people have no intention to notice him, but no matter what, the result will be obtained after asking first. Long Yu went from restaurant to restaurant and asked people from door to door, looking for people like restaurant owners or housekeepers. Everyone offered some benefits of elixirs. These pills are nothing to him and have long been out of use, but to these restaurant owners and housekeepers, they are still valuable things. He can get them by providing a little information, so why not? After visiting about 10 restaurants, Long Yu finally found out a lot about Long Zitian, and knew that Long Zitian was still a relatively active figure in the outer galaxy and the alien battlefield. First of all, Long Zitian did come from the direction of the Jiuyou clan as rumored. He should be Long Yu's father, but no one knows the exact facts about this. Long Yu couldn't get too deep information from these restaurants. News. Secondly, Long Zitian is a leader of the Ascetic Alliance and a commander of the Battlefield Legion. He is in the cultivation realm of the 7th level master and is extremely powerful. He also led his master legion to defeat wave after wave of fire. The Divine Army. Recently, the alien battlefield on the human side is mainly against the attack of the Vulcan tribe. The opponent's offensive is extremely fierce. However, both sides are still in a stalemate stage. The other side is unable to achieve any further results, invade the human territory, and even the outer galaxy. Haven't been able to come across it. Of course, the Ice God clan was eager for a breakthrough, so they wanted to raid the outer galaxy of the Demon clan through the time and space tunnel. However, the end result ended in a disastrous defeat and the loss of 2 powerful godlike men. In addition, the cooperating godlike gods of the Desolate God clan also suffered. Something unexpected happened. In a war between races, one careless move will cause serious consequences. Now the Ice God clan is missing 2 godlike creatures, and the Desolate God clan is missing 1 godlike creature. Godlike creatures from other directions must be sent to support them, otherwise they will never be able to hold on to the monsters. The clans counterattack. In this way, the defense lines in other directions will be weakened, leaving the Ice God clan busy at both ends and unable to take care of themselves, making it impossible to launch any more external aggression. Long Zi Chen is the leader of the Dominator Legion. He is in the realm of the 7th level master. He is usually stationed in the first outer galaxy of the human race. The Dominator Legion he leads is one of the main forces of the human race's battlefield legion. This reminded Long Yu that in the war between races, even the Dominator Legion was nothing more than cannon fodder. When they were in the time tunnel, the 4 Dominator Legions of the Monster Clan, as well as the Ice God Clan, all the dominant legions of the Aragami Clan were completely killed, and the losses were extremely heavy. Once a conflict at the godlike level actually breaks out, all other existences will be just ants. Of course, the Dominance Army commanded by Long Zi Chen must still be very strong, at least much stronger than the Emperor Army of Shui Luo, Su Yuqing, and Ba Xiong. Stationed in the first outer galaxy. Once we find this alien war criminal and complete this training mission, we can go and see it. Long Yu thought in his mind, made a decision, and then went to find Hong Ying. After so much time, Hong Ying's deduction should have come to a conclusion. Half an hour was enough for her to deduce some more information about the alien war criminal. The 2 sides met at the time and space mark teleportation array. Hong Ying and Yu Gu both smiled and waved hello when they looked at Long Yu. They seemed to be in good moods. How about it? Seeing that you are so happy, could it be that you have deduced the detailed information about the alien war criminal? Long Yu asked with a smile. Well, after all, the alien war criminal escaped to the human territory alone, with no one else to rely on. Yu Gu and I took turns to deduce him, and finally made him lose his resistance, and we deduced his exact location. Hurry up and get there now. Hong Ying said as she came to Long Yu's side. Long Yu took out the first-class Medal of Honor, and in the space-time marked teleportation array, he used his privileges to directly ask Qingluo's people to activate the teleportation array. Many people who were waiting were quite envious when they saw Long Yu like this, but everyone knew what the first-class Medal of Honor in Long Yu's hand actually meant. The space-time marked teleportation array lit up, and Long Yu, Hong Ying and Yu Gu were teleported together to another planet tens of millions of miles away. Dragon Dan Star. This planet was exactly the planet where the alien war criminal was hiding, as deduced by Hong Ying and Yu Gu. It was tens of millions of miles away, and it took the alien war criminal half a month to finally reach it. But Long Yu and the others used the time and space marked teleportation array to catch up to this place easily. This place is not far from the outer galaxy, but if you want to go to the outer galaxy, you can only go through the space-time marked teleportation array of the nearby Qingluo galaxy main star, otherwise you will have to fly for at least 2 months. It seems that the alien war criminal wants to replenish supplies on Longdan planet, and then prepares to fly to the outer galaxy. As for the time and space marked teleportation array, it is definitely impossible for that guy to use it. In the human territory, once the aliens appear, do we need to say what the ending is? That alien war criminal is not stupid enough to seek death like this. It seems that it is not impossible to escape in the territory of other races. You just need to hide your aura and traces at all times so that no one can discover you. After walking out of the time and space marked teleportation array, Long Yu said with a smile. What, you want to sneak into the alien territory and have fun? Hong Ying asked with a smile. That's not true. However, I found that the human race's territory is not invulnerable. It will still be infiltrated by some alien races. Then other alien races must be the same. This discovery may be useful in the future. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said. Yuka didn't know what he meant, but Hong Ying certainly knew. After all, they were going to develop in the Void Galaxy in the future, and they might have to deal with many foreign races. There was no harm in getting more familiar with the foreign races. We just don't know what race the alien war criminals we are looking for are. Hong Ying was quite curious. During the deduction, it was really impossible to deduce it at all. Everything about the opponent's identity and appearance is vague. Only the location information can be deduced. In the past, you would know it once you found it. Now that the distance is closer, it is easier to deduce the opponent's position, right? You two, keep working hard, we will set off directly and score in one fell swoop. Long Yu laughed, seeing that the training mission was not far from being completed. He was certainly in a happy mood. Hong Ying and Yu Gu nodded to each other, and then continued to gather the power of deduction. Not far from the time and space marked teleportation array, the two women began to deduce the location of the target. Alien war criminals cannot run very far in such a short period of time. As for the head-on battle after they are found, Hong Ying and Yu Gu should be enough. Long Yu only needs to play soy sauce on the side. As for the rewarded Battlefield Legion meritorious service, it doesn't matter if Long Yu scores less. Anyway, now he doesn't particularly need the Battlefield Legion meritorious service. The entire training mission rewards 3 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, and he can't buy anything useful to Long Yu. As the two women gathered their deductive power, the location information of the alien war criminals became increasingly clear. Follow me, this way. It's not far away. The red warbler soon became stern and took the lead in flying towards the continuous mountainous area outside the city. Continuous mountains and dense trees. Long Yu and the other three flew all the way to the mountains and dense forests, and then Long Yu blessed all three of them with the light of balance. Hong Ying has now reached the 5th level of balance control. She has made great progress. Her spiritual perception has become much stronger than before. Coupled with the tenfold increase in the light of balance, she can suddenly perceive detailed information within a radius of 200 miles. This perceptual distance is already comparable to Concubine Yu's perceptual distance in the ancient alien ruins. However, you must know that the ancient alien ruins at that time were full of storms of the power of the golden primeval, blocking her perception. In that case, with Hong Ying's current state, she could probably only perceive the situation within a radius of 30 or 40 miles, so there was still a lot of gap between Hong Ying and Concubine Yu. At this moment, in this dense forest of mountains, the red warbler can sense the situation within a radius of 200 miles in detail, which is enough for searching. Of course, this area of mountains and dense forests is still quite vast, and it is still difficult to search all over it. While Hong Ying was searching with her spiritual sense, Yu Gu was using her deduction power to constantly deduce the alien war criminal. The alien war criminals are hiding in these mountains and forests. They should be intercepting some human or demon cultivators who enter the mountains and forests, and get enough training resources from them before running away. This plan is very normal. Long Yu and the three of them can guess it with just one guess. Unfortunately, they have already alerted the enemy during the previous deduction. They don't know if the other party has set up any ambush trap. No matter what, finding the opponent's position is the most important thing at the moment. Under Yu Ji's deduction, the opponent's position kept changing, and he was constantly fighting against her with the power of deduction, but it could not stop Yu Gu from deducing the opponent's position information. After all, Yu Gu comes from a seminary, and his strength exceeds that of an ordinary third-level master. And the other party, the alien war criminal, is at most a 5th-level master, and may even be a 4th-level master. Level. Be careful. During the deduction, we found a lot of the same aura as that of the alien war criminal. They were scattered in this dense forest and were far apart from each other. Yu Ji's expression quickly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "You don't need to tell me, I just happened to sense that there are two relatively weak auras on the left side. Although they are weak, they are the same as the auras of the alien war criminals. Let's go and take a look first. Hong Ying also became serious. The training mission they received was to deal with a foreign war criminal, but now, more of the same aura appears. This situation is definitely not normal. Long Yu followed the two women and quickly flew towards the place where Hong Ying found the aura, and soon landed in a dense forest. The three of them discovered that the place where they landed was a swamp-like place with heavy moisture and mosquitoes breeding. In the swamp, a group of gray fluorescent light appeared in the eyes of the three of them through the muddy water. Be careful with that fluorescent light. As soon as the red warbler saw the fluorescent light, she immediately became cautious. Including Yu Ge and Long Yu, the same was true. Even Long Yu, at such a close distance, could clearly feel the alien aura emanating from the fluorescent light, which was exactly the one attached to the seal of experience. The aura of the alien race, exactly the same aura, just weaker. No matter what, let's kill it first. After Hong Ying said this, the 6 wings of demon blood stretched out directly from her back. Although the fluorescent light did not give her any dangerous feeling, it was something with an alien aura, after all, and she could not tolerate being careless. The 6 wings of demonic blood, her primordial divine item, had been awakened to the 9th level by her. Once her wings were spread out, the power of the blood-colored divine inscriptions enveloped her whole body, forming a solid defensive barrier. Although Hong Ying is only in the realm of the 2nd level master now, such a defensive barrier cannot be easily broken by the 3rd and 4th level masters. Even if the 5th stage master comes, it will take some time to break through. Under the protection of such a defensive barrier, the red warbler gradually floated closer to the group of fluorescent lights in the mire. Then she raised her hand, and a burst of bloody sword light shot out of the air, shooting towards the group of fluorescent lights in the mire. Puff! 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 The bloody sword light kept piercing into the mire, directly penetrating the alien fluorescent light. Then the red warbler discovered that a pool of gray liquid exploded from the fluorescent light and sprinkled the surrounding mire, and then the entire ball of gray fluorescent light exploded. The light began to become fainter. This situation actually surprised Hong Ying. Originally, she thought that this might be an ambush set by the alien race, and that attacking would bring some danger. But now it seems that there is no danger at all. Could this fluorescent light be the offspring of that alien war criminal? Yu Ge, on the other hand, frowned slightly, observed the gray liquid splashing around, and guessed that after all, she had been in the seminary for a year, so she should have seen a lot of alien races, and had some knowledge of specific aspects of the alien races. I know a lot more than Long Yu and Hong Ying. This guess made Hong Ying feel sick, and she immediately flapped her wings and flew back to Long Yu and Yu Ge. If they are really the offspring of that alien war criminal, how many are there in this jungle? Hong Ying's face turned ugly. Don't we have to eradicate them one by one? I think we should ignore these alien fluorescent lights for the time being. We should find the alien war criminal first and eliminate them from the source. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be more and more of these alien fluorescent lights. Long Yu made suggestions. Yes, the location I deduced is still 400 to 500 miles away from here. Let's fly there first and find the alien war criminal. Yu Ge also nodded. Both girls felt disgusted by the gray liquid splashed out by the alien fluorescent light, and it was impossible to observe it carefully. Long Yu, on the other hand, glanced at the scene after the alien fluorescent light exploded before leaving, and found that the gray liquid had sunk into the mire and seemed to still have some breath of life. Xiaoshu, buried in the void. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly let the Void Dragon Blade use its strongest method to bombard the swamp with void burial. The terrifying primordial power of the water element exploded instantly, roaring up, completely annihilating the place where the mire was, into nothingness, and completely wiping out the gray liquid erupted from the alien fluorescent light. In this way, Long Yu felt a little relieved and turned around to follow the two women. The two women also agreed with Long Yu's approach. After all, cutting the grass requires eradicating the roots. It is definitely a very dangerous situation to keep the seeds of alien races in the territory of the human race. If it grows up, it will pose a great threat to the entire Dragon Pill star. At least before the people on Longdan planet realize it, no one knows how fast this thing will grow once it grows, and this dense forest seems to be a relatively popular competitive venue on Longdan planet. There are not many people in this dense forest now. Once the competition on Longdan Star is open, many people will pour into this dense forest. It is hard to say what they will encounter then. All in all, since you have accepted this seal of experience mission, you must take care of everything that follows. First kill the alien war criminal, and then slowly clean up these alien fireflies. You must not leave any trace behind. The three of them moved forward at high speed, and soon they were getting closer and closer to the aura of the alien war criminal. As we got deeper and deeper into the dense forest, what Yuga deduced and Red Warbler sensed was that the number of alien fireflies was increasing, scattered like stars throughout the dense forest. This alien war criminal came to this dense forest to spread the news to his descendants. Fortunately, we arrived in time, otherwise. Long Yu felt a chill running down his spine, just thinking about it. This alien war criminal obviously knew that few people came to this dense forest on weekdays, so he chose to spread his legacy here. As expected, there are countless dangers hidden in this big world, which are usually not discovered by ordinary practitioners. Generally speaking, if something like this happens, it will be solved by the seminary or some other special monks, and ordinary practitioners will not be allowed to know about the aliens. Even if the human race and the demon race formed a secret alliance with a certain alien race, only a few people knew about it, and even the people in the seminary didn't know the specific alien race. Many things can only be accessed at that level. This has always been the case in this world. Now Long Yu has entered the seminary and learned about these things. The three of them are getting closer and closer to the alien war criminal, and there are more and more alien fluorescent lights around. It seems that the alien war criminal has done too many things in this place during this period of time. It's right in front, get ready to fight. Hong Ying directly sensed the opponent's existence with her spiritual consciousness. The 6 wings of demon blood stretched out from her back, and she instantly swooped down into the dense forest. Yuka didn't hesitate at all. His whole body lit up with blue brilliance, as intoxicating as the stars in the night sky. It turned into a sharp blade and stabbed straight at the alien war criminal he sensed in the dense forest. Long Yu followed the two women and directly used the Book of Shadows to turn into a breeze, and then blew it down into the dense forest, looking ahead. What he saw was a sphere formed by a pool of gray liquid, paralyzed on the ground, and exuding a frightening aura. It was the alien war criminal. However, Long Yu didn't expect that this alien war criminal was actually made of condensed liquid. In the sphere, there were countless small silver lines scattered around, just like the blood vessels in the bodies of humans and monsters, but what was flowing in it was gray liquid, which contains extremely strange power. Long Yu has never seen this kind of alien race, and of course Hong Ying has never seen it before, and even Yuga has never seen it before. Be careful! Yuga shouted sharply, and countless star sword shadows condensed between his hands, and he stabbed down at the gray water ball in an instant. Chapter 67, Violent War Criminals. What Yuga masters and comprehends is the power of the Star Divine Script, which is one of the divine scripts with light attributes, and is the most destructive among the divine scripts with light attributes. At this time, the power of the Star Divine Text turned into the Star Sword Shadow, and the Star Blue Sword Light fell instantly, bombarding the gray water ball. The alien war criminal's strength has really improved, reaching the level of a 5th level master, but he seems to be in a relatively weak state now. When he found that the two women were attacking him, he didn't react too fiercely. Long Yu could clearly see that the alien war criminal, who looked like a gray water polo, just shrank his body when faced with the attacks of the two women. In the silver blood vessel-like thing inside his body, the gray liquid flowed violently, and then condensed a layer of gray. The divine power is on the surface of its body. This layer of gray divine power is the defensive method it uses. Compared with the magical power of the star sword and shadow used by Yu Ge, it seems inconspicuous at all. However, it was such an inconspicuous defense method that when the star sword's shadow fell on it, it was all blocked by it. After all, he is at the level of a 5th level master. The martial arts level of this alien war criminal is 2 levels higher than that of Yu Ge. Even if Yu Ge is a student of a seminary, it is impossible to crush him. No wonder, this training mission requires the cooperation of 3 3rd-level masters. However, with Yu Ge and Hong Ying here, our combat effectiveness is definitely not bad, not to mention that I can also come in handy. Long Yu thought in his heart, and in the blink of an eye he saw Hong Ying's bloody sword light suddenly coming up, cutting through the void and landing on the defensive inscriptions of the alien war criminal. After enduring the shadow of the star sword and the bloody light one after another, the gray divine defense power of the alien war criminal finally couldn't hold on and was completely shattered. 6 wings of demon blood. Explosive kill. Hong Ying broke through the opponent's defense without any pause, and directly used the next powerful move, which was to awaken the 6 wings of demon blood to the 8th level. The bloody divine sword light exploded instantly, and terrifying destructive power instantly erupted around the alien war criminal. After this move was used, the alien war criminal seemed to pay more attention to her. The entire body of the gray water ball quickly bulged, and the power of the space divine power flickered. In an instant, he took the alien war criminal to escape from here. After all, the alien war criminals are not in good condition right now, and Yu Ge and Hong Ying are both very powerful in combat, so it doesn't want to confront them head-on. But with Long Yu beside him, how could he give the other party a chance to escape? Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower, Absolute Sky Realm. Long Yu raised his hand and took out the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then the Jiwekong domain was instantly deployed. A layer of Jiwekong domain that covered the surrounding area for dozens of miles isolated everyone. The space divine power of the alien war criminal dissipated in an instant, because it originally wanted to teleport hundreds of miles away, but now it was blocked by the sky field, and it suddenly lost its spatial connection with hundreds of miles away. Teleportation interrupted. 9 Nether Hunters, support. Long Yu didn't want to just watch from the side. He raised his hand to gather 4 Joyo Hunters, and then let the Joyo Hunters fly directly towards the alien war criminal. He raised his hand and slashed with the heart sword 3 times. The 4 9 Nether Hunters executed 3 slashes with the heart sword at the same time. 12 rays of spiritual impact sword light fell from the sky and instantly landed on the head of the alien war criminal, making his mental state even worse. Although the current level of Long Yu martial arts is too low to make the opponent fall into an illusion, it has also had a considerable impact on the opponent's mental state. Seeing what Long Yu did, Hong Ying and Yu Ge certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. The other party's teleportation happened to be interrupted, and they might be in a state of confusion. If they don't kill now, then when? The Blood Divine Script and the Star Divine Script, the former turned into a swift bloody sword light and swept towards the alien war criminal, the latter condensed and quickly merged into a storm, forming a star storm, which instantly swept the alien war criminal in. The 3 of them acted at the same time, with astonishing power. However, when Long Yu looked at the alien war criminal, he didn't seem to show any signs of panic. This situation made Long Yu frown slightly. Suddenly, Long Yu felt alert and immediately exclaimed, "Be careful of the trap." This alien war criminal is not someone to be trifled with. Since he felt the power of Red Warbler's deduction in advance and knew that someone was going to deal with it, how could he not make any preparations? Totally impossible. Before, they had speculated whether the alien war criminal would prepare some magic circle traps in advance to deal with them, but they never appeared, but that was just because the other party thought that the time was not coming and did not launch it. But now, including Long Yu, Hong Ying and Yuega, are attacking with all their strength, and all three of them have neglected their own defense. This is the most appropriate time for the opponent to launch a trap. At the same time that Long Yu exclaimed, Long Yu himself instantly hid in the inner space of the ancient Dragon Bones Tower, and then activated the 9 Nether Sky screen of the ancient Dragon Bones Tower to cover it with the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. On the surface of the Dragon Bones Ancient Pagoda. The defensive ability of the 9 Nether Sky screen is definitely super strong. After all, it is activated by the Dragon Bone Ancient Tower, the top-notch warrior of the endless level, and the dragon control has reached the stage of divine integration with it. Now the defense of the 9 Nether Sky screen is his ability instantly exploded to 5 times its normal level. However, Hong Ying and Yugo looked a little embarrassed. The attacks launched by the two happened to fall on the alien war criminals. Before they had time to check the results, they each encountered a sudden attack from the trap circle. From under the dense forest, countless gray liquids burst out of the ground, condensed into water arrows, and flew directly towards the two women. Everywhere along the way, even the air was corroded by it, which shows its terrifying destructive power. Hong Ying immediately turned from defense to offense, folded her 6 wings of demon blood, and her whole body was wrapped in blood-colored divine inscriptions. Her graceful appearance was suddenly covered up. Yuga took out an endless-level super-grade combat weapon, which was a star disc. As soon as it was taken out, a starlight barrier formed, covering Yuji's entire body. The infinitely corrosive gray liquid turned into water arrows that instantly hit the two women's defense barriers. Then they saw their respective defense barriers being gradually disintegrated and dissipated by these water arrows. These water arrows condensed from gray liquid had unparalleled corrosive power, which made the two women's defense methods somewhat unbearable. Even Long Yu's side was attacked by countless water arrows made of gray liquid. Even the 9 Nether Sky screen couldn't hold on, and most of it was soon corroded. Long Yu can only continue to activate the 9 Nether Sky screen. You must know that the number of times the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda can use the 9 Nether Sky screen is limited. In a short period of time, it can only be used 5 times in succession. The alien war criminal had already prepared a trap, and wanted to catch all the pursuers, so he did not take action. On the one hand, it was to lower the vigilance of Long Yu and the other 3, and on the other hand, he was not sure if there were only 3 of them to hunt him down. Be careful, and there are other people hiding nearby. Now that it was confirmed that there were only 3 Long Yes, he called for people to activate the magic circle trap and took action directly. When the trap circle was activated, the alien war criminal himself was not idle. Although he was covered by the sky field and could not escape, his gray water ball body gradually flew up staggeringly, followed by countless gray divine inscriptions. Power emanated from his body and quickly condensed into several gray blisters. These gray blisters appeared so quickly that neither Yuega nor Hong Ying could react. The two women were still dealing with the gray liquid water arrows that burst out of the ground. They were already in a hurry and were immediately covered by these gray blisters. The alien war criminal used control methods to cover Hong Ying and Yuega with gray water bubbles, making it impossible for the two women to escape from the water bubbles. Immediately afterwards, the alien war criminal seemed to be very interested in the ancient dragon skeleton tower on Long Yu's side, and flew towards Long Yu. The two women were trapped in gray blisters. There was no danger for the time being, but the blisters were filled with thick gray liquid, which was extremely disgusting. In addition, their movements were restricted. This gray blister, if we don't find a way to break it early, these gray liquids will completely entangle our bodies and make us unable to move. Of course Yuge and Honging saw this, so what they had to do next was to break through their gray blisters as soon as possible. As for Long Yu, Honging is not very worried. After all, Long Yu has more life-saving methods than she does. Long Yu stayed inside the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, watching the alien war criminal approach, and the 9 nether sky screen of the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda had been corroded by those gray water arrows basically 5 times. Long Yu couldn't bear to let the ancient dragon skeleton tower be corroded even half a bit, so he next considered coming out of the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The Book of Shadows, transformed into nothingness. Just when the alien war criminal approached the ancient dragon skeleton tower and wanted to take action, Long Yu saw the right time, put away the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then transformed into nothingness. A huge ancient dragon skeleton pagoda disappeared without a trace, and the dragon in it also disappeared. Such a strange scene made the alien war criminal obviously stunned. It also tried to sense the existence of Long Yu with spiritual perception. Unfortunately, only the strong ones at the godlike level could find Long Yu, who turned into nothingness. It was impossible for others to discover him. Gray water arrows are still breaking out of the ground, exploding into the dense forest, corroding the entire dense forest into a mess. Long Yu transformed into nothingness, and with the help of balanced martial arts secrets, he accurately dodged every gray water arrow, and then approached the location of Yuge and Honging at extremely fast speeds. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu came out of the void space directly, and with lightning speed, he directly activated the 9 nether path. The 2 9 nether paths instantly extended out and landed on the gray blisters around the bodies of Yuge and Honging. The space divine power, contained in the bubbles, was almost instantly disintegrated by the power of the 9 nether paths. Chapter 68, Violent War Criminals. Long Yu's 9 nether path has the ability to disintegrate all types of space divine texts. Even the water system's Taichu power cannot escape the disintegration of the 9 nether path. Pi is an element of. This is the power from the essence of space. The fruit of the magical power of the 9 nether path that is integrated into the essence of space has the unique power to disintegrate the divine power of space. At this moment, the 9 nether path was unleashed, almost instantly disintegrating the space power contained in the 2 gray blisters. Then the 2 women used their own methods, and the power of the Blood Divine Rune and the Star Divine Rune exploded, directly breaking through. Got those 2 gray blisters. When the alien war criminal finally discovered Long Yu and turned around to take action against Long Yu, Honging and Yuge were already standing beside Long Yu. Do it. Honging and Yuge immediately took action again, and the Blood Divine Inscriptions and Star Divine Inscriptions exploded instantly. The attack of the 2 women just now was resisted by the other side. Now the attack launched by the 2 women is more powerful than before. Honging has awakened the 6 wings of demon blood to the 9th level. At this moment, the 6 wings of demon blood transformed into 6 bloody blades. With the power of Ling Tian, they slashed through the air at the alien war criminal. And Yuge finally used a stronger method. He raised his hand and took out a piece of Taichu divine artifact. It turned out to be a star-blue crescent moon wheel, which outlined countless star lines in mid-air. Followed by these, the line was like a shooting star, cutting through the sky and falling towards the alien war criminal. The methods used by the 2 women were more powerful than before. Even the alien war criminals of the 5th stage master may not be able to resist them. However, this alien war criminal could not resist but could still run away. In order to prevent him from escaping, Long Yu raised his hand without any hesitation and used his innate magical power, the 9 nether ball. This is a trick he learned not long ago. It is the mysterious 8th magical power. It is something condensed by the 9 nether prison monument by absorbing the shattered 9 nether realm. Regarding the magical power of the 9 nether ball, Long Yu had tried its effects, but he still had no clue as to why it appeared. No matter what, If Long Yu wants to control the alien war criminal now, the innate magical power of the Nine Nether Ball is the only way. Other methods, such as the Nine Nether Hand, Bugwazhentian, etc., are of no use at all now. No. After all, Long Yu Tsai is at the cultivation level of a lower-ranking master, and the opponent is a powerful 5th-level master. Even if it is the Nine Nether Ball, it may have some impact on the opponent because it carries a little aura of the Nine Nether Hell Monument. In this case, even a small impact is enough. The main combat power of Long Yu's side still comes from the two girls, Hong Ying and Yu Ge. Long Yu can only play a containment role at most. In fact, with his current cultivation level, it is already very difficult to play a containment role. When the Nine Nether Ball appeared, a burst of Revelation level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions burst out, completely covering the alien war criminal, and the sticky 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions of the Revelation level shrouded him. I still remember that when the Dragon Queen used the 9 Nether Ball to deal with a 2-star Emperor level Ice God alien, he was able to directly devour the Ice God alien with a crushing attitude and enhance the power of the 9 Nether Ball. It's a pity that now, the alien war criminals are in the realm of the 5th-level master. If Long Yu is the only one, there is no way he can be his opponent. Therefore, now that Long Yu is using the 9 Nether Sphere, the sticky power of the entanglement has only had a slight impact on the alien war criminal, slowing down the power in his body by 30%. It is simply impossible to completely entangle the alien war criminals and absorb and devour them. Being able to slow down the movement of power in the opponent's body by 30% is already very powerful. If it were other lower-level master cultivators, it would be impossible to do this. Not to mention 30%, even just 10%, it would be too much for other lower-level masters. It's a luxury. You must know that the alien war criminal in front of you is a powerful being of the 5th-level master. Long Yu's other methods have no impact on him at all. That is, the 9 Nether Ball, the fruit of innate magical power, comes with some 9 Nether Hell Monuments. The breath can slow it down by 30%. Of course, under the current circumstances, even if the speed is only slowed down by 30%, it can be said to have a fatal negative impact on the alien war criminal. Because, after being delayed like this by Long Yu, it was impossible for the alien war criminal to avoid the bombardment of Hong Ying and Yu Ge, and the only way left was to resist. The 6 bloody blades formed by the 6 wings of demon blood, and the linear meteors condensed by the stars and the crescent moon, fell on the slowed-down foreign war criminal in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power exploded instantly, the blade swept across, the meteor exploded, and the grey water ball body of the alien war criminal suddenly became riddled with holes. The grey divine defense barrier that he had gathered in a hurry was directly blasted to pieces, and then the grey body fluid splashed out, splashing all over the ground in the dense forest. It was sticky, fishy, and extremely disgusting. But now Hong Ying and Yu Ge don't care whether they are disgusting or not. If they don't deal with each other quickly, they might have other tricks, and it would be too bad if they run away. Kill. The 6 wings of demon blood behind Hong Ying instantly turned into 6 bloody chains, which instantly extended out and locked up the alien war criminal, making him unable to move at all. As for Yu Ge, when Hong Ying completely controlled the opponent, the crescent moon wheel in his hand suddenly burst out with a burst of star and moon brilliance, and the bright blue starlight fell from the sky like a waterfall. 10th level awakening. When Long Yuyan saw this move, his heart suddenly trembled. That Yu Ge had actually awakened the Taichu divine item, the crescent moon wheel, to the 10th level. Moreover, this is only what is shown now. No one knows to what level Yu Song and Crescent will have awakened. It may be only the 10th level, but it may also be the 11th level. Of course, the 12th level should not have been reached yet. After all, self-consciousness has not yet been born in this crescent moon wheel, which Long Yu can still feel. The crescent moon wheel awakened on the 10th level condensed the power of the stars and divine texts, turned into a waterfall of stars, fell from the sky, and landed on the alien war criminal controlled by the Red Warbler's blood-colored chains. Starlight Waterfall has a very strong purifying power, especially for the shadow-attributed divine inscriptions. It just so happens that this alien war criminal has shadow-attributed inscriptions all over his body. The Grey Divine Power is a kind of shadow attribute and is very corrosive. But now it is completely targeted by Starlight Falls, without any resistance. In Long Yu's eyes, a blue star burst out, and the power of the stars condensed into a waterfall and rushed down, directly causing the alien war criminal's body to shatter and be quickly annihilated. Seeing that he could no longer resist, the alien war criminal's body suddenly bulged, and then countless grey tentacles stretched out from his body one after another. These grey tentacles rushed toward the waterfall of starlight above them, and were completely destroyed by the power of the star divine script until no trace was left. These grey tentacles are actually the fruit of its innate magical power. This guy has reached a dead end, and he even sacrificed the fruit of his innate magical power. It seems that we have to prepare for it to die at any time. Long Yu thought in his heart. He could see it, and of course Hong Ying and Yu Ge could also see it. Originally, Yu Ji's star waterfall move could definitely completely annihilate and kill the opponent. But the other party is trying hard to lose a fruit of innate magical power, and does not want to die like this. Although if the fruit of innate magical power is destroyed, it will have a great impact on its own strength, but the other party has no other choice. Those countless grey tentacles are the original body of the fruit of innate magical power. They were sent out from the small world to resist the waterfall of starlight falling from the sky. In this way, the body of the fruit of his innate magical power was continuously destroyed, but he himself also managed to save his life with difficulty. Just saving his life is of no use. If the alien war criminal doesn't think of a way, he will definitely die in the end, so since he fought once, he will definitely fight a second time. Before Yu Ge and Hong Ying could react, grey bones once again emerged from the alien war criminal's body. These grey bones were the body of another fruit of his innate magical power. The grey skeleton was activated by it and swept directly towards Long Yu and the others. The terrifying and forbidding aura shocked the three of them to a certain extent. He actually fights directly with the fruit of the innate magical power. This guy seems to be desperately trying his best. Be careful. If you directly destroy the fruit of the innate magical power, it will suffer heavy damage. Hong Ying and Yu Ge were both very calm. They knew that since the other party was trying their best, there was no need to confront the other party head-on. If they cut off their limbs first, the next thing would be much easier. Now, for that alien war criminal, the fruits of his innate magical powers are equivalent to his limbs. One of the fruits of innate magical power has been destroyed by the waterfall formed by the light of the stars. Although there are still some remnants, it is not far away from being completely destroyed. Now, the opponent directly attacks with the innate magical power, which makes it easier for everyone to deal with it. Of course, the danger is also higher. After all, the power of the innate magical power is much more powerful than simply using the innate magical power. At this moment, the destructive power of those grey bones has reached the level of a 6-stage master. Once swept by those grey skeletons, not even Hong Ying and Yu Ge would be safe, let alone Long Yu. Facing the violent alien war criminals, Long Yu did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately stepped back and activated the magical power of the Book of Shadows to turn into nothingness and hide far away. In a frontal battle at this level, Long Yu really couldn't intervene. Even containment was very dangerous. He had to act cautiously and ensure his own safety before taking action. As for those grey skeletons, just let Yu Ge and Hong Ying deal with them first. Chapter 69, A Mess. Long Yu retreated far away, but he was always paying attention to the situation on the field. If there was anything he could do to help, he would take action immediately. Sigma the Top Novel. The two girls, Yu Ge and Hong Ying, faced off against the alien war criminal from the front. Countless gray bones continued to break through the small world of the alien war criminal and attack the two women. The two women used their own methods, using the bloody divine text as a blade, and the star divine text as a storm, constantly bombarding and shattering those gray bones. However, the body of the fruit of innate magical power is extremely huge. There are countless gray bones here, and countless gray tentacles fighting against the light of the star waterfall on the other side are also bombarding continuously. In a short period of time, it should be difficult to completely smash the opponent's innate magical power fruit body. However, even so, the two sides only fought for a few breaths and had already destroyed part of the opponent's innate magical power fruit body, causing the other party to suffer serious injuries. Harm. This weakened the alien war criminal's combat effectiveness a lot, but after all, he was fighting with the fruit of his innate magical power, and his cultivation level was much higher than that of Hong Ying and Yu Ge. At this moment, both women felt a wave of pain. Hard work. Constantly being bombarded by the opponent's gray bones, Yu Ge and Hong Ying's positions were retreating steadily. The opponent was using the fruit of innate magical power. Of course, the two women could not accompany each other to go crazy. One of Hong Ying's previous fruits of innate magical power was damaged and has not fully recovered yet. She will never fight with the fruit of innate magical powers unless necessary. At this moment, the alien war criminal was in a state of mad violence, surrounded by either gray tentacles or gray bones. Two innate magical fruit bodies were thrown out by him at the same time. Not to mention Dragon Yu, even the two women were completely, can't get close. We can't wait too long, Hong Ying. I'll go right up. You can cover me. Yu Ji's face finally hardened, murderous intent began to spread in her eyes, and she seemed to have finally decided to use a stronger killing move. After all, if this situation continued, the situation might change if it took too long. She must completely deal with the alien war criminal before the situation changes, otherwise it may be very troublesome. Hong Ying nodded when she heard the words, and the 6 wings of demon blood stretched out behind her. The blood-colored divine inscriptions instantly filled the air, turning into a blood-colored mist and rushing forward, covering the entire space nearby, covering the alien war criminal. In the bloody mist emitted by the 6 wings of demon blood, the spirit of the alien war criminal began to become a little scattered. It was a spiritual attack method, but the attack effect was not strong. At most, it only had a little mental interference effect. However, one advantage of this move is that even when faced with a being whose cultivation is stronger than his own, the effect of this mental interference will not be weakened at all. So at this moment, the alien war criminal spirit was disturbed and he was not as concentrated as before. This also provided an excellent opportunity for Yu Ge to explode. The light of stars flowed all over Yu Ji's body, and the crescent moon wheel in his hand instantly burst out with bright star light, and then turned into a giant star sword energy, cutting through the air and killing. Before the alien war criminal could react, the giant star sword energy instantly struck through the air and struck the body of the gray water ball, completely smashing all the gray bones along the way. The stars cut through the air. This is the awakening technique used by Yu Ge to awaken the crescent moon wheel to the 11th level. Once it is released, it is earth-shattering power, and its momentum is like a rainbow. The alien war criminal cannot resist it even for a moment. At this moment, Long Yu was fascinated by the sight and couldn't help but want to awaken the supreme beginning divine grade. However, he also knew that to awaken the void nether dragon blade, he needed more than just this idea. Only with more time and more cultivation resources can it be achieved. If you want to awaken the nether dragon blade of the void to the 11th level, it will take at least 1 or 2 years if Ryuega is so powerful. This kind of thing cannot happen quickly. But now Long Yu's void nether dragon blade already has self-awareness. It only needs to awaken to the 7th and 8th levels, and its power can be comparable to Yu Song's awakening of the crescent moon wheel to the 11th level. So now Long Yu is quite confident in himself. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to encounter the Taichu furnace and has the strength to put his soldiers into it for smelting. To put it bluntly, Long Yu's Void Ghost Dragon Blade is one of the most powerful Taichu divine items in the entire territory of the human race and the demon race, and it is in existence at the pinnacle. The star-piercing slash killed the alien war criminal at a very fast speed, and the terrifying power of the star instantly tore his injured body apart. The sword light of the star directly penetrated his body completely, and the gray viscous liquid suddenly splattered all around. Puddles of corrosive liquid corroded the surrounding flowers, plants, and giant trees, creating a messy scene. However, at this time, Yuga did not relax at all. Because the alien war criminal's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even if his body was cut into pieces, he did not lose his life. This alien race is really too weird, and I don't know where the core of its power is. Yuga frowned slightly and murmured, "Give it to me." At this time, Long Yu discovered Yu Ji's troubles, but he had a way to solve the current situation, so he appeared directly, and the endless-level high-grade soldier Duankong Holy Spring came out. The skybreaking Holy Spring turned into a light blue skybreaking blade, and instantly appeared in the body of the foreign war criminal who had just suffered heavy injuries, and then naturally found the place where the power in his body was condensed. This is the best part of Long Yu Duankong's ultimate killing method. It can automatically find the weaknesses in the enemy's body and carry out targeted strikes. Seeing the position where the two light blue skybreaking blades appeared, Yugu immediately seized the opportunity and waved her hands gently, and two white divine beams condensed from her hands. First-grade divine formation. Long Yu saw this situation and immediately recognized the opponent's method. According to rumors, the first-grade divine formation is a necessary condition for entering the godlike realm. If one does not understand the first-grade divine formation, it is almost impossible to step into the godlike realm. Fortunately, Long Yu had already obtained many first-grade divine formation training methods at the Battlefield Legion headquarters. He could just go back and pick one or two of them to practice. In addition, the power of the first-grade divine formation is extremely amazing when displayed. Just like Yuga now, although the momentum of these two white divine beams is not as powerful as the talent's awakening skill, Star-Breaking Slash, it is still enough to completely kill the seriously injured alien war criminal. These two consecutive methods allowed Long Yu and Hong Ying to see the power of Yuga. If Hong Ying and Yugu were to fight now, they would definitely not be their opponents. After all, the opponent had been in a seminary for a year and had many cultivation resources that surpassed hers. Seeing Yuga, Hong Ying and Long Yu felt even more that coming to the seminary was not in vain. I believe that when Yuega first entered the seminary last year, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. In 1 year, he could become to make the opponent become so powerful shows how much the experience of the seminary can improve the cultivators. As the power of the first-grade divine formation exploded, two white divine beams surged out and hit the core of the alien war criminal's power. The opponent's core of power exploded instantly. Just like the Dantian of the human race and the demon pill of the demon race, once the power core of this alien war criminal is hit and destroyed, it means that all his cultivation will be destroyed, and the consequences of this need not be said. Of course, Yuga cannot let this guy go. In any case, alien war criminals have irreconcilable conflicts with the human race and monster race. Killing aliens is a matter of course. After the opponent's core of power was destroyed, the alien war criminal couldn't even self-destruct. Yuga and Hong Ying joined forces to attack, and the Blood Divine Script and Star Divine Script exploded, directly blasting the entire alien war criminal into ashes. The entire scene was in a mess. There was originally a dense forest around it, but at this moment it had been razed to the ground. There were even many deep pits on the ground, showing the intensity of the battle just now. Battles at the Great Overlord level can easily cause great damage on ordinary planets. Like now, they are fighting fiercely in the wilderness, but they have already destroyed an area of more than 10 miles in radius. The mess after the battle is shocking. This is considered relatively minor. If they deliberately want to destroy the planet, a strong person at the Great Overlord level can easily destroy this dense forest. It's not our turn to rest now. There are still those alien fluorescent lights. They all need to be cleaned up. Let's split up and call for help immediately if anyone is in danger. Yuka said in a deep voice, and then nodded to Long Yu and Hong Ying. Of course, the two of them also knew that these were follow-up matters that had to be dealt with, so they both agreed, and then divided themselves into 3 directions to move forward. If they encountered alien fluorescent lights, they would directly destroy them. These are the descendants left by the alien war criminal. If they are not cleaned up, they may cause a lot of trouble to the Dragon Pill Star. As long as the 3 of them are careful, this situation can be avoided. Before they separated, Long Yu blessed the 3 of them with the light of balance, enhancing their spiritual perception tenfold. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the 3 of them to miss any of the alien fluorescent lights. Long Yu acts alone. Once he sees the alien fluorescent light, he directly condenses the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions and bombards it with the 9 nether dragon breath. This is still his most destructive method in the front, and it consumes less money and can be used continuously. Perform it without worrying about running out of power. One by one, the alien fluorescent lights were continuously cleaned up by the 3 people, leaving nothing behind. After about 2 or 3 hours, the 3 finally reunited at the place where they killed the alien war criminals. This training mission was almost completed. The experience released by the seminary this time is not too difficult, but it requires relatively high deduction ability of the person who accepts it. If it were not for the red warbler, it would be difficult to find the person in Longdown from too far away. Alien war criminals on the planet. Summit novel. The final battle was not too difficult. If some ordinary 7th level master from the outside world came over, they could easily kill the alien war criminal. Everyone got 1 million Battlefield Legion merits so easily. This merit was so easy that Long Yu felt a little emotional. Previously on the Ice God clan's alien battlefield, the team he followed had spent a lot of hard work and finally obtained 1 million Battlefield Legion merits. Now in the seminary, 1 million meritorious deeds is so simple. Of course, it is not easy to say that it is simple, but in comparison, the speed of obtaining Battlefield Legion meritorious service in a seminary is much faster than participating in the struggle of alien battlefields in the Battlefield Legion. Originally, the seminary was meant to cultivate peak combat power. It is completely normal to have such benefits. Otherwise, how could we cultivate the top combat power among humans and monsters? Now, as long as Long Yu and the others go back and deliver the seal of experience, they can get 3 million Battlefield Legion meritorious services. As for how to distribute them among the 3 of them, it is up to the 3 of them. Originally, Yuka didn't really want to share it equally with Long Yu. After all, Long Yu's martial arts realm was too weak. If it was just soy sauce during the training process, she would definitely not be willing to give 1 million to Long Yu for the merits of the Battlefield Legion. But after experiencing the battle just now, she saw the role of Long Yu. Among other things, when the alien war criminals wanted to escape just now, it was Long Yu who immediately activated the ancient dragon skeleton tower and constructed the Ju-Kong domain general. It blocks it, otherwise the situation may become more complicated. In the process of dealing with alien war criminals, although Yugu was the main force, Hong Ying and Long Yu were also indispensable. Even if they were still not as effective as Yugu was too lazy to argue with the 2 of them. Anyway, this battle made Yugu see the amazing potential of Long Yu. As for Hong Ying, I believe that after a year in the seminary, she will definitely not be weaker than her. Since the other parties are all future comrades in arms, there is no need to divide these many battlefield legionary merits so clearly. It would be best to share them equally. However, Long Yu doesn't want to go back to the seminary immediately, because he has finally reached the edge of the human race's territory, close to the outer galaxy, and he really feels uneasy unless some things are settled. The first thing is about Long Yu's father, Long Zi Chen. He must find a way to see him. The second thing is to invite Xiaobai's old friend to the Void Galaxy. He is a powerful weapon refiner. Long Yu has always taken this matter to heart. Our current location is on the Dragon Pill Star, which is very close to the address on the jade slip that Xiaobai gave us. Long Yu said to Hong Ying. When Xiaobai introduced the master of the weapon refinement to Long Yu, he gave him a jade slip. The jade slip recorded several places where the senior weapon refiner lived. Xiaobai didn't know where the senior weapon refiner was now, but he would be near these places anyway. One of the locations is near the Dragon Pill Star, where everyone is now, the Fengdan Star. Dragon Dan Star and Fengdan Star, these two planets, can be said to be a pair, rotating around each other. They are called the Dragon and Phoenix double stars. They are one of the rare double star systems in this Qingluo galaxy. The biggest characteristic of double stars is that the two planets orbit each other, which can give birth to some special power and form a special area in the center of the two planets. Ordinary cultivators cannot step into that special area because it is filled with turbulent flows of power. Even if a strong master of the 7th level of master steps into it, he must always be careful, otherwise he will be turbulent by the power if he is not careful. Swallowed by the flow. And one of the residences of the senior weapon refiner recommended by Xiaobai is in that turbulent flow of power, in the center of the twin star systems of Longdan Star and Fengdan Star. The Dragon and Phoenix twin stars, while orbiting each other, also slowly orbited a source of divine writing in the distance. It was also the source of divine writing that brought light and power to the twin stars. The power turbulence between the two stars is extremely difficult for ordinary people to pass, but for Long Yu, this may not be a problem. After all, he has the Void Dragon Blade, and even the power turbulence of the 5 elements of Taichu can pass through these two stars, not to mention the turbulent flow of power between them. Long Yu still remembered that Xiaobai said at that time that the senior weapon refiner was an old man with a strange temper. It was best to visit alone, and he also needed to have Xiaobai's recommendation slip. This put Long Yu in a bit of a dilemma. If they want to return to the seminary, they can only pass the seal of experience, and there is only one seal of experience. In other words, the 3 of them must either go back together, or someone must stay in the outside world. So far, Long Yu doesn't know where the headquarters of the seminary is, and even Yu Ge, who has been at the seminary for a year, doesn't know. Anyway, except using the seal of experience, there is no other way to return to the seminary. From this, it can be seen that the location of the seminary is probably not in the territory of the human race or the monster race. It is very possible that it exists in a place like the Void Galaxy, but not necessarily. How about, Hong Ying and Yu Ge, you go back to the seminary first, and you can accept another training mission. How about you take me back with you after you complete the next training mission? Long Yu thought for a while and said this to the 2 women. On the one hand, Long Yu could only go alone to find the senior weapon refiner. On the other hand, when he went to find his father, Long Zitian, it was best not to involve other people. After all, it was his own private matter. Hong Ying is fine, but it would be very bad if Yu Ge is involved. So Long Yu thought for a while and then made this suggestion, asking the 2 girls to go back to the seminary first. After they accept the next experience and complete it, they can pick up Long Yu and go back together. Calculating the time, if everything goes well, Long Yu will be able to do both of these things by then. Of course, there is no guarantee of success or failure. At that time, no matter who of the two parties completes their own affairs first, they can wait for the other party, which is not bad. If the two women start waiting for him now, Long Yu feels that it is a waste of each other's time, but after the other party completes the second experience, the time of both parties should be synchronized. After listening to Long Yu's suggestion, Hong Ying was a little unhappy, but she didn't say much. She understood that Long Yu's suggestion was the best. Anyway, Long Yu can do the next thing alone, so that she can complete more experiences, get more Battlefield Legion meritorious service, and exchange for more training resources. By the way, I'll give you these 2 bottles of theosophical wine first. Long Yu handed the other party the divine wine from the small world. There were 5 bottles in total. He handed 2 bottles to Hong Ying. For the time being, it should be enough. After all, each bottle of divine wine takes effect for a long time. If it's not enough, we'll have to wait until the time comes. Anyway, this is a bottle of 4 million Battlefield Legions worth of Tongshan liquor. After enough experience, we can exchange for some more. However, Long Yu hasn't tried the effect of this divine wine yet. Once things here are almost settled, he can drink a bottle and try it out to see the effect and see how much it can increase the speed at which he can comprehend various powers. He did feel that now that the source of the metal element's heavenly spirit was integrated into his small world, he began to have a continuous and endless automatic understanding of the power of the metal element's primordial power. If he continues at this rate, in about half a month, he will be able to comprehend 10% of the power of the golden element. As long as he comprehends 10% of it, the effect is already very good. It will speed up his ability to comprehend the Enlightenment Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, and increase the power of various means of using the 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions by 10%. After all, the power of the supreme beginning of the metal system is the basis of the 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions. No matter what level the 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions are, they are derived from the supreme beginning power of the metal system. It is still relatively important to understand the supreme beginning power of the metal system. For Long Yu, the main function of Tongshan wine is to comprehend the revelation level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions. Now that he has comprehended 30%, he must know that for every 10% more enlightenment level of the Joyo divine power, he can double his strength, which has an excellent effect on improving his own strength. Then, Hong Ying and I will go back first. Our next training session will be conducted near here, so that we can join you as quickly as possible after completion. Yuka smiled at Long Yu and said, "Well, that's troublesome." Long Yu nodded and had a better impression of Yuga. This girl was really good at dealing with people. She didn't look down on the two of them just because their cultivation level was higher than that of him and Hong Ying. In fact, Long Yu was doing his own personal things during the training process. If it were anyone else, he would probably be more disgusted with it, but Yugu was not disgusted with it, but expressed understanding of his behavior. Then let's go back first. The reward for this experience, the 1 million Battlefield Legion merits, will be given to Hong Ying first. If you don't come back, the Battlefield Legion merits will not be distributed to you. Yuga said immediately. No problem, it's the same for Red Warbler. Long Yu smiled and nodded. Then be careful. Hong Ying said to Long Yu, with concern in her words. Ever since she and Long Yu got together, she hasn't been separated from him for too long. But this time, the two sides may be separated for a long time. After all, the two matters of Long Yu may not be solved so quickly, and Hong Ying's next experience may not go so smoothly. Chapter 71, Spiritual Array. The two girls, Hong Ying and Yuge, immediately activated the seal of experience and returned to the seminary. Long Yu will do the next thing alone. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that after being together with Hong Ying, the two of them were rarely separated. Now that he was suddenly alone again, it was a little uncomfortable. However, he didn't think too much, but immediately shifted his mind to what was about to happen. The senior weapon refiner recommended by Xiao Bai was known as Old Man Tianhua, and his whereabouts were erratic. If it weren't for the residences provided by Xiao Bai, basically no one would be able to deliberately find his whereabouts. Long Yu now holds Xiao Bai's recommended jade slip, and he happens to be near the dragon and phoenix stars. He can go look for it. Maybe the other party is in the vortex of the power of the dragon and phoenix stars. Xiao Bai did not provide much other information about Old Man Tianhua, but just mentioned that Old Man Tianhua had a weird temper. Xiao Bai has also explained this. He must not tell Long Yu too much about Old Man Tianhua, because that will make Long Yu better prepared when he goes to see Old Man Tianhua. According to Old Man Tianhua's weird temper, once he finds out that Long Yu is preparing to target him, I'm afraid this matter will definitely go wrong. Therefore, Xiao Bai simply said nothing and let Long Yu do whatever he wanted after seeing Old Man Tianhua. This way, the possibility of success would be higher. After the two women left, Long Yu entered the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, and then asked Xiaoshu to leave the ground of Longdan Star and fly to high altitude. He looked back at the Dragon Pill Star for the last time, recalling the experience just now. The alien war criminals were finally cleared away, and all the alien fluorescent lights were cleaned up by them. This experience was considered to be a perfect completion. If all experiences are like this, the experience in the seminary is quite simple, but this is obviously one of the simpler ones. I hope that there will be no surprises in Yu Ge and Hong Ying's next experience. Long Yu thought in his heart. The Void Dragon Blade had quickly flown away from the Dragon Pill Star and flew towards the void in the sky. The distance between the Dragon and Phoenix stars has always been tens of millions of miles. The power of the twin stars condensed and appeared between the two planets. The entire power flow was turbulent, covering a radius of about 100 miles. Normally, no one would come to this turbulent flow of power, because if one is not careful, even the 7th stage master may die in it. Long Yu had nothing to be afraid of. After traveling through the void several times, he and Xiaoshu came to the turbulent flow of power from the twin stars. The entire turbulent flow of power was born due to the continuous rotation of the dragon and phoenix stars. It appeared in this void like a whirlpool. The strength of the power was not far away from the Taichu 5-element storm on both sides of the spacetime corridor. For Long Yu, this is not a problem. I don't know if Old Man Hua was there that day. Long Yu thought in his heart, and directly let the Void Dragon Blade enter the power storm. Soon he found that the Void Dragon Blade was not affected by this power at all, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it is indeed the divine product of Taichu that has been smelted in the furnace of Taichu. This Void Dragon Blade is definitely one of the most precious things in Long Yu's body. In the power storm, the speed of the Void Dragon Blade slowed down. After all, this place can be said to be the territory of the Old Man Tianhua. No one knows whether there is any forbidden magic circle or the like. You must know from Xiao Bai that in addition to being a top weapon refiner, Old Man Tianhua also has extremely high attainments in arranging magic formations. This power storm is one of the residences of Old Man Tianhua. Long Yucai doesn't believe that there is no magic circle in this place. However, the entire power storm could have prevented most people from coming here to disturb Old Man Tianhua, so if Old Man Tianhua arranged a magic circle here, it must be some special magic circle. To pass through these special magic circles, what is required is definitely not absolute combat power, nor does it mean that one must be a 7-stage master to pass through. It is definitely not the case. If this were the case, Old Man Tianhua would not choose to live in this power storm. Therefore, through guesswork, Long Yu knew that the magic formations must be some special magic formations. As for what kind of special magic formations they were, he didn't know, but he vaguely wanted to see them. Old Man Tianhua's attainments in magic formations are second to none among the human race and monster race. Although he is not the first, he is at least among the top ranks. Long Yu remembered what Xiaobai said at that time, and was always vigilant about the situation around him. Once any magic circle was triggered by the Void Dragon Blade, he could react immediately. The Void Ghost Dragon Blade turned into a blue stream of light and traveled through the power storm, walking on flat ground without encountering any obstacles. With the ability of the Void Ghost Dragon Blade, these power storms had no impact on her. As he continued to deepen, Long Yu gradually felt the special aura around him. Although the intensity of the power storm did not change at all, the pressure on him from the surrounding environment became stronger and stronger. Gradually, Long Yu felt that a mist floated around him, and even pulled him out of the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, and then threw him into an extremely special space. The sudden appearance of this mist made Long Yu immediately cautious. He knew that this must have touched one of the magic circles set up by Old Man Tianhua. There is spiritual power in the mist. This is the power of the 5 elements of the wood system. I have not had much contact with this aspect before. Fortunately, the power of the 5 elements of the wood system is not particularly powerful. That fire, the old man probably didn't fully understand it either. Long Yu thought to himself, and then cheered up. Now he was trapped in this magic circle. He had to find the eye of the magic circle and destroy it before he could leave here. Looking around, he saw a vast expanse of white. The power of the wood element's absolute beginning turned into mist, shrouding his entire body. Suddenly, Long Yu felt that something seemed to be moving in the fog, and he immediately became more alert. Just to his left, there seemed to be something about to come out. Come out! Long Yu shouted sharply, and then he saw a familiar figure emerging from the mist on the left. When he saw this figure, Long Yu couldn't help but be stunned. That figure turned out to be Feng Yin. Dressed in red, slim and graceful, Long Yu was of course very familiar with this figure. At this time, the red warbler's face was slightly red, and she seemed to be a little innocent, and she slowly approached Long Yu. Long Yu frowned slightly. First of all, this couldn't be the real Feng Yin. After all, Feng Yin and Yuega had already left here. He saw it with his own eyes and returned to the seminary through the seal of experience. Even if the opponent accepts the next training mission, it is impossible for him to happen to be nearby, let alone run into this power storm to affect Long Yu. From this, we can deduce that the figure of the red warbler in front of us is completely an illusion. Since it is an illusion, Long Yu has to decide how to deal with it next. Should he defeat it directly, or is there any other way to deal with it? The spiritual illusion array is divided into many different types, and the processing methods are also very different. I don't know how to deal with the spiritual illusion array. Long Yu thought in his heart, watching the figure of the red warbler approaching, and he could even smell the faint fragrance wafting from the other person's body. The familiar smell made Long Yu quite moved, and it actually aroused the slightest trace of his emotions. This situation made Long Yu even more alert. It seemed that this mental circle could not only produce images. As the figure of the red warbler got closer and closer, the charming smile and charming face became more and more like a real existence. This made Long Yu know that he could never let the other party get closer. Otherwise, I am afraid that under the influence of this spiritual illusion formation, Long Yu might really fall here. But how to deal with the illusion of the red warbler made Long Yu a little embarrassed. Because, he thought about what Xiaobai said about Old Man Tianhua's weird temper, but this mental illusion magic circle did not affect Long Yu's spirit very much. Therefore, if he just smashed these illusions, such a simple magic circle array, Old Man Tianhua will never set it up. So how to deal with the illusion of the red warbler has become the biggest problem. Time was running out and the opponent kept approaching, so Long Yu tried to retreat, only to find that the opponent's figure gradually became looming, as if he was about to disappear from Long Yu's eyes. No, we can't retreat, otherwise this illusion circle will be too simple. Long Yu quickly stopped and moved forward again. Instead, he faced the illusion of the red warbler. The other party gradually became clear again. The faint fragrance hit his nostrils again. This time, the red warbler seemed to be more beautiful than before. More real. Why are you running? Come here quickly. The red warbler phantom gave a sweet scolding, her charming eyes were like waves, and her movements were touching. An indescribable feeling suddenly filled Long Yu's heart. His spirit was suddenly affected, and the defense in his mind seemed to collapse instantly. Old Man Tianhua's mental illusion array is no joke. Just by Long Yu's 2 actions, he was affected by it in minutes and completely fell into its illusion. The power of the wood element was originally an area that Long Yu was not good at all. At this time, the effect of the illusion circle was activated, instantly pulling Long Yu into the illusion. The illusion of honging has come to Long Yu's side. She raised her hands lightly and her eyes were like water, and she was about to completely enchant him. But at this moment, Long Yu suddenly woke up because he discovered a flaw. In Hong Ying's mental illusion, her left wrist was as smooth as jade and as white as snow. But Long Yu was so familiar with Hong Ying, so of course he knew very well that there was a pair of blood-colored wings on her left wrist. This is the mark that belongs to the Blood Demon clan, if it is the mark that they will carry throughout their lives. It was this small detail that allowed Long Yu to break free from the influence of the spiritual illusion circle. Through small details, Long Yu was suddenly freed from the influence of the wood element's Taichu power. He opened his eyes again and found that the figure of the red warbler in front of him had disappeared, but the mist of the wood-type Taichu power around him still existed. This shows that although Long Yu has cracked Hong Ying's level, the mental illusion array is still not cracked, and other situations may happen next. Just when Long Yu thought about this, he discovered that another person's figure appeared from another direction. That figure was also a familiar figure to him. It was actually Concubine Yu, a fellow practitioner of the immortal demon. In a burst of misty fairy energy, Concubine Yu's figure was looming, slowly approaching Long Yu. A wonderful power from the spiritual illusion array emanated from the figure of Concubine Yu, shrouding Long Yu's entire body. Among them, the Hong Ying just now gave Long Yu a feeling of lust, but the current Concubine Yu gave Long Yu a feeling of coercion. The Concubine Yu gradually approaching from the mist made Long Yu feel as if being pinned under a huge mountain. This feeling is very bad, but due to the entire mental illusion array, Long Yu was completely trapped in it without knowing it, and was unable to extricate himself. Cold sweat continued to flow from Long Yu's forehead. As Concubine Yu's figure continued to approach, the 9 nether divine inscriptions and mysterious fairy energy lingered in front of his eyes, as if to tear his whole body apart. This feeling was so real that he couldn't get rid of it, no matter what. Concubine Yu had no reason to attack Long Yu, so Long Yu knew that the scene in front of him was an illusion, but he couldn't break free. Relating to the scene where Hong Ying had just been solved, Long Yu forced himself to concentrate and kept observing the figure of Concubine Yu in the mist of fairy energy. This glance showed him the problem, because he could vaguely see a snow-white necklace hanging on the white neck of Concubine Yu's figure in front of her. This necklace is Concubine Yu's divine item from the beginning, so there is nothing wrong with it. But Long Yu thought that Concubine Yu's necklace had been damaged before, but now what appeared in front of him was a complete immortal energy necklace. This flaw made the situation in front of him self-defeating. Long Yu's whole body was agitated, and he finally struggled to get out of the illusory situation. If some flaw is not discovered, the spiritual illusion array will forever bind Long Yu in it, unable to extricate himself. After all, it is the array set up by Old Man Tianhua, the peak array master, even if Long Yu keeps reminding himself that this is an illusion cannot be broken away from. But when he discovered the flaw, the illusory magic circle was self-defeating. This was the magic circle set up by Old Man Tianhua. The test was nothing more than how well the breaker understood the people around him. After experiencing the 2 tests of Hong Ying and Yu Fei, Long Yu also had some understanding of the operation mode of this spiritual illusion array. The next formation break was much easier. Sunset Dance appeared next, then Liao Lei Lei, then Yan Huanma, then Man Xian, then Qi Hua. Friends and brothers that Long Yu was familiar with appeared in this illusory magic circle one by one, but he saw through them one by one and found out the flaws. After 8 consecutive times, the entire spiritual illusion array finally collapsed, and Long Yu reappeared in the inner space of his own void dragon blade, his whole body covered in cold sweat. Even though it was a spiritual illusion formation just now, the scene in it was still too real, and Long Yu almost couldn't recover. The wave after wave of illusions made him extremely exhausted. It seems that if you have the opportunity, you still have to try to understand the primordial power of the wood system and enhance your spiritual strength. It should be possible that the effect on the world-purifying body will also be improved. Long Yu now knew how advanced this old man Tianhua was. You must know that he is a person who has practiced the secret martial arts of the 6th level of world-purifying body. Ordinary mental attacks cannot drag him into it at all, and it is impossible to even affect him in the slightest. But the mental illusion magic circle just now completely dragged Long Yu into it, and he couldn't help himself mentally. It is conceivable that if the body of the pure world hadn't blocked part of it for Long Yu, this magic circle would be even more powerful. It has a greater influence on Dragon Yu, and even Dragon Yu may not be able to successfully break this magic circle. In any case, Long Yu finally broke away from the spiritual illusion circle. He collected himself and moved on. His current position is still far away from the center of the entire binary turbulence, and Old Man Skyfire's residence in the binary turbulence is located at the very center. Along the way, I'm afraid I have to pass through several magic circles. The magic formations we encounter along the way are definitely getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, I have a pure body. I don't know if I can barely withstand it. However, if even I can't resist it, others will. It's even less possible. Long Yu was still very confident in his ability, and then let the Void Dragon Blade continue to move forward. Next, what Long Yu encounters is still an illusory magic circle, and there is nothing that requires a direct confrontation. This is what Long Yu guessed from the beginning. The surrounding double-star turbulence has blocked most people with insufficient cultivation from entering. These illusory magic formations require no cultivation at all. The second magic circle was also a mental illusion magic circle, with similar strength to the first one. Long Yu could not detect the magic circle on the route in advance, so he rushed in again. The illusion of this magic circle is completely opposite to the one in the first magic circle. The figures that appeared in the first magic circle were all Long Yu's relatives and friends, and the figures in the second magic circle were the opponents he had killed on his martial arts path. Moreover, when they appeared, there were a lot of them, not just one person. The murderous aura filled the entire space, making Long Yu's heart beat faster. From the Tang Kingdom on the Tianyu floating island, to the Beihai Kingdom, to the Tianyu Holy Courtyard in the Tiangang realm, and then to Shura County, Beishua Dynasty, and the 5 Emperors' Holy City. Along the way, Long Yu killed countless opponents, whether they were humans, monsters, or aliens. What appeared in front of him at this moment were the life-threatening resentful souls of these things, constantly moving towards Long Yu is approaching. The powerful wood element primordial power from the mental illusion array made Long Yu unable to help but be dragged into it. Even if there was the obstruction of the purifying body, it only weakened the impact on Long Yu's spirit. Probably only the power of the entire array is reduced by 10% or 20%. Countless wronged souls came asking for their lives, and Long Yu seemed to have fallen into hell. The surroundings were filled with murderous thoughts, making his eyes gradually turn red. Among the innocent souls around, there are many powerful beings, such as the group of White Feather Demon Clan, Golden Dragon Demon Clan, and other masters of the secret realm who were affected and died by the explosion of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Among them, there are also many existences of the Great Master Realm. At this moment, he became the strongest person among the wronged souls around Long Yu. These innocent souls brought the greatest pressure to Long Yu, even making him breathless. Even though he knew it was an illusion, there was no way to get rid of it. These guys all died in my hands before. Even if they appear again, I can still kill them. Long Yu's eyes were red, and he forcibly resisted the urge to take action. He knew that what he saw in front of him was an illusion. If he really took action to kill these resentful souls, the situation would definitely become irreversible. These spiritual illusion formations of Old Man Tianhua definitely do not require the intervention of the formation breaker. Long Yu can now be sure of this. Steady, steady. Long Yu's mood gradually calmed down, and he clenched his fists tightly, never activating any strength in his body, despite the murderous intent around him. As the resentful souls around him continued to approach, the pressure on Long Yu increased. Soon, several of the resentful souls came to Long Yu's side and flew directly towards Long Yu. They kept wailing and murderous. Rage surrounded Long Yu even more. If you are a mentally weak person, you really can't help but take action in this situation. After all, taking action when faced with danger is the first reaction of any cultivator. However, Long Yu, with the help of the pure world body, slightly reduced the power impact of the mental illusion circle, so he still maintained his sanity to the greatest extent. Even though those evil souls were about to stick to Long Yu's face, Long Yu clenched his fists without wavering at all. Although beads of sweat continued to ooze from his forehead, he still controlled himself in the end. As the ghosts of injustice continued to flow towards Long Yu like a tide, Long Yu remained motionless. Finally, ghosts of injustice began to crash into Long Yu. Endless violence and murderous intent instantly filled his mind. Under the influence of the hostility and murderous intention of the wronged soul, Long Yu almost couldn't help but take action, but in the end he gritted his teeth and held on. Because these innocent souls crashed into Long Yu without causing him any harm at all, which further proved that Long Yu's guess was correct. If you want to break the spiritual illusion circle, you don't need to do anything at all, just stick to your heart and it's enough. The more Long Yu thought about it, the calmer his mood became, and he could even gradually turn a blind eye to the innocent souls around him, allowing them to collide and penetrate his body, and then disappear. Gradually, the evil spirits around him gradually dissipated. With Long Yu's unmoving momentum, all these evil spirits were defeated and could no longer affect Long Yu in the slightest. Originally, these guys were all killed by Long Yu in the past. Now that they saw them again, they would not make Long Yu feel any emotions. Calmness has always been Long Yu's attitude towards the dead. If it weren't for the influence of the wood element's primordial power in the mental illusion array, this level would have been easier for Long Yu, and it wouldn't even affect him in the slightest. The spirit of injustice dissipates, and the entire spiritual illusion array is broken. Long Yu did not stop and continued to move towards the center of the double star turbulence. After breaking through 2 illusions in succession, Long Yu continued to move forward. The top novel. Soon, the nether dragon blade of the void passed through the turbulent flow of twin star power. After traveling for more than 10 miles, Long Yu felt again that he seemed to be surrounded and shrouded by the primordial power of the wood element. This made him alert again. The primordial power of the wood system was a tyrannical spiritual force. The source of all illusory spiritual power was the primordial power of the wood system. Therefore, Long Yu guessed that he had entered a new illusion array. Just as he expected, a figure in white loomed in front, and Long Yu's figure gradually separated from the inner space of the void dragon blade and came to a land of white mist. The figure in white clothes appeared in front of Long Yu, making Long Yu frown slightly. Because he didn't recognize the figure in white. Whether he was an enemy or a friend, Long Yu was sure that he had never seen that guy before. Although the distance between the two parties is still far away and it is difficult to see the other party's appearance clearly, Long Yu is able to enhance his own spiritual perception through the secret method of balanced control, and use his spiritual consciousness to sense the appearance and breath of the other party. This looks a bit familiar, but I have never seen it before. Could it be a relative of a friend or enemy? Long Yu frowned slightly. He thought about it for a while, and then suddenly reacted and couldn't help but be stunned. No wonder it looks familiar, the face of the figure in white looks exactly like Long Yu. As for the aura of the figure in white, it is the aura of some kind of thunder divine script, which is also derived from the power of the beginning of the metal system. You can feel the tyrannical power of the figure in white. The martial arts realm of the 7th level master. Long Yu's heart moved and he couldn't help but guess the identity of the other party. Could it be his father Long Zi Chen, whom he had never met before? First of all, the face of the figure in white looks very similar to Long Yu, at least 70% similar. Secondly, the martial arts realm of the 7th level master is also consistent with Long Zi Tian's current strength. After all, Long Zi Tian is a commander of the Battlefield Legion, and the 7th level master is a mandatory requirement for the commander-in-chief. Judging from the aura and some information previously provided by the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, Long Zi Tian's understanding of the divine attributes of thunder should be relatively strong, at least surpassing some other divine attributes. Therefore, the figure in white clothes in front of him is most likely Long Yu's father, Long Zi Tian. But why did Long Zi Tian appear here? Long Yu suddenly became excited and realized that he was now dragged into a spiritual illusion circle. If the white-cloaked figure in front of him was really Long Zi Tian, it was just an illusion. What Long Yu is thinking about now is not whether this guy is a dragon in the sky, but how to break through this mental illusion formation. The obstruction of the pure world body prevented Long Yu from being completely controlled by the power of the spiritual illusion circle, and he still had a trace of sanity. However, he didn't have any guesses about how to break through this illusory formation. He could only waiting for the figure in white that looked like a dragon in the sky to approach and see what the other party wanted to do. As the white-cloaked figure continued to approach, Long Yu continued to feel that the white-cloaked figure continued to exude waves of murderous aura. These murderous auras became more and more intense as the distance got closer. Long Yu's perception of murderous intent is extremely keen, and now he can be sure that he is not delusional. Murderous intent is constantly emitting from the white-cloaked figure. Of course, the only one targeted by these murderous intentions was Long Yu. Apart from Long Yu, there was no other living being present at all. Long Yu, you are worthy of being my son, Long Zi Tian. Ha ha ha, he was able to come out of the 9 nether realm and step into the secret realm of domination, ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came out of the blue, and the white-cloaked figure's voice was refreshing, but even this laughter contained bursts of killing intent. These killing intents made Long Yu subconsciously start to be on guard. However, it's better that you don't come out. Now that you have come out, you will hinder me one day. In this case, I will kill you first to avoid ruining my big plan in the future. The white-cloaked figure laughed so loudly as he spoke, and his murderous intent spread. These words surprised Long Yu even more. The white-cloaked figure even admitted that it was Long Zi Tian, but he actually wanted to kill him. Long Yu? Calm down, calm down. This is just an illusion. This figure in white is just an image created by the mental illusion array. It is not my father Long Zi Tian. Some cold sweat broke out on Long Yu's forehead, constantly reminding himself that this was just an illusion. However, as the white-cloaked figure continued to approach, the sense of oppression dropped from the sky, crashing down like the top of Mount Tai, making Long Yu almost unable to move. Heavenly Hell's thunder, break! The figure in white came closer, with a calm look on his face that resembled Long Yu, and his eyes were even full of indifference, and he did not regard Long Yu in front of him as his son at all. But as soon as he raised his hand, he condensed a beam of thunder. This was the thunder of hell. The thunder burst through the air and blasted straight towards where Long Yu was. What should I do? Do you want to avoid it? Do you want to resist it? Long Yu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and there was a trace of hesitation deep in his heart. He was worried that if the figure in white was really his father, Long Zitian, and it was really Long Zitian who wanted to kill him, then if he didn't dodge now, he would be giving the other party the best chance. If Long Yu wants to defend, he only needs to take out the 9 Nether Prison Monument and hide in his own small world. It is completely enough. The opponent cannot destroy the 9 Nether Prison Monument no matter what. On the contrary, such a powerful bombardment by the other party will definitely cause the 9 Nether Prison Monument's own power to explode. In that case, the entire binary turbulence will probably be completely annihilated. In other words, if Long Yu wants to resist, he can easily block it, at least he will never be in any danger. But in that case, the effect that this spiritual illusion array wants to achieve will be completely achieved, which is to make Long Yu no longer believe that this is an illusion. In this way, Long Yu couldn't even break through the spiritual illusion magic circle. It would be even more difficult for him to see the old man Tianhua. Even if the other party was in the center of the twin stars, it would be difficult for him to see him. Basically impossible. If you fail, you won't even be able to meet each other, let alone invite the other party to sit in the void galaxy. How to choose depends entirely on Long Yu's thoughts, and what Long Yu has is only a blink of an eye. Within this blink of an eye, Long Yu must make a choice. Do you believe that what you see in front of you is just an illusion, or do you put your own life first and protect yourself first? Long Yu gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was deeply trapped in the illusion and could no longer feel the existence of the Taichu power of the wood system around him. However, he knew that the power of the wood system Taichu had never dissipated, but was getting stronger and stronger. The more intense it becomes. It's just that Long Yu is used to the aura of the wood element's primordial power, so now he subconsciously ignores it. Even if he wants to deliberately sense the wood element's primordial power, he can't. It's entirely because he has been paralyzed by the phantom array. Part of the perception ability. The effect of such paralysis of perception cannot be weakened even by the combination of the 2 martial arts secrets of Long Yulian's balanced control and body of purification. No matter what, this old man Tianhua is the best candidate to be a weapon refiner in the void galaxy. Therefore, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must not give up. What's more, I am 90% sure that this Long Zitian figure is completely an illusion. Long Yu thought in his heart, and finally made the final decision, that is, to remain motionless and continue to withstand the opponent's attacks head-on. The next moment, just a blink of an eye later, the heavenly hell's thunder divine beam suddenly landed on Long Yu's belly. When Long Yu decided to trust his feelings, he didn't even dodge at all, and directly let the heavenly hell's thunder divine light beam fall on the vital part of his dantian. The next moment, Long Yu did not feel that he had been hurt. Instead, the surroundings suddenly became brighter. The figure in white that was originally blocking him also smiled softly and gradually changed from before Long Yu's eyes. It has to blur until it finally dissipates completely. This scene made Long Yu, who was tense, finally relax. Obviously, he made the right bet. Even though, in this case, the probability of betting right is not small. After all, Long Zitian is a commander of the Battlefield Legion. How could he come to the turbulence of the Dragon and Phoenix twin stars now? What's more, Long Yu doesn't feel that Long Zitian really abandoned him and Bei Yuyao, mother and son. Long Zitian didn't return to Tianyu continent. He must have his own reasons. As for the reason, Long Yu I don't know, but it's definitely not because he is afraid that he and Bei Yuyao will hinder him. The figure in white completely disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. The power of the wood element's Taichu also quickly dissipated in the turbulence of the surrounding double star power, and Long Yu also found that he was still in the inner space of the void nether dragon blade. Obviously, the scene just now was just an illusion produced in Long Yu's mind. He had never even left the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade. This powerful spiritual illusion array is definitely an extremely magical method, and it creates different illusions according to each person's mood, which is undoubtedly admirable. If weapon refiners and formation masters with such strength sit in Void Galaxy, the defense will be further enhanced, which will play a key role in the development of the entire Void Galaxy force. Long Yu once again lamented the power of this mental illusion array, and then he asked Xiaoxu to continue moving forward. He didn't know if there were any illusion array levels ahead, but no matter what, he must move forward as fast as possible now. Just fine. After breaking through 2 illusions in succession, Long Yu continued to move forward. Soon, the nether dragon blade of the void passed through the turbulent flow of twin star power. After traveling for more than 10 miles, Long Yu felt again that he seemed to be surrounded and shrouded by the primordial power of the wood element. This made him alert again. The primordial power of the wood system was a tyrannical spiritual force. The source of all illusory spiritual power was the primordial power of the wood system. Therefore, Long Yu guessed that he had entered a new illusion array. Just as he expected, a figure in white loomed in front, and Long Yu's figure gradually separated from the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade and came to a land of white mist. The figure in white clothes appeared in front of Long Yu, making Long Yu frown slightly. Because he didn't recognize the figure in white. Whether he was an enemy or a friend, Long Yu was sure that he had never seen that guy before. Although the distance between the 2 parties is still far away and it is difficult to see the other party's appearance clearly, Long Yu is able to enhance his own spiritual perception through the secret method of balanced control, and use his spiritual consciousness to sense the appearance and breath of the other party. It looks familiar, but I have never seen him before. Could he be a relative of a friend or enemy? Long Yu frowned slightly. He thought about it for a while, and then suddenly reacted and couldn't help but be stunned. No wonder he felt familiar, the face of the figure in white looked exactly like Long Yu. As for the aura of the figure in white, it is the aura of some kind of thunder divine script, which is also derived from the power of the beginning of the metal system. You can feel the tyrannical power of the figure in white. The martial arts realm of the 7th level master. Long Yu's heart moved and he couldn't help but guess the identity of the other party. Could it be his father Long Zi Chen, whom he had never met before? First of all, the face of the figure in white looks very similar to Long Yu, at least 70% similar. Secondly, the martial arts realm of the 7th level master is also consistent with Long Zi Tian's current strength. After all, Long Zi Tian is a commander of the Battlefield Legion, and the 7th level master is a mandatory requirement for the commander-in-chief. From the perspective of breath, judging from some information provided by the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor before, Long Zi Tian's understanding of the thunder attribute divine text should be relatively strong, at least surpassing some other gods. Text attributes. Therefore, the figure in white clothes in front of him is most likely Long Yu's father, Long Zi Tian. But why did Long Zi Tian appear here? Long Yu suddenly became excited and realized that he was being dragged into a mental illusion circle. If the white-clothed figure in front of him was really Long Zi Tian, it was just an illusion. What Long Yu is thinking about now is not whether this guy is a dragon in the sky, but how to break through this mental illusion formation. The obstruction of the pure world body prevented Long Yu from being completely controlled by the power of the spiritual illusion circle, and he still had a trace of sanity. However, he didn't have any guesses about how to break through this illusory formation. He could only waiting for the figure in white that looked like a dragon in the sky to approach and see what the other party wanted to do. As the white-cloaked figure continued to approach, Long Yu continued to feel that the white-cloaked figure continued to exude waves of murderous aura. These murderous auras became more and more intense as the distance got closer. Long Yu's perception of murderous intent is extremely keen, and now he can be sure that he is not delusional. Murderous intent is constantly emitting from the white-cloaked figure. Of course, the only one targeted by these murderous intentions was Long Yu. Apart from Long Yu, there was no other living being present at all. Long Yu, you are worthy of being my son, Long Zi Chen. Ha ha ha, he was able to come out of the Nine Nether realm and step into the secret realm of domination, ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came out of the blue, and the white-clothed figure's voice was refreshing, but even this laughter contained bursts of killing intent. These killing intents made Long Yu subconsciously start to be on guard. However, it's better that you don't come out. Now that you have come out, you will hinder me one day. In this case, I will kill you first to avoid ruining my big plan in the future. The white-cloaked figure was laughing so loudly, with murderous intent spreading in bursts, and these words surprised Long Yu even more. The white-cloaked figure himself admitted that it was Long Zitian, but he still wanted to kill him, Long Yu. Calm down, calm down. This is just an illusion. This figure in white is just an image created by the mental illusion array. It is not my father Long Zitian. Some cold sweat broke out on Long Yu's forehead, constantly reminding himself that this was just an illusion. However, as the white-cloaked figure continued to approach, the sense of oppression dropped from the sky, crashing down like the pressure of Mount Tai, making Long Yu almost unable to move. Heavenly Hell's thunder, break! The figure in white came closer, with a calm look on his face that resembled Long Yu, and his eyes were even full of indifference, and he did not regard Long Yu in front of him as his son at all. But as soon as he raised his hand, he condensed a beam of thunder. This was the thunder of hell. The thunder burst through the air and blasted straight towards where Long Yu was. What should I do? Do you want to avoid it? Do you want to resist it? Long Yu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and there was a trace of hesitation deep in his heart. He was worried that if the figure in white was really his father, Long Zitian, and it was really Long Zitian who wanted to kill him, then if he didn't dodge now, he would be giving the other party the best chance. If Long Yu wants to defend, he only needs to take out the Nine Nether prison monument and hide in his own world. It is completely enough. The opponent cannot destroy the Nine Nether prison monument no matter what. On the contrary, such a powerful bombardment by the other party will definitely cause the Nine Nether prison monument's own power to explode. In that case, the entire binary turbulence will probably be completely annihilated. In other words, if Long Yu wants to resist, he can easily block it, at least he will never be in any danger. But in that case, the effect that this spiritual illusion array wants to achieve will be completely achieved, which is to make Long Yu no longer believe that this is an illusion. In this way, Long Yu couldn't even break through the spiritual illusion magic circle. It would be even more difficult for him to see the old man Tianhua. Even if the other party was in the center of the twin stars, it would be difficult for him to see him. Basically impossible. If you fail, you won't even be able to meet each other, let alone invite the other party to sit in the void galaxy. How to choose depends entirely on Long Yu's thoughts, and what Long Yu has is only a blink of an eye. Within this blink of an eye, Long Yu must make a choice. Do you believe that what you see in front of you is just an illusion, or do you put your own life first and protect yourself first? Long Yu gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was deeply trapped in the illusion and could no longer feel the existence of the Taichu power of the wood system around him. However, he knew that the power of the wood system Taichu had never dissipated, but was getting stronger and stronger. The more intense it becomes. It's just that Long Yu is used to the aura of the wood element's primordial power, so now he subconsciously ignores it. Even if he wants to deliberately sense the wood element's primordial power, he can't. It's entirely because he has been paralyzed by the phantom array. Part of the perception ability. The effect of such paralysis of perception cannot be weakened even by the combination of the two martial arts secrets of Long Yulian's balanced control and body of purification. No matter what, this old man Tianhua is the best candidate to be a weapon refiner in the void galaxy. Therefore, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must not give up. What's more, I am 90% sure that this Long Zi Chen figure is completely an illusion. Long Yu thought in his heart, and finally made the final decision, that is, to remain motionless and continue to withstand the opponent's attacks head-on. The next moment, just a blink of an eye later, the heavenly hell's thunder divine beam suddenly landed on Long Yu's belly. When Long Yu decided to trust his feelings, he didn't even dodge, and directly let the heavenly hell's thunder divine beam fall on the vital part of his dantian. The next moment, Long Yu did not feel that he had been hurt. Instead, the surroundings suddenly became brighter. The figure in white that was originally blocking him also smiled softly and gradually changed from before Long Yu's eyes. It has to blur until it finally dissipates completely. This scene made Long Yu, who was tense, finally relax. Obviously, he made the right bet. Even though, in this case, the probability of betting right is not good, after all, Long Zi Chen is a commander of the Battlefield Legion. How could he come to the turbulence of the Dragon and Phoenix twin stars now? What's more, Long Yu doesn't feel that Long Zi Chen really abandoned him and Bei Yuyao, mother and son. Long Zi Chen didn't return to Tianyu continent. He must have his own reasons. As for the reason, Long Yu I don't know, but it's definitely not because he is afraid that he and Bei Yuyao will hinder him. The figure in white completely disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. The power of the wood element's Taichu also quickly dissipated in the turbulence of the surrounding double star power, and Long Yu also found that he was still in the inner space of the void nether dragon blade. Obviously, the scene just now was just an illusion produced in Long Yu's mind. He had never even left the inner space of the void dragon blade. This powerful spiritual illusion array is definitely an extremely magical method, and it creates different illusions according to each person's mood, which is undoubtedly admirable. If weapon refiners and formation masters with such strength sit in Void Galaxy, the defense will be further enhanced, which will play a key role in the development of the entire Void Galaxy force. Long Yu once again sighed at the power of this mental illusion array, and then he asked Su to continue moving forward. He didn't know if there were any illusion array levels ahead, but no matter what, he had to move forward as fast as possible now. Okay. After breaking 3 mental illusion magic circles in succession, Long Yu had already appreciated Old Man Tianhua's profound knowledge in magic circles. What's more, Old Man Tianhua's job was not to study magic circles, but to refine weapons. In terms of the magic circle, Old Man Tianhua is almost at the peak, not to mention the weapon refining. Among the entire human race and demon race, he is definitely a being who can stand at the peak level. This further deepens Long Yu's plan to draw Old Man Tianhua into his camp. To be honest, the current Void Galaxy force has no foundation and possibility of developing into a powerful force. Apart from a Taichu golden pool and the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, Void Galaxy does not have a very deep foundation, but if Old Man Tianhua joins, it can be regarded as a big help. In terms of importance to a force, Old Man Tianhua is definitely no less important than a Taichu golden pool. This is not only reflected in the value of Old Man Tianhua himself, but also in the fact that Old Man Tianhua can not only refine soldiers and arrange magic formations, you can also recruit disciples to teach the skills of weapon refining and magic circle. Inheritance is the most important and fundamental thing for a force. If it wants to develop, inheritance is indispensable. Long Yu continued to move forward, and soon finally felt that the turbulent flow of binary power around him began to calm down, and was no longer as manic as before. The center of the double star turbulence should have almost arrived. Long Yu carefully observed his surroundings in the inner space of the void nether dragon blade, and found that he had arrived at a place where the power was relatively stable. This feeling was like finally moving from a rushing river to a calm lake, which made Long Yu finally feel relieved. By this time, you must have broken through all the mental illusion circles, right? Long Yu was not sure, but he felt the surrounding situation through balanced control of the enhanced spiritual perception, and found no living beings or traces of any living beings living in this place. If Old Man Tianhua lives here, he must have a base. No matter what kind of building it is, there must be one, either in the big world or in the small world. However, in addition to the turbulent flow of double star power in this place, there is nothing else. Where does Old Man Tianhua live? Long Yu frowned slightly, still thinking, could it be that Old Man Hua had left this place that day and no longer regarded this place as his residence? This is not necessarily true. After all, Xiao Bai also said that he has not seen Old Man Tianhua for a long time, and no one knows where Old Man Tianhua is now. No matter what, Long Yu always wanted to search around here. He continued to move forward and suddenly felt a strange aura coming from behind him. Long Yu immediately turned around, only to see a burst of fiery red mist appear from behind him, and then the figures of several old men flew out of the fiery red mist. Long Yu suddenly became alert, and immediately discovered that the figures of those old men were all exactly the same. It was an old man wearing a fiery red cloak, his whole body was red, even his hair and beard were fiery red, and even his pupils were glowing with fire. For such old men appeared directly behind Long Yu, and the next moment, 4 more appeared on the right side of Long Yu, and another 4 appeared on the left. Finally, Long Yu's front, back, left, right, up and down, and a total of 24 old men wearing fiery red cloaks appeared in 6 directions. Old Man Skyfire? Long Yu's heart moved, and he was suddenly a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Old Man Tianhua would appear in front of him so quickly, and he took the initiative to find him. Originally, he had made a plan. If there was no trace of the Old Man Tianhua in the turbulence of the twin stars, he would go and see the dragon in the sky first. But now it seems that since Old Man Tianhua has appeared, there is no need to go to so much trouble. Let's get this matter settled first. However, at this moment, Long Yu looked at the expressions of the 24 Skyfire old men, and felt that they were not so happy to see him. Who dares to break into the old man's residence? 24 Skyfire old man figures spoke out at the same time, with a huge momentum, surrounding Long Yu in the middle, and the pressure was extremely terrifying. You must know that each of these 24 Skyfire old man figures possesses the tyranny of the 7th level master level. Momentum. Even though his mind was as firm as Long Yu's, the other party was shocked on the spot when he spoke. With his heart shocked, he almost stopped thinking. This is similar to the effect that Long Yu has on his enemies by using the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit to frighten him. Now, he himself has experienced similar coercion and shock. Even with the resistance of the pure world body, it could not stop the opponent's pressure from shocking Long Yu on the spot. It wasn't until 3 breaths later that Long Yu gradually came back to his senses. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the 24 Skyfire old men had already shown completely different expressions. Some are angry, some are laughing, some are indifferent, some are passionate. The aura of the 24 old Skyfire people has completely changed into the 24 forms. Senior. Long Yu forced himself to calm down. Under the different auras of the 24 Skyfire old men, he felt that the power in his body continued to become chaotic, and he was almost unable to control it. But he still said what needed to be said. This is a recommended jade slip given to me by a friend of mine, please take a look at it. Long Yu was too embarrassed to speak directly about his purpose. It was enough to give Xiao Bai's recommended jade slips, and the other party would definitely understand what he meant. Do you want to become Lao Cheng's disciple? The 24 old Skyfire figures once again spoke in unison. Although their tone was different, they all gave Long Yu great momentum and pressure. Seeing that the other party had no intention of taking Xiao Bai's jade slip, Long Yu couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Could this old guy want to drive him out without even looking at him? This is not good. But the situation is stronger than the person. If the other party really wants to drive him away, there is nothing he can do. Before long you could answer, the 24 clones of the old man Skyfire said at the same time, "In that case, come and see." After the words fell, Long Yu only saw a fiery red flame suddenly lighting up about 10 miles in front of him. The flame was looming in the turbulent power of the twin stars, but it was still very conspicuous and could be forgotten at a glance. If you can hold that flame in your hand, you will be qualified to become Lao Cheng's disciple. Lao Cheng will give you 1 month. The 24 clones of the old man Skyfire said at the same time, and the aura and pressure on their bodies did not weaken at all, making it difficult for Long Yu to move even if he wanted to. This situation made Long Yu very puzzled. The opponent's 24 clones all have the aura of the 7th level master. It is too difficult for a low-ranking master, like Long Yu, to resist the opponent's aura and run 10 miles to hold a cluster of flames. Although there is a month, unless Long Yu can break through to the 7th level master within this month, there is basically no hope. In fact, let alone Long Yu, even if it were replaced by another 7th level master, it would probably be difficult to do it, right? The most important thing is that Long Yu came here not to become the disciple of old man Tianhua. Long Yu had to make this point clear no matter what, so he spoke with difficulty, "Senior. I came here because I just wanted to invite Senior for something. This matter should also be very attractive to Senior. It's not that I want to become a disciple of my Senior." After saying this, Long Yu felt much more relaxed. Having said that, although Xiaobai's jade slips are useless, if the other party doesn't even consider it, then Long Yu has nothing to do. Regarding the weapon refiner, he can only think of other methods. But after he said this, the other party's reaction made Long Yu a little strange. Generally speaking, no matter how weird the other party's temper is, they will definitely react when they hear Long Yu's explanation. Whether you drive him away or listen to him continue talking, in short, he will definitely not be silent. But right now, these 24 clones of the Skyfire old man are completely silent. There are 24 clones, each of which maintains a different expression, with different expressions of joy, anger, sadness, and joy. However, each of them just surrounds Long Yu without any reaction to what he said. This made Long Yu extremely strange. Recalling that when he took out the jade slip just now, the 24 clones of the old man, Skyfire, didn't even look at the jade slip. This situation didn't seem right. Even if old man Tianhua's temper is weird, he shouldn't be this weird, right? By the way, these 24 figures, are they all just clones? Long Yu suddenly thought of this possibility, and suddenly realized that if these 24 were all clones, it meant that the real body of old man Tianhua was definitely not here. Since they are not here, how did these 24 clones come out? Of course it's the magic circle. Long Yu came here, triggered the magic circle, and then caused 24 clones of the Skyfire old man to appear and surround him, and directly and unreasonably asked him to go through the test to get the cluster of flames 10 miles away. It's still a magic circle. It's not over yet. Long Yu almost collapsed. He thought he had finally met the old man Tianhua. Who would have thought that after some guessing, he found that these were just clones condensed by the magic circle. This really disappointed him. But no matter what, now that we are here, breaking this magic circle is Long Yu's most important task at the moment. Since it is a spiritual illusion array, these 24 clones of the Skyfire old man do not have real power. I don't need to pay attention to them, just go and hold the cluster of flames in my hand. Long Yu thought in his mind that the other party had set aside a month. During this month, he could still carefully study what was going on with this magic circle. Long Yu was completely surrounded by 24 clones of the Skyfire old man, and endless momentum and pressure surged from all directions, making him unable to even move at all. Although he knew in his heart that these 24 clones of the Skyfire old man must be illusions created by the magic circle, and could not really exude such a powerful momentum, but under the influence of the illusion magic circle, he could not ignore it. These momentums are overwhelming. It became extremely difficult for Long Yu to hold the cluster of flames 10 miles away in his hands. However, fortunately, there is a month for Long Yu to adapt. As long as he adapts to the current momentum and pressure, and Long Yu's spirit and willpower are tempered, he should be able to ignore these momentum and pressure that are not real in the first place. Lose. There is a saying among humans and demons about spiritual tempering. The higher the mental intensity and the firmer the willpower, the less susceptible to being affected by various other factors during combat, including psychic attacks, phantom attacks, and more. At this time, Long Yu felt that he should temper his spirit, otherwise it would be impossible to break through the magic circle of the 24 clones of the Old Man Skyfire. These figures of old Skyfire are all just illusions, including their aura and pressure. As long as you recognize this clearly, you can easily escape from this magic circle. Long Yu thought to himself, gritted his teeth, and simply closed his eyes, which would help him imagine everything around him as an illusion. The aura and pressure surged in endlessly. Even if Long Yu closed his eyes, he felt the waves of aura and pressure coming down, suppressing his whole body and making him unable to move even a little bit. Fortunately, as time went by, Long Yu became more and more accustomed to these auras and pressures. The more accustomed he was, the less susceptible he was to their influence. The long mental tempering began soon. In the first 3 days, Long Yu didn't even make any progress. Although he became somewhat accustomed to the pressure of the momentum, it was completely impossible to escape its influence. But starting from the 4th day, Long Yu's situation became better and better. The aura and coercion that Long Yu felt became weaker and weaker. This was because he was under such a strong aura and coercion all the time, and his habituation to it finally reached a critical point. In just 3 days, Long Yu's mental strength was tempered to a very high level. In the following time, Long Yu's progress was even more rapid. His willpower was not weak in the first place, and now he insisted on hinting to himself for 3 consecutive days that everything around him was an illusion, so he had already accepted this deep in his heart. Fact. Because of this, when Long Yu opened his eyes on the 4th day, the aura and pressure around him became weaker and weaker in his eyes. The power in Long Yu's blood dantian was finally liberated from the state of complete shock, began to flow slowly, and began to circulate in Long Yu's body again. In this way, Long Yu's fingers could finally start to move, and as time passed, more and more places in his body were free from the pressure and shock. 10 miles away, the cluster of flames was still burning. As long as Long Yu held the cluster of flames in his hand, he could pass through this illusory magic circle. In other words, he had passed the apprenticeship test of Old Man Tianhua. The 4th day passed, and Long Yu still couldn't move his position, but he could move his fingers a little. On the 5th day, Long Yu's legs were finally freed from the pressure of his momentum, and he could move a little toward the cluster of flames. Although the speed is very slow, it is starting to move. If this momentum continues, it will probably take at least half a year to move to that cluster of flames. It is impossible to hold that cluster of flames in 1 month's time. Fortunately, Long Yu's whole body is constantly being liberated from the pressure of momentum. He can be sure that it is not that the pressure of the 24 clones of the Skyfire Old Man around him has weakened, but that those pressures are just illusions. As long as his willpower and spirit increase, he will naturally be immune to the influence of these pressures. What's more, Long Yu has already cultivated the body of purification, and has natural resistance to forces such as illusions and illusions. And today's experience made Long Yu feel that it was necessary to continue to improve the body of the world. If he could cultivate the body of the world to the 9th level, what kind of tyrannical effects would it have? Long Yu knew that if he wanted to improve his pure body, he would need a lot of creative things, but was he short of creative things now? There is no shortage at all. Although most of the creations exchanged at the Legion headquarters were brought back to the Void Galaxy to serve as resources for the development of the entire joint force, Long Yu himself also left some behind. Heavenly crystal-level creations were still, there are quite a few, but he has never had time to practice. The experience in a seminary is still very dangerous, so Long Yu thought that he would have to practice hard before starting the next experience. The 6th day, the 7th day. Time continued to pass, and Long Yu continued to move towards the cluster of flames. The aura and pressure of the 24 Skyfire old men became weaker and weaker in Long Yu's eyes, and the speed he moved towards the cluster of flames and faster and faster. Finally, on the 10th day, although Long Yu had not completely broken free from the pressure of the 24 Skyfire old men, he was already less than the last mile away from the cluster of flames. Although I can hold the cluster of flames in my hand and break the magic circle one step further, but if I break the circle like this, it seems that my spiritual tempering has not been completely completed. Long Yu thought in his mind, and finally decided to let his spirit reach its peak first. At present, there are 24 clones of the Skyfire old man under pressure, which is an excellent environment for mental tempering. If such a condition is missed, it will not be so easy to temper the spirit in the future. Therefore, Long Yu did not directly step forward to hold the cluster of flames, but stayed where he was, continuing to resist the tyrannical pressure of the momentum, making his willpower and spirit stronger and stronger. However, Long Yu discovered a phenomenon, that is, on the 10th day, the fiery red color of the cluster of flames suddenly became lighter. Long Yu observed it very carefully. This couldn't be an illusion. Although it didn't become much shallower, it did become a little shallower. He didn't know why. Could it be that this cluster of flames has become lighter over time to record the achievements of those who entered the formation? Long Yu thought in his mind that this cluster of flames would still be red in color within 10 days. If he held it in his hand during this period, he might be able to pass this illusory magic circle with perfect score. After 10 days, the color becomes lighter and the results may not be as good. But Long Yu didn't need any achievements. He only needed to break through this magic circle and see if old man Tianhua was in the turbulence of the twin stars. He didn't really want to be old man Tianhua's disciple. Therefore, Long Yu continued calmly. Anyway, the time limit for entering the formation was 1 month. He took his time and continued to temper his spiritual will. He continued like this for 29 days. After these 29 days, he will hardly be affected by the aura and coercion of the 24 clones of the Skyfire old man around him. In this illusory magic circle, the whole person is just like in an ordinary area, and will not suffer the slightest impact. Obstacles. This does not mean that Long Yu's mental strength has been tempered to the point where it cannot be improved, but his mental strength is now completely sufficient to deal with this illusory magic circle. After the 29th day passed, Long Yu walked leisurely forward for a mile, and finally stretched out his hand to hold the cluster of flames that had become lighter twice in his hand. Ordinary flames pose no threat to Long Yu. Even if his whole body is on fire, it cannot hurt him. But at this moment, Long Yu held the flame in his hand and felt a strong and stimulating burning sensation. This flame was definitely not an ordinary flame, but a derivative of the power of the fire element. However, with Long Yu's current mental willpower, it is impossible to retreat. The key is that he does not need to retreat at all. Even if one hand is burned, so what? Long Yu has practiced the secret martial art of demonic heart. As long as demonic heart is immortal, he will not die and can be reborn without limit. Long Yu is extremely tenacious, holding the cluster of flame power in one hand. Although his arm is constantly being burned by the flames, Long Yu is also constantly urging the heart of the demon dust to regenerate his arm. If it were another person, Long Yu really didn't know how to hold this cluster of flames. Perhaps only practitioners who have also understood the power of the tyrannical fire-type divine language can hold this cluster of flames without worrying about being burned up by it. However, although Long Yu did not comprehend the divine power of the fire attribute, this cluster of flames could not destroy him. The power of the demonic heart is not something to be said casually. Even though he has only reached the second level of cultivation now, the speed of his physical body reshaping is enough for him to cope with the current scene. As his arm continued to be burned and reshaped, Long Yu also became somewhat familiar with the power of the flames, and gradually it would not be burned so easily. Long Yuyan saw that time might not be enough. After all, it was already the last day when he came to hold this cluster of flames, so he covered his arm with the power of Joyo Divine Rune to protect his arm. In this way, the cluster of flames was finally unable to directly burn Long Yu's arm. As long as Long Yu's power was not exhausted and Joyo's divine defense continued, the cluster of flames could not hurt Long Yu. Under such circumstances, Long Yu held the cluster of flames tightly, and then saw that the clones of the 24 old Skyfire men finally began to disappear, along with the bursts of virtual momentum and pressure, all cleared up instantly. When the 24 clones of the Skyfire old man dissipated, Long Yu knew that this spiritual illusion circle had finally been broken by him. At the same time, the cluster of flames in his hand gradually disappeared from his sight, and soon turned into nothingness. Everything was just an illusion. Nothing Long Yu saw in the previous month was real. Only within that month, Long Yu's mental willpower has indeed been greatly improved through tempering, which is of great help to him. If he encounters a mental attack in the future, the resistance will be much stronger than before. Long Yu didn't think much. He once again spread his spiritual awareness to the surroundings, and found that after passing through the spiritual illusion circle just now, he followed the void dragon blade to a more peaceful space. Outside this space, the power of the binary stars is constantly flowing, and it is extremely chaotic. However, in this space, there is a peaceful scene, and the chaotic binary star flow has not affected this space. This space is not very vast, only about 10 miles in radius, but it is entirely possible for Old Man Tianhua to use this place as his residence. Although there are no buildings or small worlds, since Old Man Tianhua is not here, it is normal that his residence is not here. People can take their home wherever they go. After all, as a peak weapon refining master, Old Man Tianhua must have his own set of special weapon refining equipment. He cannot keep these equipment in one place all the time. In that case, he will not be able to have so many residences. The most likely thing is that the set of weapon refining equipment has been carried by Old Man Tianhua all the time. In his small world, it would not be troublesome to bring it around. In that case, in the quiet area in the center of this twin star turbulence, Old Man Tianhua can come here to cultivate at any time. No matter how long he stays here, almost no one will come to this place. It seems that Old Man Hua was not here that day. Long Yu was a little regretful. He was sure that he had reached the deepest part of the double star turbulence, but apart from breaking through 4 spiritual illusion formations in succession, he didn't even see the shadow of the old man's skyfire. Obviously, Old Man Tianhua is not here for the time being, so his trip was in vain. However, he has gained something. After all, in the past month, he has greatly improved his mental willpower. This will not only improve his resistance to mental attacks, but also can produce new effects in his future training. Many unexpected effects. It was rewarding, even if it was not a waste of time. Long Yu was not too disappointed. Since Old Man Tianhua is not here, he should go back to Long Zitian first to see what is going on over there. During this month, Long Yu was in this place and could not receive any news from the outside world, and he did not know what the situation was like at Hongying and Yuega. However, since it is a seminary-like experience, Yu Gu is considered a veteran and should not accept some too dangerous experiences. There should be no accidents. It's just that now Long Yu is unable to inform the other party of his current situation. The interference of the twin star turbulence to the information is still very serious. With Long Yu's current strength, there is no way to convey the message. Of course, as long as Long Yu leaves the twin star turbulence, he can directly contact Hongying. Before separation, both sides took a time and space mark to record the other's position. Through the time and space mark, mutual communication can be achieved. Although the time and space mark is very precious, it is not something difficult to obtain for Long Yu and Hong Ying. Even if it is exchanged for Battlefield Legion meritorious service, one space-time mark only costs about 10,000 Battlefield Legion meritorious points, so Long Yu and Hong Ying had both exchanged one before, just in case they were separated and couldn't find each other. Long Yu turned around and was about to leave this peaceful space, but suddenly he felt a message suddenly appear in his mind. Waiting for March, the old man will return. These 8 simple words told Long Yu some useful news, and shocked Long Yu, because these 8 words seemed to come directly from his mind, rather than coming from somewhere else. It's simply unbelievable. The meaning of these 8 words is very simple. As long as Long Yu waits here for 3 months, Old Man Hua will return that day, and Long Yu will naturally be able to see the other party's true body. After all, when these 8 words rang out, Long Yu felt a similar aura to the 24 clones of Old Man Skyfire just now. They must have come from the real body of Old Man Skyfire. Moreover, the other party was sending messages to Long Yu from an unknown distance, and actually already knew about Long Yu's existence. Could it be because Long Yu had broken through so many spiritual illusion circles one after another? It's possible. And when these 8 words came into Long Yu's mind, Long Yu suddenly became entangled. Should he wait here for 3 months, or should he leave first to find Long Zi Chen? After all, waiting here seems a bit of a waste of time, but if you go to find Long Zi Chen, it will be a bit disrespectful to the old man Tianhua. In any case, old man Tianhua is still very important to Long Yu, and it is related to the future development of the entire force of Void Galaxy. As for his father, Long Zi Chen, it was just Long Yu's private matter. Apart from being related to him, it was only related to his mother, Bei Yuyao. Now Bei Yuyao is in Long Yu's small world. It can be said that she is always with Long Yu. When she sees Long Zi Chen, she can directly ask Bei Yuyao to come out to meet him. If I wait here, I can practice some training first and try the effect of the spiritual wine. However, I can't pass the news to Hong Ying and Yu Ge. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, and at this moment, the spiritual consciousness of the Void Dragon Blade came from Xiaoshu's thoughts, telling Long Yu that she could leave here on Long Yu's behalf and go out to convey some news. This surprised Long Yu, and after a moment's thought, he realized that this was indeed feasible. Take this time and space mark and leave the binary star turbulence. After conveying the news to Hong Ying, you will return to the center of the twin star turbulence. You must pay attention to your safety. Long Yu cares very much about Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu was connected to Long Yu's mind, so she naturally knew what Long Yu was thinking. After taking the time and space mark back into her inner world, the Void Dragon Blade turned into a jet-black stream of light, moving rapidly from Long Yu's location toward the outer reaches of the double star turbulence. Fly away. When flying over, Long Yu wasted no time and encountered several spiritual illusion formations in succession. The speed was indeed not fast, but when he returned, the Void Dragon Blade moved forward alone and could leave the influence of the double star turbulence in less than half a day, conveyed the news to Hong Ying and Yue Ge. In this way, Long Yu plans to practice here for 3 months. 3 months can allow him to do a lot of things. First of all, he has the spirit wine, which can be drunk to increase the speed of understanding various powers, which is extremely useful. In addition, a lot of spiritual energy from heaven and earth has been stored in his small world, which can be used to cultivate a wave of demon dust heart. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth accumulated in the past month can also be given to the remaining members of the Bone clan. The previous transaction between Long Yu and Jia Wufeng has not yet begun. However, in this month, Long Yu has provided 10 times more spiritual energy of heaven and earth to the Bone clan survivors. It is almost time to go to the other party to ask for an endless level martial arts jade slip. Since you want me to wait for 3 months, then I will wait here. This old man, Tianhua, probably thinks that someone has broken through his magic circle and wants to come and worship him as his teacher. Long Yu smiled and didn't think much about it. If he wanted to wait, then he would wait. It wasn't a waste of time for him anyway. He didn't have time to do many things, and he was worried that he didn't have any free time to learn something. Now he has 3 months, which is not bad. Try drinking a bottle of divine wine first, and see how quickly you can comprehend the enlightenment level power of the 9 nether divine texts after drinking it. Long Yu calmed down, and after formulating the next training plan, he took out the 3 bottles of divine wine he had prepared. He exchanged 5 bottles of divine wine at the seminary, but 2 of them were temporarily given to Hong Ying, just to improve the strength of both of them. Now that Long Yu is free, he is ready to drink a bottle of divine wine first. This thing is worth 4 million battlefield legion merits per bottle. I want to see how effective it is in improving power understanding. Long Yu was thinking in his heart as he opened a bottle of divine wine, then raised his hand to open the bottle of divine wine in his hand, opened his mouth and drank it. After drinking the soothing wine, Long Yu felt that his whole person seemed to be a little dazed, and his connection with heaven and earth seemed to have become deeper. In this state, he firmly remembered what he needed to do, and immediately took out the 9 nether prison monument, and then went to the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument, preparing to comprehend the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. The apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions are now only found in the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument. If you want to understand it, you can only go to the 9 nether prison monument. After entering the internal space of the 9 nether prison monument, Long Yu was once again surrounded by the sticky revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. This is a derivative of the golden system's Taichu power, which is much more powerful than most other divine inscriptions. The power of the Tongshan wine has not yet appeared, but Long Yu has already felt the effects. In this state, he can comprehend the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions twice as fast as before. Moreover, as the power of the spiritual wine continues to be released, Long Yu's comprehension speed is getting faster and faster. Let me see how far I can practice here in these 3 months. Long Yu was already very confident in his cultivation speed, but now that he has the divine wine, he will no longer doubt himself. Since he has 3 months to spare, he should practice hard. As Long Yu drank the divine wine, he practiced and comprehended the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions faster and faster in the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument. From the beginning, the speed was doubled, and it climbed steadily upwards, to double, to triple, to quadruple. At the same time, Long Yu's consciousness became less and less clear, and there were many strange thoughts in his mind. It was the same as usual drinking, he was probably a little drunk. If it were just ordinary wine, it would be impossible for Long Yu to get drunk, but this spiritual wine was obviously not ordinary. While increasing the speed of Long Yu's cultivation, this spiritual wine actually made him become more and more drunk, and even gradually became less conscious. This situation was something that Long Yu had never thought of. Even though he had just tempered his spirit and raised his willpower to a new level, he could not stop the intoxication caused by the divine wine. But what excites Long Yu is that the less conscious he is, the faster his cultivation speed accelerates, until it is 10 times, 20 times, and still improving. How much can the spiritual wine increase the speed of cultivation? Long Yu thought in his heart, without any slack, even if he became drunk, he still regarded cultivation as his first priority. After concentrating, Long Yu does not need to control his consciousness, and he can naturally comprehend and practice the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. After all, Long Yu is now surrounded by the sticky 9 nether divine inscriptions of the apocalyptic level. When the training speed increased to 50 times, Long Yu was almost unconscious and didn't even know what he was doing. However, he was still practicing subconsciously without stopping at all. Long Yu couldn't remember clearly what happened next, because he had completely lost his consciousness and was invaded by the drunkenness of the spirit wine, and there was no way to escape. When he woke up and opened his eyes again, it was already a day later. The effect of the divine wine lasted only 1 day. When Long Yu woke up, he immediately checked his cultivation status and found that he had comprehended 45% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts. This discovery surprised Long Yu. In the previous 3 months in the Void Galaxy, he had comprehended the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts from 10% to 30%, but now in just 1 day, he had comprehended the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts from 30% to 45%. This speed is simply appalling. According to this effect, the effect of the divine wine can increase the cultivation speed up to 100 times. Unfortunately, it only lasts for 1 day. Otherwise, if you drink the divine wine and sleep for a few days, you will have already woken up. I have fully comprehended the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine texts. Long Yu couldn't help but get excited. The effect of this divine wine was too unbelievable. No wonder most people were reluctant to buy it at the price of 4 million Battlefield Legion merits. You know, ordinary practitioners, even if they spend 3 months to practice slowly, would not give up 4 million Battlefield Legions. For ordinary cultivators, 4 million Battlefield Legion merits are definitely enough for them to do many other things. It is a waste to buy the spirit wine to speed up cultivation. Only people like Long Yu would take the spirit wine to speed up their cultivation. Generally speaking, the spirit wine is quite popular in seminaries, but not so many people like it in the outside world. Of course, generally speaking, there is no such thing as spiritual wine for sale in the outside world. Even in the Battlefield Legion headquarters, spiritual wine is rarely seen because it is not something that ordinary alchemists can refine. Even in the seminary, there are only a dozen or so bottles of Tongshan liquor. According to Yugo, cultivation resources such as Tongshan liquor only appear at the beginning of each year's training. After that, there are only a dozen or so bottles. There are still about 10 bottles in half a year, and it is basically impossible to appear at other times. In other words, this spiritual wine was refined by a specific person. A dozen bottles were brewed every 6 months and sent to the seminary for sale, and Long Yu bought 5 bottles at once. When he returns to the seminary next time, I'm afraid there won't be any left. However, Long Yu is not in a hurry. There will be more in half a year anyway. He will first save enough Battlefield Legion merits and wait until half a year later to buy it all at once. Long Yu was extremely surprised by the 100 times cultivation speed, and he decided to drink the remaining 2 bottles of divine wine together. The improvement in comprehension of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts has greatly improved Long Yu's actual combat effectiveness. 1 more comprehension will double the power of the magical power. This is no joke. Long Yu then drank the divine wine and spent a day, which was almost equivalent to 3 months of practice, to comprehend 55% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts. The speed of cultivating the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions is of course getting slower and slower. However, Long Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that while drinking the divine wine allowed him to increase his comprehension of the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine texts, the source of the gold-type heavenly spirits in his small world actually also improved his comprehension of the gold-type Tai Chu. The speed of force. Drinking 2 bottles of divine wine is equivalent to giving Long Yu 6 more months of training time, and Long Yu's understanding of the power of the beginning of the metal system has unknowingly reached more than 20%. This was something Long Yu had not expected, but the side effects of the Tongshan wine made him pleasantly surprised. The increase in the power of the Tai Chu of the metal element also allowed him to comprehend the speed of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions, which complemented each other. In this state, Long Yu continued to drink the 3rd bottle of divine wine. However, the 3rd bottle of spiritual wine lasted a little shorter than the previous 2 bottles. He woke up after only about 10 hours out of 12 hours a day. This made Long Yu's heart move. The effect of this divine wine may be attenuated like the pill, but it is not as obvious as the pill. The second pill will be halved. The duration of the third bottle of divine wine was shortened by 2 hours, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the practice. It seems that if you drink the spirit wine in the future, you have to reshape your body with the heart of the devil dust. Otherwise, if you drink it like this, the effect will no longer be so heaven-defying. Long Yu thought in his heart. This time he was just experimenting and wasted a little bit, but it didn't matter much. Although the duration was 2 hours shorter, it was still equivalent to more than 2 months of practice. He finally understood 60% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions, and he also understood 30% of the power of the golden element Tai Chu. Taken together, the destructive power of Long Yu's innate magical power has increased by 3 to 4 times. It is no exaggeration to say that Long Yu's current strength is barely enough to fight against an opponent at the level of a great master, and he will never be easily defeated. If this were told, I'm afraid no one would believe it. After all, Long Yu was only a low-ranking master in the martial arts realm. At the level of a lower-ranked master, being able to defeat a middle-ranked master is considered a genius. Being able to defeat a high-ranked master, like Long Yu, before, was considered a genius among geniuses. But now, Long Yu is able to resist the powerful existence of a great master with the cultivation level of a lower master. This undoubtedly created another myth. Of course, this was just Long Yu's guess and had not been confirmed, but he did feel that his power had increased dramatically. Just 3 bottles of divine wine allowed him to comprehend 60% of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine texts and 30% of the gold-based Tai Chu power, which was simply shocking. The sudden increase in power made Long Yu a little unfamiliar, so he returned to his own small world and created several ancient afterimages for the opponent to spar with him. Of course, the effect of sparring is not very good, but now Long Yu can't find any opponents similar to himself to compete with, so he can just make do with getting familiar with his own strength. 7 days had passed since Long Yu broke into the center of the double-star turbulence and received the message from old man Tianhua asking him to wait for 3 months. In the past 7 days, Long Yu drank 3 bottles of divine wine, which increased his strength several times, and he became familiar with these increased powers. The growth time of these powers was too short, and it was sudden for Long Yu. He could not master it well at the beginning. After all, he did not cultivate it bit by bit, but grew unknowingly when he was drunk, so this situation occurs. Fortunately, Long Yu mastered the power very quickly. In 3 or 4 days, he completely mastered the power he had now. At least he would not use too much force and could use as much power as he wanted. 7 days later, Long Yu turned his attention to other aspects. After drinking the spirit tokaing wine, it's time to practice other things. The Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts have reached 60% comprehension. For the time being, it is impossible to make any greater breakthrough. Without the help of spirit tokaing wine, I want to comprehend 10% more. The apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine texts require at least half a year, and Long Yu doesn't have that much time to comprehend them now. Next, there are a lot of things I can do. Either practice the heart of demonic dust. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has accumulated a lot under the effect of the source of heavenly spirit. Or I can absorb created things to improve my martial arts realm, or it's not bad to practice the world purifying body. Long Yu thought about it in his mind and quickly decided to raise his martial arts realm first. It has been a long time since he entered the realm of lower master, but he has never made a breakthrough because it is not necessary. The opponents he encountered were either too strong or too weak, and improving to the first level of martial arts realm would have no effect. But since he is free now, it is also a good choice to improve his martial arts realm. Coupled with the effect of 3 bottles of divine wine, his strength will be 10 times stronger than before, almost reaching the level of a second-level master. In a word, as long as Long Yu can break through to the mid-level dominance, he will be able to fight even with Hong Ying. Of course, it is impossible to be Hong Ying's opponent in the end. After all, Hong Ying is a genuine second-level master, and she is not an ordinary second-level master. Her real combat power is comparable to that of fourth-level or even fifth-level masters. Now that I've thought about it, I'll do it. Anyway, Long Yu is here waiting for the appearance of old man Tianhua. There is nothing else to be busy with. Hong Ying also has the Void Nether Dragon Blade to deliver the message, so Long Yu doesn't need to worry about anything. He now has 10 heavenly crystal level creations on his body, all of second and third grade quality. Each one is worth 4 to 5 million in Battlefield Legion merit. Compared with the 3 bottles of divine wine, the value of these creations is obviously higher. After all, Long Yu gave so many alien godlike bones to the Battlefield Legions before, and exchanged them for a total of 1,000 sky crystal level creations. Long Yu himself took 10 of them for training, and Hong Ying also took 10. As a member who went to explore the ancient alien ruins together, it is not excessive to use this small amount of training resources, and neither Xiaobai nor Xuelua say more. If all 10 heavenly crystal level creations are used to improve the realm, it will be enough for Long Yu to leap to the upper level of dominance. But in that case, the power will increase too much at once, and even Long Yu will not be able to master it well. One realm at a time, it is best to maintain it for half a year before continuing to improve. Otherwise, it will be difficult to master the strength and lay some hidden dangers for the future improvement of martial arts realm. Therefore, Long Yu only took 2 of the created objects, both of which were second-grade heavenly crystals, which were enough for him to use to improve his martial arts realm. During these periods of training in double star turbulence, it is destined to be the moment when Long Yu's strength skyrockets. This is also because Long Yu has been accumulating in the past period of time, and there is little need for him to improve his combat effectiveness in the process. Accumulation, hard work, that's it. Long Yu has accumulated too many training resources. If they are all used up at once, even if the martial arts realm is only improved by 1 level, the overall strength will be more than 10 times higher than before. The 2 heavenly crystal level creations were continuously transformed into creative power under Long Yu's absorption. They were absorbed into his dantian and integrated into his small world. The difference between the middle ruler and the lower ruler is that the expansion of the territory of the small world requires expansion from a radius of 10 billion miles to a radius of 20 billion miles. In the ancient alien ruins, Long Yu had tried to break through to the mid-level master before, but due to some accidents, his progress was still hindered. Now starting again, the territory of his small world is already 13 billion miles in radius. If he absorbs the power of creation from 2 more heavenly crystal level creations, he can easily step into the middle position to dominate. Such 2 heavenly crystal level creations are basically rare for ordinary martial arts cultivators, because the value is too high, with a total value of millions of battlefield legionary merits, and an ordinary 7th level master. They all have to work hard for a year or 2 to earn it, let alone other practitioners like Long Yu. Therefore, no one can improve their martial arts realm as easily as Long Yu. Although he was relaxed, Long Yu did not dare to be careless. He worked steadily and expanded his small world with the power of creation. From a radius of 13 billion miles, it soon increased to 15 billion miles, and then 17 billion miles. At this time, the creative power of the first sky crystal level creation had been absorbed by Long Yu. Then, under the stimulation of Long Yu, the creative power of the second creation began to flow into Long Yu's small world. The small world continues to expand, and Long Yu also notices that his basic strength is increasing, and the recovery speed of the basic heaven and earth spiritual energy is also slowly increasing. After being integrated into the source of heavenly spirit, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Long Yu's small world increased tenfold. Now he has accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which he can use to raise the heart of the devil dust to several levels. Long Yu still works wholeheartedly. Now that he has improved his martial arts level, he doesn't think about anything else. After absorbing about 2/3 of the second-grade Tianjing level creation, the territory of his small world finally expanded to a radius of 20 billion miles. When this critical value was reached, Long Yu felt that his power suddenly got a breakthrough. From the lower position to the middle position, this span has finally been achieved. For most people, it would take at least 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years, to go from a low-ranking master to a middle-ranking master. This is not only due to training resources, but also because of the bottlenecks of other people. The combination of various factors makes it extremely easy for Long Yu to improve his martial arts realm, and there are basically no bottlenecks. This can be seen from the fact that there are no bottlenecks when he breaks through to the secret realm of domination. This may be because Long Yu has mastered 80% of the Joyo mark before and obtained some inherited power about the Joyo Dragon Emperor. Regarding the higher level of martial arts realm, Long Yu has some understanding in advance, so of course he will not encounter it. Bottleneck. After stepping into the mid-level dominance, the most important change is that Long Yu's basic strength has once again increased 3 times. Different from the 3 or 4 times increase in the power of the Revelation level 9 Nether Divine when just now, Dragon Yu's basic strength is now improved, and the benefit is that the entire strength of Dragon Yu, including martial arts such as the crazy battle against celestial bodies, has been improved by 3 times. In the past, the power of the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions was increased by 3 or 4 times, which was at most an increase in the power of Long Yu's martial arts and magical powers based on the 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. But now, it is a comprehensive improvement, an increase in comprehensive combat power. Long Yu's whole body became refreshed. He finally stepped into the middle position and took another step closer to the peak. Although he was still far from being a god, he walked up step by step. Long Yu's, the plan is still proceeding smoothly. This heavenly crystal level creation has not been completely absorbed yet. In this case, let's use it to cultivate the world-purifying body. Long Yu thought in his heart and did not stop practicing. It took him 3 days to advance from the lower level to the middle level. It took him more than 10 days to cultivate the body of purifying the world, and he consumed all the remaining 8 second-grade heavenly crystal level creations. Obviously, the magical power of the purifying body is more difficult to cultivate than the balanced control. It is more difficult to improve and requires more creative power. From the 6th level to the peak 9th level, the creative power consumed was enough for Long Yu to break through to the realm of the Great Master. In comparison, now he does not dare to break through to the Great Overlord at will. After all, without a good foundation, breaking through rashly will definitely make him regret it. On the contrary, using these creative powers to cultivate the world-purifying body has brought great benefits to Long Yu. First of all, the body of purifying the world was upgraded from the 6th level to the 7th level, and then to the 8th level, which directly increased Long Yu's resistance to mental illusion control methods by 4 times. If you continue to encounter the spiritual illusion array set up by Old Man Tianhuan now, the difficulty for Long Yu will be reduced by almost 4 times. This is a huge change. Under such circumstances, if others want to use illusions to confuse Long Yu and use control methods to suppress Long Yu, they basically have no way of succeeding, unless the other party's cultivation can reach the 5th level of master. This is Long Yu's guess. Unless the opponent is a practitioner who is particularly proficient in this area, then maybe the 2nd level master or the 3rd level master can control Long Yu, or drag him into the illusion. But generally speaking, it is impossible for ordinary practitioners to keep Long Yu. Moreover, this is a passive effect after the pure world body has been cultivated to the 8th level. It does not require Long Yu to control it and can be activated naturally. When the world purifying body reaches the 9th level, the effect becomes even more incredible. The purifying soul mirror is a derived method after the purifying body reaches the 9th level. It is the same as the balanced light derived from the balanced control reaching the peak 9th level. The effect is extremely powerful. The only effect of the purifying soul mirror is rebound. Generally speaking, Long Yu rarely uses this effect, but once it is used, it will become very unnatural. The explanation is very simple. The effect of the martial arts secrets of the purifying body is to absorb and resist all control methods, mental attacks, illusion effects, etc. The purifying soul mirror reflects all the power of mental control illusions exerted on Long Yu back to the caster, and the most terrifying thing is that it can rebound 10 times. Damn it, there is nothing much to say except these 2 words. Although the cost of casting the purifying soul mirror is relatively high, if you want to use this move, the purifying body will lose its defensive effect in the next period of time. But in a critical battle, as long as the purifying soul mirror comes out, it can definitely drag the enemy into a situation of eternal destruction. Imagine that what Long Yu can now withstand is all control methods, mental attacks, and illusion effects from at least 3 levels of Great Master. Even if a strong person with a 7th level master wanted to use such methods on Long Yu would directly activate the purifying soul mirror to rebound the opponent's power tenfold. The intensity of the power the opponent suffered could even be comparable to a more powerful existence than the god-like realm. Although this move cannot be performed continuously, one burst at a critical moment is enough to drag the enemy into hell. Such a terrifying method made Long Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of the martial arts secrets recorded in the 9 Nether Prison Monument, which made him want to know more and more. If he cultivates the heart of the devil to the 9th level, what will be born? What kind of incredible effect? It can be seen from the previous 2 levels of cultivation that the difficulty of cultivating the heart of demonic dust is more than 10 times more difficult than that of the pure world body. In other words, it would take hundreds of 2nd-grade heavenly crystal-level creations to allow Long Yu to cultivate the heart of demonic dust from the 6th level to the 9th level. This amount basically accounts for about 1/3 of the creations obtained from the battlefield legions. Although there were 1,000 heaven crystal-level creations in that batch of creations, there were only 200 2nd-grade heaven crystal-grade creations, and the rest were all 3rd-grade or 4th-grade or 5th-grade ones. A 2nd-grade sky crystal level creation contains at least 3 times the creative power of a 3rd-grade creation. What Long Yu now takes are the highest-grade 2nd-grade creations. Such training resources are not much even among the batch obtained from the Battlefield Legion headquarters. The most important thing is that those things do not belong to Long Yu. It belongs to one person, but belongs to the entire Void Galaxy force. Even if everyone in the ancient alien ruins is divided equally, Long Yu can only get no more than 40 2nd-grade creations of the sky crystal level, which is still far away from raising the heart of demonic dust to the 9th level. Woolen cloth. After Long Yu cultivated the pure world body to the 9th level, he breathed a sigh of relief, and finally one less thing was pressing in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he did not touch the heart of the demon dust for the time being, but was going to do another thing first, which was about the affairs of the Bone Clan survivors. This matter has been delayed for a long time. Long Yu should have gone over to get the Jade Slip, an endless-level martial skill, but he never did it. However, he is not worried that the other party will not give it anyway. After all, the remaining members of the Bone Clan still rely on Long Yu's small world to survive. It is impossible for the other party not to accept Long Yu's reasonable requirements. What's more, in the recent period, a lot of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed in Long Yu's small world has been provided by him to the Bone Clan survivors, so that the Bone Clan survivors can also get some development. At least the Bone Clan survivors below the Dominion secret realm can be slightly improved by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and are no longer able to maintain the most basic survival as before, with no room for cultivation. This change made the entire 300,000 members of the Bone Clan family overjoyed. However, at this time, the current leader of the Bone Clan family, Ji Wufeng, became more and more panicked. Because this is the beginning of the development opportunities they have paid a price for. What should they do once they no longer have the jade slips of endless level martial arts? Will Long Yu still let them live here eating and drinking for free? Obviously, no. Even if they are not exterminated, they will be driven out, or they will be treated as coolies, doing this and that in Long Yu's small world. Therefore, Ji Wufeng is still deeply worried about this. Long Yu has not appeared in front of them in the recent period, but this does not mean that Long Yu has forgotten them. He Wufeng knows that what is supposed to come will come sooner or later. So now that Long Yu entered his own little world and came to the living area of the Bone Clan survivors, Jia Wufeng had already been prepared for this and came up to him alone. Jia Wufeng is a creature of the Bone Clan, and his whole body is made up of a skeletal body. He can only send out spiritual thoughts, but the spiritual thoughts it sends out are not acceptable to Long Yu, because the physical gap between the two sides is really too big. And now that the nether dragon blade of the void is not here, there is no way for Long Yu and Yu Wufeng to communicate. Of course, He Wufeng was very clear about the meaning of Long Yu's visit, so even if there was no way to communicate, it would not prevent Long Yu from achieving his purpose. After discovering that Long Yu did not bring the void nether dragon blade, Yu Wufeng gave up communicating with Long Yu, directly took out a jade slip that he had prepared before, and threw it towards Long Yu's location. Long Yu reached out to take it, took a look, and found that it was indeed an endless-level high-grade martial art that could only be practiced by the human race, called Unbounded Grip. He didn't know the specific effect, but as an endless-level high-grade martial arts exist on the same level as Kaisen's celestial body. If they can be cultivated to a higher level, their power will definitely be very powerful. Endless-level martial arts are extremely precious resources in both the human race and the demon race. Even if it is only the middle-grade endless-level martial arts or even the low-grade endless-level martial arts, they are extremely precious things. In the battlefield legions, only the strong ones who have made outstanding contributions are eligible to receive the jade slips. In the entire territory of the human race and the demon race, the number of cultivators who can practice endless-level martial arts is no more than 1 in 100 billion. You must know that even Han Ying, who is the princess of the Blood Demon clan, has never practiced endless martial arts. Even the original Joyo Dragon Emperor only practiced one endless martial skill. Of course, the endless-level martial arts practiced by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor are definitely not the endless-level low-grade, middle-grade or even top-grade ones. Most of them are either super-grade or top-grade. However, this is no longer verifiable. After all, people who are contemporaries with the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, they are all dead, and there is no inheritance left about the martial arts practiced by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. No matter what kind of martial arts, the most important thing is to be proficient, otherwise no matter how much you practice, it will be useless. Just like what Long Yu has learned now is relatively complicated, but when the critical moment comes, there are only a few tricks that can be put to use. I hope this boundless grip won't let me down. Long Yu thought to himself, and then took this jade slip and left the living area of the Bone Clan survivors. He found a secluded place alone in his own little world, and prepared for the next 2 months, which were mainly used to study the endless-level high-grade martial arts, the unbounded grip, and to practice the heart of demonic dust. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that has been accumulated for more than a month is already extremely abundant. Long Yu should be able to improve it to 2 or 3 levels by cultivating the heart of demon dust. The specific situation will only be known when he tries it. Long Yu now studied the jade slip of the unbounded grip and found that it was a control method, and it seemed to be very useful. Unbounded grip is the ability to ignore the boundaries of space and directly grasp the opponent to one's side. It is similar to the effect of retrieving objects from the air. If the opponent wants to escape or something, you can easily pull the opponent with this move. Return. Long Yu checked the introduction of this endless level high-grade martial skill and felt that it was a pursuit move, but obviously, this martial skill was definitely more than that. When the unbounded grip has been cultivated to the realm of Deshang, once the opponent is caught, the flow of power in the opponent's body will be sealed within a short period of time. In the state where the power is sealed, no matter what magical martial arts moves the opponent wants to use, the speed will be weakened by at least 99%. In other words, in these short few breaths, the opponent has almost no ability to resist. Unless, like Long Yu, the opponent has cultivated a relatively high-level world-purifying body, or has martial arts secrets, supernatural martial arts, etc. that have similar effects. If you practice the unbounded grip to a higher level, it will have many stronger effects. All in all, this is a very useful martial skill that consumes very little. There is absolutely no harm in practicing it. Thinking of this, Long Yu began to understand the jade slip of unbounded grip. It is worth mentioning that this martial art of unbounded grip does not require the use of any specific divine inscriptions. No matter what force is used to perform unbounded grip, it can be accompanied by the effects of the inscriptions themselves. For example, now that Dragon Control and the Shadow Attribute Divine Text have reached the peak level of the 12th level, they are born with a strong corrosive effect. So as long as Long Yu uses any Shadow Attribute Divine Text to cast Unbounded Grip, the Unbounded Grip can be this move has a corrosive effect when used. Control, corrode, weaken. All kinds of disgusting effects can make any opponent, even a guy with similar combat power as Long Yu. Once he is caught off guard and caught by this move, he will definitely be very uncomfortable, and even fall into the trap all of a sudden. He was at a disadvantage and was killed by Long Yu. The later effects cannot be seen from the jade slips. We can only practice it first. Long Yu began to understand this martial art in depth, and then began to understand and practice it. As time passed, the Void Nether Dragon Blade quickly returned to Long Yu, but Long Yu didn't pay attention and let Xiaosu play by himself. As for himself, he devoted himself to the cultivation and understanding of the martial arts technique of unbounded grip. Many of the moves he has mastered before have rarely reached a relatively high level. This is because his practice is relatively complex, so he is not proficient in various martial arts. Among them, the crazy fighting celestial body technique can only be understood and broken through in real battles. Long Yu doesn't have a good chance to practice it, so he can only let nature take its course. As for other martial arts skills other than the crazy fighting celestial body, they do not belong to the endless level martial arts skills, so Long Yu has no intention to spend too much time on them. There is only the Duankong ultimate move. Due to its special characteristics, Long Yu will occasionally use it. He rarely uses other martial arts. In many battles, Long Yu only needs to use his own innate magical power, as well as the two endless-level top-notch weapons, the Void Dragon Blade and the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower, which is basically enough to cope with it. Martial arts are rarely used unless they have reached a high level of endless-level martial arts. Now that he has obtained a very useful endless-level high-grade martial skill, the unbounded grip, Long Yu must understand it carefully, and the level of cultivation of this move is not as troublesome as the crazy battle with the celestial body. You just need to fight more and use this move more. As long as your proficiency is improved and you have enough understanding, it will naturally continue to improve. It is much more convenient than improving the move of Mad War Celestial Body. Even, Long Yu can adopt the method used in the Five Emperors illusion world, through the method of thousands of layers of illusion, to achieve the effect of quickly practicing and improving martial arts. Of course, if this method is used to improve endless-level martial arts, the effect may not be so heaven-defying, but it will ultimately speed up Long Yu's practice of this move, allowing Long Yu to comprehend and practice it to a higher level as soon as possible. In the next 2 months, Long Yu did not do anything else, but spent all of his time practicing the unbounded grip. As for the opponent he tried at the beginning, it was the Void Nether Dragon Blade. Long Yu asked Xiaoxu to fight with him, and the pressure was still great. After all, the Void Dragon Blade is now a special primordial artifact. It is completely the power of the primordial water element, and the methods such as void penetration and void burial are also extremely terrifying. As for Long Yu, he only used the magical power of 9 nether paths and the martial arts of unbounded grip throughout the process. Among them, the magical power of the 9 nether path can disintegrate all the water-based primordial powers released by the Annihilation Void Nether Dragon Blade. Although it cannot disintegrate them all, it can also weaken many powers such as void burial, so that one will not suffer fatal consequences. Danger. At first, when General Long Yu had just learned the unbounded grip, it had basically no effect when used against the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and could not pull her over. But when Long Yu upgraded the unbounded grip to a small level, the effect finally appeared. Having reached the level of Xiaocheng, Long Yu can directly use it to pull the Void Dragon Blade from a distance and put it into a state where its power is sealed. This state can be effective against the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, not to mention being used against other practitioners. Although it only lasts for a short breath, during the battle at the level of dragon control, the seal of the power of a breath is enough. It's enough for him to do a lot of things, enough to establish his victory in the battle. In the first 7 days, Long Yu has been fighting against the Void Nether Dragon Blade. Although the Void Nether Dragon Blade is not a practitioner, but only a divine product from the beginning, the effect of sparring cannot be that good, but after all, it can give Long Yu some improvement. At this time, Long Yu felt a little pity. If Shi Tianlei of the White Feather Demon clan was still in his small world, he could directly compete with Shi Tianlei. After all, Shi Tianlei was in existence in the realm of Great Master. Moreover, Tianlei happens to be at the level of a 3rd-level master, and his overall strength should not be much stronger than Long Yu. If you compete with him, the effect will be very significant. There is progress under pressure. Now Long Yu is fighting against the Void Nether Dragon Blade. On the one hand, she is not a cultivator, but on the other hand, Long Yu and her have the same mind. Wherever the Void Dragon Blade wants to go, Long Yu can prepare in advance, and vice versa, so fighting like this is meaningless, and this kind of connection between minds cannot be blocked. When Long Yu and the Void Nether Dragon Blade reached the unparalleled level, and when the spiritual consciousness Xiaoxu was born in the Void Nether Dragon Blade, it was destined that Long Yu and her could no longer be separated. After a week of sparring between the two sides, Long Yu had practiced the unbounded grip to a small level, and then dealt with Xiaoxu accurately. Every time he used the unbounded grip, the Void Ghost Dragon Blade would be grabbed by him, and then sealed with power. There is no way to escape. Moreover, if the Void Nether Dragon Blade launches Void Burial against Long Yu, it will be directly destroyed by Long Yu using the 9 Nether path, which makes the Void Nether Dragon Blade very puzzled. I'm done with it. You want to practice martial arts? Since there's no opponent comparable to you, you might as well suppress your own cultivation and find other people to practice within your little world. Anyway, it's about practicing martial arts proficiency. It has nothing to do with your martial arts realm. Xiaoxu was bullied intolerable, and finally came up with an idea. And this idea made Long Yu's eyes light up. However, if you are just practicing martial arts, why do you have to find an opponent who is comparable to your own martial arts level? Since there is no opponent similar to yourself in the small world, just suppress your own cultivation level, to be at the same level as the opponent, and then fight with the opponent. Such a simple truth, Long Yu had never thought of it before. The key is that he has been moving towards a higher level of martial arts realm and has never looked back. Now that the idea of the Void Nether Dragon Blade came out, it gave Long Yu a wake-up call. It is important to move forward blindly, but if you are practicing martial arts, there is no need to find an evenly matched opponent. In this case, Long Yu finally has a better way to practice unbounded grip. Thank you, Xiaoxiu. In this case, I will suppress my cultivation to the level of the king's secret realm and go to the new martial arts world to find an opponent. Long Yu laughed. He had not felt this sudden enlightenment for a long time. He did not expect that it was the inspiration he heard from his own soldiers. But now, for Long Yu, Void Dragon Blade and Xiaoxiu are definitely more than just his soldiers. He has regarded her as his friend, an extremely close friend who can live and die together. The one who shares weal and woe. Go on, I'll guard the outside for you. Xiaoxiu is also very happy that she can come up with a solution for Long Yu, but in this case, she cannot follow Long Yu back to his small world of new martial arts. Because Long Yu's training may take a long time, Xiaoxiu must defend Long Yu from other dangers in the binary turbulence. Now, although the power in the center of the double star turbulence is calm and stable, maybe when will it become chaotic? And what Long Yu left outside was only the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Once the 9 Nether Prison Monument was stimulated and exploded, the situation would be very bad. Therefore, Void Nether Dragon Blade stayed outside to watch the wind. Since she and Long Yu had the same mind, Long Yu could immediately know what happened outside. This kind of watch was very convenient. Of course, the connection between Long Yu and the Void Dragon Blade's minds is also limited by distance. If the two parties are too far apart, they still won't be able to clearly feel each other's thoughts. For example, when the Void Nether Dragon Blade left the binary turbulence and went to the Dragon and Phoenix twin stars to deliver news to Hongying and Yuega, at that time, Long Yu didn't feel the existence of the Void Nether Dragon Blade. But when Long Yu is in his own small world and the Void Dragon Blade is outside the small world, it is too easy for them to sense each other under such circumstances. In this way, Long Yu asked Xiaoxiu to guard outside, while he himself returned to his own small world and descended on the Xinwu world. If I remember correctly, there are many familiar faces in this new martial arts world. Some of them have not been seen for a long time. It would be interesting to come back and experience them. Long Yu thought in his mind that of course he would not appear in his true form. In that case, everyone in the new martial arts world now knew that the entire world belonged to him. Who would compete with him? He disguised himself as a tall, thin young man, still wearing black clothes and short sleeves, and returned to the new world of martial arts without alerting anyone. The Xinwu world is a new world created by Hongying after the Shenwu world. Its vast territory surpasses the original Shenwu world, but it lacks 18,000 floating islands. In the Xinwu world, there are still Tianqing dynasty, Beishua dynasty, 5 Emperors Holy City, and other organizations that were once in the 9 Nether realm. However, there have been some changes in the original 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. These changes are all natural changes. It has nothing to do with Long Yu. Regarding these, Long Yu is too lazy to think about it now. The organizational change in Xinwu world has no impact on Long Yu. After all, it is no longer on the same level. He just needs to know that he has to suppress his cultivation to a certain level and then find some suitable opponents. In the Xinwu world, the strongest one is the current Yun Emperor, who has reached the level of a 3-star emperor. It is rare for others to reach the emperor level. Most of them are in the king, emperor and emperor realms. Exist. Long Yu thought in his mind, thinking about which level of cultivation he should suppress. Below the king's secret realm, the divine power secret realm does not even have all 7 magical powers. Long Yu will definitely not consider finding someone who is too weak as an opponent. In that case, let's suppress the cultivation in the king realm. Long Yu thought of the strongest king-level competition he participated in a long time ago, as well as the competition for the strongest emperor level. Such competitions were relatively fierce and could also achieve the effect of allowing him to practice his martial arts. As for the 5 Emperors illusionary world, although it still exists and was originally built by Han Ying, it will basically not be of any help to Long Yu's practice of endless-level high-grade martial arts. In a sudden change, Long Yu's martial arts realm cultivation was suppressed by himself in the secret realm of the king's realm. His basic strength suddenly dropped by 1,000 times, which made him very unaccustomed to it. From the king's realm to the emperor's realm, then to the emperor's realm, and then to the 7-star emperor's level, it breaks through to become the master secret realm. During this period, there are more than 10 small realms, and each small realm will increase the basic strength by 2 or 3 times. Having Long Yu suppress his own power all of a sudden at the early stage of King Realm was really not something he was used to. It's like an ordinary person who has not practiced cultivation. He could originally lift a huge stone, but suddenly he was disabled and couldn't even pick up a small stone. This feeling is very similar. Because of this, Long Yu didn't think of this method at first, because it was too uncomfortable. With all his power suppressed, Long Yu felt like he was disabled. In fact, it's not that serious. It's just a drop in strength, which is indeed a very depressing feeling. Moreover, the gap from the direct suppression of the mid-level master to the early stage of King Realm is really too big, and most people may not be able to do this. This reminded Long Yu of the previous Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, who was last seen on the battlefield of the Ice God clan, was already a powerful man at the level of a great master. Long Yu had absolutely reason to believe that the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, who was still in the 9 Nether realm at that time, definitely had a cultivation level beyond the Emperor realm. Otherwise it would be impossible to improve so quickly. Therefore, when the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor was in the 9 Nether realm, he must have suppressed his own cultivation. Because of this, in the battle at the strongest Emperor level, Long Yu could hardly hurt the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor's body, because the opponent's cultivation level was suppressed, but his physical body was not suppressed. He was still at the level of dominating the secret realm or even the great dominating realm. Is this the way the Ascetic Alliance uses this method to gain experience in asceticism? When Long Yu thought of this, he felt a little puzzled. The Ascetic Alliance was really weird, but to be honest, sometimes such training and experience would have miraculous effects on certain things. At least Long Yu remembered that when he fought against the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, he must have benefited a lot from the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. After all, Long Yu at that time was able to force the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor to defeat the one who had suppressed his cultivation. Come down from the battle, this is not something ordinary people can do. Under strong pressure, practitioners are often able to unleash their potential. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor might have improved a lot after the battle at the strongest Emperor level, but Long Yu didn't know it. Get used to your current strength first, and then start looking for people to fight with. Unbounded grip. This endless level of high-grade martial arts is really a bit bullying when used in the new world of martial arts. Long Yu thought this in his heart, but without any hesitation, he went straight to find someone. Long Yu returned to the new world of martial arts, suppressed his martial arts realm and cultivated it to the early stage of the King realm, and then walked in the Beishua dynasty. After all, he is quite familiar with the Northern Snow dynasty, so it would be a good idea to start this journey here. Of course, the Northern Snow dynasty at this time is not in a remote part of the Xinwu world, but in the sky above the 5 Emperors' holy city. In the most central location of the entire Xinwu world. This is an excellent development condition for the Northern Snow dynasty, and as Long Yu can see, the Northern Snow dynasty at this moment has become an existence that is superior to the secular country. The cultivation conditions there are excellent, the population is prosperous, there are many geniuses, and the overall strength has even surpassed the previous 6 sects and 10 countries. In the current Xinwu world, in addition to the holy city of the 5 emperors, the Northern Snow dynasty has become another holy land for cultivation. Everyone yearns to come here to practice. Unfortunately, if you want to enter the Northern Snow dynasty, you also need to have a high level of cultivation. Conditions of outside cultivators must at least reach the secret realm of the King's Dao before they are eligible to enter the Northern Snow Dynasty. After all, the Northern Snow Dynasty has a special location and it is impossible for everyone to come and go at will. It is very easy for Long Yu to enter the Beishua dynasty now. He can sneak in without anyone noticing. But that's not what he wants. His biggest purpose in coming to the new martial arts world is to experience. The qualification assessment to enter the Northern Snow Dynasty was a pretty good experience for him. It required 3 consecutive competitions. Only after passing 3 competitions could one be qualified to enter the Northern Snow Dynasty. There were as many people as Crucian Carp crossing the river who signed up to take the qualification assessment of the Northern Snow Dynasty. The tall and thin young man transformed by Long Yu queued up behind him. However, there were also many people from the Northern Snow Dynasty who came to take the assessment, so he didn't have to wait long. About 3 hours later, it was Long Yu's turn. Someone came and took Long Yu to an independent space. Name, Mountain Ghost. In the early stage of the King of Martial Arts realm, you need to fight 3 battles in a row to be eligible to enter the Northern Snow Dynasty. The first battle begins now. The person in charge of the assessment said expressionlessly and asked Long Yu to go to the center of the independent space to prepare for battle. The person in charge of the assessment is only at the middle stage of the King realm, but it can be seen that this guy is probably a local cultivator from the Northern Snow Dynasty, so he can be the person in charge of the assessment. There is no way to stop this situation. After all, the Northern Snow Dynasty is such a big place. When the entire Northern Snow Dynasty rises, of course some people will use their methods to make the people around them live better and obtain more cultivation resources. The remuneration for the person in charge of the assessment should be quite large, but all of this has nothing to do with Long Yu. He can easily decide how the Beishua dynasty will develop in the future, but it should not be decided by him. He just needs to carry out his own experience. Long Yu nodded, walked to the field, and prepared for the first battle, feeling no pressure in his heart. This made many of the assessment recorders around feel a little strange. They had seen too many people come for the assessment. It is natural for some late-stage king-level geniuses not to be nervous, but the boy in front of him, who was at the early stage of the king level, was so calm. Is his mentality really that good? Or is this kid confident that he can pass the test and enter the Northern Snow Dynasty? Many people shook their heads. Although the basic requirement for the assessment of the Northern Snow Dynasty was the early stage of the king's realm, whether they could pass the assessment in the early stage of the king's stage was another matter. Simply put, it is extremely difficult for practitioners in the early stage of the king realm to pass the assessment and enter the Northern Snow Dynasty. Long Yu only waited for a while, before he saw a young swordsman wearing a white robe walking up to him and looking at Long Yu with a haughty look. This person should be from the Northern Snow Dynasty. He is very young now, probably only in his 20s. Being able to reach the early stage of King Realm is indeed not weak. The tall and thin young man that Long Yu is now transforming into looks like he is in his 30s. He is similar to other people who came to take part in the Northern Snow Dynasty assessment, which naturally makes the young man in front of him feel swollen. Hurry up and take action. Once you're done, you'll have the next one. My mission today is to defeat 10 people, and then I can go back and deliver. The young man glanced at Long Yu with contempt and said arrogantly, without even taking out the long sword hanging on his waist. Many people around him cast envious glances at the young man. It was obvious that this young man had an unusual status. Being able to enter the secret realm of the royal realm at the age of less than 20 was considered quite good in the current Northern Snow Empire. However, Long Yu didn't care about the other person's appearance at all, nor what the people around him thought. He just smiled faintly. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying this, he raised his hand, and the 9 nether divine inscriptions quickly emerged from his fingertips, and quickly formed a 9 nether hand in midair. The white bone arm penetrated from the void and directly grabbed the man. Young people. With a simple move of innate magical power, Long Yu did not use any fancy tricks, because in his eyes, the young man on the other side was too weak. With Long Yu's suppression of realm cultivation, there is no way that a guy in the same realm as him could be his opponent. Long Yu came here to take part in the assessment, not for this first battle, but for the third battle. So, he couldn't have spent too long on the first battle. When Long Yu Joyo's hand was unleashed, the young man immediately felt like he was facing a formidable enemy because he felt the tyrannical power contained in this bone-white arm. The combination of dragon control and shadow attribute divine inscriptions has reached the 12th level. Any method of using the 9 nether divine inscriptions will bring a natural corrosive power. In addition, Long Yu's magical power is already an imperial magical power, and the increase in power far exceeds what practitioners in the early stage of the King realm can imagine. Even though Long Yu suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of King realm, no opponent in the early stage of King realm could threaten him. As soon as Joyo's hand appeared, the atmosphere suddenly became completely different. Everyone's expressions became solemn. Even the person in charge of the assessment at the middle stage of King realm at the beginning changed drastically, because he felt that the power contained in this move was completely beyond his ability to resist. In this way, let alone the young man in the early stage of King realm. However, the young man gritted his teeth and decided to try to resist. After all, he was a genius. How could he escape from the assessment field without a fight? Pan-rock crystal pillar. The young man raised his hand and released an ancient-level soldier. This ancient-level soldier was his last treasure at the bottom of the box. It was considered a very good soldier in the Northern Snow Dynasty. Now facing Long Yu's hand of Joyo, this guy directly took out his trump card, but saw a crystal-like rock pillar suddenly enlarged, blocking the young man's face, and headed towards Joyo. Sweep your hand over. The rock crystal pillar came with a bang, and collided with Joyo's hand. Long Yu, who had already comprehended 60% of the revelation-level Joyo divine text, directly eroded into the rock crystal pillar. In almost an instant, the corrosive power of Joyo divine inscriptions destroyed the rock crystal pillar with holes, and Joyo's hand continued to move forward, unreasonably grabbing the young man, and heavily it was thrown far away. Next, Long Yu watched the young man fall to the ground and fainted. He ignored him and gave a faint reminder to the person in charge of the assessment behind him. The situation in the field changed too fast. It was only now that the person in charge of the assessment and some of the surrounding onlookers realized that in the blink of an eye, the powerful genius of the Northern Snow Dynasty, whom they were proud of, was actually defeat people with one move. You know, this young man is definitely not a weakling. At least at the early stage of King Realm, he can defeat most opponents. But now I have encountered the tall and thin young man in front of me, who is not an enemy of Iha. Moreover, even the ancient-level warrior Pan-Rock crystal pillar was directly destroyed. This is simply unbelievable. For the people around him, this battle was too shocking, and how to deal with Long Yu next has become a big problem. But for Long Yu, this was just a small fight. He knew that he would cause some sensation, but he did not expect that the young man he defeated still had some background. I am afraid that this matter would not end so easily. In the second battle, a middle-aged man in the middle stage of King Realm came up. The assessment of the Northern Snow Dynasty is not to ask those who participate in the assessment to win 3 battles in a row, but to let the person in charge see the performance of the person in the assessment. After all, the people who come to conduct the assessment are all relatively powerful beings in the Northern Snow Dynasty. What's more, the second battle is still in the middle stage of the King's Realm, and the third battle is in the late stage of the King's Realm. For ordinary practitioners, there is no way to defeat them. Therefore, Whether one can join the Northern Snow Dynasty depends entirely on the subjective evaluation of the person in charge of the assessment. Even if some people lose, as long as the person in charge of the assessment thinks highly of them, they can still join the Northern Snow Dynasty. On the contrary, even if some people defeat their opponents, as long as the person in charge of the assessment vetoes them, they will be ineligible to join the Northern Snow Dynasty. Because of this, the power of the person in charge of assessment is so great, which makes many people envious and jealous, and only some people with connections can be qualified. Be careful. The middle-aged man who came up in the second round was in the middle stage of King Realm. He looked at Long Yu with a solemn expression and was very nervous. Although his martial arts realm was one level higher than Long Yu's, he had just used Long Yu's 9 moves. The hand of Yu has become deeply rooted in people's hearts. He imagined that even if it were him at the time, it would be extremely difficult to resist Long Yu's move. But running away without fighting is not his style, so when he encounters a strong person, he also hopes that he can gain something from this battle, whether it is experience or enlightenment. After all, he is a middle-aged man, not as arrogant as the young man just now, and his character and behavior are much more mature. At least Long Yu will not have any ill feelings toward him. However, although there is no ill feeling, Long Yu will not be merciful. After all, his opponent is not this middle-aged man. In the middle stage of King Realm, it is still a little bit worse than the current Long Yu. Supernatural power, the hand of Joyo. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions continued to condense, turning into a white bone arm and shot out of the air, directly trying to catch the middle-aged man. But at this time, Long Yu discovered a problem. Because he had suppressed his cultivation, the total amount of power in his body was not much. After using Joyo's hand twice, the power in his body actually seemed to be exhausted. In that case, it's better not to use the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. After all, you have suppressed your cultivation and cannot afford the consumption of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. Long Yu thought to himself that he had also been promoted from the king's secret realm. Of course he knew how to save the power in his body to the maximum extent. Joyo's hand shot out of the air, carrying an unparalleled aura, and pressed down on the middle-aged man like a mountain. The middle-aged man had long expected that Long Yu would use the same method, so he was prepared. He gritted his teeth and stared at the formidable pressure of Joyo's hand. His whole body suddenly felt as if it had been poured with gold, and it continued to become more and more huge. After a while, this middle-aged man turned into a golden giant, 10 feet tall, more than 10 times taller than an ordinary person. Standing in front of Long Yu, he made Long Yu look like a pebble. The golden giant roared angrily, and his whole body shone with golden light. The divine power of light blessed his entire body, and he actually resisted the awe-inspiring aura of Long Yu's 9 nether hands. However, just fighting against the momentum is so difficult, and when Joyo's hand actually comes, the golden giant may not be able to bear it. The golden giant transformed by the middle-aged man kept roaring, louder and louder, pushing back the awe-inspiring aura brought by Joyo's hand, and finally defeated it. This made many onlookers around shout, "Hello!" But then, Joyo's hand came to the top of the golden giant's head, and with a big hand, he directly grabbed the golden giant's shoulders. The power of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions instantly eroded into the golden giant's body. The terrifying corrosive power made the golden giant's shoulders lose consciousness and was quickly destroyed. This situation made the golden giant's face darken, but he took out a big sword extremely calmly. With the big sword flying, carrying infinite momentum and the power of the divine language of light, he slashed hard at Joyo, who was holding the giant's shoulders. On hand. The tyrannical power exploded, and Joyo's hand was cut off by one of his big swords. However, it was not directly chopped into pieces. Instead, it trembled slightly and continued to erode the golden giant's shoulders. The golden light divine inscriptions on his shoulders were constantly eroded by the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, and soon the entire left shoulder of the golden giant became dilapidated, as if soaked in a pool of venom. Fortunately, the damage to the golden giant's left shoulder did not affect the middle-aged man himself, and the middle-aged man's body did not turn into a golden giant. The entire golden giant is just condensed with golden light divine inscriptions. As for the middle-aged man's body, it is in the chest and heart of the entire golden giant. It is equivalent to the middle-aged man condensing a golden giant with his own golden light divine power, and then controlling it at its heart. This kind of fighting method is a novelty for Long Yu. He has never seen it before. If it is supported by strong enough power, it should be considered a relatively strong method. After all, while ensuring his own defense, he can also with extremely powerful attacks. But now, the martial arts level of this middle-aged man is too low. His cultivation level in the middle stage of the king level has no room for resistance and struggle in front of Long Yu now. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Long Yu turned around and sprayed out Joyo Dragon Breath. Although he did not use the revelation level Joyo divine inscriptions, the power was extremely powerful. At least the frontal destructive power was much more powerful than the Joyo hand just now. A mouthful of black flames from the 9 nether dragon's breath spurted out from Long Yu's mouth. The middle-aged man was not annoying, and Long Yu did not attack his vitals. He just blasted the golden giant's legs with the 9 nether dragon emperor. A mouthful of dragon's breath flames came with a roar, and the pitch-black fire instantly erupted at the golden giant's legs. The unparalleled destructive power instantly blasted the golden giant's legs to pieces. With its legs shattered, the entire golden giant had no strength to fight anymore, and the whole thing collapsed towards the ground. It's not that this golden giant can't fly, but its legs affect the balance of its entire huge body. Now that its legs were suddenly shattered, the entire golden giant couldn't maintain its balance and collapsed. The figure of the middle-aged man suddenly jumped up from the chest of the golden giant, caught the golden sword just now, and slashed towards Long Yu with the sword in hand. The middle-aged man has also practiced xuanhuan-level swordsmanship and martial arts. At this moment, holding a big sword, countless sword shadows appeared from mid-air, and then rolled towards Long Yu, launching a fierce sword energy offensive like a violent storm. However, based on Long Yu's current physical strength, the sword energy offensive launched against him by the opponent did not threaten Long Yu at all. Relying on the strength of his physical body, Long Yu raised his hand and finally displayed the endless level high-grade martial arts he had just practiced recently, the unbounded grip. This is also the biggest purpose of his coming to the new martial arts world to practice, which is to cultivate the unbounded grip to a higher level. However, he saw that the infinite power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions instantly condensed into a void handprint, which appeared next to the middle-aged man, and then the handprint completely grasped the middle-aged man. "Come here." As Long Yu gave a sharp shout, the next moment, the middle-aged man and his big sword were pulled in front of Long Yu by the boundless grip. At the same time, all the power in the opponent's body was temporarily sealed, and there was no way to use it. By any means. The current middle-aged man is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of Long Yu, unable to make any resistance at all. Where have these people in the field seen such a powerful martial skill as the unbounded grip? At this moment, the middle-aged man was directly pulled over by Long Yu's wave, as if he was teleported instantly, but no one in the room felt any fluctuations in the power of the space gods. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he immediately raised his fist and punched the middle-aged man who was completely controlled. Since Long Yu had suppressed his own cultivation, he was not worried about punching the opponent to death with this small amount of power. With one punch, the middle-aged man was hit hard in the chest, and his whole body flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground, and ended up not much better than the first young man. In the second battle, Long Yu easily won, but it was obvious that the mid-king realm was already much stronger than the early king realm. In the next battle, Long Yu should be able to use his true strength against opponents in the late king realm. After all, in order to save the power within his body, Long Yu cannot use the Revelation level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions every time, so the power will be weakened a lot, and his ability to leapfrog challenges will also be much weaker. If he exerts all his strength, the current Long Yu can definitely kill the guys in the early stage of the Emperor realm in an instant. But in that case, all the strength of Long Yu's whole body would be consumed, which was unnecessary, so it was enough to choose an almost suitable opponent and practice the unbounded grip. For Long Yu, in the next month or so, it would be best to raise the unbounded grip to 2 more levels, so that he can achieve his goal of returning to the power of the new martial arts world. The middle-aged man was defeated again in front of Long Yu. This situation made the onlookers around him look dumbfounded. They often watch the Northern Snow Empire's entrance qualification battles here, but they have never seen anyone who can defeat 2 opponents in succession, and it seems so easy. It is difficult for ordinary cultivators to win even in the first battle. They are basically defeated by cultivators from the Northern Snow Empire. Then the person in charge of the assessment will judge their performance and give a score. Those who meet the standard can enter. Northern Snow Empire experience. But now, this tall and thin young man has easily defeated 2 opponents, which shows that his talent is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. What will happen in the third battle? I will be your opponent. Soon, a cold and tenacious voice came from the side. This voice made everyone feel happy. They quickly looked over and found that the genius had appeared. The assessment regulations of the Beishue Empire require that the opponent in the first battle of the examiner must be a practitioner with the same cultivation level. The opponent in the second battle will advance to the first level of martial arts. The opponent in the third battle may not be the same, play freely. But now, the one who wants to stand up and deal with Long Yu is actually a young man in the early stage of the Imperial realm. After entering the Imperial realm in the early stage of the Imperial realm, the situation is completely different from that of the King realm. If it's Yi, this kid will definitely not be able to win. It depends on how long that kid can last under Yi's hands. That's right. Not to mention the huge gap between the King realm and the Imperial realm. Yi is a super genius in Ruoxue County of the Northern Snow Empire. He once defeated an opponent in the middle stage of the Imperial realm by leapfrogging. He is extremely powerful. The show is on. It seems that this guy is challenging the 2 people from our Northern Snow Empire, one after another. He is too arrogant. Someone really needs to calm down the situation. Otherwise, won't our Northern Snow Empire lose face? As everyone started talking, Long Yu squinted his eyes and glanced at the person coming. Yi turned out to be this kid. Isn't this the genius of Ruoxue County? It's the nephew of Prince Ruoxue. Long Yu also thought that at the grand event in the royal capital of the Northern Snow Empire, Yi, who had cultivated at the level of 7 magical powers, seemed to have been seriously injured in the battle, and he had mastered the divine inscriptions with ice attributes. Unexpectedly, he has already entered the early stage of the Imperial realm and has become a genius in the Northern Snow Empire. It has been a long time since Long Yu left the Northern Snow Empire. After all, not everyone, like Long Yu, can step into the secret realm of domination during this period of time. Yi's current speed in the Imperial realm is considered good. After all, Ruoxue County in the Northern Snow Empire where he is located is not the core of the Northern Snow Empire, and its training resources are not particularly rich.